Jinzhou should be the most beautiful and gentle place in Daxia, far away from the war, just like the waists of young ladies who are seen everywhere by the river when washing clothes, so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. It is June now, and the plum blossoms have just arrived. The continuous rainy weather has locked people at home. Today, the official road is no longer bustling as before, and it has become sparsely populated. A small tea house stands alone on the roadside under the rain curtain. The signboard with tea fragrance for 3 days, written on the door, is listlessly pulled, indicating that the business in the store is also not good. Sitting in the store is a waiter in his early teens, sleepy-eyed, holding his chin with his hand, and wandering in the sky. Jinzhou is located in the southern coastal area of Daxia. It is hot in June. The waiter is wearing a simple gray shirt, but under his slightly closed eyes he is calmer than his peers. He glances at the inner room from time to time, and sees the shopkeeper's little daughter lift the curtain and walk out. He quickly comes to his senses to avoid being scolded again. Since he can remember, he has longed for 2 things in this world. One is the battlefield in western Xinjiang that travelers who occasionally pass by here to rest talk about, and the other is the little girl who is now teaching him a lesson for deserting. He is afraid of her and also loves her. This place is not far from Jiangling, the capital of Jinzhou, about 30 miles away. Generally, travelers going to Jiangling will stop here to rest and drink tea. There are often noble young men and women in Jiangling City who are dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, talking and laughing, passing by here together. Jinzhou is the birthplace of Confucianism, so the scent of books is very strong. From nobles to ordinary people, everyone abides by etiquette. When they meet rude Northwestern guests, they will secretly say in their hearts, "Northwestern barbarians, you don't know the general situation." Maybe the Dragon King was angry today, the rain was too heavy, pouring down from the sky, and the playboys in the city had lost their previous interest. Otherwise, with the shopkeeper's youngest daughter's cleverness, there would always be an endless stream of young masters coming to the tea house to show their courtesy every day. But the waiter still instinctively felt that something was wrong. The air around seemed to solidify, and the sounds of birds, insects, and cicadas that should have been there all disappeared, leaving only the sound of rain in his ears. The waiter knew that he was different from others. In addition to his photographic memory, he also had a natural intuition about danger. According to the old gentleman who lived in the nearby school, he was born to be a favorite of the monks, and he was at 2 extremes from that prince. The waiter did not understand what the so-called favorite of the monks was, but at this moment his skin had begun to sting slightly. He looked up at the road in the distance, and his pupils shrank inward fiercely. A team of black dots appeared from the end and disappeared directly from his sight as soon as they appeared, in a flash. Then a strong wind blew and rain splashed everywhere. The small tea house made a creaking sound under the impact of the wind and rain. The waiter stood up in front of the little girl, letting the wind and rain wet all his clothes. He looked at the cavalry going away and squinted his eyes. He recognized this famous cavalry, with black armor and black helmets, and the Mount Yuchi, with double wings on the back, a tiger head and a horse body with beast claws, and was good at controlling the wind. One of the 4 armies of Daxia, the Yuchi army, has a speed of attack that no one in the world can match. Walking east along this official road from the gay, small tea house, there is an inconspicuous fork which is divided into 2 roads. The big road leads directly to Jiangling City, with constant traffic, but the small road is rarely visited. At the end of the small road is a school. It is class time, and the sound of reading aloud can be heard from the school. The voices are childish, all of which are the children of nearby farmers. They are still young, and Jiangling City is too far away. It happens that an old Confucian scholar has opened a school here, and nearby farmers have sent their children here. When they are older, it depends on their luck. They can go to Jiangling City to seek some skills, or go to the army to fight against foreign races. If they have talent, they will be accepted into the Taoist palace or other sects. If they are lucky enough, they will enter the initial realm and draw the vitality of heaven and earth into their bodies, and then they will have a different life. But those little kids were still too far away from this. The continuous rainy weather made them feel dizzy. The article the teacher said at the desk was like a little song that their mother sang before going to bed. It made them sleepy. If they hadn't secretly glanced at the burly man sitting at the door of the school, looking at his ferocious face and shiny bald head, they would have been afraid. Those brave kids would have dozed off long ago. They were not afraid of the little teacher. Even if they made mistakes, the little teacher never scolded them, and even helped to say a few good words. After half a day, the little teacher finished explaining this Taoist theory, waved his hand and let the little kids go home for lunch. He began to clean up the things on the desk. There were not many things: a Taoist theory, a ruler, and a cup of tea. But the little teacher cleaned it up very seriously. In the past 3 years, he always put the desk in order and wiped it spotlessly. After finishing the cleaning, the young master finished the tea in the cup and walked out of the school. The big man silently held up an umbrella and followed behind him. The 2 of them walked up the blue stone steps and then turned into a thatched cottage. The thatched cottage was filled with the fragrance of tea. An old man was making tea. The old man's hair was white, but his face was ruddy. He was wearing a simple Taoist robe, and a wooden hairpin was casually inserted in his bun. His hands were as soft as a baby's as he made tea. The young master bowed to the old man and then walked to the other side of the tea table. The two sat opposite each other. The young master stared at the old man's hands as he made tea with pure eyes and frowned, because he felt that the master's blood was too vigorous today, which was unusual. The old gentleman spoke first. "Your Highness, in the past, the dynasty was in chaos. Foreign races invaded the south, and the vast land of China fell apart. 14 Ying clans each conquered, and finally your Zhao clan relied on the Shanhaitu and the 4 armies of Pengri, Tianwu, Shenwei, and Yuqi to establish the capital in the Central Plains and establish the Great Xia dynasty. Do you know how many of the 14 clans are still alive now? Of the 14 Ying clans, the Qin clan and the Tan clan, Zhu clan, and Tuchu clan of the Qin clan were almost killed or wounded in the battle to establish the capital, and few bloodlines have been passed down. The Shu clan, Zhongli clan, Jiang clan, and Feilian clan are now each enfeoffed in their own states. The remaining clans have included the Liang clan in the Bingzong, and the Baiming clan has established the Mingzong. The Huang clan and the Shuyu clan are missing, and there is a saying that they went far overseas and settled on the islands in the East China Sea. As for the Yunyan clan," the young gentleman paused slightly at this point and then continued, "the Yunyan clan rebelled with the entire clan to the Sun Empire 15 years ago." The old gentleman nodded, poured the brewed tea into the cup, motioned for the young gentleman to drink the tea, and spoke again slowly, but this time his voice was a little gloomy. "Your father was also my most proud student when he was alive, but he died in Yulong Pass when the Yunyan clan rebelled. People all say that the former Crown Prince Zhao Jing did not practice the kingly way or the way of benevolence, but was dragged down by the people in the city. He defended the gate for 3 days and died of exhaustion. If it were you, what would you do?" The young gentleman put down the teacup, thought for a moment, looked up at the old gentleman's deep eyes and said, "I haven't thought it through." After hearing this, the old gentleman laughed loudly and the air seemed to tremble. "What a mistake! You haven't thought it through. Then I'll be waiting for you to tell me the answer. Not long after you were born, your father brought you to me for treatment. When you saw the Huangting cinnabar sand, you stuffed it into your arms. I knew you were different and knew what you needed. You were born with veins and tendons like a sieve, which could not lock in the vitality of heaven and earth, making it impossible for you to practice Taoism. However, your spirit is exceptionally strong, and you can easily feel the great way of heaven and earth. This cinnabar sand is the most suitable for you." After hearing this, the young gentleman turned his head and glanced at the middle-aged man who had stood next to the bald man at the door. For the first time in his life, he lowered his head, with a slightly shy look on his face. The old gentleman took a sip of tea and continued, "In the blink of an eye, your Highness has reached the age of coming of age. You are going to Shenjing for the coming of age ceremony. The journey is long, and I am afraid it will not be peaceful. Your Highness, please be careful. I have a few words to say before you leave." After hearing this, the young gentleman stood up and walked to the old gentleman and bowed to the ground. "Please give me some advice, master." The old gentleman smiled and touched the young gentleman's head and said, "Your Highness, I have watched you grow up. I have lived too long and have seen too many corpses everywhere and people living in misery. I really don't want the year of disaster to come again. Now the vast land of Shenzhou is divided into two. Not only has the dynasty been fighting with the Sun Empire in the west for years, but there are the 10,000 Beasts Without Borders demon tribe eyeing it in the north, and the Sea tribe is plundering the coast in the east. I know that your Highness has the ambition to push forward and wants to create an imperial way besides Confucianism, hegemony, and the kingly way. But now, even for the sake of the vast land of Shenzhou and the hundreds of millions of people in Daxia, I implore your Highness to think twice before anything happens, and don't raise an army lightly." After saying this, the old gentleman slowly placed his hand on the top of the young gentleman's head, just like he had kindly caressed him countless times over the past decade, with a kind and peaceful smile on his face. A milky white essence passed through the thatched house and rushed straight into the sky. The heavy rain in the sky rolled back directly upwards, and the dark clouds were also broken into a huge hole, forming a strange vacuum zone. A ray of sunlight shone down, like a miracle. At the same time, all the Taoist theories in Jiangling City and the surrounding area within a radius of 1,000 miles were automatically opened. The mounts, livestock, and strange beasts all turned their heads to the thatched house and knelt on the ground with their front legs. On the 5th day of June in the 89th year of the Great Xia calendar, the master burned his blood and forcibly stepped into the land of immortals, becoming the first Confucian Saint since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. On the same day, the Crown Prince Zhao Yu changed his fate against the will of heaven and entered the initial realm. A team of cavalry stood quietly in the heavy rain. Together with the leading general, there were a total of 50 riders. 49 riders were called a standard, which was one of the basic combat units of the Yuqi army. Feeling wave after wave of huge pressure in the air and looking at the earth-shaking phenomenon in the distance, all the riders were horrified. The leading general had a firm face, pursed his lips and remained silent, but he was not very old, about 25 years old. The heavy rain fell beside him but automatically evaporated into water vapor and dissipated, which was very strange. A deputy general behind him saw this and stepped forward to ask, "Sir, the place ahead should be where His Highness lives, but there is such a strange phenomenon. Now our connection with the world is cut off. What should we do?" "It doesn't matter. A saint is born, the laws are reversed, and the vitality of the world within 100 miles is being drained. It should be the master. Take good care of the winged beast. Don't panic. Just wait here." Everyone was shocked after hearing this. There are constant wars in the western Xinjiang, the military and sects are flourishing, and the Confucian school is declining. Now that the master has attained enlightenment and become a saint, where will this world trend like a wave flow to? Just as everyone was thinking, the strange scene in front of them changed again. The vitality of heaven and earth slowly poured down in a vortex shape, and the milky white pillar of light almost condensed into substance. But it disappeared in an instant, and the rain filled the space again. Everyone also restored their connection with this world, and a sense of unreality rose in their hearts, as if everything just now had never happened. The young man in the center of the vortex felt endless vitality pouring in from the top of his head, surging wildly in his body, and completely shattered his body that was originally like a sieve and leaking air everywhere. However, a huge vitality followed to protect his sea of consciousness, heart meridians and acupuncture points. After the shattering, his body began to reorganize and regenerate little by little under the huge vitality. It was a normal and intact body he had always dreamed of, a body that could be used for cultivation. At the same time, several voices sounded in his mind. Detected the infusion of the laws of heaven and earth for the baptism of saints, automatically absorbing it. The body is being reorganized into a body of the great Tao, and the success rate of the reorganization is 100%. Detected the dissipation of the soul of the land, immortal mirror, automatically absorbing it. The ancient ruins system has been opened one half, but the young gentleman had no time to pay attention to the changes in himself. He could not move his body. Not even the simple action of raising his head was possible, but his eyes revealed a sense of confusion, and he wanted to ask why. The old gentleman obviously understood what he meant, and rubbed the young gentleman's head with his palm, his eyes full of love and guilt, and said, "Master is saying these words to you now, in the name of the people of the world and morality, but isn't he forcing you to make a choice? Master is sorry for you, and this is the only thing Master can do. You are now going to have the coming-of-age ceremony, but your parents died early, so Master will give you a name. Let's call it Fuyao. Your Highness, why don't you rise with the wind and soar up to the sky for 90,000 miles? I wish your Highness can soar up in this great way of heaven and earth and become the Fuyao King above the 9 heavens." The old gentleman took off the wooden hairpin on his head, and his silver hair gradually turned black. His figure was upright, his face was like jade, revealing the handsome appearance that countless girls in the boudoirs on both sides of Jiangling within 1,200 miles whispered in their dreams. And those eyes, like the disillusioned stars, contained everything. He looked around at the simple wooden house. The dragon-like spirit did not damage it at all. He murmured to himself, "The longer a person lives and the more places he travels, the more he likes to go home. I was born here and now I am finally here. It is good to be able to return to my roots. Good." After speaking, his whole body turned into light spots, which dissipated like fireflies and returned to the road. At the same time, there was a strong wind outside, and red lightning flashed in the sky one after another. The drifting rain was illuminated like a downpour of blood, as if the sky was weeping blood. There was a bell sound coming from the sky and the world, which sounded directly in everyone's sea of consciousness. There were 9 rings in total. The saint fell, and the death knell of heaven and earth rang for him. All the desks in the Confucian schools in Daxia automatically broke a corner. The Confucian scholars all faced the east, crawled on the ground, and burst into tears. What's more, they vomited blood and fainted. Those who have achieved success in cultivation in the vast land of China can all feel the grief of heaven and earth and the pain of the great Tao. After a long time, when everything was calm, only the young master was left in the wooden house, lying on his back on the ground, falling into a coma. The middle-aged man outside the house loosened his left hand on the bald man's shoulder, turned around and sighed, and walked away. His back was up, little bleak, while the bald man rushed into the house with an anxious look on his face. When he found that the young master was not seriously injured, he was relieved, holding the young master out of the door, and plunged into the rain. Daxia, Shenjing, Xitianjin. Daxia is one of the well-deserved overlords in the vast land of China. It occupies the richest central plains area, and is rich and powerful. That is the result of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When the dynasty was established, all forces lowered their proud heads under the iron hoofs of millions of troops to show their submission. Xitianjian is the institution of Daxia that monitors all cultivators in the world. The Xitianjian, also known as the Xishan Tower, stands in the middle of the capital. The tower has 9 floors and is hollow in the middle. From the lower floors, you can directly see the vast mountain and sea map on the top of the tower. The map is divided into 2 parts, left and right, with the towering Kunlun Mountains as the boundary. The right part is the vast land of Shenzhou, the 36 states of Daxia, the sacred mountains and lakes which are clearly visible. The rest of the left part is the Sun Empire, but it is shrouded in a layer of clouds and mist blurry. People say that looking at the mountain and sea map, you can look up and down between heaven and earth. The mountain and sea map is a heavy weapon for Daxia to establish a country, suppressing the dragon vein luck. The first floor of the Sichuan Tower is the office for ordinary staff of the Sichuanjian. Just now, a milky white light column rose to the sky on the mountain and sea map representing the Jinzhou area of Daxia. The power of the saint was undoubtedly revealed. Such a strong fluctuation of the vitality of heaven and earth can be called the strongest in recent years, almost comparable to the national war in Xizang 15 years ago. This situation must have caused a great event that shook the world. Then the pillar of vitality disappeared immediately, the funeral bell rang, and the world mourned together. The entire Sichuanjian looked at each other, not knowing why. Suddenly an old voice came down from the top of the tower. This is the image of the saint's fall. Send this matter to the palace as soon as possible. Contacted the Jinzhou Sichuanjian to find out the situation, and at the same time summon all the top 10 commanders in Shenjing to the 7th floor. The rest of you continue to pay attention to the border of Xizang. The cardinal has received news that the ancestor of the Yunyan family has disappeared from the Rhine city and is missing. We have to be on guard. At this moment, a rider went straight from the Sichuanjian to the Phoenix Terrace of the Baidi Palace. The small wooden house of the school was still swaying in the heavy rain, and the Yuqi army was still standing at the small road. Further away, the waiter of the roadside teahouse was still dozing as if he would never wake up. It seemed that nothing had changed, but for the great Xia dynasty, for the various forces in the vast land of China, and even for the distant 10,000 beasts, the changes had just begun. Zhao Yu woke up naturally the next morning. As usual, he washed his face with clean water, then changed his clothes that were a little dirty yesterday, and then pushed the door open and walked out. He just stood there for a moment before pushing the door open, a little dazed. Everything that happened yesterday was like a dream to him, so that he was not mentally prepared enough to bear the series of butterfly effects it brought. For a modern person who used to be exhausted from coping with the pressure of work and life, one day he opened his eyes and found that he had suddenly become a baby in a cradle, and the grandson of the emperor of a hegemonic dynasty. The slightly nervous and faintly expectant and excited emotions almost burst his young heart. The foreseeable prosperity, wealth, and a life without worries about food and clothing are waving at him crazily. What's even more exciting is that he has a Dota ancient ruin system in his mind. For him, who used to play Dota 2 and read novels in his previous life, this is almost a symbol of conquering the world. How can such a top-of-the-line time travel configuration not make people scream to the sky? However, he was wrong. So wrong. Life is always so wonderful. He has been running around since he was born. The world is his home. The majestic and unparalleled imperial palace in Shenjing is completely out of his reach. He has never lived there for a day. And he still clearly remembers the feeling of grief and anger after he opened the system with joy. The ancient ruin system is not activated. The activation conditions are as follows. One of the two is completed. First, absorb 2 souls from the terrestrial, immortal realm and activate the heroic soul summoning function. Second, ascend the throne and become the emperor, place ancient relics in the imperial palace, and all functions of the system will be activated. Since the difficulty of activating the system is too high, you can collect enough extraterrestrial objects to activate some system functions, and hereby give a soul of Taoism, but the host's meridians are all broken, and there is already this system, which cannot be integrated. Please find a fusion object with matching properties as soon as possible. For Zhao Yu, who has lived in Daxia for 16 years, the idea of activating the system has been suppressed in his heart. In this era when saints do not come out and even grandmasters of the realm of life and death are rare, how to absorb 2 souls from the terrestrial immortal realm? As for the second condition, seeing that he has not even set foot in the White Emperor Palace in the past 10 years, you can know how difficult it is. For him at present, it is already an extremely difficult thing to be alive. The system in his mind was like a young lady who stayed in her boudoir. After only showing up once, she would never come out again. Zhao Yu had been following his master around Daxia to collect star sand and other extraterrestrial things for so many years, but it only allowed him to reluctantly open a prop bar function. It was useless except for storing things on weekdays. Because the system was not turned on, Zhao Yu had no way to exchange any props. The most rare thing today was that it didn't continue to rain. Although the sky seemed to be covered with a veil, it was hazy, and the eaves and treetops were dripping with rain. It must have been sunny for a short time, but for some people, clearing up was really great news. The bald man had already impatiently put the stove outside the house, and was cooking porridge there with his butt sticking out. His huge body was really tortured by the small kitchen during this period. Zhao Yu walked over, filled a bowl of porridge, sat on the doorstep, not minding the dirt, frowned, and drank it up. He was indeed a little hungry since he was unconscious yesterday. He checked the changes in the system in his mind for a while, and said incoherently while drinking, "My son, I find that you are a little dull, but with your cooking skills, you will never starve to death in the future. You can even make ordinary porridge into something fancy. If you are really not good, find a rich family. With your scary body, you will definitely be popular as a guard." The bald man's back was like a huge black bear. After hearing this, he turned around and smiled at the young master. He didn't say anything. He continued to scratch his head and stick out his butt in front of the stove, adding firewood. When he went out earlier, he saw a group of ghost wings at the door. He thought that making more breakfast this morning and sharing it with them would be better than eating dry military rations. Seeing that the big man didn't say anything, nor was he angry, Zhao Yu thought that he was used to the bald big man's taciturn personality, and continued. Okay, don't stick your head there anymore. Go pack up your things. Besides, there was such a big commotion yesterday, and no one has come to check yet. I guess the Yuchi army has arrived at the door. Let them prepare a carriage. Let's go to Jiangling City first. By the way, Uncle Huang Ting left without knowing it again? I didn't see him this morning, so he must have left. The big man finally replied with a gentle and delicate voice. If you first heard it, you would think it was a handsome young man from Shenjing, as gentle as jade, and it sounded extremely comfortable. The Yuchi army was very efficient. When the young master and the big man walked out of the school, there was already a carriage parked on the side of the road. The poor little yellow horse had weak legs and trembled. This was the only horse in this area that was not scared to death by Yuchi. God knows how difficult it was to find it. Both the master and the servant had very little luggage. There was a huge gourd on the burly back of the bald man, and there was a wooden hairpin in the hair of the young gentleman. The tail of the hairpin was carved with a cloud, which was simple and round. Jiangling, as the county city of Jinzhou, is a first-class prosperous place in Daxia, a land of fish and rice. It is also the estuary of Lingjiang River, so the word Lingjiang was reversed and named Jiangling. There is a saying in the rivers and lakes that you can see all the flowers in Lingjiang River in one day. Lingjiang River runs across Jinzhou for 1,300 miles. The scenery on both sides is beautiful, and the flowers are in clusters. It is a unique experience to take a boat down. There is also a saying that there are flower boats all over Lingjiang River. It is not worth telling outsiders to see all kinds of flower boats that are as beautiful as flowers in one day. The soil around Jiangling is particularly suitable for growing red and blue flowers, which are the main raw materials for making rouge. When the flowers bloom, pick them whole, put them in a stone bowl and pound them repeatedly. After washing out the yellow juice, it becomes a bright red dye. After a series of complex treatments, it becomes a dense and smooth rouge. In particular, the Jinyanji and Jinhuayanji that Yueyafang offers every year are the favorites of the ladies of Daxia. It is so hard to get a bottle that even the capital city is scrambling for them every year. Yueyafang is a business that has only emerged in recent years. As soon as it appeared, it established a foothold in various states of Daxia with extraordinary means, and then expanded outward with a sweeping momentum. Yueyafang's headquarters is located in Jiangling. What is most praised is not the endless new products that appear every year, but the legendary, beautiful, and incomparable shopkeeper. Jiangling is a place where beauties gather. To be so remembered by people, it can be seen that her appearance is stunning. Today, 3 people came to the huge building of Yueyafang, and they specifically asked to see their shopkeeper. This made Yang Hu, the chief guard, look unfriendly and scanned back and forth with a pair of murderous eyes. The young man standing in the middle, he looks pretty, but his high nose bridge shows that he is from the north. He is also so thin, maybe he has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Yang Hu wondered when the reputation of the boss had spread to the ears of the young men in the north. There was a big man standing next to him. My goodness, he is bigger than me, Yang Hu. He must be a slave. But why are you carrying a big gourd? There was another one, my goodness, he was wearing armor. Don't look at the armor, it's quite impressive. Black armor and black helmet, black and shiny. Do you think this is the battlefield of the western frontier? It was the first time that Yang Hu had seen such guys who wanted to attract the attention of the head shopkeeper just by wearing armor. He was about to send them away as usual, but he saw the head shopkeeper's maid, Lure, hurriedly trotting down from upstairs. Her small shoes made a thump-thump sound as they stepped on the wooden stairs. Her face was flushed with anxiety. She ran to the 3 people, bowed hurriedly, and said, My lord, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. The head shopkeeper is waiting upstairs. Please follow me. Zhao Yu looked at the little girl in front of him with messy hair but in her prime. He measured her head with his hand and said with a smile, Little Luer, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown a lot taller. From now on, I can't add a boy in front of your name. Giggled after hearing this. My lord, don't tease me. You've grown a lot taller. And this guy is too big. After Luer finished speaking, she looked at the bald man and stuck out her tongue in a playful manner. Watching the group of people walking up, Yang Hu felt a slight chill on the back of his head. He was able to be the chief guard of Yueyafang for so long and had hundreds of people under his command, so he was certainly not a stupid person. Just now, among the 3 people, he only sensed that the young man in the middle had the fluctuation of the initial stage of vitality, so he did not pay much attention to it. Now, when he thought about it, he could not sense the cultivation of the person who was used as a guard. This person must be a great master, and he was valued so much by the head shopkeeper. Thinking of this, he felt a little scared. At the same time, another person also felt a chill on the back of his head. Simanon, the governor of Jiangling, learned that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had lived under his nose for 3 years, but he had no idea. Now if the Yuchi army had not come, he would be kept in the dark. He was panicked and his scalp was numb. Daxia is vast, so vast that many people cannot leave the land of that state in their lifetime. Daxia is also cruel. Although Daxia's laws are strict, it has been fighting with foreign races for years, and there is a special class of monks, so it is essentially a world where the strong prey on the weak. For ordinary people, excessive beauty may be a natural sin. On the 31st day of the Sitianjin, Yueyar came to see His Highness. Thank you for your kindness. The reason why Yueyafang was named Yueyafang was because its chief shopkeeper was called Yueyar. Looking at the chief shopkeeper who was kneeling in front of him with his charming curves, Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes, frowned his handsome brows slightly, and said, "Get up, sit down and talk. You know I don't have so many rules. I'm also surprised that you can do this." Li Chunfeng, the director of the Imperial Observatory, is one of the few people who knows Your Highness's residence. He knew that I was recommended to the Imperial Observatory by Your Highness, but he arranged me to Jiangling City in Jinzhou a few years ago. On the surface, it seemed that it was for the convenience of Your Highness to use me, but in fact, I was transferred away from the capital. His mind is really hard to figure out. Speaking of which, I also benefited from Your Highness. Yueya has such a fortune, all thanks to Your Highness's cultivation. Yueya stood up to fill Zhao Yu's tea and spoke softly with a gentle voice. Don't underestimate yourself. In just a few years, you were able to climb from the lowest clerk in the Imperial Observatory to the 31st rank and be in charge of the city of Jiangling. It was your own ability. Li Chunfeng sent you to Jiangling City, away from the vortex of Shenjing, for your own good. After all, your foundation is still shallow. I believe you understand these principles. Come, don't act stupid in front of me. I have 2 things to ask you. After hearing this, Yueya sat up straight, put away the smile on her face, and listened attentively with her head down. First, after I leave, the kids outside the city will have no teacher. Go tell Sima Nan to send a teacher to the elementary school. Zhao Yu looked at the face of the shopkeeper Yueya and hesitated. He continued. Master is not such a pedantic person. I don't want to disturb the peace of his hometown, so don't make this public. Everything is as before. As for the second thing, send someone to Wanjian Mountain in Guangzhou to tell Murong He that I want to borrow a sword from him in Guangzhou. Of course he can refuse, but if I am lucky enough to survive and return to Shenjing, after I come of age, I will lead the army to flatten his Wanjian pavilion. After all, this Central Plains is still the Central Plains of Daxia, and Murong He is not yet a true invincible swordsman. Suddenly, the room was filled with murderous aura. I know. Yueyar bowed and saluted to receive the order. Half a cup of tea later, the 3 of them left Yueyafang. Shaluer saw them off to the door. The 3 of them walked onto the carriage, pulled by the yellow horse like ordinary merchants who had just finished shopping and joined the crowd. Before leaving, they passed by the head of the guards, Yang Hu. At this time, Yang Hu was staring outside with his eyes fixed on the outside, looking like he was doing his duty. Zhao Yu even smiled at him, which frightened our head of the guards and made him shudder. Yueyar opened the window upstairs and poked her head out slightly. She covered her face with white sand again, covering her charming face. She watched the carriage gradually disappearing into the crowd. She couldn't help but think of the first time she met His Highness. He also squinted his eyes and frowned, casually but condescendingly, and was actually a little dazed. People secretly spread the rumor that His Highness the Crown Prince was weak and weak in character, and that his own aunt had held the throne for 12 years. But is that really the case? Then she smiled, full of charm. On the spacious streets of Jiangling City, the little yellow horse happily jumped in the crowd, occasionally snorting. Yes, it was quite happy now. It didn't need to stay next to the scary Yuchi, which made it feel relaxed as if it had unloaded a heavy burden. Even the eyes of the surrounding horses were full of contempt, a group of country horses who had never seen the world. Have you seen the mighty Yuchai beasts? Have you ever driven side by side with them? It raised its head proudly, took a step, and snorted, showing its disdain. At this time, there was also a conversation going on in the carriage. The bald man was driving the carriage in front, and the conversation was between Zhao Yu and the young general of the Yuchi army. Your Highness, I feel a lot of surveillance around us. Our whereabouts have been exposed. With such a big commotion yesterday, it is normal for all parties to come and investigate. We appeared in front of Yueyafang openly, so it is expected that people would know our whereabouts. Moreover, I didn't want to hide my whereabouts from anyone when I went back to celebrate my coming of age. Then do you want me to go? The young general wiped his neck. It's okay, just leave it to Yueyar. If Si Sanshi was just a vase relying on her face, she would have been eaten by others without leaving any bones. The whole Jiangling is now managed by her like an iron bucket. She knows which forces have sent which people. As soon as the voice fell, an old beggar begging on the roadside was covered with his mouth by hands that stretched out from nowhere and dragged to a deep alley. Then a wave of vitality broke out in the depths of the alley, but in a blink of an eye, it returned to calm, and everything was back to normal. This scene was constantly played out in all parts of Jiangling City. There were young women selling rouge, old men selling candy men, etc. The streets of Jiangling City were thoroughly cleaned as the yellow carriage moved forward. For a time, murderous intentions were everywhere. The frightened Jiangling governor Sima Nan did not wait for the arrival of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so he heaved a sigh of relief and secretly vowed to take good care of his useless son during this period of time, and told him not to hang out in the small tea house outside the city and be attentive all day long. Otherwise, with this kid's temper, he might really cause a huge disaster. Although he is a high-ranking governor of Jiangling and has some support behind him, in front of the real big forces, 10 of himself are not enough. The little yellow horse just leisurely passed through the endless stream of people snorting and drove out of Jiangling City, a little bleak but calm and composed. The vast land of Shenzhou, the western region Tun Mountain, the Empire of the Sun, and the city in the clouds. The elderly Yu Huang had just finished lunch with the help of his maidservant. He slowly walked through the magnificent and guarded avenue and entered the council hall. It was noon and the hall was empty. He sat on the angel throne and closed his eyes to think for a while. This was his habit for many years, which could make his mind clearer. Then he picked up the first file on the table and gently opened it. It was presented by the Imperial Intelligence Agency. He was an emperor who believed in efficiency, so the top file was usually the most important intelligence. After a moment, he did not destroy it as usual, but put the file back on the table and continued to think with his eyes closed. The file was very short, with only one sentence on it. Zhao Yu, the grandson of the great Xia Emperor, reappeared in Jiangling City, Jinzhou, after 3 years. He will go to Shenzhen to hold the coming-of-age ceremony. At the same time, the teacher is missing. Daxia has been peaceful for too long, and the war in the western border has been protracted. The occasional small-scale battles have made people lose interest in discussing them. The Fuyao King has not released the results for a long time, so from high-ranking officials and nobles to peddlers and hawkers, the daily idle chats are always about gossip and rumors. For example, the king of Bei'an snatched a beautiful concubine from his son, which almost caused the father and son to break up. In the fireworks place of Shenzhen, a courtesan who was more beautiful than all the beauties appeared. Unfortunately, she only sold her art and not her body, which made many literati and wealthy guests beat their chests and sigh. Until a piece of news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, and the whole Daxia began to boil and waves arose. On the 9th day of the 9th month, Zhao Yu, the grandson of the Daxia emperor, will hold a ceremony of coming of age in Shenzhen. The whole world will celebrate together. At that time, all men of the right age will come of age together. At the same time, Wujin Mountain will be opened to hold a Taoist martial arts competition. The winner will be a general in the upper 4 armies. The people of Daxia knew very little about the Crown Prince. They only knew that he had been ill since childhood. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had carried him around to seek medical treatment. After His Royal Highness the Crown Prince unfortunately died in battle, he almost disappeared, and there was little news about him. Although the people were unfamiliar with the Crown Prince, they were definitely full of expectations for the Daowu competition that was coming up. After all, the Daowu competition held every 3 years was the most lively time in Daxia. Guanzhengqing, the winner of the last competition, is still talked about and is the undefeated god of war in the hearts of all the young people in Daxia. No matter how boiling the outside world was, no matter how many opinions there were, the little yellow horse was still moving slowly on the official road. The Yuqi army had also dispersed in groups of 2 to be on guard, leaving only the young leader to accompany him, so there were still these 3 people in the carriage, so the air was very quiet. Zhao Yu has always lived a hard life and is very serious about cultivation. He has been wandering around since he was a child. The desperate opening conditions of the system sometimes make him wonder if this is a huge joke played by God on him. In addition, he has known since he was a child that his meridians are different, and he has no chance to be with the great Tao. The advantage of being a traverser is gone. This gap is undoubtedly frustrating and painful, but life still has to go on, and he can't lose his toughness as a traverser, so he practices every day. When he and his master lived in seclusion in various places, he almost read all the Taoist scriptures. He always believed that a drop of water can accumulate into an ocean, and he can always make more progress than yesterday. Ben has been accustomed to the feeling of emptiness in his body every day, but now this feeling of fullness in his body makes him feel unreal. He is like a child who has just got a toy, mischievously mobilizing the vitality of heaven and earth in his body to run left and right. He really feels the difference of this body. Although the vitality in his body is still as thin as a thread, it is the vitality of heaven and earth that belongs to him, Zhao Yu, and it is growing at a very fast speed. He can already practice. A lot of people came to the small tea house called Tea Fragrance 3 days, outside Jiangling City today, and they were all quite strange. There were old and young people, and all kinds of professions like refugees from Jiangling City. Even a butcher came, with a meat cleaver on the table, sitting there with bare chest. These people did not share tables, nor did they talk to each other. Most of them sat alone at a table, filling up almost all the few tea seats. However, the waiter did not dare to continue dozing off. He stared at the pretty back of the rouge girl pouring tea for the guests, with a solemn expression and tense muscles all over his body. The girl was very brave and not afraid. She poured tea carelessly, and then collected the tea money quickly. These people were different from the previous tea drinkers. In the waiter's perception, they were like scarlet lanterns in the dark night, emitting a dazzling red glow, which showed that they all had cultivation and were very violent. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. and no one was seen before the sound was heard, but a burst of laughter was heard. How come the sky has just cleared up for a while today, but the business of this tea house is so good? Are you guys like me, eager to come to this tea house to have a cup of tea? A young man came on horseback, his white clothes fluttering, his black hair was combed neatly, not a bit messy even when he was running, and he was waving a folding fan in his hand, looking so handsome, but his face was too delicate, as exquisite as a girl. The horse under him was also tall and mighty, and its body was as green as copper without any other color. The horse was named Tongjue, a top-grade famous horse in western Xinjiang. The young man in white got off the horse, sat down on the seat, and called out, "Miss Yanji, come on, give me a cup of tea and a pile of beef. I am so tired coming all the way from Zhongling City. I don't know what my father is crazy about. He even wants to confine me. But am I Sima Anand so easy to control? As soon as the sky clears up, I will come to find you and take care of your business." After saying this, he chuckled and showed a neat white teeth. Miss Yanji didn't even turn her head. She must have been accustomed to the hospitality of the young man in white. Only the voice came, "Sima Anand, stop talking nonsense. Sit down first, and I will come to serve you after I finish this period of work." Then she continued to add tea for people. Seeing that the person sitting in front of her was a blind musician, she slowed down her movements and picked up the cup carefully. Suddenly, she screamed and was pulled back violently, and the tea splashed everywhere. I saw a withered hand grabbing from below, just grabbing the place where the girl had poured tea before, but it grabbed nothing. The blind zither player turned his head to the waiter, who pulled the rouge girl behind him, with a surprised look on his face and a strange look in his empty eyes. The waiter slowly retreated with rouge girl, but his eyes were always fixed on the blind zither player. Sima An, who was not far away, saw this and directly picked up the teacup and smashed it over. A fierce voice rang out, "If I let you kidnap a girl on my territory, how can I survive in Zhongling City? I will beat you to death, blind man." The shadow of a zither appeared behind the blind zither player. The middle finger of his right hand hooked inward in the air, and then plucked it outward. The strings of the zither behind him also moved, and the vitality of heaven and earth began to boil and vibrate. A visible ripple spread outward, and the flying teacup was directly shaken into powder. Our poor son of the prefect only had time to take a breath and cover his face with his arms before he was beaten far away. His elegant white clothes were cut into pieces of rags, and there were traces of blood, which was very miserable. The blind musician suddenly took 3 steps back, grabbed the strings of the zither in the air, and did not release it. A huge butcher knife directly split the small tea table in front of him into 2 halves. The shirtless butcher appeared in front of him, and the fat on his belly was still trembling due to the intense exercise. A Taoist soul also emerged behind him, but it was a fanged wild boar. Now we are like dogs that have lost their homes and have been driven out of Jiangling City by the Siqianjin. We also encountered the Yuqi army, one of the 4 armies of Daxia, outside the city. We are surrounded in this small tea house. Now someone has made it clear that he does not want to kill us for the time being, but if you take action here, none of us can go back alive. The butcher stared at the musician and said. The other Jiangling spies who were sitting in their seats also stood up and stared at the musician with unfriendly eyes. These spies from all sides who escaped from Jiangling City did not know each other's names or who they belonged to, but that did not stop them from making the same choice to survive. Xiao Huang pulled the carriage hard on the official road. Its rations these days were the same as those of the Yuqi beasts. They were first-class food from Daxia, specially cultivated by the agricultural department for Yuqi. Each plant was rich in the vitality of heaven and earth and then mixed with special exotic beast meat. The price of each meal was almost the annual expenditure of an ordinary family. When we, who were originally a loser among horses, ate it for the first time, we almost bit off our tongue. Xiao Huang is now much stronger and has a different aura. However, compared with Yuqi, who can control the wind naturally, his speed is simply unbearable. However, he is not annoyed. His eyes are slyly rolling around, thinking about how to build a good relationship with the Yuqi leader next to him and learn the skill of controlling the wind when he has the chance. Thinking about it, he looked at Chio next to him with extremely flattering eyes. The Yuqi beast with the most aura under the young general suddenly felt a chill on his back, shook his tiger head in confusion, and his huge tiger eyes revealed a human-like puzzled look. The confrontation in the small tea house is still going on, the atmosphere is somewhat solidified, and the vitality of heaven and earth fluctuates violently. At some point, a team of cavalrymen in black armor and black helmets appeared around the small tea house. The Yuqi beasts under them moved silently, and in an instant they had completely surrounded the tavern, holding javelins on their shoulders with runes flashing on the guns, and the gunheads pointed at everyone in the tea house. Sima Anan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, saw the situation change. While everyone was stunned, he got up from the ground with a somersault, then grabbed the waiter and the rouge girl and ran outside, fleeing from this place of trouble like a fly. Not long after he ran out, he ran into an oncoming carriage. The driver was a bald man, and there was a rider beside him, looking very powerful. Sima Anan saw his savior and rushed up wailing, "Sir, someone is trying to rob a woman in broad daylight in the tea house in front. As the son of the governor, I, Sima Anan, cannot stand by and watch. But the blind man is actually a fierce man who has entered the void realm. I am not strong enough to deal with him. I am covered in wounds. Sir, please help me. Oh, as the son of the governor of Jiangling, you, Sima Anan, should not be able to deal with a cultivator in the void realm. Where are the guards your father arranged for you? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a young face. He walked out of the carriage, sat down next to the big man and said, "My father wanted to confine me, so I used some methods to get rid of them." Sima Anan scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. Zhao Yu looked at Sima Anan in front of him, feeling a little amused. Then he turned to look at the waiter and Yanji girl standing beside him. At this time, Yanji girl was puffing her cheeks and sulking. Just before she ran away, she saw with her own eyes that the butcher had smashed her own table. How sad it was. How much tea money would it take to exchange for such a table? The waiter was relieved and was looking at the mighty ghost-winged beast next to him, his eyes shining. Zhao Yu called the big man to drive towards the tavern. Yanji girl didn't say anything and pulled the waiter to follow behind. Sima Anan hesitated for a moment, stamped his feet, and chased after him. The originally small tavern seemed particularly crowded after Zhao Yu and his group appeared, especially the bald, big man, who was like a mountain, occupying most of the space. Zhao Yu casually found a table and sat down, then poured himself a cup of tea. The taste was a bit bitter, and the method was a bit rough, but it was refreshing, and he liked it. He waved to Miss Yanji, asked her to sit down, and turned his head to ask, "Do you know why this zither player kidnapped you?" Miss Yanji shook her little head. Her eyes were pure, just like the refreshing bitter tea she had just drunk, because he thought that if he kidnapped you, there might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. "Then can you ask him and the butcher to compensate me first? A total of 2 taels and 3 cents. 2 taels is for the broken tea table, and 3 cents is for the tea. Otherwise, if he dies, I will lose a lot." Miss Yanji first lowered her head and counted carefully with her fingers, and then said seriously. Zhao Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said seriously, "He is a member of the underworld sect, and he spends the most money on underworld coins. Do you still want it?" Miss Yanji shook her head and answered seriously, "I want real money that can be used to buy things." "Ha ha ha, don't worry, little girl. It turns out that he is a rat of the underworld sect with his tail exposed. No wonder he kidnapped people to save his life. I will deal with this guy later, and then I will compensate you for your loss." The butcher laughed and raised his knife. The wild boar spirit with fangs exposed behind him became clearer and clearer. The blind musician swept his hands outward 3 times, and the vitality of heaven and earth gathered into 3 white bone phantoms, rushing forward, 1 with a shield and 2 with swords, which had already turned into substance. The armored soldier raised his shield to block the butcher's knife. The swordsmen went to the left and right, went around the butcher's back and stabbed him with their swords. The butcher roared and his whole body swelled up. Bristles began to grow on his arms and his face and fangs appeared. He smashed the skeleton armored soldier with his force and continued to move forward with the butcher knife. Half-step Tao reality. The blind musician retreated again and again, and had retreated to the outside of the small tea house. He continued to pluck the strings in the void. 3 more skeleton warriors condensed and joined the battlefield, but the butcher who had transformed into a half-step Tao soul was already unstoppable. During the rampage, 2 more skeleton warriors were chopped into pieces by the butcher knife and turned into the vitality of heaven and earth and dissipated. The blind musician's hollow eyes showed no spirit. He grabbed the strings with his 10 fingers and reached up. His hands were immediately bloody. The strings on the Tao soul bone harp broke into pieces and condensed into a bone knight. Although the knight was still a phantom, the warhorse under him was already a real skeleton. The netherworld fire flashed in his eyes, and a strong breath spread outward. It was also a half-step Tao reality. It is indeed worthy of being a 3rd-grade Tao soul bone harp. It can forcibly condense the half-step Tao reality bone soul with the cultivation of the virtual realm. But even so, how long can you hold on now? The bone knight pointed his gun directly at the butcher, showing his will with practical actions, and the 2 began to charge each other. Boom! There was a loud noise in the air, and the scattered strong wind made Sima Anan rub his eyes hard. The son of the governor, who had only the cultivation of the initial realm, could not keep up with the actions of the 2 on the battlefield, but it did not prevent him from watching with relish. It was rare for him to see such a high-level cultivator fighting. Each blow, with the blessing of the heaven and earth's vitality, could cause earth-shattering damage, which made him dizzy. On the contrary, the waiter stared at the scene intently, looking particularly serious. The pupils in his eyes expanded and contracted, and there was a faint mist flashing, which was very strange. The general of the Yuchi army standing next to Zhao Yu looked at the waiter deeply, thinking. Bai-san made a living by playing the piano and singing in Jiangling City. Since he picked up a little girl from outside the city, he has been living in a small courtyard in the remote area of Jiangling City. The business in the past few years was very bleak, and he could hardly even meet his basic needs. He was blind, and his daily life depended on the care of his adopted daughter, and occasionally he had to be helped by his neighbors. Until the past few years, his daughter gradually grew up and her singing voice was extremely beautiful, like the sound of nature. Every time he set up a stage, there was always an endless stream of guests coming to listen to the music, and his life got better. Neighbors all praised his daughter for her ability and beauty. He always sat on the doorstep smoking his pipe and laughing. Even his blind eyes could be seen smiling. He named the girl Bai Jining, which means tranquility and far-reaching goals. He hoped to live such an ordinary life forever. Yes, such a life was too beautiful and too unreal. Sometimes, even he forgot his last name, and that he was once the most dazzling genius of the Ming sect side branch. He did not want to die. He missed such ordinary days. Even if his soul was shattered and all his cultivation was lost, he still wanted to return to the small courtyard in Jiangling City, accompany his daughter as she grew up, and hear the little girl call him, "Dad, it's time to eat. Business is good today. There is still meat. Watch out for the door threshold and don't fall." At this time, the battle outside the city had entered a white-hot stage. The other spies in the small tea house were all horrified. Their highest cultivation had just barely entered the virtual realm. Looking at the two people fighting fiercely in the field, they finally understood why they were hunted here by the Yuchi army. Daoshi realm is also called Grandmaster realm. If you are placed in any state of Daxia, you can establish a sect. If you join the army or Siqianjian, you will have a very high status. Let two half-step Grandmaster realm strongmen be a small spy in Jiangling City. You can imagine that there is a lot of trickery in it. I am afraid that they are plotting something big. It turns out that all of them are affected by the disaster and are shot even when they are lying down. The Bone Knight charged at the butcher again. After a violent fluctuation of vitality, a gust of wind blew from nowhere between heaven and earth. The figure of the knight disappeared in an instant, blending into the wind, whistling with the wind, and then appeared behind the butcher in an instant. There was only a bloodline on the gun in the air, which was dazzling red. The butcher's left shoulder was directly pierced. Divine power, control the wind, the secret of Daxia Yuchi army. Seeing this, all the Yuchi army soldiers around them had red eyes in an instant, holding their spears tightly, and the murderous aura on their bodies almost turned into substance. After a fierce fight, the knight's shadow had become much dimmer, and the wound on the butcher's left shoulder was bleeding profusely. His left hand hung down limply, and the huge butcher knife was covered with cracks. But the blind musician's situation was even worse. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. His hands were also covered in blood. It was very scary. After all, he was a half-step reality skeleton knight who was forcibly summoned. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. The balance of victory had begun to tilt towards the butcher's side. The butcher laughed up to the sky. "You dare to imprison the souls of the soldiers of the Ghostwing army as the souls of bones. Even if I don't kill you today, you will not be able to leave this small tea house. The soul of the knight will soon dissipate. By then, it will be effortless for me, old Zhu, to kill you. I will present your head to his highness as a token of my loyalty." After that, he threw the broken butcher knife to the ground, stretched his hands to the top of his head, grabbed the two fangs of the wild boar soul, and broke them down with force, leaving only two huge holes. Holding the fangs, he roared and rushed towards the musician. He has begun to fight desperately. The sound of the Yuanqi bombardment was accompanied by gusts of strong wind. After a while, the blind musician couldn't hold on after all. He spit out blood again and fell to the ground. He faced Jiangling City, muttering to himself. His hollow eyes actually had a nostalgic look. He raised his bloody right hand but was powerless to put it down. The heaven and earth vitality in his body was exhausted. The Bone Knight gradually turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. The butcher stepped forward, grabbed the musician's hair and lifted him up, and the wild boar's tusks cut through, like pork on a chopping board, and the head was separated. Miss Yanji turned her head away with some reluctance. This scene was too bloody for her. The third-grade bone music soul behind the blind musician also dissipated, and many warrior souls flew out of it, one of whom was wearing black armor and a black helmet, holding a long spear, and was extraordinary and heroic. The young general standing next to Zhao Yu took 2 steps forward and roared, "Everyone dismount!" All 49 Yuyi soldiers dismounted. "Stand up!" 49 javelins were inserted into the ground, just forming a circle around the small tea house. "The spirit is like a dragon, sending my comrades back to the wind." 49 spirits soared into the sky, and the white smoke was like a dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. "Wind, wind, wind, strong wind!" The tragic shouts of the Yuchi army echoed in the sky. A gust of wind was generated from the void, from the bottom to the top, and the souls of the Yuchi soldiers also soared up with the wind and returned with the wind. This is the wind burial held by the Yuchi army for the dead soldiers. Wind is the belief of the Yuchi army. It is also the destination. Everything has calmed down, but everyone's hearts cannot calm down for a long time. Which man has not longed for the golden swords and iron horses in his dreams and swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger? The waiter and Sima Anan both felt that a string in their hearts was deeply touched, and a surge of blood rushed to their foreheads, and their faces were flushed. Zhao Yu looked at the field in silence. His father, the Crown Prince of Daxia, the former commander of the Yuchi army of Daxia, should have returned with the wind under the wind burial of the Yuchi army. The butcher carried the head of the blind musician and walked back to the tea house. He came to Zhao Yu, knelt on the ground, held the head high, and said, "Your Highness, I, old Zhu, have brought back the head of this rat from the dark sect. I will speak frankly and beg your highness to spare the lives of those of us present. If your highness needs me in the future, I will do whatever you say and will not say a word." Zhao Yu took the teacup and took another sip of tea. He stood up slightly, stared straight into the butcher's eyes, and said, "He, Bai Mingsun, is also a pitiful man, but life is always out of one's control. If you make a mistake, you always have to pay a price. So he died. Since the rat from the dark sect must die, then you, a rat from the Sun Empire, should not live, right?" After hearing this, the butcher's face changed drastically, and he immediately transformed into a soul and rushed out. When the wind blows in the world, some people will follow the wind. The general of the Ghost Wing army held his right hand in the air, and a dragon spear condensed in an instant. His figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already outside the small tea house. With a loud bang, the butcher was nailed to the ground from top to bottom by the dragon spear, and a large pit was knocked out of the ground, which shattered outward in the shape of a shockwave. It was also a magical power to control the wind, but the power was incomparable to that of the Bone Knight. The young general pressed the handle of the spear with his right hand, and looked down at the butcher, who was still struggling slightly. What was extremely strange was that the wound pierced by the butcher emitted a trace of white light, and when it came into contact with the dragon spear, bursts of white smoke came out. "I can smell the disgusting smell of holy light on you from a long distance away. Do you think you have a chance to detonate the seeds in your body?" The young general raised his combat boots, stepped down, and returned to calm. "The Empire of the Sun, the Inquisition, the Spy Butcher, die!" The other mice in the small tea house all felt a chill rushing from their tail vertebrae straight to the top of their heads, as if they had stopped breathing, afraid to make a sound, and quietly waiting for their fate. Compared with the two big mice, they were just cockroaches in the sewer. Zhao Yu sighed, drank the tea in one gulp, shook his head, and prepared to get up and leave. "Hey, you haven't paid for this cup of tea yet, and the butcher hasn't compensated me for the table." The soft voice of the Rouge girl came from the side. "But I poured this cup of tea on the table myself, and someone should have paid for it before." "That was paid by someone else, so it doesn't count. You haven't paid for what you drank yet." The Rouge girl blushed for the first time, and two red clouds climbed up her cheeks. Zhao Yu looked at the bald man, who shook his head. Zhao Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have any money. Can I buy on credit? But my home is far from here. I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to come to Jiangling City again." "Then tell me where you live, and I'll go find you." "Okay, I live in the biggest house in Shenjing." Yanji girl nodded seriously, and Sima An beside her was stunned. "Is there such a thing?" "Your Highness, do you want to learn spear from me?" The young general of the Yuchi army showed a surprised look on his face for the first time. "Yes, I am now in good health and can practice Taoism, so what's wrong with learning spear from you?" Zhao Yu sat on the board of the small yellow carriage, flipping through a Taoist book in his hand. He looked up, looked at the young general, and said slowly, "At this time, the small yellow carriage had been away from Jiangling City for 3 days, and had just left Jinzhou and entered the neighboring Ningzhou territory. Although your Highness has only recently started to practice Taoism, he has followed the master for a long time, so he should be familiar with the basic knowledge of Taoism. The great Tao of heaven and earth is innumerable, but manpower is limited. Therefore, whether it is the human race, the alien race, or the demon race far away in the boundless world of beasts, at the beginning of practicing Taoism, one will choose the direction of practice according to his own talent and Tao soul. So whether it is a weapon soul, a beast soul, or a 1 in a million human soul, it is generally divided into 3 directions: strength, law, and agility. The young general saw Zhao Yu nodded, paused for a moment, and continued. Strength cultivation, unparalleled defense, the use of heavy weapons with powerful destructive power. Law cultivation, high intelligence, moving mountains and filling the sea, winning thousands of miles away. And agility cultivation, unparalleled speed, strong burst, focus on fighting skills, strong individual ability. I see that your Highness's current realm of Taoism is advancing by leaps and bounds, and he will surely enter the virtual realm soon and awaken his talent and Tao soul. The direct line of the Zhao family, the Lord of Daxia, is recognized as the best in the world in terms of law cultivation talent. I don't think there is any need for me, agility cultivator, to learn spears, right? More skills are better than less." Zhao Yu looked serious. Seeing that Zhao Yu had made up his mind, the young general lowered his head and agreed. Little did he know that Zhao Yu was also secretly bitter in his heart. Where did he get his Tao soul? His Tao soul was the damn broken ancient ruin system that refused to open. Now he was just trying his best. God knows what this damn system will do. At this time, he just hoped to have more life-saving abilities. Ningzhou is not as beautiful as Jinzhou. Its landforms are mainly plains. The Guining Plain composed of Guizhou and Ningzhou is the largest granary in Daxia. There is a saying that there are 7 Guining Plains every 10 meters. Walking on the road, both sides are planted with rice seedlings that were just planted last month. The small rice seedlings in the rice fields are planted evenly, horizontally and vertically in a straight line, in an orderly manner, which makes people feel very comfortable. There was a young man in white clothes, with a delicate and fair face. He looked like a pampered man. He rode a tall horse and his whole body was bronze. He stepped on the water on the official road, splashing water. He held 2 lotus leaf chickens, a specialty of Ningzhou, and caught up with the small yellow carriage that was resting from behind. That's right, our Sima Anan was conscripted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As for the reason, as the son of the governor of Jiangling, even if he sneaked out, his pocket must be bulging. Before he could ask for a reward for the 2 lotus leaf chickens, Zhao Yu was seen standing in the drizzle with his legs slightly apart, holding the handle of a gun in his left and right hands, holding it horizontally forward, motionless. Sima Anan was muttering in his heart what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was singing, and was called over by Zhao Yu. From then on, there was one more person beside Zhao Yu's figure practicing with a gun on the road, with a bitter face and also holding 2 guns horizontally. Monthly sticks, annual swords, lifetime spears. Spear training is very hard, but Zhao Yu is least afraid of hard work. Every time he practices until he is exhausted, he feels the nourishment of the heaven and earth's vitality. The feeling of growing strength is something he has never had before. He feels a little happy in his heart, and feels that he has grasped a trace of destiny. The days passed in such a dull way, and in a blink of an eye he had entered Guizhou. The days of traveling by boat and accompanying practice made Sima Anan no longer as lively as before. He drooped his head, listlessly, sitting next to the bald man driving, with one leg dangling in the air. His bronze horse refused to approach the ghost-winged beast, and was only willing to follow from a distance, which made him very upset. On the contrary, the relationship between the little yellow horse pulling the cart and the ghost-winged beast has been advancing by leaps and bounds recently, and even eating together, which made Sima Anan beat his chest and stamp his feet, and once suspected that the famous horse he spent a lot of money to get was a Western product dyed with blue material. Guizhou has a very peculiar topography. On the endless plain, there is a huge mountain that rises abruptly, as if it fell from the sky. The name of the mountain is Hexu, which is the first mountain in the southeast of Daxia and one of the 8 forbidden areas. It is the first place in the vast land of Shenzhou to see the sun, so it is called the place where the sun and the moon rise. A deputy general riding a dark-winged general came back from the front and came to the carriage in a blink of an eye, asking if they should stop at Fengcheng. Sima Anan immediately shouted that he wanted to have a feast. These days, they have been sleeping in the open air and passing through the city without entering. His mouth is about to be dry. He has a lot of gold and silver but has nowhere to use them. It is simply uncomfortable for him. Zhao Yu, who was meditating in the carriage, opened his eyes, thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Fengcheng is the capital of Guizhou. It is backed by Hexu Mountain, one of the 8 forbidden mountains in Daxia. There are many exotic beasts in the mountain. Therefore, Fengcheng is not only used to resist the impact of exotic beasts, but also the largest trading place for furs and bones. Countless furs, bones, and fresh meat are exported from hunters, gangs to chambers of commerce, and then exported to all parts of Daxia, forming a huge industrial chain. There are countless people entering and leaving the city every day. There are people coming and going in various businesses. The most common ones are hunters who sell directly in the market. It is convenient and fast. Occasionally, if you meet someone who doesn't know the goods, you can ask for a higher price. The prosperity of Fengcheng is completely opposite to the prosperity of Jiangling. It is a prosperity with a wild atmosphere and the smell of blood. The layout of Fengcheng is also different from that of Jiangling. After all, it was originally a defensive city. Although there are few exotic beasts coming down the mountain now, it still retains a strong and square city wall. There is also an army stationed outside the city. Although it is not as strong and unparalleled as the upper 4 armies, it often deals with exotic beasts and has good combat power. It is worth mentioning that the heaven and earth vitality of Hexu Mountain is extremely rich, and there are many caves and blessed places. So many sects are established here. The little yellow carriage slowly drove into the city through the tall city gate, and the Yu-wing beast was left in the military camp outside the city because it was too conspicuous. Sima Anan's famous horse Tongjue immediately became proud and confident. It was inevitable that people would point and look at it. There was a faint sound of praise, such as "This horse is really handsome and worthy of the name Tongjue." Sima Anan, who was happy to ride a horse, showed a proud smile, but he still had to try to remain reserved and maintain his image, which was quite hard. Little yellow horse next to him rolled his eyes disdainfully, as if saying, "Stupid people have stupid horses." Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Everyone entering the city turned their heads and looked at the city gate, gasping for breath. For a moment there was a crowd of people. A group of Taoist priests in green clothes rode towards them. There were men and women carrying Taoist swords, all very young. The 2 leading people were surrounded by stars, but they did not show any arrogance, and they looked extraordinary. Behind the Taoist priests followed a cart, which was carrying a huge monster, fixed with ropes. The huge body extended beyond the cart. There was a ghost face on the head, with fangs exposed, and the body was covered with black scales, reflecting the long light. There was a blood hole on the ghost face, which must have been pierced directly to death. Although it had been dead for a long time, its momentum was still there, which was still frightening. That's a ghost dragon, right? I'm afraid that Fengcheng only sees a beast at the peak of the virtual realm a few times a year. It should be someone from the Sun and Moon sect. No wonder they can enter the Zhongrong realm to hunt ghost dragons. The young are really formidable. Exclamations came one after another at the city gate. Under the gaze of the crowd, the group drove into the city gate slowly. The young Taoist priest in the lead glanced at the small yellow carriage that just merged into the crowd on the side of the road. His eyes lit up, and then he became a little confused. Sima Anan was obviously not the first time to Fengcheng. He took the lead and led the way. He patted his chest and promised to take our royal grandson to the best restaurant and inn in Fengcheng, and to use delicious food and soft beds to relieve everyone's fatigue from the journey. When Zhao Yu looked at the 4 characters of Crescent Moon Restaurant, written in a flamboyant style above his head, he showed a helpless expression on his face. However, Sima Anan had a good reason. According to him, as the son of the governor of Zhongling, he should support the industry of Zhongling City. The wealth should not flow to outsiders. However, Crescent Moon Restaurant is indeed worthy of the word superior. The infrastructure is first class, and the dishes are exquisite and delicious. In particular, the dishes made with fresh exotic meat from Hexu Mountain and the unique herbs in the mountain are the best in the local area. As long as there are passers-by passing through this place, they will come here because of its reputation. Therefore, the business is quite hot, and almost every day there are no seats left. There is a stage in the middle of the restaurant, and bursts of opera and enthusiastic cheers can be heard. Zhao Yu and his group were taken to the private room with the character. Although it was very lively outside, the sound insulation inside the private room was very good, and no sound was heard. The classical furnishings and the wide space, coupled with the sound of gurgling water in the room, gave people a very quiet feeling. Sima Anan quickly ordered several seasonal specialties. The 4 of them sat around the table. Except for the son of the governor of Jiangling, who looked around, the others were quiet, but they were already used to this atmosphere. After a while, there was a knock on the door, but the person who came in was not the waiter who came to serve the dishes, but a middle-aged man who looked like a manager. He knelt on the ground as soon as he entered the door, kowtowed to Zhao Yu, presented a secret letter with both hands, and then quietly retreated. Seeing this, Sima Anan stood up and said he wanted to go out to see some excitement, but Zhao Yu waved his hand, indicating that it was okay and there was no need to avoid it. There was only one sentence written on the secret letter. Yunyan confirmed to go east in early autumn, cross the Kunlun Mountains, and enter Daxia. The Sea Tianjin is trying its best to find her whereabouts. After reading it, the young general looked a little solemn and said, "It is said that the old ancestor of the Yunyan family is about to die. She will not live for many days. She wants to do something before she dies. There are only 2 places she can go to on this trip to the east. The first place is to kill Empress Wu in the White Emperor Palace in Shenzhen, and the second place is to kill your highness on the road. No one will go to the White Emperor Palace to kill people. Old Lady Yunyan doesn't have the ability or stupidity to do so. It's clear that she is coming for me this time." Zhao Yu took the secret letter and threw it to Sima Anan, who was sitting on pins and needles, and said slowly. Sima Anan's face suddenly showed a bitter look. He was on a pirate ship, but it was easy to get on the ship, but difficult to get off. Shenzhen, Dao Palace, Zhonghengyuan. As one of the 3 courtyards of the Taoist Palace, the tradition of chess debate in the Zhongheng courtyard has a long history. People exchange ideas while playing chess. At this time, there is a chess debate going on in the Zhongheng courtyard. As the saying goes, all the magicians in the world are Zhongheng, but there are only 2 people participating in this debate. Except for an old man with white hair and a young face as the referee, there are no other spectators. In an ancient room, there is a chessboard in the center. 3 people are sitting on the ground beside the chessboard. A young man plays black first, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth. His sitting posture is quite casual. He stands up one leg, supports his body with his left hand, and moves his right hand quickly. Almost every move is made without thinking. The one who plays white is a woman. Her face is ordinary but clean, and her skin is very white like a snowy field in winter. But her lips are a little thin, which makes her look a little cold. She is neatly dressed and sits upright. She will make a move after thinking for a long time, but her moves are firm and sonorous. Your Highness the Crown Prince has been in seclusion for many years. This time he suddenly walks into the front. "What do you think?" the old man asked. "We are acting too hastily," the young man said carelessly, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. "We have to do this, but it is a risky move." The white piece fell, and the woman spoke slowly. "We should stay dormant for a few more years until our wings are fuller." The young man continued to make moves quickly, seemingly casually, but the situation was solid and linked together. Instead of being calculated by others, it is better to take the initiative and seize the initiative. Maybe there will be miraculous results. The white chess pieces kept giving up pieces, but the woman's face remained calm. To respond to changes with the same attitude, attacking blindly is tantamount to walking into a trap. The black piece's advantage gradually expanded, and the white pieces in the lower half of the board were almost eaten up. The Great Tao has 50 pieces, and the Heaven has 49 pieces. If you want to have a glimmer of hope, you can only take risky moves and win in danger. Otherwise, you will be surrounded by enemies. The woman suddenly launched a fierce attack on the black pieces that had been driven in from above. Although the young man tried his best to make the dragon alive, the upper part had been penetrated by the white pieces, and the whole situation was instantly changed beyond recognition. "Sister, you are a very good chess player, But the world is not as simple as black and white. The development and changes of all things cannot be fully reflected by these 19 vertical and horizontal lines. In the middle of the game, the black chess player resigned. To see the big from the small, to see the whole from the point, is also the principle of heaven and earth. The fair-skinned woman gently smoothed her sleeves and returned the greeting neatly. The old man stroked his beard and smiled, and continued to ask, "Then do you think His Royal Highness can arrive in the capital safely?" "No worries about his life," the two said in unison, and their answers were surprisingly consistent. "Oh? Why is that? You know, the Yuqi army and Guan Zhengqing may be able to deal with the new Grandmaster, but Yunyan Chuchu is not an ordinary master of life and death, but the 5th level of life and death, only one step away from becoming a saint. And she is dying, and she didn't expect to return to the Sun Empire alive. That's the most terrifying. Because Empress Wu won't let your highness die on the road." The young man took off the dogtail grass on his mouth, stood up, and left, because the old queen is not dead yet. The fair-skinned woman slowly put the chess pieces on the table back into the chess pot, and then said. At the same time, a similar question-and-answer session was going on in Room A of Feng Chengyue restaurant. The young general rarely spoke so much. If a 5th-level Grandmaster of Life and Death who is determined to die wants to launch a sneak attack, the Yuqi army may not be able to guarantee your safety before the formation. I know, so I will try my best to force her to take action in Guangzhou, and the rest will be left to fate. Many people want me to die, but many people also want me to live. At least they don't want me to die on the road, so I don't die so easily. Zhao Yu looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table, thinking that Yuya was really thoughtful, but her face was still so calm, without a trace of fear. The master taught him a truth since he was a child. You are the grandson of the Emperor of Daxia, the most noble person in the vast land of Shenzhou. Do what you think is right, and do it. You can't be afraid, and no one is qualified to make him afraid. Fengqing's night market is indeed an important part of the local industrial chain. A large area has been set aside in the city, and the stalls are like rice seedlings planted in the rice fields on the Guining Plain, neatly arranged and brightly lit. Zhao Yu and his 4 companions walked in the bustling crowd. At the strong request of Sima Anon, the young general took off his Yuqi army armor and changed into casual clothes. Except for the big man, the other 3 were handsome young men with outstanding looks, and they all had extraordinary status and a faint sense of majesty. In addition, the bald man was burly and oppressive, so the people in front would unconsciously avoid him to the sides and separate a path. Although the market was very lively, the 4 did not feel crowded. Zhao Yu played with the peachwood knife he bought from some peddler, slashing forward, then retracting it, and slashing again, like a playful child. When he was a child, his mother always told him the story of a swordsman in green to put him to sleep. Influenced by the martial arts TV series in his previous life, he had a dream of traveling the world with a knife, doing good deeds and seeing a villain. He would first introduce himself. Use the knife in my hand to make this world a bright and clear place. Remember, when you go to the underworld, tell the king of hell that it was me, Zhao, who killed you. Everyone stopped in front of a stall, thinking of finding some exotic animal meat for the little yellow horse to taste. Since the little yellow horse followed His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, his life has suddenly changed. After eating meat, he abandoned the grass he used to eat. Not only did he grow extremely sharp teeth in his mouth, but he also had a very picky appetite, didn't even like ordinary wild animal meat. He frightened the horse feeder in the hotel along the way, and the psychic little yellow even rolled his eyes and gave him a look of contempt. Coincidentally, the stall owner was a genuine swordsman, with sharp eyes and a rough and unruly beard. He had his hands around his chest, and his muscles were bulging high. There was a knife next to him, which was really cut through the edge, flashing with cold light. He didn't say anything when he saw someone patronizing him, and seemed a little arrogant. Perhaps the swordsman's cultivation was really amazing. The exotic animals displayed on the stall were all ferocious and abnormal. There was a strong fluctuation on the corpse. It should have died not long ago, and there was even a virtual beast. Before Zhao Yu could speak, a voice came from behind asking, "Excuse me, where did you hunt this black-backed silver wolf?" The ones who came were the group of Sun and Moon sect Taoist priests seen at the city gate in the morning. There were both men and women, but the young Taoist priest leading the group was nowhere to be seen. The one who spoke was a woman with a superior appearance, with curved willow leaf eyebrows, revealing a resolute temperament. Perhaps it was because the Sun Moon sect was the leading force in the eastern part of Daxia, and it always had a very good reputation. They would provide help to cultivators in distress in the mountains, so the swordsman's stall owner put away his arrogance and answered a little stiffly. It was at the northern foot of Hexu Mountain, near Zhongrong River. It's the first time I've seen it, but it crossed the boundary. The woman nodded, pondered for a while, turned to the Taoists behind her and said, "Since a few days ago, the heaven and earth vitality in Hexu Mountain has been abnormally agitated. The sect asked us to go down the mountain to check the situation. The silver wolf is the guard of the golden wolf and usually never leaves its side. Now it has crossed the boundary of Zhongrong River. There must be something wrong with the 100,000 exotic beasts in Hexu Mountain. Tell the eldest brother about this immediately." Then she bowed to Zhao Yu. Sun Moon Sect's Minister Nian Tong greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Before we went down the mountain a few days ago, the sect master told us that there might be a distinguished person coming to visit us, and asked us to pay more attention. I didn't expect it to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness's journey back to the capital is not far from the sect. If you have time, you are welcome to come to the Sun Moon Sect for a chat. The eldest brother said that when he entered the city yesterday, he saw a person who he vaguely thought was Brother Guan. Sure enough, Brother Guan has not seen each other for many years. I hope he is well. Tell Uncle Lu that I will visit him when I have time, and I will definitely drink the fine wine he has kept for many years. Zhao Yu nodded, a smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "Then we will take our leave first. Since we meet His Royal Highness on the road, we will naturally escort His Royal Highness through Hexu Mountain. I believe the eldest brother will think the same." The woman bowed and took her leave, which seemed to be well-founded, neither strange nor flattering. Gazing at the group's receding backs, Sima Anan rubbed his smooth chin and sighed. I heard in Jiangling City that this generation of Hexu Mountain's Sun and Moon sect has produced two geniuses. Lu Jiwan, as a strength cultivator, has strong combat power and stands out among the younger generation. And Qing Niantong, a magic cultivator, has managed Hexu Mountain in an orderly manner at a young age, and the mountain is thriving. That old drunkard boasts all day long that he is a fake sect leader and never cares about anything. But anyone with a discerning eye can see the pride on his face. Seeing him today, I find that he is indeed as famous as his reputation says, and he is as handsome as well. When he finished speaking and came to his senses, he found that the three people had already gone far away, and the bald man was holding the corpse of a strange beast in his hand. He could only stamp his feet helplessly, took out his wallet to pay, and hurriedly chased after them. It was already late when the four returned to the Crescent Moon restaurant. Zhao Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. Perhaps because of his 2 lives as a human, his mental power was extremely strong, and the master of Daxia, Zhao, naturally had a good fit with Yuan Qi. In the past, he could not make any progress in his cultivation due to the loopholes in his body, but now his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. In his perception, the surrounding world was like a sea full of fog. He sat cross-legged in the sea, and endless seawater slowly poured into his body from the top of his head, forming a cycle in his body and gradually being absorbed. This foundation-laying stage was the first step in cultivation, the 9th level of the initial realm. At this stage, everyone was the same, grabbing Yuan Qi from the sea of Yuan Qi and depositing it in the body. If the internal energy is full, it can rise up and impact the sea of consciousness. Then the talent can be awakened, and the official step into the Tao Void Realm. There are 5 levels in the Void Realm. The cultivator must decide the direction of cultivation according to his talent. He must cultivate one of the 3, strength, method, and agility. At the same time, he must find his own way between heaven and earth and awaken the Tao Soul. Therefore, most of the Void Realm cultivators in the world are struggling to pursue their own Tao Soul, eager to get one step closer. If the Tao Soul is not awakened for one day, he will never be able to step into the Tao Realm and will never have the chance to have supernatural powers. Zhao Yu, as a time traveler, is different from others. His sea of consciousness is naturally open, but it is occupied by the unopened system. So in a sense, he was born in the Tao Void Realm. His sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, slowly rotating, emitting a light silver mist. In the mist, there were faint mountain plants, rivers, and lakes. A huge ancient ruin stood in it. Countless roads extended outward from the ruins. A silver crystal slowly rotated in the center of the ruins. A spring next to it was spraying upwards. In the distance, there was a huge and vague figure like a black lightning, flashing by, and it was not clear. And from nowhere in the sea of consciousness came a roar, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. Tonight, Fengqian gradually returned to calm after the night. Market was closed as usual. Sima An was snoring in the room, smacking his lips from time to time, subconsciously wiping away the saliva that flowed out. He hadn't enjoyed this soft bed for a long time, and slept very deeply. The bald man sat cross-legged at the door of Zhao Yu's house, holding a gourd as big as his body, concentrating. On the roof of the Crescent Moon restaurant, the young general stood like a javelin, expressionless. The wind blew up his casual clothes, making a whistling sound, and not far from him, there was another person standing on the eaves, dressed in black and wearing a mask, as if blending into the night. Further away, the 49 cavalry of the Ghost Wing Army formed a huge wind suppression formation, with the general as the center, covering the restaurant. In this silent moment, the vitality of heaven and earth rose into the sea of consciousness of the Crown Prince Zhao Yu, becoming a veritable Daochu realm. From then on, awakened his talent. The next day at dawn, the small yellow carriage left the Crescent Moon restaurant and headed towards the city gate. Since Hexu Mountain is too long and huge, it straddles Guizhou and Shuzhou, dividing them into 2. If you want to bypass Hexu Mountain and go north, the time consumed will increase several times. Therefore, the merchants and hunters opened a road along the Zhongrong River on the outside of Hexu Mountain, crossing Hexu Mountain, which is called Hexu Road. When the dynasty was first established, His Majesty Taizu led the upper 4 armies to Hexu Mountain and signed a contract with the beasts in the mountain. With Zhongrong River as the boundary, All beasts above the virtual realm are not allowed to cross the boundary and go down the mountain. Otherwise, they will be killed immediately. Beasts above the Tao reality realm must leave a mark on the mountain and sea map and be supervised by the Sitianjin. Therefore, in the past 70 years, there have been and only low-level beasts on Hexu Road, and a special industry of road protectors has also emerged. Although escort agencies and the like in various states of Daxia also undertake various tasks, and there are also bounty hunters who specialize in arresting criminals, the escorts of Hexu Mountain only travel between Gui and Chu states, escorting merchants and travelers, and collecting a portion of the commission. Some have high cultivation and are alone, while those with low cultivation form gangs. Every morning before dawn, the gathering square at the gate of Fengcheng is always bustling with people. But the atmosphere this morning is a little subtle. There are no noisy shouts of the past, and even the bargaining sounds are much lighter than before. Everyone has become a little cautious, and occasionally they have to look up at the gate of the city. A team of blue-clothed Taoists are standing in front with horses, waiting for someone. The leader is a man and a woman, who are the two heroes of the sun and the moon. A simple carriage drove out of the city gate with the crowd. The yellow horse pulling the carriage had eaten meat last night and had eaten a large beast with vitality. At this time, it was full of energy. If it were not for the heavy responsibility of pulling the carriage, it would really like to take a step and gallop on the mountain trails. As Qing Niantong said, the Sun and Moon sect monks had to escort His Royal Highness the Crown Prince through Hexu Road, so they waited at the city gate early. When Lu Jiwan, one of the two heroes, saw the young general driving the car, his eyes lit up, and he rode forward. Seeing this, the people of the Sun and Moon sect behind him got on their horses and followed. After half a day, the tall walls of Fengcheng in the distance were no longer visible, and the group officially stepped into Hexu Mountain. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth became more and more rich. Under the nourishment of the vitality of heaven and earth, the trees in the mountains were taller and taller than those outside, covering the sky and blocking the sun. In the early morning, there was a thin layer of mist all around, which seemed mysterious and profound. Lu Jiwan approached the carriage, first saluted to see Zhao Yu, then stared at the general of the Yuchi army with shining eyes, showing full of fighting spirit, and said, "When I entered the city yesterday, I saw a man who looked like Brother Guan. I didn't expect it to be true. Brother Guan, we haven't seen each other for 5 years since the last competition. How about we have a fight? Let me experience your Guanzhengqing's blood-crying dragon spear again?" After hearing this, Qing Niantong held her forehead with one hand and smiled bitterly. Her eldest brother was good at everything, but he was a complete martial arts fanatic. He was looking for people to fight with, all day long. Since he lost to Guanzhengqing in the last competition, he has been clamoring to avenge his previous shame in the past few years. But seeing Guanzhengqing's aura was restrained, like an ordinary person who had never practiced, she knew that her eldest brother was probably still defeated. In the vast river of the Great Tao, there are always a few people who can be the spirit of heaven and earth, have extraordinary talents, and are favored by the Great Tao. Guanzhengqing, the champion of the Great Xia Dao Wu competition. According to the Shenji Baishao Review, he ranked first in the Chanyuan list, first in the champion list, and first in the Fuyao list. He was appointed as the deputy commander of the Yuchi army. People say that there are only 5 lists for young people in the world, and Guanzhengqing is the only one who occupies 3 of them. Lu Jian finally hit a wall with Guanzhengqing. He shrugged his head and looked a little regretful. He also knew that it was not appropriate for high-level cultivators to compete on this Hexu road. If he was not careful, he would be watched like a monkey. On the contrary, Sima Anan next to him had a fanboy smile on his face. It seemed that he could see the stars in the sky. Thinking of the spearmanship he had learned from the blood-crying dragon spear for so long, he was suddenly very happy. He secretly glanced at the young general who was still expressionless and sitting indifferently next to the bald man, and his eyes were full of admiration. Hexu Mountain is a huge area stretching for thousands of miles, so Hexu Road is also very long. According to the normal horse's foot strength, it is afraid that it will take more than 10 days to stay in the mountain. Although there are many merchants traveling to and from Hexu Road every day, the route is too long, so there are not many chances to meet them. At this time, the little yellow carriage has already gone deep into the depths of Hexu Mountain. As the sky gradually darkened, a small lake appeared in front of them, with rippling waves. The water grass and reeds on the lakeside swayed gently in the wind. There were also some small animals drinking water by the lake. Seeing everyone stop to set up camp, they fled in all directions and looked up and down with curious and timid eyes not far away. The lakeside of Hexu Mountain at night is undoubtedly dangerous, and ordinary road guards will not choose to camp and rest here. However, the night view of the lakeside of Hexu Mountain is undoubtedly breathtakingly beautiful. The fireflies and stars dancing slowly in the sky dot the surrounding space together, illuminating the night without seeming particularly dark, like a dream. The bald man squatted by the lake and cleaned the bodies of several exotic beasts. He had a natural love for food. Qing Niantong intended to bring a few female disciples to help, but was rejected by the man, with a smile. She had to sit on a stone not far away with the female disciples of the Sun and Moon sect, holding her chin with both hands and looking at the two figures holding guns in both hands by the lake, her eyes full of curiosity. After getting familiar with them in the past few days, she was no longer restrained and polite, revealing her innocent appearance in the past. Although she was dealing with the trivial matters of the Sun and Moon sect, she was still at the age of innocence and coquettishness. She was a little confused about the royal grandson in front of her, and then she became a little curious. He was a little dull but not arrogant. He didn't make any unreasonable requests along the way and seemed approachable. It was said that he was ill and couldn't practice, but now he was very hard-working and practiced almost every moment. What puzzled and impressed her most was that His Highness practiced the most basic gun-holding style every day, which often attracted a few gossipy female disciples to discuss in private. Gun-holding style is usually practiced in childhood. The great-grandson of the great Xia emperor showed himself in front of people without any scruples. When she first saw it, she also felt incredible. Zhao Yu still stood with his legs apart, holding the handles of the two guns, motionless, but from the original wooden gun to the iron gun and now the standard rune gun of the Ghostwing army, no one could understand how much he wanted to practice Taoism, or his desire to control his own destiny, just like a drowning person who finally grabbed a life-saving straw, so he practiced very seriously and didn't care what others thought. "Brother Guan, you must be thirsty. Please drink some water. Brother Guan, you must be hungry. Come and have some of this roe deer leg. It's so tender." Ever since Sima Anan knew that the young general was the famous Guan Zhengqing, he immediately turned into a personal nanny, tirelessly offering his courtesy every day, like a real bootlicker. The people of the Sun and Moon sect had long been accustomed to it, and were not surprised by it, but what puzzled them was that they had not even encountered a strange beast that had entered the initial realm along the way. They grew up in the Sun and Moon sect, and the entire Hexu Dao was like their own back garden. On weekdays, they would encounter some strange beasts when entering and leaving the sect. Such a situation was simply unprecedented. When did Hexu Mountain, one of the 8 forbidden mountains of Daxia, become a place for sightseeing and playing in the water without any danger? This was hard for Lu Jiuan, a martial arts fanatic. He challenged Guan Zhengjing every day, but the young general was unmoved. He was eager to find some exotic beasts to vent his anger, but he didn't even see a shadow. These days he was like an eggplant hit by frost, wilted. But is Hexu Mountain really so peaceful? The mad bear is one of the most troublesome exotic beasts on the Hexu Road. It has the cultivation level of the peak of the initial realm. It is said that it has a trace of blood from the earth-violent bear, one of the overlords in the depths of Hexu Mountain. Its skin is very rough and its flesh is very thick. It is difficult for ordinary weapons to pierce its fur. Moreover, it is huge and has a bad temper, and it is easy to get angry. If you are scratched by its paw, you will inevitably break your bones. Therefore, even cultivators who have entered the virtual realm usually stay away from such a violent and rough creature and wait for it to leave before passing by. This has also cultivated the mad bear's domineering character on this road. At this time there was a mad bear sticking its butt up on the Hexu Road, holding a deer and chewing it vigorously. Its huge body almost occupied half of the road. Since the mad bear had been blocking the road for half a day, several groups of travelers gathered far away, complaining to each other about their bad luck on this trip. They were actually blocked by a mad bear, and had to waste a lot of time. They looked helpless and had to wait in place. Yesterday, I met the Sun and Moon sect monks setting up camp on the road. I saw the Hexu Twin Pride from afar. We have spent a long time here. I believe the Sun and Moon sect disciples will arrive here soon. I wonder if they will take action to deal with this guy in front of me. A middle-aged merchant with 2 small mustaches and shrewd eyes said, "The Sun and Moon sect disciples have always had a very good reputation, and I heard that Lu Xiyuan, one of the twins, often enjoys fighting with mad bears. I believe he will definitely not let this one go." Another merchant echoed. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew from nowhere, blowing everyone off their horses. The mad bear, which was happily chewing food with its butt sticking out, suddenly fell forward. A beast claw appeared directly on its head. It pressed the ground, and the huge bear head burst like a watermelon. In an instant, a man and a horse appeared in the field. The knight was wearing black armor and a black helmet. He raised his javelin and carried the huge body of the mad bear on his shoulders. It was as light as a feather, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The air suddenly became quiet. The group of travelers looked at each other, and they couldn't recover for a long time. If you look down from the air, you will find that in the circular defense circle, centered on the little yellow carriage, the claws of the ghost-winged beast smashed the heads of one strange beast after another, and the bald man's food continued to increase. "Come on, Xiao Huang, let's wrestle." Lu Jiuan stood in front of the little yellow horse with his hands on his hips and challenged it. But the little yellow horse rolled its eyes and turned around and walked back. Ever since Lu Wuqi discovered that Xiao Huang was not like an ordinary horse, not only did he have sharp fangs, but he was also very strong, comparable to a dragon or an elephant. He had been pestering Xiao Huang to compete with him in strength all day, but he was always ruthlessly rejected. "5 beast meats, will you do it?" Lu Jiuan, who had figured out Xiao Huang's habits, shouted from behind, looking very confident. Xiao Huang stopped, turned his head and thought for a while, and hesitated a little. 7 plus a virtual beast and only use physical strength, not mobilize vitality. Seeing victory in sight, Lu Jiwan continued to increase the stakes. The little yellow horse finally surrendered. On a wide grassland beside Hexu Road, a man and a horse were facing each other 100 meters apart. The disciples of the Sun and Moon sect were surrounding them. Even Zhao Yu temporarily stopped practicing and stood aside to watch. At first, he found that the little yellow horse was very intelligent, so he kept an eye on it. Moreover, the bald man and the little yellow horse got along well and often treated it with special care. However, the change of the little yellow horse was still somewhat beyond his expectation. Lu Jiwan and the little yellow horse competed with each other in strength with 100 meters as the boundary. Whoever was pushed out of the boundary first would lose. The two started to charge almost at the same time. The little yellow horse sprinted at full speed, far exceeding the speed of ordinary horses. Even the strange beasts could not catch up, and the naked eye could hardly catch its trajectory. The Yuchi army often believed in a saying, speed is power. As soon as they came into contact, Lu Jiwan was directly knocked back 30 meters away. He hugged the little yellow horse's neck tightly with both hands, and his feet left a long scratch on the ground. He was about to go out of the boundary and lose. He knew that he underestimated the enemy, so he hurriedly used all his strength to stabilize his body, and then mobilized all his blood and qi, and his muscles expanded outward. The two entered a stalemate. After a long stalemate, Xiao Huang was not yet a beast, and he was somewhat powerless. He neighed, unwillingly, but was still slowly pushed back, getting closer and closer to the boundary. The unwilling look in the eyes of the self-respecting Xiao Huang became stronger and stronger, and his neighing became louder and louder. Roar! Xiao Huang's neighing suddenly turned into a dragon roar, resounding through the sky. The vitality of heaven and earth was madly injected into his body. In an instant, he was reborn and his momentum soared. Xiao Huang entered the initial realm and was promoted to a beast? Sima Anan was stunned. He knew Xiao Huang's appearance at first very well. He was much thinner than his bronze jug. It was only a month ago that he was promoted to a beast, and judging from the dragon roar in front of him, there was a high possibility that there was a trace of dragon veins. It was simply too incredible. Even the bald man, who was always shy, smiled, scratched the back of his head, and showed his white and neat teeth. The corners of Zhao Yu's mouth also slightly raised, and he was extremely happy in his heart. This was an unexpected success. After being promoted to a strange beast, Xiao Huang's strength has increased several times, and his combat power has doubled. Without mobilizing his vitality, Lu Jian was unable to resist and was gradually pushed out of the boundary, causing everyone to cheer for Xiao Huang. At this time, Xiao Huang's body was taller, and fine golden scales grew on his body. Under the sunlight, it was golden and heroic. Xiao Huang came to Zhao Yu, rubbed his head affectionately, bent down, and turned his head to signal. Zhao Yu mounted the horse, roared like a dragon, and the man and the beast disappeared in front of him, leaving only one sentence echoing in everyone's ears. From now on, you can be called Longxiong. Although Xiao Huang now has a new name, everyone still likes to call it Xiao Huang. It doesn't care and jumps happily all day long. For it, these few days are really like a fairy day. Every day, there are different exotic meats to taste, and the big man's barbecue skills are really excellent. The noble Xiao Huang now absolutely refuses to live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. At this time, Zhao Yu and his companions have reached the deepest part of Hexu Mountain that ordinary travelers can reach. A wide and fast-flowing river flows out of the mountain and flows beside Hexu Road. The water is fast and unrestrained. The river water is not turbid, but clear to the bottom. Even the fish-shaped exotic beasts wandering in the river can be seen clearly. There is often a small fish with wings on its back. In order to avoid predators, it flaps its wings and jumps out of the water, stirring up white waves one after another, full of vitality. Zhongrong River surrounds Hexu Mountain like a circle. Inside the circle is the world of exotic beasts, while outside the circle belongs to humans and Daxia. Hexu Mountain is known as the place where the sun and the moon rise, and the Sun and Moon Cliff is the place where the sun and the moon rise in legend. The wide land on the cliff is very flat, and on it grows a Xuantian wood that is unique to Hexu Mountain. This Xuantian wood has grown for countless years, is boundless, covers the sky, and towers into the clouds, attracting the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth here, making it the most spiritual feng shui treasure land in Hexu Mountain. The sect of the Sun and Moon sect is built directly on the Xuantian wood. Compared with other sects, it is not grand and vast, and the number of people is not large. Instead, it has the flavor of a small village. As one of the 5 sects on the vast land of Shenzhou, 1 palace, 1 city, 1 gate, 2 pavilions, and 1 sect, the Sun and Moon sect is also one of the top sects with the deepest relationship with the Daxia court. It is ordered to guard Hexu Mountain, one of the 8 forbidden areas, and execute the exotic beasts that cross the border. The deepest part of Hexu Mountain is called Qingqiu, and there is also a Xuantian tree, which is far away from the Sun and Moon cliff. On it lives the 9-tailed sky fox, the king of 100,000 exotic beasts, and the leader of all the exotic beasts in Hexu Mountain, that represented the exotic beasts and His Majesty Taizu to make the Zhongrong Agreement. In Daxia, there are often storytellers telling the legend of the white fox with a huge 9-tail, and some people imitate the Shenji Baixiao to evaluate the mountain and sea beast list. The 9-tailed Sky Fox is on the list and ranks 4th. At this time, Qingqiu, which had been quiet for 100 years, suddenly heard a piercing cry from the inside out, resounding between heaven and earth, and the whole Hexu Mountain could hear it clearly. The huge momentum rose from the depths of Hexu Mountain with a cry and spread outward. The vitality of heaven and earth violently rioted, and all the exotic beasts in Hexu Mountain felt fear in their hearts, and then ran around, irritable and uneasy. Hexu Mountain, Sun Moon Cliff, Xuantian Wood. The square where the Sun Moon sect usually gathers is actually a flat branch on the Xuantian Wood. The kids who have just been accepted into the sect are full of curiosity about everything. Today is a rare day off, so a group of kids are chasing each other in the square and having a lot of fun. The older brothers and sisters not far away also smiled when they saw it. After all, they have been like this since they were young. Life on Xuantian Wood is very boring. The Sun Moon sect is located in the mountains, almost isolated from the world, and rarely interacts with people. So, apart from practicing every day, those kids look forward to the arrival of the day off. A kid saw an old man lying on the tree branch above the square. He had a long white beard, holding a wine pot, and closed his eyes without moving. He was probably drunk, so the kid shouted, and a group of children gathered around him, chattering and discussing with each other. Who is this old man? How did he get drunk in his own sect? A delicate kid who looked like a leader decided to climb up to see what was going on. He had a good talent for cultivation, and he practiced diligently on weekdays, so it was effortless for him to climb up the steep branch. After standing firmly, he first looked down at the old man carefully. He was kind and considerate, and felt very kind. Just as he was about to reach out to try to wake him up, he suddenly heard a cry in the distance. He felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, and his eyes went black. He was about to fall backwards. At the critical moment, a hand gently pulled him from below. He turned his head and saw that the drunken old man opened his eyes. The old man opened his eyes, and the whole world was bright. At the same time, there was a strange phenomenon on the huge mountain and sea map on the top of the Shenjing Sitianjin Tower. It represented that 2 dazzling light pillars rose up in the Hexu Mountain area. One was red, in the shape of a fox, with 9 tails swaying behind it, and the other was white, in the shape of a tiger, and the momentum was also extremely amazing. A voice came down from the top of the tower. An abnormal change has occurred in Hexu Mountain. For some reason, the 9-tailed sky fox's momentum has suddenly dropped to the first level of the life and death realm. It is suspected that the alien beast under its seat has taken the opportunity to rebel and cause a beast tide. Inform the Ministry of War about this matter and be prepared. There are many suspicious points. It may be aimed at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Inform Si Shixi and Fengcheng Sitianjin to cooperate with the Sun and Moon sect to pay close attention to the situation in Hexu Mountain. In addition, try to contact Sisan to ensure His Royal Highness's safety. Yes! Someone downstairs took the order and left. As the cry came, the entire Hexu Mountain, from the vitality of heaven and earth to the alien beasts, became extremely irritable. The travelers on the Hexu Road also began to panic. They had never encountered such a situation before, and seemed a little overwhelmed, so they kept urging the horses under them to speed up, thinking that it would always be right to quickly get away from this place of trouble. Everyone in the Sun and Moon sect looked in the direction of their own sect, their faces full of worry, and then they all looked at Qing Niantong, waiting for her decision. Apart from the unreliable senior brother Lu Jiwan, she, the second senior sister, has always been the backbone of everyone, and she always lives up to everyone's expectations, with courage and determination that is inconsistent with her age. While she was thinking, she saw a sun rising deep in the mountain. Although it was still daytime, it was dazzling. For a moment, it seemed as if there were 2 suns competing for brilliance in the mountain, and the double sun was overhead, which was extremely shocking. Qing Niantong immediately made up her mind, walked to the front of Zhao Yu's carriage, and bowed to the ground. Your Highness, there has been a sudden change in the mountain at this time. We should escort your Highness away. But the sect has a rule that when the sun comes to the sky to send a message, it must be a matter of life and death. All disciples must rush to the Sun and Moon sect immediately after seeing it, so I beg your Highness to allow us to return to the sect. Your Highness, please allow us to return to the sect. All the disciples of Hexu Mountain bowed in front of the carriage, staring at the carriage, waiting quietly. After a period of silence, the curtain of the carriage was lifted by a hand, revealing a young face, a high nose, sword-like eyebrows, ebony-like black pupils, and hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin casually inserted on it. But the most impressive thing is that there is a bright red vertical line between the slightly wrinkled eyebrows, as if a heavenly eye has opened. Since we are here, let's go to the mountain together to take a look. The faint words reached the ears of everyone, but it seemed like a thunder. Guan Zhengqing raised his right hand and whistled softly. The wind rose, and the 49 Yuchi riders arrived. The status distribution of the strange beasts in Hexu Mountain is actually very simple. The strange beasts always believe in the law of the jungle, and whoever is the strongest is the king. The 9-tailed fox overwhelms all the strange beasts, so it is the king of 100,000 strange beasts. Under it, the tiger, leopard, bear, and wolf forces jointly build the structure system of the strange beasts in Hexu Mountain. Ordinary strange beasts do not have much intelligence and act purely on instinct. Of course, Xiao Huang is an alien, so it cannot be generalized. As the cultivation level increases, the intelligence of the strange beasts will gradually become enlightened. But after all, it cannot be compared with humans. The idea of the strange beasts in Hexu Mountain is actually very simple. That is, there is enough living space, and they do not have too much ambition, so they did not fight to the death at the beginning. Instead, they signed the Zhongrong Treaty, which was somewhat humiliating in the eyes of humans, and forged the great reputation of Daxia. Another instinct of the alien beasts is to reproduce. Even the king of alien beasts, the nine-tailed skyfox, is no exception, so it gave birth, so it was seriously injured. In the deepest part of Hexu Mountain, Qingqiu, the huge Xuantian tree blocked the sky and left a large shadow on the ground. The shadow was full of alien beasts. The continuous pressure formed a peace, and even the air was close to solidification. All the high-level alien beasts in Hexu Mountain gathered here, quietly looking up at their king. The huge body of the nine-tailed skyfox was perched on the Xuantian tree. The fiery red fur was like a burning flame. The 9 huge tails behind it were shaking everywhere. It did not look at the black beasts below, but stared at a little fox in its arms, with a loving look in its eyes. The little fox was not as fiery red as the 9-tailed skyfox, but was snow-white all over, with 3 tails, and its eyes were not open yet. It was probably hungry and wanted to drink milk. It arched in its mother's arms, very restless. At the front of the herd of strange beasts, 4 huge bodies stood, each of them exuding a momentum far beyond the other strange beasts. A tiger, a leopard, a bear, and a wolf were the 4 giants under the 9-tailed beast of Hexu Mountain. The patience of strange beasts was not good, and they were not as roundabout as humans. After a moment, the jade-eyed golden-eyed tiger had already revealed the purpose of his trip. 9-tailed beast, you have been the king of Hexu Mountain for too long. Today, in front of all the strange beasts, I officially challenge you to a bloody battle, and the winner will be the king. Bah, tiger, I can't stand your behavior. You know that the king's strength has been greatly reduced due to childbirth, but you take advantage of her. In my opinion, it is despicable and hard to convince the public. The earth-violent bear, one of the 4 giants, glared at him and roared, and the golden wolf next to him also bared his mouth at the jade-eyed golden-eyed tiger, revealing his extremely sharp fangs. Tigers are not always smart. This time they acted pretentiously. There must be someone behind the scenes. I signed the Zhongrong Agreement thinking that I could keep my distance from humans, but I didn't expect that we would be used as guns by humans in the end. The 9-tailed fox shook its tail gently, raised its head, looked at the herd of beasts below, and spoke in a clear voice, like a girl. 9-tailed fox, you don't have to worry. In order to ensure the smooth progress of this bloody battle and not be disturbed, our tiger and leopard divisions, a total of 40,000 beasts, have now gone down the mountain and will besiege Fengcheng. Humans will have no intention of intervening in our affairs. The blue-eyed golden-eyed tiger opened its mouth with a proud look. How stupid! You will bring disaster to the 100,000 beasts of Hexu Mountain. The 9-tailed fox's face changed for the first time, and its momentum burst out, and it let out a cry that resounded between heaven and earth. Hexu Mountain was in complete chaos. Countless beasts gathered from all over Hexu Mountain to the foot of the mountain, forming a huge and surging torrent of wild beasts, rushing towards Fengcheng. When they heard the cry of the 9-tailed beast on the road, they all stopped and were a little confused, but the leading beast roared and kept urging them, and then the torrent continued to rush down, crossing the Zhongrong realm in a blink of an eye, and stepping onto the Hexu road. The first beast tide since the founding of the great Xia dynasty has formed. At the same time, the Hexu road near the Zhongrong River became extremely quiet. There were no people or beasts. Except for the sound of rushing water, only the conversation between an old man and a child could be heard. I think you are wrong to do this. If you trigger a beast tide, people will die in the mountain, many people will die. The person who spoke was a young girl. Although she had a tone of blame and disapproval, her voice was like a secluded orchid in the valley, softening people's hearts, and sounded like a kitten gently scratching, making people feel itchy. We, the Ming clan, are notorious rats that everyone wants to beat in Daxia. When have we ever considered others? Besides, you underestimate Daxia too much. The beast tide can't shake the towering tree of Daxia. Otherwise, our Bai Ming clan wouldn't have been running away for so many years. I just want to find some fun for that prince, the enemy who killed your father. The old man was dressed in a black robe that covered his entire face. He was a little hunched over, and he must be quite old. Hearing the word adoptive father, the girl pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but her eyes were slightly red, holding back tears. The old man in black robe said with some self-mockery, I am really old. I feel tired after walking a few steps. If I don't do something before I die, I would like to hide at home and enjoy my old age. Among us, Zhao Wuji has the best brains and the best appearance. He is known as the Emperor Wuji, and he conquered the great Xia dynasty. I admire him. Overlord Qin Xuan had the highest martial power, but he was easily broken. In the end, he missed the opportunity to rule the country. He was trapped to death by the upper 4 armies and the map of mountains and seas. It's a pity. Bimawen has the most gentle and tenacious character, and is the most practical in doing things. He wrote a book called Taoism, founded the Confucian school, preached the doctrine to the world, and was respected as the master. He can be regarded as a name that will be passed down through the ages. But in the end, for the so-called morality of the people of the world, he sacrificed his life to help Zhao Yu change his fate against the will of heaven. I don't know whether it is right or wrong, but I strongly disagree with it. Huang Zhao is the most free and easy. He likes to travel the world with one person and one sword. Zhao, if you take it apart, is just a sword. So he lives the most free and easy, and I envy him the most. The girl on the edge was confused. She didn't know most of the people the old man was talking about. It was also the first time she knew that His Majesty Taizu was originally called Zhao Wuji, and the master was called Bimaowen. But why was he called Bimaowen? Could it be that the master used to be a horse breeder? She was a little confused. A magnificent era with proud people rising up was like a scroll, slowly unfolding before her eyes, making her forget her sadness for the time being. Perhaps he felt that the girl was inexperienced and ignorant, or perhaps it was because the old man in black robe had been lonely for too long and needed to talk, so he said a lot today. At that time, Yunyan Chuchu and Shuyu were both talented and brilliant, and attracted countless young men to bow down to them. But they both fell in love with Zhao Wuji. Was it because he was born good-looking? Chuchu, is he really worth you turning your love into hatred and directly rebelling against Daxia with your entire family? Now you want to kill his grandson? I will help you with my old bones. I didn't have the courage to stand by your side at the beginning, but I won't do it this time. The old man in black robe had a trace of melancholy in his voice. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. My father once mentioned you to me. He said that Bai Mingshu is the most talented person I have ever seen, but he has too many conspiracies and always likes to use tricks behind the scenes, which makes people dislike him. He is also too afraid of death and is not worthy of being in the upper class. So if you encounter a life and death situation, you will still run away because you are too afraid of death. A figure in front gradually became clearer. A middle-aged man with a fluttering green robe, just standing on the road like this, but he seemed to be holding up the whole world. The Tao soul appeared behind him and turned into a long sword. He raised his hand and drew the sword from his back, slashing forward from top to bottom. A sword energy that penetrated the sky and earth cut through everything. Even the void seemed to be torn apart. As the sword energy moved forward, the Hexu Tao cracked inch by inch, approaching the old man in black robe. First grade Tao soul, Daxia Dragonbird. 7th on the mountain and sea list, Grandmaster, Huang Ting. The route that Zhao Yu and his group took into the mountains happened to be the sphere of influence of the Earth Violent Bear. Because the Earth Violent Bear did not participate in the rebellion, apart from the fact that some of the strange beasts were a little irritable and restless, no beast tide was formed. With the Yuchi army clearing the area in front, and the Sun Moon sect members being very familiar with the route, they could see the towering Xuantian wood on the Sun Moon cliff from afar in less than half a day. Seeing that their sect was fine, all the Sun Moon sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Huang pulled the carriage slowly into the Sun Moon cliff, but the bald man driving the car disappeared. The Daxia army is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The upper 4 armies are the Sun Holding, Tianwu, Shenwei, and Yuqi. Everyone in the world knows about them, and even in the Sun Empire, they are famous and well known. The Central Army is more numerous and is the backbone of the Daxia army. It is the main force fighting against alien races on the front line of the endless mountains in the western frontier. The Thunder Army is such an army. Western Xinjiang is known as a grinding mill, and the war was brutal. At the beginning of the year, the Thunder Army had just fought a battle with the scum of the Sun Empire outside the Great Wall. Although they annihilated the enemy, they also suffered serious casualties, with 6 out of 10 killed. They had to withdraw from the front line to replenish and rest, and rotate to Guizhou Hexu Mountain to guard Fengcheng and train new soldiers. Li Kai-cheng sat in the main seat in the tent, looking at the full seat of generals under his command, frowning. Although he was over 40 years old, the years did not leave any traces of vicissitudes on his face. His long military career naturally made him carry a strong murderous aura. No wonder the new recruits who had just joined the army were like mice seeing a cat when they saw him, the commander of the Thunder Army, and they couldn't even stand steadily. According to the news from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, the number of beasts in the Hexu Mountain incident is at least more than 30,000. The Ministry of War has issued an order that the Thunder Army must guard the exit of Hexu Mountain to prevent the beasts from roaming around Guizhou. This means that we cannot rely on the walls of Fengcheng. The Thunder Army currently has 10,000 people, and half of them are new recruits who have been in the army for less than half a year. They have never been on the battlefield or seen blood. If they are asked to resist the beast tide, it is undoubtedly a meat bun hitting a dog. There is no way back. This battle cannot be fought. A deputy general clasped his fists and said, "It will take a day for the nearest Zhenhai army to get to Fengcheng, which means that we have to defend the beast tide alone for a day. But our Thunder Army is a light cavalry army, not a shield army. What can we use to defend?" After the general on the opposite side finished speaking, he punched heavily on the table with red eyes. The army was named after thunder, which means the force that is as fast as thunder and lightning, which means that mobility is the top priority. If the light cavalry army confronts the beast tide of this scale, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. All the soldiers were silent. The spacious tent was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Outside, the Thunder Army had already gathered in the parade ground and were preparing to set off. Even the new recruits who had just joined the army had to protect the millions of people in Fengcheng behind them, even if they had to die. After a while, Li Keqiang stood up and slowly said, "The beast tide is approaching. We can't delay any longer. This battle is inevitable. You are also veterans who have been with me for a long time. Too many brothers left us in the western frontier. I don't know how many people can come back after today, but I can assure you that I will definitely be the one rushing to the front. The Thunder Army will definitely fight to the last soldier and will not retreat a single step. Glory is my life. Glory is my life." All the generals raised their right hands, raised them above their heads, and roared. A man suddenly appeared in the tent, dressed in black and wearing a smiling mask. He was Xi Shixi, the commander-in-chief of Fengcheng Xitianjian. "You don't have to be so pessimistic. The White Emperor Palace has issued an order. The Sichuan Tower will work together to open the Shanhaitu to send down the heavenly punishment and clear the beast tide. The Thunder Army only needs to block the first wave of the beast tide and stop the beast tide in Hexu Mountain, and our Fengcheng Xitianjian will also fully cooperate." After hearing this, the generals of the Thunder Army were relieved. Although the task was still arduous, they only needed to intercept the first wave of the beast tide without having to risk their lives. In this way, the number of people who could survive would be greatly increased. Being able to face death does not mean not wanting to live. Shanhaitu Tianfa, known as the strongest force in the world, is the foundation of the founding of Daxia. It is like a sword hanging over the heads of all forces in the vast land of Shenzhou, shocking all directions and preventing them from raising any resistance. Only when the sword is hung high can we set things straight. The generals immediately began to discuss countermeasures again. Between Fengcheng and Hexu Road, a large gathering area was naturally opened up to facilitate the gathering of vendors and road guards on weekdays, forming a convex shape with the narrow Hexu Road. This place is obviously the best interception terrain. It only needs to pinch the middle throat and then form a series of interception checkpoints in an arc on the open ground, gradually consuming and slowing down the first wave of the beast tide. Finally, the Thunder-like cavalry will intersperse and annihilate the remaining beasts from both wings, thus slowing down the speed of the entire group of beasts, so that the Shanhaitu will send down the punishment from the sky and clear the beasts. However, Li Keqiang and the Thunder Army knew that the current situation was still not optimistic. Fortunately, according to the investigation of the Xitianjian, there were almost no high-level beasts leading the beast tide in Hexu Mountain this time, and the low-level beasts were not smart. That is, there were no many changes, no many calculations, and it was just a pure impact and collision of strength. But the beast tide came too suddenly, leaving the Thunder Army with only half a day to prepare. The biggest problem facing them was how to resist, or who could resist the first wave of the beasts, which was also the strongest wave. Even though Li Keqiang and Xi Shixi in the tent had already entered the Dao realm, they were both masters, not to mention that they were both agile cultivators. If they were replaced by any master of strength cultivation, they would be torn into pieces and would definitely die under this rolling torrent of beasts. Li Keqiang and Xi Shixi looked at each other and understood each other's worries. Due to the tense situation on the front line, the Shield Mountain Army originally stationed in Fengcheng was transferred to the western frontier. After all, the Thunder Army was a light cavalry army, and now they had to dismount to resist the enemy, which was really aggrieved. "Report!" Suddenly, a messenger shouted and ran into the tent, half-knelt and clasped his fists. "What's the matter?" Li Keqiang raised his head, put away his worries, and regained his resolute look. "Your Excellency, Commander, there is a man outside the camp who wants to see you. He is very strong. He said his name is Liang Po, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked him to resist the beast tide." At the same time, at the gate of the Thunder Army camp, a man was waiting on horseback. He was bald, strong, and full of oppression. Together with the horse, he was nearly 4 meters tall. Most people would be attracted by his unusually tall body and ignore his delicate and slightly childish face, but he was actually the same age as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, only 16 years old. The horse under him was bronze all over, snorting, tall, and mighty. It was Sima Anan's famous horse in the western frontier, Tongjue. A moment later, the gate of the Thunder Army camp opened and Liang Po rode in. Wang Jing just turned 20 this year. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had a very comfortable life before. His father was a famous rich man in Fengcheng. He owned several well-known chambers of commerce. Their main business was the fur and bones of exotic animals. He made a fortune every day. He was also an old man who had a son. He was very precious to him, so he was very favored. He had a life of revelry and drunkenness almost every day. Everyone in Fengcheng knew that young Master Wang was rich and generous. He gave astonishing amounts of silver as rewards. His father had a very good reputation in Fengcheng. He often opened a shop to help the poor. He just loved to nag him. He often said that this family business was earned with his life when he was young. As the pioneer of Hexu Dao, the Dao protection industry at that time was not like it is now. Every time he sold goods, he was always in danger of death. He hoped that he would work harder and calm down to learn something. Once he started, he couldn't stop. He made his head buzz. As a result, he became even more reluctant to go home and wandered around the place of fireworks all day. What he found most difficult to accept was that his father had secretly arranged a marriage with a family in Fengcheng. It was said that the woman was well educated and had a good appearance. However, the more he disliked it. After a big quarrel, he was so angry that he enlisted in the army with the cultivation of the 9th level of the initial realm, which directly made his old father lie in bed for half a month. However, the military career of the Thunder Army was far beyond his imagination. The Thunder Army was a light cavalry army, and daily training on horseback took up most of the time. When he returned to the barracks at night, the skin on the inside of his thighs was all worn out, and it was burning and painful. In the past 6 months, his skin color has been tanned a lot, and he has become tougher. If the girls in Fengcheng meet him now, they will definitely rub their eyes and can't believe that it is the once romantic and suave money-spending boy Wang Jing. Although it was hard, Wang Jing still completed all the training tasks excellently, and his performance was the best among the recruits. Even Li Kaicheng praised him behind his back. Although he was tender when he first came, he had a fierceness that others did not have, and he was a promising talent. Today's situation was a little unusual. The Thunder Army gathered in the training ground early in the morning, and did not conduct daily training. The school officers also had gloomy faces, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Even these recruits felt a breath of impending storm. Then they marched urgently to the square at the exit of Hexu Road, Beast Tide. Although the arrangement of these basic fortifications was involved in daily training, even he, the best among the recruits, had to do it again several times when he was just arranging the trap because his hands were shaking. A dark-skinned veteran waved at Wang Jing and called him to his side. He was the school officer they trained on weekdays. It was said that he had tied hundreds of alien heads on his waist with his accurate shooting skills. Although he was strict and serious in training, and the new recruits who were trained often cried and cursed in secret, he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside and took good care of Wang Jing. When the Beast Tide comes later, the commander will arrange for us old soldiers to take care of too. You stay by my side. I can take care of you. The other new recruits will try to retreat, but you have to follow me and rush forward. Do you understand? The school officer raised his hand and patted Wang Jing on the shoulder. Wang Jing clenched his hands, wiped his face, and nodded again. His whole body began to tremble slightly. A contradictory emotion rose in his heart, fear and excitement. Fengcheng, not far away, has begun a full-scale martial law, and the city gates are closed. Some powerful guards have also spontaneously gathered at the city gates, ready to lend a helping hand to the soldiers in front. The city walls are full of people, all of whom are the families of Fengcheng's new recruits. A 60-year-old man in brocade clothes, surrounded by a group of people, looked ahead, the sorrow in his eyes like a thick fog that could not be dispelled. The old woman next to him has begun to sob softly. A beautiful woman whispered to comfort him, and from time to time she looked up in the direction of Hexu Road. For the first time, she had some good feelings for her fiancé with a bad reputation. The Thunder Army followed the previous arrangement and lined up to wait for the arrival of the Beast Tide. Wang Jing rode his horse beside the training officer, located on the left wing of the square, equipped with 1 gun, 1 bow, and 5 javelins, to cooperate with the right wing to intersperse and cut off the Beast Tide. As a new recruit who has been in the army for less than half a year, it is rare to appear in this main force composed of veterans from western Xinjiang. Fengcheng Siqianjin monks came in and out of Hexu Road in waves, exploring the direction of the Beast Tide. 30 miles, 15 miles, 7 miles. Wang Jing swallowed his saliva, feeling a little dry in the mouth, and clenched the bow in his hand. 5 miles. He felt the breathing of the veterans beside him began to become rapid. 3 miles. Draw the bow. Commander Li Kaicheng roared. All the soldiers of the Thunder Army drew their bows and arrows, and Wang Jing also pulled out a rune arrow from the quiver beside the horse's back, put it on the bow, and pulled it towards the direction of Hexu Road, mobilizing the vitality in his body and injecting it into it. The runes on the arrow gradually lit up. 1 mile. The ground began to shake violently, and the gravel on the square was shaken up and bounced, hitting the boots and armor, making a tinkling sound. Wang Jing felt that it was just like the workers in his own chamber of commerce beating cotton. He had seen it from a distance once before, and it was quite interesting at that time, but he would not think so now, because it was not the light cotton that was being bounced, but the hard gravel and the 10,000 Thunder Army on it. Wang Jing could already clearly see the huge body and ferocious horns of the wild bulls at the forefront of the Beast Tide. He saw a wild bull stepping on the trap trench that had been set up before, and the front legs stepped into the air, and fell headfirst into it. But more beasts stepped over the bodies of their companions and rushed over, like a roaring and rushing river, unstoppable. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the tall city wall of Fengcheng, as if he saw several concerned eyes. In a trance, he heard the roar of the commander shooting arrows. He turned his head and released his right hand. 10,000 arrows fired at once. Countless arrows fell into the herd of beasts. After being infused with the vitality of heaven and earth, the rune arrows pierced into the bodies of the beasts and exploded one after another. A large blank area was cleared in the Beast Tide, but it was filled in the blink of an eye. The defense of the beasts was strong, and it often took several arrows to cover them closely together to achieve effective killing. There were too many beasts in the beast tide. In a blink of an eye, Wang Jing's quiver on his horse was exhausted. The impact speed of the beast tide had been reduced a little by the early long-range attack, but it still continued to pour out of the mountain, and there was no end in sight. He took off the javelin behind him like the school officer next to him and held it in his hand. The javelin had a limited range, which meant that the next step was to enter the close combat stage. A figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, at the forefront of the army, before the beasts were galloping, bald, tall. Wang Jing felt that he had never seen such a tall human in his life, but that person was dressed in cloth, not even wearing the simplest armor. What did he want to do? Did he want to resist the beast tide alone? Was he crazy? Then Wang Jing saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The man bent his legs and waist, his Dao soul condensed and solidified, exerted his strength, and leaped up facing the beast tide in front of him, landing in front of all the beasts. The Dao soul behind him slammed the ground with his arms. A giant beast that was almost solid stood between heaven and earth, and countless beasts fell back. If the beast tide is the turbulent torrent of heaven and earth, then the giant beast in front of him is an indestructible dam, standing there roaring. Super first-class Dao soul, the Meat Mountain Demon King. Divine power, Thunder Hammer. If there is someone in this world who can intercept the beast tide alone and fight against 10,000 alone, Wang Jing would have thought it was a foolish dream before. But now he believes it. Looking at the strange sight of the beast tide in front of him, like a wave hitting the embankment and rolling back, his mind went blank for a moment, and he even forgot that he was still on a battlefield full of dangers. It was not until the school officer beside him slapped his helmet that he came back to his senses. Super first-class Dao soul, the Meat Mountain Demon King has wings on his back, and his body is covered with gray-black scales, covering the sky and the sun. The huge double claws and big mouth roared up to the sky, and the two pairs of fleshy palms kept hammering the rolling beast tide. Each blow caused a large number of shockwaves to vibrate in the void in front. Divine power, Thunder Hammer. Hammer the ground, causing a lot of damage to units within the range, and reducing their attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 50% within 4 seconds. It can only be used when there are more than 3 enemy units. As the undisputed big boss in Dota, its size is as huge as a mountain, and its strong armor and health make its defense unmatched. It has a 75% damage reduction and a 20% damage rebound talent, making Liang Po the most indestructible human flesh wall in the world. Although the system is the most difficult to open in history, its products must be exquisite. The Dao soul of the ancient relic system has shown its sharp fangs in front of the world for the first time. The beasts in front of the Meat Mountain Devil are piled up like a mountain, and the beasts behind are constantly crashing forward due to inertia. The bald man's hammering figure is gradually pushed into the square, leaving deep marks on the ground. More and more beasts squeezed into the square from both sides, but the speed has slowed down greatly. The second round of defense, composed of Tianjian and Thunder Army monks, immediately raised their guns and stepped forward to fight with the beasts. After a round of javelin throwing, the two wings of Wang Jing's troops covered their horses' eyes and officially started a frontal charge with long spears, like two sharp swords, directly piercing the ribs of the beast tide. In order to take care of him as a new recruit, Wang Jing was placed in the middle of the team. This allowed him to avoid facing the impact of the alien beasts at the first time, and he had enough time to react and adjust. However, the alien beast that could break through several lines of defense must be extremely powerful, so casualties appeared at the beginning of the contact. An old soldier on one wing was accidentally pierced by the sharp long horns of the virtual beast unicorn rhino that rushed over, and he and his horse passed through directly, like a candied hawse on a string. A mouthful of blood mist spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes lost their spirit. The soldiers next to him all had red eyes and roared, and several long spears pierced into the head of the unicorn rhino in an instant. People and alien beasts fell one after another, which meant the death of one life after another. After being watered with blood, the wide battlefield showed a strange dark red color, and the pungent smell of blood was nauseating. Wang Jing had only one idea in his mind. That is, rush, keep rushing, and can't stop. The bloody sensations and the fear of life and death from his eyes, nose, and ears caused his adrenaline to rapidly secrete. His head was buzzing, and his mind was filled with the things the officer had told him before the battle. Rush to the other side of the square with a gun, and don't stop. Later, he simply closed his eyes and rushed all the way while shouting wildly. Suddenly, he felt the pressure in front of him loosen, and the entire army began to slow down. He opened his eyes and found that he had reached the other side. He survived. He wanted to share his joy with the officer next to him, but he looked around and couldn't find the officer's strong figure. He couldn't help sobbing, and his eyes were blurred by tears. A big hand slapped his helmet, and the officer's strong voice came. "Why are you crying? A new soldier is a new soldier. You cry and whine, and you don't look like a man. If you go to Xizang, you will be laughed at for the rest of your life." Wang Jing cried with joy and cried even harder. The colonel's armor was covered in blood, and there was a long scar on his face, which ran from the corner of his eye to his chin, leaving his skin and flesh exposed, but he didn't care. He looked at Wang Jing with relief in his eyes, then raised his head to look in the direction of the increasingly high tide of beasts, squinted his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, Look carefully next and don't blink. Maybe this is the only chance in your life. The sky of Hexu Mountain, which was originally bright at noon, darkened, just like an eclipse of the sun. A huge scroll slowly unfolded and emerged in the air, occupying the entire Hexu Mountain and Fengcheng, covering the sky and emitting a soft light. The mountains, rivers, grass, sacred mountains, and holy lakes were clearly visible. It was already a miniature version of the great Xia River and mountains. Suddenly, a bright light rose from the scroll, as if it had absorbed all the light in the world, emitting the most dazzling light, slowly falling towards Hexu Mountain, and gently drifting into the beast tide. There was no earth-shaking sound or explosion, just like an extremely dazzling firefly, stumbling and accidentally flying into the torrent of beasts, which made people sweat for it. But the light between the beast tides was still so dazzling, and gradually a pair of huge wings stretched out from the light. Wherever the wings reach, everything is annihilated. It is a kind of annihilation of the origin of the Tao, disappearing silently from this world. The totem of the great Xia dynasty, the phoenix. Confucius's Taoism says that the phoenix has 6 images. The head is like the sky, the eyes are like the sun, the back is like the moon, the wings are like the wind, the feet are like the earth, and the tail is like the weft. The head pattern is called virtue, the wing pattern is called righteousness, the back pattern is called courtesy, the chest pattern is called benevolence, and the belly pattern is called faith. When it appears, the world will be peaceful. The huge phoenix spread its wings and flew forward along the Hexu road. All the strange beasts were wiped out wherever it went. After a moment, it flapped its wings and circled in the sky, sprinkling sparks. When it fell on people, it felt warm. Even the wounds began to heal gradually. A cry sounded in everyone's heart. After a moment, it flew back to the Shanhaitu. The Shanhaitu above the head gradually rolled inward and finally disappeared. The sun shone on the blood-stained square and on the soldiers' faces again. It was so warm and real. The first beast tide in more than 80 years since the founding of the great Xia dynasty ended. The great Xia fulfilled its original oath and killed all the 40,000 strange beasts that left the Zhongrong realm. Not a single one was spared. The Shanhaitu, the great weapon of the great Xia, was as mighty as a prison. The gate of Fengcheng was wide open, and a group of people poured out. Wang Jing dismounted and knelt in front of his old father, crying. The school officer next to him smiled and turned away. Shenjing, Siqian Tower, 9th floor. Li Chunfeng, the director of Siqianjin, bowed respectfully to the great Xia jade seal on the map of mountains and seas, then carefully picked it up from the map, solemnly placed it in a brocade box, and handed it to an old eunuch beside him. Just now, this jade seal was gently printed on the mountain and sea map at the intersection of Hexu Mountain, and 40,000 strange beasts were destroyed. The old eunuch slowly walked down the 9th floor of Sitianjian with the brocade box in his arms. Perhaps because he was too old, he was a little slow. When he arrived at the gate of Sitianjian, he got on a carriage. There were 2 armies waiting at the carriage. Their armor was divided into red and silver, which were clearly divided. The one close to the carriage was red armor and red helmet, and even the Fangtian painted halberd behind it was red. This red was the scarlet of blood, as if it had been soaked in a sea of blood and corpses. There was a thin layer of red mist in the surrounding air, which faintly enveloped the faces of the soldiers and the carriage in the middle, and could not be seen clearly. The 4 armies of Daxia, holding the sun, are the best in attack and killing. One of the armies outside the carriage was silver, and the soldiers were all over 2 meters tall. They were all surrounded by heavy armor, like giant silver-armored beasts, standing upright, holding shields in their right hands, and the shields were 3 meters high. They were lined up in a row and surrounded the carriage. The 4 armies of Daxia, the Divine Guards, are the best in defense and resistance. The second of the 4 armies escorted the carriage to the Baidi Palace. Among the buildings along the way, the figures of the Sitianjian monks flashed. The Regent Empress Wu, who had been in power for 12 years, stood alone on the Phoenix Terrace at the highest point of the Baidi Palace, and rows of palace maids and eunuchs knelt in the distance. Looking down from the Phoenix Terrace, the entire landscape of the capital city is in full view, and all the mountains are small. In recent years, she likes to stand here alone more and more, looking at the tofu-like houses and ant-like people in the capital city below. Although she has been in office for a long time, there is no trace of time on her face. Her skin is still delicate, and her gorgeous and exquisite clothes flutter in the wind. Her high nose bridge, arrogant eyes, and black phoenix eyebrows rise to the sky, majestic and majestic. Her lips opened and closed gently, perhaps speaking to herself, or perhaps to the world. When the sky of Daxia fell, I helped you hold it up. Now I have been holding it up for a long time and don't want to come down. What are you going to do? The beast tide subsided. In the square at the exit of Hexu Road, the Thunder Army was cleaning up the battlefield. Although there were 2 incredibly powerful helpers, the Thunder Army still suffered many casualties. The new soldiers all cried bitterly while hugging their families like Wang Jing, while the veterans quietly collected the bodies of their compatriots. They were used to the separation of life and death. The battlefield in western Xinjiang was even more cruel than this, with more people dying. After all, the alien beasts were not smart enough, but the alien races were different. If they were not careful, the entire army would be eaten without leaving any bones, and the whole army would be wiped out. Liang Po put away his Tao soul, touched his bald head, and felt a little hungry. He had just faced such a fierce alien beast frenzy. To be honest, he himself had no idea. But since His Highness said he could do it, he felt that he could do it. However, he still felt a little weak all over, and his stomach was empty. He wanted to eat something. He looked around and found the body of a mad bear lying not far away. His eyes lit up. He had cooked it once before. The meat of the mad bear was tender and delicious, and it was a good ingredient. He walked over, grabbed the hind legs of the bear, and in the eyes of the crowd, who were both respectful and somewhat surprised, he dragged the huge bear slowly through the crowd, came to a corner of the square, started a fire, borrowed a knife from a Thunder Army soldier, cut off a bear leg, and then quickly peeled the skin and cut into pieces, found a long spear to skewer the meat, and roasted it on the fire. His name is Liang Po, and he is the playmate of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who grew up with him. He is a little shy and doesn't like to talk because his voice is too nice. He doesn't like fighting and killing, and his only hobby is cooking. Every time he hears His Royal Highness's praise, he feels a sense of accomplishment, because the master only let him practice defensive skills since he was a child, and he feels that he is useless. Obviously, there is a very powerful word Po in his name, but his offensive ability is mediocre, until one day he used his body to protect the royal grandson who was being bullied by the neighbor's children. That night, the royal grandson sneaked into his room and slapped a glowing ball into his forehead. From then on, he knew that only he, who was in the initial realm, had a Tao soul, and the name of the Tao soul was the great demon king of Meat Mountain. But what he didn't know was that he was already invincible in the power spell negation. When he entered the Tao real realm at the age of 14, he realized the armor and blood doubling talents and awakened the magic power Thunder Hammer. No matter what realm he was in, he was the strongest in the world. The roasted bear paw melted in his mouth. Perhaps it was the effect of hunger. Liang Po felt that it tasted better than before. I wonder what His Highness is doing now? Are you hungry? He swallowed a mouthful of bear meat and thought a little heartlessly. At this time, our Royal Highness the Crown Prince was indeed a little hungry, as the big man thought, so he took out a portion of dry food and put it in his mouth to chew, but he felt it was tasteless. He felt a little resentful of Liang Po for raising his appetite so much in the past few years. Except for those who were traveling outside and could not return to the sect, almost all the high-level disciples of the Sun and Moon sect were heading towards Qingqiu in the depths of Hexu Mountain. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If the internal disputes in the depths of Hexu Mountain cannot be resolved, the second wave of beast tide may still form. At this time they had set out from the Sun and Moon Cliff for half a day. The team led by the master of the Sun and Moon sect was very fast. Soon, the towering Xuantian tree in Qingqiu appeared in the field of vision, lush and green. Longsheng Xiaohuang was also very competitive, and treated the rugged mountains as flat ground without any effort. Zhao Yu did not feel any bumps while sitting on its back. Instead, he could eat a few mouthfuls of dry food comfortably while talking in a low voice with an old man. The old man was holding a large wine pot in his hand with a long snow-white beard and a ruddy face. His whole body was like a big furnace, emitting a burning air. Your Highness, time flies. I, old Lu, feel like I was just drunk once. 9 years have passed. I still remember the first time the master took you up the mountain. You were still a little kid. Now you are almost an adult. Everything in the world is wonderful. The old man picked up the wine pot and took a sip happily. He showed a look of enjoyment on his face. He knew that if the mountain and sea map brought down a punishment from heaven, there would be no chance of surviving the beast tide. As a person born in the Ding Ding era, no one could appreciate the power of the mountain and sea map better than him. So since the beast tide had been resolved, he was no longer anxious, and the whole team relaxed. In my opinion, old Lu hasn't changed at all. He is still so greedy and energetic. Zhao Yu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, You mean to say I'm still a drunkard? You haven't changed at all after so many years. You're still so elegant. When the teacher took you up the mountain, the first thing you said was, Is there any star sand here? I want to borrow some. The little ghosts who heard it wanted to rush up and fight with you. As a result, you borrowed from all the sects in Daxia, and all the star sand was borrowed by you. The old man laughed loudly, and his laughter was deafening. Zhao Yu was a little embarrassed, but he did collect almost all the extraterrestrial objects similar to star sand in Daxia during that period. Star sand is a stone from outer space. The continent itself has no production and is quite rare, because it is an extraterrestrial object and is not within the Great Tao, so if the Tao soul gradually absorbs it, it will awaken some other properties and may also improve its grade. Every time a piece appears, it will cause a bloody storm. It is hard to find with a lot of money. It has 3 characteristics. It can break defense, can be controlled by mental power, and cannot be destroyed. Star sand that is not within the Great Tao can break through all barriers formed by the vitality of heaven and earth. Except for being slowly absorbed by the Tao soul, it cannot be destroyed by external forces. The most amazing thing is that it can be controlled by people through spiritual sacrifice. Such characteristics are undoubtedly tailor-made for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was unable to practice at the time, but was born in the Tao Void realm and had an extremely strong spiritual power. No wonder the tricky system would be lenient and release some functions to encourage Zhao Yu to collect crazily. So 9 years ago, the figures of an old man and a young man appeared in front of all the sects of Daxia, and the child's childish voice sounded, "Is there any star sand here? I want to borrow some." When the old man mentioned the master, the atmosphere became a little depressed. The master who took him all over the world was no longer there. He used his life in exchange for his future. Old Lu also felt a little sad. When he was young, the 14 clans of the Ying family had already become famous all over the world. They fought each other for the vast land of China. Among them, His Majesty Taizu and the then overlord Qin Xuan had the most powerful forces. They had many talents under their command and were in a position to rule the country. However, there was one person who was not among the 14 clans. With only one person and one sword, he became the hero and belief in the hearts of ordinary young people like Old Lu. A figure emerged in his mind, dressed in green, with his hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin, often holding a book in his hand, with a long sword on his waist, frowning slightly, and his eyes seemed to live in the entire universe, hooking the souls of countless girls. Old Lu turned his head to look at the figure of his companion beside him, and murmured softly, "Like, really like." I don't know if he was talking about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince riding on Longshang, or Guan Zhengqing, who was riding on Yuqi not far away and occupied the top 3. At this time, on the empty Hexu Road, a peak duel was taking place. Unfortunately, the audience was only a girl who didn't know much. The girl stood there blankly, somewhat bewildered and at a loss. She rubbed the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands, and almost tore the rough cloth without realizing it. The fight between the two great masters of the life and death realm was too far away from her previous life. She was originally a girl who made a living by singing with her adoptive father in Jiangling City. It was said that her adoptive father was injured in the western frontier when he was young, so he was blind, but he played the piano very well. Perhaps it was because of bad luck that the business was not good, and life was very hard. Finally this year, things got better, and she had some spare money in her hands. She went out early to buy some meat at the market, intending to pickle it so that it could be preserved for a longer time in this hot summer. But she didn't expect that her adoptive father, who was sitting on the doorstep smoking a pipe before leaving, disappeared in the blink of an eye. She searched every corner of Jiangling City and asked countless neighbors, but still couldn't find any trace of her adoptive father. Until she met an old man in black robes. He told her that her adoptive father was dead, killed by a man named Zhao Yu, and her father's murderer was the most honorable grandson of the Emperor of Daxia. Except for the place where the girl stood on the Hexu Road, which was intentionally controlled and not damaged, the surrounding roads and trees were cut into pieces by the sword energy of the first-grade Dao Soul Daxia Dragon Bird, forming a circular vacuum zone. The blade of the Daxia Dragon Bird, which was condensed by the Dao Soul, was huge, 3 feet and 9 inches long, with a large ring at the bottom, wrapped with a dragon, and its head was in the shape of a bird. Grandmaster Huang Ting held the knife with his left hand. The dense knife energy formed a cyan world with his figure as the center. The world was full of small knives, like countless dragon birds flying around in groups, cutting and breaking everything they touched. It was a world of knives, a world of grandmasters. If Huang Ting's domain was the world of knives, then the domain of the black-robed old man opposite was a paradise for ghosts. Countless ghosts wandered in the domain. Each ghost was a powerful monk in his lifetime. The old man was surrounded by him, and his figure could not be seen clearly. As the sound of the piano came out, the ghosts seemed to have heard some kind of command. They collectively howled towards Huang Ting, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out and rushed towards the cyan world. The first-class Taoist soul, Huang Quanqin, whole of Daxia, because of these activities of imprisoning human souls and digging up human corpses, which makes people restless even after death. You probably don't like your soul being imprisoned as a weapon after your death. Huang Ting raised his knife and pointed it at the old man. Countless knives in the blue world were instantly suspended in the air, and the blades turned forward, and thousands of knives stood up. Then he exerted force and raised his knife, opening the sky. Before the man arrived, the knife went first, and the two worlds, one blue and one gray, began to collide with each other. Countless knives crashed into the gray area and fought with the ghosts. For a while, the sound of knives, the sound of pianos, and howling resounded through the sky. The great Xia Dragon Bird, under the opening heaven style of the Grandmaster Li Shu, was unstoppable, smashing all the ghosts that blocked along the way, carrying the power of opening the sky and advancing towards the center. Under the Dragon Bird, all ghosts were killed. The sword is a weapon for killing, and most of the time, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. But this time his opponent is the great elder of the Beiming clan, a giant of the same generation as his father, a great master who was famous in the Ding Ding era, and his cultivation is even higher than his. So he was knocked out, and the green sword domain broke away from the gray world and hit the road several miles away, shrinking a little. At this time, some changes occurred in the gray world. Under the floating ghosts, a yellow river was generated under the feet of the black-robed old man. Seeing this, the surrounding ghosts wailed and moved away from the yellow spring water, crowding at the outermost edge of the domain. In this way, through the gaps between the ghosts, a glimpse of the scene in the domain can be seen. In the gray world, there is a yellow spring river and a bridge over the Theti River. On the bridge, an old man in a black robe sits cross-legged, playing the zither. At the end of the bridge stands a woman in white who is extremely beautiful and soul-stirring, but with dull eyes and no spirit. However, it is this frail body that has just jumped up to block the great Xia dragon bird's heaven-opening style and has punched the entire Grandmaster's sword domain away for several miles. If you don't reach the Yellow Spring, you won't see each other. The Yellow Spring Qin is indeed worthy of its reputation. If you want to see you, you have to step over this Yellow Spring water. Huang Ting narrowed his eyes, and his aura became stronger and stronger. The dragon bird in the sword domain flew faster and faster. The blade of the great Xia dragon bird held in his left hand gradually turned from green to purple, and the eyes on the bird's head were almost about to open. At this moment, the sky of the entire Hexu Mountain suddenly darkened, and the mighty Shanhaitu emerged from the sky. In a blink of an eye, the heavenly punishment came, and a huge phoenix descended from the sky. After flying around on the Hexu road, countless strange beasts turned into dead souls and flew into the sky. The black-robed old man stopped playing the zither and looked up at the vast Shanhaitu in the sky. With a complicated expression, he said, looking at the Shanhaitu, looking up and down between heaven and earth, "What a Shanhaitu! What a great Zhao Wuji!" With the Shanhaitu as the foundation, he protected the Hongtu in the country and consolidated the country's prosperity. He also made my Beiming clan hide for nearly 100 years. It's really hateful. As long as the Shanhaitu is here, you will never be able to turn over. Huang Ting put away the knife domain, and the great Xia dragon bird turned into a Dao soul and returned to his body. No weapons can be used under the Shanhaitu. That is the rule set by great Xia and also the rule of the Shanhaitu. The old man in black robe retracted his gaze, looked at Huang Ting in front of him, and continued. Once the heavenly punishment of the mountain and sea map is activated, it will not be able to come again within half a year. So for Daxia and that prince who has never met, there will be a lot of troubles in the vacuum period of the next 6 months. Empress Wu has clearly adopted an attitude of not caring about anything. Facing the attack of 2 great masters, can that prince withstand it? The endless mountain battlefield in western Xinjiang will also have to switch from offense to defense in the next 6 months, because no one knows whether the old and dying Yu Huang will go crazy before he dies and detonate the faith to summon the archangel. Without the mountain and sea map, no one in western Xinjiang can stop it. I am very happy to see this scene. He hasn't been so proud for a long time. The phoenix hovering in the sky seemed to have heard the words of the old man in black robes. It lowered its head and looked down. It gently flapped its wings and sprinkled a ball of flames. The netherworld of Huangquan Qin was instantly burned. The old man in black robes changed his face, jumped into the Yellow Spring River, and disappeared. The girl on Hexu Road was still confused and continued to rub the corner of her clothes, at a loss. After everything calmed down, Huang Ting walked up to the girl, looked at her delicate skin and pitiful expression, pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Come with me, I will take you to see the enemy who killed your father. It shouldn't be too much for me, as an uncle, to find a maid for that kid." After speaking, he turned around and left with a big laugh, his laughter full of gloating. Bai Jining looked at the mess and fragmented scene around him, bit his lip, and followed. Hexu Mountain, Qingqiu, Xuantian Wood. The reason why the nine-tailed sky fox has been the king of the 100,000 exotic beasts in Hexu Mountain for so long is inseparable from its cultivation that far exceeds that of other exotic beasts. As one of the few dominant-level exotic beasts in the entire Daxia, even if its strength has been greatly reduced due to childbirth, the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast still cannot gain the slightest advantage in the bloody battle. The bloody battle is in full swing under the gaze of all the high-level exotic beasts in Hexu Mountain. Just now, the heavenly punishment appeared. The nine-tailed sky fox already knew that the 40,000 exotic beasts that went down the mountain would inevitably be destroyed, which means that Hexu Mountain will lose nearly half of its vitality. This made it truly angry from the bottom of its heart, and every time it attacked, it was merciless. The 9 huge tails behind it, like flames, tightly bound the jade-eyed golden-eyed tiger from head to toe, and smashed it hard on the ground again and again, gradually smashing a huge pit into the ground, which was still expanding and deepening. The reason why the jade-eyed golden-eyed tiger dared to challenge the nine-tailed fox to a bloody battle was because it was the second beast in Hexu Mountain to advance to the realm of life and death. A human also told him that the nine-tailed fox had fallen in realm due to childbirth and could hardly maintain the realm of life and death. This was a rare opportunity. The human also helped it analyze the situation, made plans, and taught it how to form alliances and surround the city with beasts. The tiger, who already had limited IQ, thanked his human friend for his profound strategy while dreaming of his own dream of becoming the king of Hexu. But now he woke up from his dream in a rather cruel way. It was true that the nine-tailed fox had fallen in realm, and the human friend of the jade-eyed golden-eyed tiger did not lie to it, but what it did not know was that the nine-tailed fox, which had fallen in realm, was still not something it could compare to. As soon as the domain was opened, the nine-tailed sky fox used its tails behind it to instantly wrap around it, and then squeezed it tightly, like a balloon being squeezed by brute force. It burst directly, and then the poor stupid tiger was then pulled into the purple-red charm domain of the nine-tailed sky fox. With a cry, it fell into a coma. and its vitality was still being continuously absorbed by the nine tails, and its combat power was instantly reduced to 9/10. A moment later, in the horrified eyes of the strange beasts, the blue-eyed, golden-eyed tiger was thrown high into the air, and then the nine tails were pulled down at the same time, and its body was directly pulled far away and smashed on the trunk of the towering Xuantian wood. After falling, it rolled on the ground for several circles, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. The nine-tailed sky fox lay back on the Xuantian wood, with 9 huge tails hanging down and swaying gently. He first pushed the little fox into his arms, then swept his eyes over the various beasts below, especially the tiger and leopard forces that participated in the rebellion. His eyes were sharp and murderous, but he closed his eyes reluctantly, thinking about something, and Qingqiu became quiet for a while. Suddenly, the beasts on the periphery were in a commotion, roaring, and the high-level beasts turned around one after another. A team was seen galloping from far to near, arriving in an instant, with great momentum. The Sun and Moon sect monks at the front of the team all wore green Taoist robes with sun and moon patterns embroidered on them. The Taoist swords that were usually attached to their backs had been unsheathed, and the swords pointed straight ahead, with no intention of stopping at all. The sword energy stirred up the wind and clouds, and murderous intent was everywhere. The Earth Bear, who was usually very irritable, roared at the sight, pushed aside the beasts blocking the way, and rushed to the front. While roaring, his huge body expanded again, facing the sword. The other giants also rushed over, revealing their sharp fangs. The entire group of beasts instantly became irritable and full of hostility. The unruly nature deep in the hearts of the beasts did not allow them to be pointed at by swords, and the Sun and Moon sect monks shouldered the responsibility of guarding Hexu Mountain, but made a mistake. The guard was ineffective, and the beast tide went down the mountain, almost piercing the sky. He was ashamed and angry, and just wanted to wash away the shame with blood. A bloody battle was about to break out. 2 figures instantly appeared in the center, blocking the 2 sides. The 2 worlds, one gold and one red, collided with each other. The golden domain was like a blazing sun, emitting a magnificent power, and directly knocked the purple-red charm domain of the nine-tailed sky fox back to Xuantianmu. Then the sun continued to fall down, hitting the high-level beasts in Hexu Mountain. The huge power directly overturned all the beasts, including the earth-violent bear, and cleared a huge space. The domain gradually closed, and the figure of an old man drinking appeared in the grass debris. The 9th on the mountain and sea list, the Great Sun Martial Sect, Lu Yao. Jiwei, I have been dealing with you for so many years, and we have always kept our distance. But this time, you beasts were not kind. You broke the contract before, and even made Daxia use the mountain and sea map to bring down the punishment from heaven. I believe that the court will never let you go this time, and let you go easily. Even I will be implicated and go to Beijing to apologize. The old man Lu's full voice sounded, and even the sound gave people a burning feeling. Old man Lu, this time I didn't control my subordinates well, which led to the alien beasts below being bewitched and having second thoughts, which led to such a disaster. But things have come to this point and cannot be changed. What do you want to do? The nine-tailed sky fox showed a trace of helplessness. Facing the absolute overlord of the great Xia dynasty, it also felt deeply powerless. The old man Lu in front of it, and the Sun and Moon sect behind it, were enough threats to it, which was now in a low state. If things went wrong, the marks left by the high-level alien beasts of the entire Hexu Mountain on the mountain and sea map would be completely erased. Its soul was severely damaged. It looked down at the newly born little fox in its arms, and for the first time, a trace of fear arose in its heart. Old man Lu picked up the wine pot at his waist, raised his head and took a big sip, wiped the corner of his mouth directly with his sleeve, and shook his head and said, Nine-tailed, this matter is too big, and what I say does not count. Then who has the final say among you humans? The voice of the nine-tailed sky fox was as beautiful as ever. I think my words should count. A young voice came from behind, not too heavy or too light, not too arrogant or overbearing, as if he was saying something that should be the case. The Sun and Moon sect monks automatically separated to the sides, revealing the young man who was talking behind them. For a moment, all the eyes of people and beasts turned to the figure sitting on the little yellow horse. The young man looked calm and patted the little yellow's neck with his hand. The spiritual little yellow understood what he meant and stepped forward. Guan Zhengqing and Liang Po accompanied him on both sides. The Yu Qi army took a fighting stance with guns and followed closely behind. Behind the old man Lu, the first-class Tao soul gradually emerged. A round of sun rose slowly, emitting infinite light and heat. The momentum became stronger and stronger, and in the end it almost broke through the sky. He laughed and stepped forward. All the strange beasts in Hexu Mountain avoided him, and a road leading directly to Xuantian Wood appeared. Zhao Yu rode his horse to the ancient and majestic Xuantian Wood and looked directly into the ruby-like eyes of the nine-tailed fox. His eyes were pure. Now he has become accustomed to being the focus of everyone and the center of the whole world. The Grand Master cleared the way for it. King meets king. 2 completely different pairs of eyes looked at each other. One pair was as black as ink, and the other pair was as red as blood. What is the identity of the boy in front of me? His cultivation is so weak, and he has just entered the void realm. Can he really have the final say? Humans are really strange creatures. It looked at him and thought, It is really the nine-tailed fox in the myths and legends of the fox previous life. It has 9 long and big tails. It looks so beautiful. The difference between beauty and ugliness is so big. The strange beast is really a strange creature. He looked at it and thought. A small cry broke the silence in the field. The little fox in the arms of the nine-tailed fox was probably hungry. It poked its head out and babbled. Nine-tailed fox stretched out one of its tails behind it, gently soothing the little fox, and was the first to speak. Human, I don't know what your status is among humans, but since you said you can make the decision, then you still have Daxia behind you. What do you want? 2 points. First, the strange beasts related to this beast tide must die. If you don't give Daxia an explanation, then we will do it ourselves. Second, I will give you a year to recover your strength and raise the cubs. After a year, I will send someone to find you. You need to serve Daxia for 100 years. After 100 years, you will be free. The young man's voice was as steady as ever, neither light nor heavy, and he didn't say anything nonsense, and went straight to the point. Roar, this is simply too much. I, old bear, will be the first to disagree. At worst, we will all die together. The huge body of the earth-violent bear leaped high up, and its 2 hands, which were larger than those of an adult man, whistled and slapped down. At the same time, the body of the phantom shadow leopard disappeared, and merged into the shadows. It appeared behind Zhao Yu in an instant, and its sharp claws flashing with cold light stretched out from the shade of the Xuantianmu tree and pierced his back. When the wind blows in the world, some people follow the wind. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in Qingshu, which was shining brightly. The wind was accompanied by the roar of a dragon. A silver spear appeared out of thin air and directly pointed in front of the bear's paw. The dragon coiled around the spear, and the spearhead pierced into the flesh so that the bear's paw could not move forward an inch. Magical power. Harnessing the wind. At the same time, a bright light shone behind Zhao Yu, and the phantom shadow leopard hiding in the shadows was forced out of the light. A hand gently pressed on its body, and the phantom shadow leopard began to burn. The earth bear pulled back his hands, his fur stood up, and the khaki glow on his body became stronger and stronger, as if he was wearing a heavy earth armor. He stepped down towards Guanzhangqing, and the ground of Qingshu shattered again. The dragon roar was still whistling in the wind, which meant that the earth bear's foot was not firmly planted. If you want to step on the wind, you need to be faster than the wind. Obviously, the clumsy earth bear couldn't do it, so all its attacks now fell into the air, and it felt powerful, but had nowhere to use it, and became more and more irritable. The spearhead of the blood-crying dragon spear was the dragon head. Yinglong cried blood, and the spearhead began to turn into a gorgeous red. Even the howling wind between heaven and earth began to become more violent. With the enchanting red color, Guanzhangqing's figure instantly appeared above the earth bear's head, with the dragon spear pointing downwards, exerting force. The khaki earth armor met the gorgeous blood-crying dragon spear, and it was as fragile as paper, and it broke at the touch. The earth bear felt a chill on his forehead and trembled all over, feeling that death was so close to him, while the shadow leopard on the other side had turned into a pile of ash and drifted away with the wind. Enough! I agree to your request. The tiger and leopard, the 2 culprits who caused the beast's tide, will pay with their lives, and I will serve you for 100 years in a year. But please let go of the other beasts in Hexu Mountain. They are innocent. The beasts in Hexu Mountain have been severely damaged, and it will be difficult for them to recover within 100 years. If you humans still want to kill them all, then we can only fight with our lives. The sharp voice of the 9-tailed sky fox resounded through the sky. At the same time, the huge tail extended downwards and entangled the neck of the unconscious blue-eyed golden-eyed tiger under the tree. It tightened instantly, and with a click, the blue-eyed golden-eyed tiger, one of the giants of Hexu Mountain, was dead. Counting the shadow leopard that turned into ashes, 2 of the 4 giants under the 9-tailed fox of Hexu Mountain were gone, and half of them fell. Zhao Yu raised his right hand and signaled to stop. Guanzhang followed the wind and returned to the boy. The Yuqi army also stopped charging, and everyone in the Sun and Moon sect sheathed their swords. A soul of a grandmaster in the realm of life and death has been detected. Because it is too precious, the E system makes an exception and automatically absorbs and stores it. Host, please complete the conditions as soon as possible to open the system before it can be used. The little fox is very beautiful and will be very beautiful when he grows up. Listening to the unchanging voice of the system in his mind, Zhao Yu smiled at the 9-tailed sky fox, turned around and left. The group gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving behind only the severely damaged Hexu Mountain beasts, gloomy and miserable. The way down the mountain was even more depressing than the atmosphere up the mountain. Seeing that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had suppressed the 100,000 beasts of Hexu Mountain, who had been dealing with them for nearly 100 years, with just a few words, everyone in the Sun and Moon sect was silent and thoughtful. Several brave girls were still a little frightened, afraid that they would never dare to joke with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince behind his back again. Lu Jiuan was quite dejected along the way. He saw that Guanzhangqing had just faced the giant beast, the earth-violent bear, which was 1 step away from the Palm Edge life and death realm, and almost killed it easily. He had not even stepped into the Dao realm, and asked himself if he had any chance of winning against the earth-violent bear. For the first time, he felt powerless and a little confused. A wine gourd flew from the front and hit him directly on the forehead. Then a voice came into his ears. "Cheer up, little brat. After returning to the sect, follow me to the top of Xuantian Wood for retreat. Be prepared to get a layer of skin scraped off. Remember that you are my grandson, no worse than anyone else." Looking at the back of the figure sitting astride Yuqi in front of him, Lu Jiyuan nodded heavily. In the past few days, the incident was urgent, and Sima Anan also put away his previous playful smile and seemed a lot more calm. Now that the matter has been resolved, his mind began to become active again. His eyes rolled around and saw Qing Niantong following the team alone in silence. He rode over, said hello, and rode side by side with her. Seeing that Qing Niantong looked a little worried and not as lively as before, Sima Anan put away the smile on his face, as if he saw through her thoughts, and said softly, "Do you think that His Highness was too domineering in Qingqiu this time?" Obviously, Jiwei's attitude was very low, but he was still so aggressive. The voice was very soft and outsiders could hardly hear it clearly. Qing Niantong hesitated for a while, nodded slightly and said, "Our Sun and Moon Cliff and Qingqiu face each other, and even the Xuantian tree is a pair of male and female. There have been few conflicts in the past 100 years. The nine-tailed sky fox has always been non-competitive and has restrained its subordinates to abide by the covenant of Zhongrong. If it had not been instigated by humans and the nine-tailed fox was about to give birth, I think this incident would not have happened. I agree to let the culprit be punished and give an explanation to Daxia, but I think 100 years of service is a bit too heavy, and the little fox is still young, so a year is too short." Sima Anan turned his head to look at Qing Niantong, rubbing his chin. His eyes no longer had the previous frivolity, but were filled with a strange look. He said, "In fact, your highness's action can be said to have saved the life of the nine-tailed sky fox. You must know that Empress Wu has been in the position of regent for 12 years. Although she has worked hard to govern the country and gradually restored Daxia from its most decadent stage 15 years ago, the country is currently strong. However, the war in the western border is now intense, and your highness is about to return to Beijing to take the age of adulthood. Empress Wu needs to declare her voice to the world at this time. What can better demonstrate her prestige than the head of the nine-tailed sky fox, which is ranked 4th on the mountain and sea beast list? And what you don't know is that the punishment from the sky in the mountain and sea map is of great importance. Your highness's treatment is actually too lenient." After Qing Niantong heard this, there was a thunder in his mind, and his mind was suddenly enlightened. Everyone around that mysterious prince is not an ordinary person. She suddenly became more curious about Zhao Yu, Daxia, Guizhou, Fengcheng. At this time, the huge Fengcheng was faintly revealing a sense of joy after surviving the disaster. There was a warm carnival in the streets and alleys, and good wine and good meat were placed on the table. Due to the special geographical location of Fengcheng, most of the ancestors were pioneers of the Hexu Dao, so the folk customs are somewhat different from other places in the southeast of Daxia. Instead, they are closer to the northwest. They are generous, happy, and love alcohol. Today, the home of Wang, a big merchant in the Chamber of Commerce in Fengcheng, can be said to be extremely lively. It is said that his son, who was originally notorious, made a big splash this time and made great contributions in the battle against the beast tide. He just received an award at the residence of the governor, and he was in great glory. The money-scattering boy Wang Xiao, who used to tease and joke about money every day, actually did such a big thing. He turned over a new leaf. This made the people in the city and the girls in the red light district drop their eyes, but also made the proud old man Wang very happy. His face was flushed as if he was 10 years younger. He waved his hand and scattered a lot of silver. He set up a buffet for 10 days, and all the food, drinks, and beverages were provided free of charge. All the people in the city could eat for free. The banquet was just halfway through, and there was a commotion at the gate of the palace. The servants and maids at the gate hurriedly ran into the inner room, and the villagers who were sitting in the palace eating the buffet also stood up and looked out. It turned out that the eldest young master of the palace had returned from the prefectural governor's mansion with a reward, and brought the Thunder Army soldiers to visit the palace. This was a great honor. Old man Wang hurriedly led people out of the inner room and welcomed everyone into the palace. After a lot of trouble, everyone finally gathered around the table to eat. Wang Jing's performance this time was indeed good, and he had great potential. So the Thunder Army was still very optimistic about him and very supportive. In addition to the school officers who fought side by side with him, even the commander of the Thunder Army, Li Kaicheng, came, which showed how much they valued him. Li Kaicheng was worthy of being the one who survived the battle outside the Great Wall. In addition to killing the enemy, his drinking skills were also quite outstanding. He drank a bottle of strong liquor without changing his face. The occasional fierceness he exuded made the young and knowledgeable old man Wang tremble with fear, and swallowed back what he wanted to say. To be honest, although his son returned safely this time and made a contribution, as a father, he still wanted his son to withdraw from the army. With the family assets he had accumulated from his life's hard work, even if Wang Jing did nothing in his life, he could easily afford it. Why should he live a life with his head tied to his belt? Earlier, standing on the top of the city wall and watching the blood-flowing river below, the old couple was frightened. He wanted to talk it out at the wine table, but it was obviously not appropriate at the moment. He thought about finding a time to have a good talk with his son, hoping that he would get married and start a family soon, so that he could hold his grandson soon, and he would be satisfied in this life. Wang Jing picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. He felt that this expensive wine did not taste the same as before. He was hesitant in his heart. He couldn't help but miss the strong taste of the cheap wine he sneaked out with a group of new recruits on the 10-day holiday in the army. Occasionally, he would meet the old soldiers who sneaked out. Everyone tacitly understood and pretended not to see each other. It was very interesting. Thinking of this, Wang Jing couldn't help but smile. In an instant, he knew what he wanted. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was getting dark, and everyone dispersed. Wang Jing sent the Thunder Army soldiers to the street corner. Li Kaicheng didn't say anything before leaving, but patted Wang Jing on the shoulder. The school officer also had a complicated expression. Having seen the prosperity of Wang Jing's family, they all knew that it was not easy to make such a decision. Wang Jing lowered his head and walked back to the palace slowly. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure waiting under the bright red lantern at the door of the palace. The shadow was stretched long under the light, and he felt a sudden throbbing in his heart for no reason. That was the girl that Mr. Wang had arranged for him some time ago. Her name was Wanner. He originally thought that Mr. Wang would find a family of equal status, but he didn't expect that the girl's family was not good. It was just an ordinary family. As the richest man in Fengcheng, Mr. Wang's vision was naturally vicious. The girl had been frugal and beautiful since she was a child. This was the first time he and she were alone together. Under the bright light, Wang Jing could clearly see the girl's delicate face and simple clothes. All the tricks he used to roam around in the flowers were forgotten for a moment, and he actually looked a little dull. "It's getting late. I have to go home. Otherwise my mother will be worried." After the girl finished speaking, 2 red clouds climbed up on her snow-white face, which was very beautiful. "Oh, then I'll take you back." The girl nodded, and the 2 walked towards the east side of Fengcheng. After the beast tide, Fengcheng has regained its former bustle, and the night market is still prosperous. Wang Jing protected the girl through the bustling crowd. The 2 did not speak along the way, but just kept silent until they walked to an ordinary wooden house in the east city and stopped. Her home was here. The girl turned and looked at Wang Jing's face. Her blinking eyes seemed to be able to speak. "I saw everything that happened at the dinner table today, and I know your inner struggle and hesitation. As a woman, I shouldn't interfere. But since we are engaged, we are tied together for life, so I think I can still say a few words." The girl must have thought for a long time to say so many words in one breath, and her clenched fists that were a little pale showed that she was not as calm as she appeared. "I think you should do what you want to do. When my brother was young, he liked to play with swords and guns, but my father didn't allow him to do so, and insisted that he inherit the carpentry work. My brother ran away from home in a rage and has not returned home once since then. I don't know whether he is alive or dead. I don't want you to be like my brother and never come back. As for the old man, I will take good care of him. You can do it with confidence, but before you go, I want to have a good look at the Fengcheng night market. My family was poor before, and I couldn't afford to buy many things, so you have to pay for me this time." After saying this, the girl blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at her fiancé in front of her, as if she had made an excessive request. Wang Jing smiled at the girl and raised his hand to touch her head. Although it was the first time he touched her, it was as natural as countless times. In the crowded and lively crowd, Wang Jing's heart was surging as he walked back. He didn't want to go back to the mansion, but just wandered aimlessly in the city. Suddenly, the view in front of him was wide, and the noisy crowd disappeared. A sparkling lake came into view. The silvery moonlight sprinkled softly on the lake, like a silver mirror, reflecting another round moon, as if it was close at hand and within reach. There was a stone table by the lake, with a pot of wine on it. There were 3 people sitting by the table. There was a faint fire in the distance, as if someone was making a fire to cook. A young voice came. "Good tea! Good tea!" Wang Jing looked in the direction of the voice. It was obviously a wine pot, but why did they say it was tea? Wang Jing walked towards the lake as if possessed by a ghost. He found that the 3 people sitting by the stone table were very young, about the same age as him, but they all had extraordinary looks and characteristics, as if they had gathered all the qualities that could be called handsome in this world. Seeing someone coming, Sima Anan, who was dressed elegantly in white, had his eyes light up. He quickly asked Wang Jing to sit down, and conjured up a wine glass like a magic trick and filled it up. Then he placed it on the table and motioned Wang Jing to drink tea. Wang Jing drank it all in one gulp. It was refreshing and slightly bitter. The wine pot was indeed filled with bitter tea. After the initial bitterness, the sweet aftertaste came over him, making his originally drowsy head much clearer and more energetic. "This tea is not bad. It's mainly because the girl who made the tea is clever and skillful." Sima Anan was quite proud, shaking a folding fan and shaking his head. In fact, this tea was given by Miss Yanzi when Zhao Yu left. The price was naturally owed and would be paid back later. Zhao Yu liked the tea baked by Miss Yanzi very much, and he would brew a pot of it almost every day. They had just returned from Hexu Mountain and reunited with Liang Po. They were a little tired after running around all day, so they stayed in Fengcheng for a day. At night, our Royal Highness the Crown Prince was craving for food and missed the delicious food made by the bald man. They simply found a remote lake in Fengcheng and drank tea and watched the moon while waiting for Liang Po to finish making food. It is indeed good tea, but why is the wine pot used to hold tea and the wine glass used to drink tea? Wang Jing asked hesitantly. What is wine? There are thousands of kinds of wine in the world, such as white wine, yellow wine, sweet wine, and strong wine. What you drink is emotion and human heart. As long as the drinker thinks it is wine, then tea is also wine. So in my opinion, there is no distinction between wine pots and teapots. Sima Anand said calmly, with a serious face, without any embarrassment of taking the teapot by mistake for the wine pot because he was in a hurry to go out. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. The reason why there is tea in the wine pot is because I haven't reached adulthood yet. The elders in my family have told me not to drink before I reach adulthood, so I use tea instead of wine. I'm sorry to make you laugh. A young man sitting in the middle spoke in a calm voice. The most attractive thing was the strange red vertical lines between his eyebrows, and his eyes were as pure as water, which made people feel very comfortable and sincere. What the little brother said just now is not wrong. This wine is really about your state of mind. If you have something on your mind, no matter how much wine you drink, it is not as good as this bitter tea. You can drink all the unspeakable things in one gulp. Brother, please give me another cup. Wang Jing fell in love with this bitter tea, which fit his state of mind, and his expression was a little depressed. Sima Anand picked up the kettle and filled Wang Jing's cup with it. He continued to wave the folding fan in his hand and said, Look at this brother who drinks this bitter tea as bitter wine. What's in his heart is probably related to the girl. I understand this feeling. We are both sad. Zhao Yu turned his head away and didn't look at this funny guy with an exaggerated expression. Even Guan Zhengqing, who was always aloof, curled his lips. It can be said that it has something to do with the girl. I wanted to go far away to do something, but before I left, I met the girl I wanted to protect. I felt bound in my heart, and I was no longer as free and easy as before. Now I am a little hesitant and fussy. Maybe it was because Zhao Yu's eyes were pure, or maybe it was because Wang Jing's heart was really confused and he mistook tea for wine, so he opened his heart and expressed his inner entanglement in front of three strangers. A tall figure approached from afar. His tall stature blocked the moonlight from the sky. Liang Po placed the roasted pork leg in his hand on the stone table, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. He had carefully cut the pork leg into strips for everyone to eat. Wang Jing, who had seen Liang Po's unparalleled power in the beast tide, stood up subconsciously after seeing the figure clearly, looking a little excited and unbelievable. Liang Po also had an impression of him. In the square after the beast tide, he was the one who howled the loudest, and it was hard not to attract attention. Several people ate the fragrant roasted pork leg that melted in their mouths while chatting. In a few words, they roughly understood the situation Wang Jing was facing at this time. In fact, it was not complicated and easy to understand. After getting familiar with everyone, Wang Jing let go and revealed the attitude of a man who used to hang out in Fengcheng's red light district. While gnawing on a pork leg, he cursed. I have been in Fengcheng for 20 years in my life. I joined the army in a daze and went to the battlefield. I was scared to death, but I was not afraid of you laughing at me. I rushed forward with my eyes closed all the way and finally survived. That feeling was so fucking good. Maybe I am a cheapskate in my bones. I feel uncomfortable all over after returning home. I think about going back to the barracks every day, but as luck would have it, I met a girl. I really like her. I like her very much. If I really have to go back to this army full of men, I will really be reluctant to leave. Tell me, life is fucked up, isn't it? After listening to Wang Jing's complaints, even Sima Anand became silent. The lakeside suddenly became quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the trees and the occasional ding-dong sound of fish jumping out of the water. They are all talented people. How could they not understand the helplessness? How can you have the best of both worlds, not disappointing the Tathagata and not disappointing your beloved? The food Liang Po made was still as perfect as ever. Zhao Yu ate very politely, but very quickly. He frowned and the vertical lines between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter. He was very serious. When he started frowning, it showed that he was very serious. Feeling that his stomach was full, Zhao Yu wiped the greasy corners of his mouth and slowly opened his mouth, breaking the tranquility under the moonlight. When I was a child, when my master and I were traveling around Daxia, my master told me a story. He said that there was a clan called Shuyu among the human race, which was the most favored by heaven and earth. Everyone in the clan has a stunning appearance. There is a girl in the clan who is famous all over the world, and is known as the most beautiful woman in the vast land of China. There are countless people who admire her, including 2 teenagers who grew up with her. One was sent to the mansion as a guard boy because his family fell into poverty, and the other inherited his ancestors' profession and has been a lady's groom in the clan since birth. Just like the story that is often talked about in the streets, the girl and the servant fell in love secretly. The groom was very sad, but the servant was not an ordinary person. On the contrary, he was brilliant and intelligent. Perhaps in order to be worthy of the girl, the servant left alone one night, leaving the girl alone. It happened that the world was in chaos and wars were endless. Gradually, the servant's reputation became more and more powerful, but he never returned. Only the groom was left to accompany the girl silently. But the girl was always waiting and did not give up. Finally, one day the groom could not help but question the girl, why he was so loyal but still unmoved, and why did you still miss the servant so easily when he left? At this point, Zhao Yu paused, picked up the cup and took a sip of bitter tea and continued. The girl's answer was very simple, only one sentence. She raised her head and looked into the distance, with expectation in her eyes. Maybe what I love is that he has the world in his mind and the way he fights outside. If he is trapped by my side, I may not love him anymore. After hearing this, the groom left in anger and traveled the world with a sword. Many years later, the groom saw the girl again and asked the same question, but this time the girl just smiled and didn't answer. I once asked my master if the girl finally waited for the servant. My master smiled and scolded me for being heartless and not thinking about the groom. But I think the servant is right, the groom is right, and the girl is right. Even if life is full of helplessness, every choice has its reason, as long as you please. As soon as the words fell, the moonlight regained its tranquility, and the warm breeze blew gently on everyone's face, which was very comfortable. Sima Anan first picked up the teacup, knocked on the stone table making a crisp sound and said, "Cheers to the bright moon in the sky. Cheers to poetry in the distance." Wang Jing raised the teacup. "Cheers to the wonderful life." Liang Po's very pleasant voice sounded, stunning the whole audience. "Cheers to freedom." Guan Zhengxing also raised his glass, with some rare emotion on his face. "Cheers to the glory of great Xia." Zhao Yu made the final decision, and his domineering aura burst out, rippling the silver lake and startling a flock of water birds. The night was dark and a group of people were walking back, dragging their shadows. "Your Highness, is the story you told true?" Sima Anan couldn't help asking. It's true. Yu's voice sounded faintly. "Did the girl finally wait for the boy?" "Later, she waited for it and got married." "Ah, then wouldn't the groom be very pitiful?" "Yes, very pitiful." "The story the master told is true. The servant in the story was named Zhao Wuji. In the end, in front of hundreds of millions of people, he married Miss Shuyu with the vast land of China as a betrothal gift. The name of the groom in the story has been forgotten by people. People all call him Master. At noon, the sun was blazing and hot. A carriage slowly drove out of the exit of Hexu Road. The dragon horse Xiao Huang pulling the carriage looked a little listless. Although its golden scales could block the direct sunlight, the most suitable thing to do in this hot afternoon atmosphere was to find a cool place, squint, and take a nap. The more he thought about it, the more sleepy he became. His eyes narrowed into slits and he could hardly open them. Since the old carriage was thrown deep in Hexu Mountain, the carriage that His Royal Highness is currently riding in is much more impressive, with a much more spacious interior, and even a small coffee table, which was sponsored by young Master Wang Jing. Wang Jing heard that Sima Anan was going to buy a new carriage and was feeling the pinch in his wallet, so he decisively waved his hand and pulled out a carriage from the mansion. The carriage of the richest man in Fengcheng was naturally not bad, and the area was also large, so there was no problem for several people to sit inside, except for Liang Po, who couldn't even get in the door. The group set out from Fengcheng a week ago and continued to move towards Shenjing and walked the Hexu Road again. After the beast tide, the Hexu Road had been completely unrecognizable and fragmented everywhere. One place was the most severely damaged, as if it had been plowed from beginning to end, and not an inch of the ground was intact. Zhao Yu stopped the carriage and stayed here for a long time. Guan Zhengqing stood beside him, feeling the breath of splitting the void and the destructive power of destroying the world in front of him. He said, "Except for the beasts without borders, there are not many people in the vast land of Shenzhou who have such ability." Zhao Yu turned and walked back to the carriage. He was very familiar with one of the breaths, the Grandmaster, Huang Ting. The other dark and negative breath was unknown, but he knew that since he had fought with Huang Ting, there was another top Grandmaster besides Yunyan Chuchu who wanted to kill him along the way. Recently, the family of Mr. Wang, the richest man who has always been low-key, has become the center of public opinion in the whole Fengcheng. Today, the palace opened its doors and held a banquet. The palace was decorated in red everywhere, and it was festive. It turned out that it was the wedding of Mr. Wang Jing, who married the daughter of a carpenter in Dongcheng district, which caused countless girls in the fireworks area to sigh secretly. In addition to envy, they also regretted that they had lost a big money tree from then on. On the second day after the wedding, two shadows appeared in the bustling night market of Fengcheng. The newly married girl, Wanner's face exuded dazzling brilliance. She shuttled happily in front of the stalls like a little bird, looking around. Once she showed a hint of love, Wang Jing behind her would pay to buy it. Along the way, the hands of a group of followers were almost not enough. The girl sometimes jumped in front and sometimes turned back to look at her husband, with a smile on her face that was almost sweet. This also made everyone in the night market talk about it, lamenting that this young man who usually did not work properly had really turned back this time and returned to the right path. Half a month later, Wang Jing, who had spent a fairy-like day at home, left the mansion alone one morning. The next day, the training officer of the Thunder Army called a familiar name when he was counting the soldiers, Fengcheng Wang Jing. Half a year later, the Sun Empire launched a fierce attack outside the Endless Mountain Pass. The battle at Yulong Pass was tense, and the Thunder Army was urgently transferred to the western frontier to fight. At the same time, Wang Jing's wife was pregnant. Chuzhou, one of the 36 states of Daxia, is adjacent to Guizhou, but interestingly, due to the existence of Hexu Mountain, there is only one road between it and Guizhou, that is, Hexu Road. Chuzhou is known as half mountain and half water. The mountain is naturally Hexu Mountain, one of the 8 forbidden areas, and the water is Lingbo Lake, the largest inland lake in Daxia. Lingbo Lake is 600 miles in radius, rich in aquatic products and clear water. It has almost single-handedly turned the entire Chuzhou into one of the most prosperous places in Daxia. Relying on the nourishment of Lingbo Lake, the people of Chuzhou have multiplied along the lakeshore and established one village and town after another, including Chushui City, the capital of Chuzhou. Chushui is often compared to a girl's clear and bright eyes, so Chushui City is the clearest and brightest eyes of Chuzhou and Daxia. Entering the territory of Chuzhou, the landform is completely different from that of Guizhou. Even the wind blowing has a trace of water vapor, giving people a cool feeling. Xiaohuang has regained some of his former vitality and is no longer so listless. As the carriage moves forward, an endless lake appears in front of him. The light reflected by the lake under the sun is slightly dazzling. The boats coming and going on the lake look like tiny ants from a distance, going in and out of a big city by the lake. Chushui City is just ahead. Whenever he hears the scouts of the Yuchi army report that there is a big city ahead, and whether to rest, Sima Anan always tries his best to impress our Royal Highness the Crown Prince to go into the city to rest. Most of the time, he is ruthlessly rejected, but this time, Samengpo's cooking ingredients are out of stock, so everyone drives to Chushui City. The speed of development of Yueyafang in recent years is indeed unexpected. There are also industries in Chushui City. Zhao Yu and his people still choose Yueya Restaurant to stay. The cleverness of Yueya lies in her ability to combine the local characteristics and make some unique but very novel things. For example, the Yueya Restaurant in Chushui City is a large ship floating on the surface of Lingbo Lake. Zhao Yu was dining in the best room A on the boat. Someone still delivered a secret letter and then left silently. Zhao Yu gently opened it, glanced over it, and frowned slightly. Yunyan was discovered by the Sitianjin in Yuzhou in early autumn. Since then he has been unable to track him. His purpose has been made clear and he is expected to continue to move south. I hope your highness will be careful. The Sun Empire has recently launched a fierce attack on Yulong Pass by the Lionheart Grand Duke. The offensive is the strongest in history. At the end of the secret letter, Yueya also hinted that there are several sects along the way that are ready to move, so Zhao Yu should pay attention. Sima Anan did not shy away this time. After taking the secret letter and reading it, he glanced at the corner of his mouth with disdain and sneered. There are really some fools everywhere who don't know how to live or die. They are so eager to jump out and show their courtesy to Empress Wu, without even considering their own weight. At the same time, the door of the A-shaped room on the other side of the next door opened, and a group of people walked out of it and left one after another with different expressions. Occasionally, a few of them revealed a hint of momentum. All of them were quite extraordinary. Only a young man in the room was left. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lychee fed by the delicate jade hand. He even stretched out his tongue to lick the jade hand, which made the woman next to him laugh. An old man stood behind him with a worried look on his face. He said, "Young master, is it too rash to act like this? I think it's better to report it to the sect master." "No need to do that. Otherwise my father's temper would definitely stop me. If he wasn't timid and hesitant, why would our Bibo sect be stuck in a small Chuzhou and unable to make any progress? This is a great opportunity. If we win the favor of Empress Wu, wealth and glory will be at our fingertips." The young man was quite excited. He slightly increased the strength of his hand around the waist of the woman next to him, causing her pain. Her pitiful eyes immediately became misty. The young man hurried to comfort her, and the old man behind him stopped talking. Today's Chushui City, or the entire Daxia, is extremely lively. Zhao Yu set out from Zhongling on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month, passing through Jin, Ning, and Chu to arrive at Chushui City, which is exactly 1 month and 1 day later. So today is the traditional Qiqiao festival in Daxia. There will be colorful celebrations in various places in Daxia. As the capital of Chuzhou, Chushui naturally has a grand celebration. The water of Lingbo Lake is said to have the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Chuzhou has produced beauties since ancient times. Zhao Yu, who was loved by heaven and earth in the story of Confucius, originally lived in Chuzhou and then disappeared. When Zhao Yu left the big ship of Crescent Moon Restaurant and saw that the whole Chushui City was plunged into a sea of joy, he finally understood why Sima Anan begged to come to Chushui City and had just dressed up in the room for a long time. It turned out that he had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and specially purchased a gorgeous brocade dress for this purpose. It was still a white dress with a fluttering style, shaking a folding fan, and his temperament was extraordinary. Because of the nourishment of Lingbo Lake, the endless aquatic products have made the people of Chuzhou worry-free about food and drink since ancient times, so life has always been comfortable. Talented men and beautiful women have emerged in an endless stream, and often famous poems have flowed out. At this time, it happened to be the Qiqiao festival, and all the streets of Chushui City were hung with various lanterns, emitting colorful lights like a dream, and under the lanterns were groups of boys and girls. The girls, who were usually not seen in the boudoir, accompanied by their maids, shyly walked onto the street, looking around curiously and shyly, and occasionally saw a graceful young man passing by, and their hearts were like deer bumping around, thumping non-stop. But the shyness of her character still made her glance at it and quickly turned her head away, speeding up her pace of departure. But in her heart she hoped that the young man would call her from behind, invite her to spend this Qiqiao festival, and form a beautiful marriage. Zhao Yu and his party walked on this bustling street. The men and women passing by were full of youthful breath. From time to time, the charming laughter of girls could be heard. Daxia, which had been established for less than 100 years, was in the period of 100 schools of thought, so the folk customs in various places were not pedantic, but rather somewhat open. There were endless stories of girls chasing their sweethearts, encouraging girls to bravely pursue their own happiness. It must be mentioned that Sima Anan, who was dressed up carefully, was absolutely outstanding. In addition, several of them were originally young men, which made many girls secretly flirt with them, but found that these people had two noble temperaments, and secretly put the handkerchiefs embroidered with their names back, feeling a little ashamed. Looking at such a lively and energetic scene, Zhao Yu also had a smile on his face. He was usually serious and hard-working, and often made people forget that he was actually only 16 years old. Although he was a human being in 2 lives, he was only in his early 20s when he traveled through the previous life. He was also a young man, but now he had to carry the entire Daxia and hundreds of millions of people on his shoulders. At this time, the unique look of the young man was so stunning. In fact, he looked very good when he smiled, and he had shallow dimples, but he rarely smiled. How can a young man stay young forever? The world is fair. What you have will be lost, that is fate. The weather is fresh on July 7th, and there are many beauties by the water. Sima Anan, who was shaking a folding fan, sighed sincerely, looked around, and his eyes lit up. Suddenly, the crowd in front of him suddenly became crowded. The crowd of onlookers surrounded an attic. There was a huge arena under the attic, and there were bursts of cheers, which seemed quite lively. Sima Anan, who loved to join in the fun, naturally would not miss it. He took the lead to see what was going on. When he got closer, he found that it was a girl who was about to throw a ball of embroidery. The fireworks place in Chuzhou would hold a special celebration of throwing a ball of embroidery every year during the Qiao festival. One was to attract business and attract attention, and the other was to make the launch of the courtesan famous and increase its popularity. The top courtesan, who had never appeared before, was asked to stand on the attic and throw the ball down. The young man who was lucky enough to be favored by the girl would throw the ball over there. However, just grabbing the ball would not make him the top courtesan's lover. He would also need to accept the challenge of the crowd on the stage downstairs and defend the stage successfully 3 times. It was commonly known as passing 3 levels to get the beauty. If the challenged person was strong, he could have sex with her and spend a wonderful Qixi night. However, if he was not strong enough, the girl would not get married today and would wait for the new courtesan to continue throwing the ball on the Qixi next year. After a round of gongs and drums, the scene became quiet. A female host in her 40s walked onto the stage. Although she was middle-aged, she still had a faint charm on her face. She just covered her wrinkles with thick white powder, which seemed a little exaggerated. Dear young masters, brave men and heroes, today is the Qiqiao festival, and we Chunfeng Tower will present you with great gifts as usual. It is still the old rules. You can choose the guests by throwing the hydrangea, and you can win the beauty by defending 3 levels. As for which lucky person will win the heart of our rouye this year, it doesn't count if I say so. It depends on your own luck. Before the voice fell, the window on the attic slowly opened, and the figure of a woman appeared. She was shy and lovely in a pink dress, standing tall and graceful, like a lotus flower that had just opened. The top courtesan who could be grandly launched on this day naturally had strong capital. Miss Rouye was naturally charming, and every move was extremely tempting. Although she was covered with a white veil, her beautiful figure, the white skin exposed outside, and the beautiful outline hidden under the veil, made the young men waiting for the hydrangea below excited. They raised their hands and shouted loudly. What's more, they squeezed in desperately just to occupy a good position. Zhao Yu naturally would not join in the fun. He was just a little curious. In previous years, he traveled around the world with the master, but he had never come to Chuzhou on the Qixi festival, so he had never encountered such a thing. Today was the first time he saw it. Daxia was vast and boundless, and there were many different customs in different places. Although Sima Anan loved to join in the fun, he would not lower himself to compete with everyone for a brothel girl. So the 4 of them just watched from a distance and did not get too close. Miss Rouye in the attic took the red hydrangea handed over by the maid behind her. After looking around, her beautiful eyes lit up and she pretended to throw it. There was a commotion downstairs. When they found that the girl was just playing a trick, they suddenly burst into a louder noise. Miss Rouye was very playful. After repeating this several times, she never threw the hydrangea down, which made everyone below a little anxious. While everyone was not paying attention, Rouye really let go this time. Although the girl was petite, her strength was incredible. The hydrangea drew a long parabola in the air, flying over the heads of the crowd below. Everyone watched the hydrangea fly far away and then fall to the ground. Zhao Yu, who was watching from the side, subconsciously stretched out his right hand away from the crowd, and the fiery red hydrangea fell on it. The hydrangea was bright red like fire, and it looked so dazzling under the light of the lantern. Sima Anan and Liang Po were stunned, and even Guan Zhengxing opened his eyes wide. Countless eyes looked at Zhao Yu. Under the lantern, among the crowd, red hydrangea, young man! On the huge stage of Chunfeng Tower, Zhao Yu stood quietly, waiting for his opponent to pass the third level. A beautiful gaze looked at him from upstairs. Miss Ruyue's eyes were full of brilliance, and her face under the white veil showed a hint of shyness. Guan Zhengxing wanted to stop him, but Zhao Yu waved his hand indicating that it was okay. He wanted to try out the body after the reorganization of the reorganization. A burly, fierce man jumped onto the stage before everyone else. He was extremely sturdy, and his tendon muscles made his cloth clothes bulge high. In terms of appearance, he was definitely a bad guy that would make children cry. The weapons in his hands were two huge copper hammers. After he came up, he laughed exaggeratedly. The two copper hammers collided with each other, making a harsh sound. You look good, with delicate skin and tender flesh. No wonder Miss Ruyue threw the hydrangea to you. But I don't know how many blows you can take with your small body. It would be embarrassing if you can't take even one blow. The villain sneered, causing the people below to make a fuss. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, more and more people came over. After seeing the figure on the ring, a few of them changed their faces drastically, whispered a few words to the people around them, and disappeared in the crowd in a blink of an eye. Zhao Yu raised his hand to catch the silver spear thrown by Guan Zhengxing and faced the villain with the gun. The gun was just made of ordinary material, not a magical weapon. This was the first time he fought against someone after practicing Taoism. He felt that every cell in his body was trembling with excitement, and a desire to fight rose from the bottom of his heart. The vitality of heaven and earth in his body began to flow crazily. The Zhao family won the world by fighting on horseback, and warlike blood flows in their veins. From His Majesty Taizu to his father, they are all first-class cultivation geniuses, sitting on the clouds, looking down on their peers. On the ring, the gong sounded and the battle began. The villain took the lead in attacking, stepped across the ring in a few steps, mobilized the vitality in his body, and smashed down with the copper hammers in his left and right hands at the same time, hitting like a storm right from the start. But Zhao Yu's gun was faster than his hammer, like a flash of lightning, piercing the throat from bottom to top. The gun was longer than the copper hammer, and every inch longer was an inch stronger. The villain had no choice but to retreat, and his energy was exhausted. Zhao Yu held the gun handle in his right hand and raised it forward horizontally. He took a step forward, and the gun moved with him, exerting force downwards, which was the basic gun-holding style. The villain alternately blocked the gun with his two hammers, but felt a huge force coming like a mountain pressing down on his head, and knelt on one knee directly. The body reshaped by a saint from the immortal realm on land with the essence of life and the baptism of sanctification can be called the most balanced, coordinated, and perfect in the world. The villain tried his best to stand up. The muscles under the cloth were bulging higher, his face flushed, and sweat dripped all over his body, but the boy's hands holding the gun remained motionless. An amazing scene appeared on the ring. A burly villain was pressed by a gun and knelt in front of the boy, as if the silver gun weighed 10,000 pounds. There was a dead silence in the audience until the villain admitted defeat. Then there was a fierce cheering that shook the roof tiles. The eyes of the young ladies and maids who were watching looked at Zhao Yu with fiery eyes. Such a powerful and handsome boy was simply a dream lover. Seeing that the powerful villain was defeated so easily, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged female leader. Since it was for the sake of publicity, Chunfeng Tower naturally couldn't let Miss Ruhua lose. Generally, the top performers would choose those with weak cultivation to throw the embroidery ball, and she had already secretly contacted a powerful virtual realm cultivator to ambush in the crowd. If someone could really pass 2 levels in a row, the secret agent would take action. In the past few years, she had been successful and never failed, but this time she was a little worried, secretly complaining about why Ruyue chose such a hidden young man. But he was really handsome. If she was 20 or 30 years younger, she would probably not be able to help throwing the embroidery ball to him. Zhao Yu still didn't speak and continued to wait quietly on the ring. The opponent was too weak and he felt a little unsatisfied. However, due to the strong performance just now, everyone below seemed a little hesitant and the field became deserted for a while. After a while, a young man with a knife on his back separated the crowd and walked onto the stage under the gaze of everyone. The young man had an ordinary face, but a long scar on the right side of his face, which made the whole person smell strong of blood. It's Li Yi, a bounty hunter who has become famous recently. Although he is not very old, he has become one of the top 10 bounty hunters in Chushui City in less than half a year. Many fugitives who have been wanted by the court for a long time have died in his hands. It is said that even the Imperial Observatory is contacting him, and they are interested in his talent and want to recruit him into the Imperial Observatory. Really? He is so strong. I am afraid he has already entered the Daoshu realm, and he may have awakened his Dao soul. With such terrifying strength, I wonder how he compares to the young man on the stage? The young man should be quite famous in Chushui City. Someone in the audience immediately recognized him, and there were bursts of conversations. There was a fierce conversation in the audience, and there was also a conversation on the stage. Li Yi, the rising star bounty hunter in Chushui City, did not seem as arrogant as imagined. Instead, he seemed to be somewhat pertinent. He clasped his fists and said, "I disdain to participate in this kind of mysterious gimmick, but after watching the competition just now, I feel a little itchy and want to come up and teach you. I hope you can help me." Zhao Yu nodded and said only one word. "Please." The vitality of heaven and earth gathered violently. Li Yi came up and directly summoned the Tao Soul. The shadow of a small long sword appeared behind him, like a crescent moon hanging behind him. The third-grade Tao Soul, the crescent moon sword. The shadow of the Tao Soul gradually attached to the sword behind Li Yi and was held in his hand. After the Tao Soul was attached, the long sword became a little hazy, as if it was attached with a moonlight, layered, but the sharp aura around it was even more. He was not like the general swordsman, who took the path of force cultivation with big openings and closings, but a tricky angle, flexible skills, and agility. He first suppressed the opponent with speed, and then with the piercing attribute of the crescent moon sword Tao Soul, he broke the opponent's defense unexpectedly. Several fugitives who died at his hands were directly pierced by the crescent moon sword Tao Soul. The weapons and bodies were pierced, and they were killed. He was good at defeating the strong with the weak, but the most feared thing about this clever way is that someone is faster than him and has a better judgment. Zhao Yu is faster than him and has a better judgment. The silver spear was held forward, still in the basic spear-holding style. Before Li Yi's crescent moon knife approached, a silver spear always appeared in front of him, completely blocking all his attack routes. Zhao Yu took a leisurely step forward with the spear in hand, and Li Yi could only retreat again and again, and was almost forced to the edge of the ring in a blink of an eye. Li Yi found that the silver spear followed him like a shadow, and he could not get away at all. He was horrified. He had never encountered such a powerless situation in a fight with his peers, not to mention that the young man holding the spear was much younger than him. Even in the aspect of dexterity that he was best at, he was completely suppressed. Now he could only give it a try. Put away the knife. The left hand wiped the knife. The third-grade Tao Soul and the long knife separated, and the left hand held a scimitar phantom. The blade was like a silver crescent moon, emitting a hazy light. Then the real knife held in the right hand took the initiative to stick to Zhao Yu's spear, and the left hand swung out a crescent moon, directly approaching Zhao Yu, and the Tao Soul left the body. The human body has a great treasure. The Tao Soul that awakens after entering the void realm is the medium between people and the great Tao of heaven and earth, and is the most intuitive embodiment of self-cultivation. The Tao Soul is like a damage amplifier, and the fuel is the vitality of heaven and earth. Except for the legendary forbidden super first-grade Tao Soul, the amplification effect of the first-grade Tao Soul is 10 times, the second grade is 9 times, and so on. Even the last 9th-grade Tao Soul has a double amplification effect. The Tao Soul is also a pair of eyes to observe the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao Soul leaving the body is equivalent to losing both eyes in the great Tao and becoming blind. Although the power of the Tao Soul leaving the body is incomparable, it means that the main body cannot directly perceive the surrounding fluctuations and attacks from the opponent, and loses the advantage of the Tao Void Realm. If you don't succeed, you will die. It is a life and death move. When Li Yi wiped the knife with his left hand, Zhao Yu had already jumped back to distance himself. The attribute of the third-grade Daohun Crescent Blade is penetration. It can not only penetrate the opponent's weapon, but also penetrate the air. Therefore, the moonshot towards Zhao Yu was extremely fast, and it was divided into 3 in mid-air, approaching from different angles from top, middle, and bottom, like 3 white lines piercing the air. When the wind rises in the world, some people follow the wind. Li Yi's desperate attack missed. Zhao Yu's figure disappeared in an instant and merged into the wind. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Li Yi, pointing a gun at the latter's head, motionless, with the tip of the gun only a little distance away from his forehead. The magical power of the Ghost Wing Army, controlling the wind. Guan Zhengqing's eyes were full of horror. He clearly remembered that Zhao Yu had been learning the gun for less than a month, but he could comprehend the magical power of controlling the wind. His talent for cultivation was so terrifying. On the stage, Zhao Yu took back his silver spear and felt comfortable all over. In the past month, he has gradually become familiar with his new body and can control it in detail. Although the system still cannot be turned on, he has a superhuman perception of the Tao after being reborn. Coupled with this perfectly balanced body and the talent awakened when he entered the void, the effect brought by the two is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The existence of the vast land of Shenzhou is impossible to measure. The human cultivation tradition has been thousands of years long and has never been cut off. Whether in ancient times or the current Great Xia dynasty, people would test their talents before cultivating the Tao and choose the highest growth attribute among strength, law, and agility as the future cultivation direction. For every level of cultivation, the body will gain a growth attribute bonus. For every level of cultivation above the Tao, Void Realm, the body attribute doubles. Just now the genius Li Yi, who was famous far and wide in Feng, had the following growth attributes tested. Strength, 1.5, Magic 1.1, Agility 2. After the body was reorganized, Zhao Yu could clearly feel his growth attributes. Strength 3, Magic 3, Agility 3. The growth attribute limit recognized by the vast land of China for thousands of years is 3, so His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has fully grown the 3 attributes. And Zhao Yu also has the system, and the talent brought by the system. Entering the Void Realm Awakening talent, you can use the magical powers of each of the system's souls. So even if Zhao Yu's system is not opened for the rest of his life, Zhao Yu's basic attributes are all the monsters among monsters and the perverts among perverts throughout the ages. In fact, the tricks of Chunfeng Tower can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. The reason why it attracts so many people to watch every year is that the top flower girl introduced during the Qiqiao festival every year is indeed beautiful and charming, and it is also very pleasing to the eye to watch from afar. The second reason is that they are looking forward to encountering the situation at this time. Someone breaks the tricks of Chunfeng Tower with an invincible posture. Isn't it great? But Zhao Yu naturally didn't really want to spend the night with Miss Ruyue, so since he had won 2 levels in a row, he would leave directly when the third challenger came on stage. After all, for him, the food made by Liang Po was more tempting. If he wanted to eat the endless food, condiments were indispensable. Now that a lot of time had been wasted, it was better to buy them quickly. Among the cheering crowd, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and dressed as a man sighed helplessly. She has been cooperating with Chunfeng Lo for many years. Although she occasionally needs to dress up and fight on the ring, she will get a lot of money after the success, and Chunfeng Lo will not worry about her having any other crooked thoughts. The two cooperated very happily, but this time she was really unsure in her heart. Even against Li Yi, who came on the stage before, she thought she didn't have much chance of winning, not to mention facing such a fierce young man. Thinking that this business might fail in the future, she felt a little regretful in her heart. She was afraid that she would never meet such a business that could make so much money so easily again. But she couldn't back down from this deal, or she would ruin her reputation. She was about to bite the bullet and step up to the stage to challenge, when she suddenly looked up and saw the middle-aged female housekeeper on the stage gently gesture to her, indicating that she should wait where she was and not go on stage. This made her feel relieved but also a little confused. She didn't know what the female housekeeper was up to. Zhao Yu waited on the stage for a long time, but no one came up to challenge. After ringing the gong 3 times, the third level automatically won. The shrill voice of the middle-aged female housekeeper rang from the stage. Congratulations to this young man for successfully guarding the 3 levels and becoming the first guest of the Qiqiao Oiran in Chunfeng Tower in 5 years. This year's Oiran is Ruyue. Ruyue, standing in front of the attic window, took off the white veil on her face, revealing a small face with peach cheeks and almond features, fair and lovely. Ruyue! Ruyue! I don't know who started it, but the audience shouted in unison. The scene was spectacular. Sima Anan, who was waving a folding fan, gradually put away his smile, and a hint of coldness appeared in the corners of his eyes. Qiqiao Festival. The night is still long. Chunfeng Tower, Ruyue's boudoir. As the top courtesan of this year, Miss Ruyue's boudoir is naturally decorated with great care. It is not overly gorgeous to give people a sense of artificiality, but rather reveals a bit of girlish playfulness. The area is also much larger than other girls, with 2 layers inside and outside. The outer layer is a place for playing the piano and making tea to show her talent, while the inner layer is naturally a place for sleeping. At this time, there were only Ruyue and Zhao Yu in the outer room. A zither was placed in front of Ruyue, and her green fingers kept dancing on it. However, the room was not as charming as outsiders imagined. Ruyue's face was pale. Her originally fair and rosy face was now bloodless, and her whole body was trembling. Even the waves of moving notes that should have been transmitted became intermittent, and she looked a little clumsy and had no beauty. Are you afraid of me? Or is there something else that makes you afraid? Zhao Yu sat in front of the table, looking at Miss Ruyue's somewhat flustered eyes, and asked, softly, "Young master, you are joking. Young master is so handsome. I am so happy that I can't wait to be afraid." Ruyue dodged the gaze of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but she even stuttered when answering. Zhao Yu felt a little warm looking at the scene in front of him. The girl in front of him was of low status, and perhaps her life experience was also very pitiful, but she had such great courage to do these things for him. Maybe she didn't think so much, but it didn't prevent Zhao Yu from feeling a warm feeling. Apart from his master, he hadn't felt such warmth for a long time. He smiled lightly, and his dimples were very nice. Are you playing this intermittent 10 sides of ambush to tell me that there are 3 people lying in ambush in the inner room? Zhao Yu's gentle voice was like a bolt from the blue to Ruyue. She was shocked, and her face turned even paler. Even her hands that were playing the piano stopped. After a brief period of calm, the sound of pa-pa-pa applause sounded, and the door of the inner room opened to the outside. 3 people walked out, a young man in gorgeous clothes, a woman with light makeup, and an old man following behind. Your Highness is worthy of being your Highness. Although I don't know why your Highness is not unable to practice Taoism and a useless person as rumored, your Highness is too conceited and too naive. He should not be exposed to everyone so easily for a brothel girl. You should shrink like a mouse. He sneaked to Shenjing. Originally, I was worried that I couldn't find His Highness, but I didn't expect that I could get him without any effort. You know, Chunfeng Tower is the property of our Bibo sect in Chushui. Maybe this is the great opportunity given by God for our sect to prosper." The young man clapped his hands more and more vigorously, seeming a little crazy, while the woman beside him laughed and trembled, echoing, "And Ryue, that bitch with a crooked arm, will be dealt with after we are done." After hearing this, Ryu hurriedly hid in a corner, trembling all over, obviously frightened. The young man roughly overturned the piano on the table, sat down opposite Zhao Yu, and looked into Zhao Yu's eyes, but found that there was only calmness in Zhao Yu's eyes, without fear or pity, which made him very angry. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, but he still spoke calmly, appearing to be confident. "Is your highness still waiting for the accompanying guards? Your highness must be disappointed. The major sects in Chuzhou have sent a total of 12 Daoshu realm peak cultivators and 1 grandmaster to eradicate your highness's wings. As far as I know, the Yuchi army that has been traveling with your highness all the way did not enter the city. At this time, the entire Chushui city is overcrowded. When the Yuchi army arrives after hearing the news, your highness will probably no longer be in this world." Zhao Yu's eyes were still completely indifferent. This made the young master even more angry, and he turned hysterical. "Why aren't you afraid? You're about to die. Why aren't you afraid? More than a dozen Daoshu realm peak cultivators plus a Daoshi realm grandmaster. Why aren't you afraid?" He began to laugh wildly. "Whether you are deliberately making a mystery, or you are really not afraid of death, tonight I will hold your head and go to Empress Wu to exchange for wealth and honor." The old man behind him took a step forward, and the aura of a grandmaster level soared into the sky, approaching Zhao Yu. A strong wind blew in Rue's boudoir. Miss Rue's boudoir was in a mess at this time, with wood chips, tea sets, and other things scattered all over the floor. The second son of the Bibo sect was determined to kill Zhao Yu, and he let the grandmaster slave around him fully unleash his aura, brewing an all-out attack. "Has anyone ever told you that you are really stupid and pitiful?" Zhao Yu shook his head and took out a secret letter, which was handed to him by Sima Anan before he entered the room. He threw it on the table and continued. "The Bibo sect is the largest sect in Chuzhou, Daxia, with a total of 1,732 people. The sect leader, Chu Hangshui, is at the peak of the Dao realm. He is cautious in nature and usually abides by the law, but he has no hope of reaching the grandmaster level in this life. He has 2 sons. The eldest son is gifted and has high hopes. He was taken into the Taoist palace for intensive cultivation, but the second son has a perverse personality and is often reported to bully men and women. Moreover, there is vague evidence that he is not his biological son, but the son of a concubine and an old slave. I guess he is the one behind him." The old slave's face changed suddenly after hearing this. Before Zhao Yu finished speaking, he attacked angrily. With a thunderous blow, the Dao soul emerged instantly and condensed into reality. A strange fish with red scales all over its body, surrounded by streams of water, long whiskers, and sharp teeth jumped out from behind the old slave, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Zhao Yu, who was sitting in front of the table from top to bottom, and swallowed him in one gulp. The 4th grade Dao soul, the red-scaled shark. The reason why the Dao reality has the word real in it is that the essential difference from the void reality is that the Dao soul can condense into reality, awaken magical powers, and attack directly out of the body. If your Dao soul is a weapon, when you reach the Grandmaster realm, it can be transformed into a real magic weapon to kill the enemy. If your Dao soul is a beast, then it can be transformed into a real beast. From the first 9 layers of the initial realm at the threshold of the cultivator to the 5th layer of the Dao void realm, to awaken the Dao soul, to the Dao realm of the Grandmaster Dao realm Dao soul transformation, to the Grandmaster of the Palm of Life and Death realm, until the land of the immortal realm to become a saint. It can be said that each level has a different scenery, but it is cold at the top, and there are only a few people in the world who can look down on everyone on the top of the cloud. Under the bloody mouth of the red-scaled shark, a figure appeared, bald, burly. It was Liang Po. Since Liang Po's figure appeared in front of him, it means that Zhao Yu and the others are in a different world. After the Meat Mountain Demon King, all methods are invulnerable. The super first-grade Dao Soul Meat Mountain Demon King appeared, the giant beast flew in the air, and the red-scaled shark crashed back. At the same time, Sima Anan entered from the outside, swaying his folding fan and dancing in white. His appearance also represents another thing, that is, the 7 major sects in Chuzhou, a total of 12 virtual realm peaks, and a Dao real realm grandmaster, were all killed by Guan Zhengqing in a short moment. In the huge and luxurious lobby on the first floor of Chunfeng building, dragons roared and corpses were everywhere. The Chuzhou sect monks launched indiscriminate attacks when they attacked and killed just now, so all the girls and guests in the lobby suffered. In an instant, they fell down like wheat being cut. The cruelty and bloodiness of this world were fully reflected here. The dragon roars in the lobby stopped abruptly. Guanjing slowly pulled out the dragon spear from the chest of a middle-aged master wearing a bamboo hat. At this time the weeping blood dragon spear was really weeping blood, and the dragon on the spear was blood red, which was extremely charming. The middle-aged man then gradually collapsed to the ground, and his gradually darkening eyes revealed difficult emotions, regret, unwillingness, or fear. Guan Zhengqing stepped over the middle-aged master's already cold body and walked upstairs to Chunfeng Tower. He did not dissipate the Tao soul of the blood-crying dragon spear to let it return to his body, but picked up the spear and climbed the stairs, because he knew that there were still people upstairs waiting for him to kill. The bodies of the men in bamboo hats were lying in disorder on the floor of the hall. Including the middle-aged master who just fell, there were a total of 13 bodies, all of whom were shot to death. When Guan Zhengqing walked into the room, there was only fear on the face of the second son of the Bibo sect. He knelt in front of Zhao Yu and kowtowed continuously. An old slave who might be his biological father stood beside him. The fourth-grade Tao Soul red-scale shark surrounded by water was spinning around the old slave, but it looked a little listless. The old master had used all means just now but still could not get over the beam and get close to Zhao Yu. Guan Zhengqing had arrived at this time. If Zhao Yu was not dead, then many people would die. Guan Zhengqing, who monopolized the 3 lists, we still underestimated you after all, and even more so, your highness. It is easy to shake a mountain, but difficult to shake Daxia. The old slave sighed to the sky with a lonely look, then turned to look at the second young master who was shaking like rice bran behind him, his eyes full of kindness, and continued. Don't be surprised, your highness, I spoil him too much and satisfy all his requests, which is why he has developed such an arrogant and weak character. I know this is wrong, but I just can't bear it. After all, my blood flows in his body. Shut up! Shut up! This is not true. How could a lowly slave like you be my father? I am the second son of the Bibo sect, and my father is the most powerful master of the Tao realm in Chuzhou, not you, a lowly slave. Get out of here. It was you who instigated me. Yes, highness, it was this lowly slave and that bitch who instigated me to commit the assassination. Please spare my life, your highness. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. The second young master got up and tried to push the old master beside him away, but he failed and fell to the ground again. He continued to kowtow to Zhao Yu, blood flowing from his forehead to his cheeks, his hair disheveled, his face covered with blood. It was very miserable. The old master closed his eyes, shook his head, 2 lines of tears flowed down, raised his hand and slapped the second young master on the head, and the second young master of the Bibo sect died. Your highness, this assassination has nothing to do with the Bibo sect. The sect master is cautious by nature and rejected the invitation long ago. It's just that it's just that the second young master took the initiative to do this. I beg your highness to let go of more than 1,000 people from the Bibo sect, and I am willing to exchange information for them. The old slave put away the 4th-grade Taoist soul beside him, gave up resistance, and leaned over to beg. If what you want to say is that the woman over there is an undercover agent of the Haikuo sect, then you don't have to say it. Sima Anan, who was standing behind Zhao Yu and waving a folding fan, suddenly spoke. The old man was silent for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly laughed. This young brother seems to be a hidden talent. With so many people gathered around him, your highness's momentum is unstoppable. The world is about to change. It's a pity that I can't see it. After saying that, the old master of the Bibo sect severed his tendons and died. Sima Anan walked to the comatose woman, picked her up, walked out of the door, and left only one sentence echoing in the boudoir. Tomorrow morning, I will tell you everything you know. Zhao Yu rubbed his aching head. He suddenly felt a little bored, so he turned to Guan Zhengqing and said, Please take the Yuqi army to these sects in Chuzhou. I don't want any sects along the way to have this idea. Yes! Guan Zhengqing nodded and left. Zhao Yu stood up and walked towards Miss Ruiwei, who was fainted by the master's aura in the corner, and patted her cheek gently. Ruiwei opened her eyes blankly, and her big eyes looked around the boudoir, seeming a little confused. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Can you wash clothes? Zhao Yu asked. Ruiwei shook her head but nodded immediately. Can you clean the room? Ruiwei continued to nod. Okay, follow me. I just need a maid. Hexu Mountain, one of the 8 forbidden areas of Daxia, is undoubtedly the most outstanding paradise in the southeast of Daxia. Its mountains are steep and rugged and there are many peaks. In addition, there is the existence of the Xuantian wood, a strange species of heaven and earth. The endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth is attracted and gathered, which is extremely rich. If you practice here, you will get twice the result with half the effort. If it weren't for the agreement of Zhongrong and the existence of 100,000 strange beasts, there would be more people who founded sects in Hexu Mountain. Lingbo Lake, as the first freshwater lake in Daxia, is also an excellent paradise, and there are no such restrictions as mentioned above. Therefore, in addition to the mysterious area in the center of the lake, there are also a large number of sects gathering outside. It was late at night, and the Lingbo Lake under the moonlight was full of water vapor. After drifting upwards, a thick layer of fog was formed. As the moon rose, it kept rolling in groups, like a big smoke cannon on the wasteland, forming a rare wonder in Chuzhou, the steaming Lingbo Lake. Suddenly, black lines pierced through the white smoke cannon like sharp arrows flew forward, merged into the night, and disappeared in a flash, leaving only the slowly closing clouds and mist to prove that someone had just passed through. The Ghost Wing army walked on the water. There are many islands on Lingbo Lake, dotted with stars. Although the islands are generally small in area, they are more than enough for the establishment of a sect. As one of the top sects in Chuzhou, the Bibo sect has a large population and strong strength. Therefore, the Bibo Island, where its sect is located, is also one of the largest islands on Lingbo Lake. There are many buildings on Bibo Island, with complete facilities, just like a self-sufficient small city. It is late at night now. The lights have been turned off from the dock outside the island to the residences of the sect disciples on the island. Only one place is particularly dazzling, the center of the island, the sect master's residence. Chu Hongshui sat in front of the desk wearing a coat, frowning. Although he was already middle-aged, he was still strong and had a majestic face. Whether it was the identity of the leader of the Bibo sect, the largest sect in Chuzhou, or the cultivation of the peak of the Grandmaster, he had the capital of majesty. In Lingbo Lake in Chuzhou, he could be said to be in existence above 10,000 people, but he was still cautious. He knew clearly in his heart that he needed to respect Daxia, the nine-sky phoenix, from the bottom of his heart, so he did not hesitate to reject the alliance to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, even though the strength of the alliance seemed so strong. He was ready to go to bed just now, but the strong palpitations and whims made him unable to sleep peacefully, so he simply came to the study to close his eyes and rest. But the feeling of being frightened became more and more intense. This was extremely incredible for a cultivator at the peak of the Tao reality realm. Something big must be happening. Chu Hongshui closed his eyes and began to think and analyze. The first person he thought of was his eldest son. He smiled unconsciously. This kid should be practicing in the Taoist palace now. He has awakened the second-grade Taoist soul. He is more talented than him and is very competitive. Maybe in the future he will be able to step into the realm of life and death that he has always dreamed of and become an admired grandmaster. Who can lead the Bibo sect to a higher level? As a father, what father does not want his son to be better than himself? Then he thought of his other son, the second son of the Bibo sect, who often caused him trouble. Chu Hongshui suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from his seat. He already understood the reason for his sudden impulse. Someone, go to the second son's room to see if he is here. If he is, bring him to me. But no one responded outside the door. As if he had thought of something, he sighed, put on his clothes, again, buttoned every button carefully, then pushed the door open and walked out. In the open space outside the door, Guan Zhengqing sat on Yuqi with a calm expression, and 49 Yuqi soldiers stood behind him with guns in hand. The world began to be solemn, and the murderous aura was already here. May I ask why this general has come here in the middle of the night? Guan Zhengqing, the deputy commander of the Yuqi army, was ordered by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to wipe out the Chuzhou sects that participated in the assassination. The other 6 have all been killed. The Bibo sect is close to the center of the lake, and the journey is a bit far, so it is the last one. Guan Zhengqing's faint voice came. Some time ago, someone sought to form an alliance with me for this assassination, but I had already refused. I don't know why my Bibo sect was involved. The second son of the Bibo sect and the old slave of the master failed to assassinate His Royal Highness in front of Chunfeng Tower and are now dead. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongshui immediately looked up to the sky and sighed, and couldn't help but feel sad. Evil son, it's all my fault for not educating me well, so I caused such a disaster. The son's debt is the father's, and I am willing to bear it all. I only ask you to spare the thousands of innocent people in the Bibo sect. The dignified leader of the Bibo sect actually knelt on his knees and begged for mercy. Your Highness said before that if you give the Bibo sect half an hour, after half an hour, there will be no Bibo sect in the world. Looking at Chu Hongshui, who was kneeling in front of him, Guan Zhengqing's face still had no other expression. His face was calm and meticulous. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Hongshui bowed down. Half an hour later, a huge beast claw composed of the essence of heaven and earth fell from the sky, tearing through the rolling fog and slapping the Bibo Island. The Bibo Island shattered layer by layer, and all the buildings on it were destroyed. The island sank dozens of meters directly. The huge impact force caused the lake water to rush outward, triggering a huge tide in Bibo Lake. A series of ships swayed in the tide. Seeing such a devastating scene, the people on the boats burst into tears. The Yuqi army merged into the night wind again and disappeared without a trace. Daxia, Shenjing, Baidi Palace. It was late at night, but the Baidi Palace, the power center of Daxia, was still brightly lit, because the regent Queen Wu was still in the palace reviewing memorials. If Queen Wu didn't sleep, then naturally no one could sleep. The door of the Feishuang Palace in the sleeping palace opened to both sides. All the guards outside the door knelt on one knee. Empress Wu, who took off her phoenix robe and wore only a palace dress, stepped out. Although she was over 30 years old, she was still plump and had fair skin. She waved her hand to stop a large number of palace maids from following her, and walked alone in the night of the Baidi Palace. She suddenly felt a little lonely and thought of her deceased brother for no reason. The Zhao family, the master of Daxia, was originally sparsely populated. His Majesty Taizu was extremely devoted and had only one wife, so in her generation there were only 2. In her memory, her brother was like a huge tree in the sky, who knew everything and did everything well, including self-cultivation, family harmony, and peace in the world. She just needed to live a carefree life under the tree. She never thought that one day she would be the sky of Daxia, and she had been doing this for 12 years. She was only 22 years old when she succeeded to the throne of regent. As her thoughts flew, when Empress Wu came to her senses, she found that she had unknowingly arrived in front of Lingbo Palace. The palace maids outside the palace door hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Your servant pays respects to His Royal Highness the Regent. Get up, I see the lights are still on in this palace. Is mother still asleep? Empress Wu looked at the palace door quietly and asked. Your Highness, yes, the Empress Dowager has not been able to sleep well recently, and often has to rest very late. Then I will go in to see my mother. Your Highness, please forgive me, the Empress Dowager said that if the Regent wants to see her, please think carefully before going in. The leading maid knelt in front of Empress Wu and blocked her way. Empress Wu stood in front of Lingbo Palace for a long time, then turned and left. Early in the morning of the next day, a piece of news spread out from the depths of Lingbo Lake like a whirlwind, and spread to all parts of Daxia at an alarming speed. On the major islands of Lingbo Lake, the 7 major sects, including the largest sect, Bibo sect, were quietly wiped out from the world overnight. The islands were all in ruins, and no one survived. The streets of major cities in Chuzhou were full of discussions, especially the nearest capital, Chushui City, where there were many different opinions. There were rumors that it was because the major sects angered the gods in the center of Lingbo Lake, which caused the disaster and were wiped out overnight. For ordinary people, they naturally had no ability to know who was responsible for this. But for the major forces on the vast land of Shenzhou, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Zhao Yu had already issued the strongest warning to them. The Bibo sect is already one of the strongest sects under Daxia's 1 palace, 1 city, 1 sect, 2 pavilions, and 5 sects. Since the Bibo sect can be quietly destroyed and turned into a pile of ruins, it conveys a message. You can come to rob and kill me on my way back to Beijing, but if there is no Grandmaster in charge, it is best not to interfere. All the forces in Daxia are trembling with fear. If Zhao Yu does not take action, it will be fine. Once he does, it will shake the world. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who is shrouded in layers of mist, has revealed his edge to the world for the first time, and officially stepped onto the center of the stage. The mysterious place in the center of Lingbo Lake is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and there is a force of heaven and earth that makes it very easy for people to lose their way. At first, fishermen and monks often disappeared when passing by here. The nearby sects came to explore and did not know the reason. So over time, this place was designated as the forbidden area of Lingbo Lake, and it was rarely visited. At this time, there was a boat sailing on the lake outside the forbidden area. There was a tea table on the boat, with a pot of tea on the table. 4 people were sitting around the table. Liang Po was rowing at the stern, and a group of Yuqi soldiers were walking on the lake, following from a distance. Zhao Yu drank a sip of Miss Yanji's bitter tea, and immediately felt refreshed, and his swollen head felt much better. He didn't sleep very well last night, because he was not used to having a maid in the room, and Miss Ruye's confused personality made her knock over the basin for washing her face early in the morning, causing a lot of chaos. Now Ruye was sitting at the table with a wronged look on her face, looking at Zhao Yu drinking tea, secretly blaming herself for being useless, and almost knocking over the teapot when she was making tea just now, and couldn't even do this little thing well. There was another person who also looked aggrieved, like a young wife who had been angry. That was Liang Po, who was rowing. He had been responsible for taking care of Zhao Yu's daily life before, but now that there was an extra maid, he became idle and felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Ruye could not cook. If she could, her cooking would not be as delicious as his. He had absolute confidence in himself in cooking. The boat gradually moved towards the center of the fog, as if it was swallowed by a huge white smoke beast. The boat gradually disappeared. Ruye, who was sitting on the boat, was a little restrained. In fact, she was a little scared. She was surrounded by white mist and silence. She had been timid since she was a child, but in front of Zhao Yu, she did not want to show her cowardice. As an indispensable part of the Ghost Wing army, the Ghost Wing beast may be the most perfect mount in the world. Not only is it born to control the wind and walk on water, any terrain is like flat ground, and the head beast has an invisible connection with other Ghost Wings, so Zhao Yu is not worried that the Ghost Wing army behind will lose it, even in the Lingbo Lake forbidden area with strange vitality. At this time he was quietly looking into the depths of the fog, feeling the increasingly strong connection with the front. In his bright eyes, the ebony pupils seemed to start burning 2 silver flames from the depths, burning more and more vigorously. The fog in front of the boat automatically separated to both sides, and the boat continued to move forward leisurely. A huge island gradually appeared in front of us. The island was covered with maple forests that seemed to be burning brilliantly. Looking from the boat, it looked like a flaming mountain. Some dilapidated buildings could be vaguely seen between the flames, indicating that people had lived here before, but now it has changed a lot and has been desolate for a long time. After the boat landed, the group walked up the steps. The open spaces on both sides were now overgrown with weeds. They must have not been taken care of for many years. Everyone felt a little incredible. Who would have thought that the central forbidden area of Lingbo Lake was actually a huge maple leaf island, and judging from the appearance in front of them, it was once quite prosperous. At the end of the road stood a memorial archway with 3 large characters that were a little broken, but they could still be distinguished at a glance. Shu Yushi. I didn't meet my grandmother very often. I met her more often when my father was here. Later, my master occasionally took me to see her a few times. Every time my master didn't show up, I went to see her alone. I remember once I asked my grandmother why her palace was named Lingbo Palace. It didn't seem suitable for a great beauty like my grandmother. My grandmother said that it was because her hometown was in the center of Lingbo Lake, so it was called Lingbo Palace. This time I came to Lingbo Lake to see my grandmother's hometown, but I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated. Zhao Yu stood under the plaque, looked up at the three big characters above. Silver flames flashed in his pupils, and he spoke slowly. Sima Anan looked around and continued, "The Xu Yu clan is one of the 14 clans of the Ying surname, and the most beautiful clan in the vast land of China. But in times of war, it is undoubtedly sad to have beauty, but no power to protect yourself. It is said that in the late period of the Battle of Dingding, the residence of the Xu Yu clan was attacked and the clan was almost wiped out. They have disappeared since then. Until now, there has been no news of the Xu Yu clan in the vast land of China. Presumably this should be the Whale Island, the original home of the Xu Yu clan that was attacked. But although this place is dilapidated, the buildings have not been destroyed, and it doesn't seem to be evacuated due to war." Guan Zhengqing's voice sounded, expressing a different opinion. "No matter why they left, it is all past events, and has nothing to do with us. The purpose of my coming here this time is just to see where Grandma grew up. In this way, when I return to Shenjing to see her and talk to her about this, I'm sure Grandma will be very happy." After Zhao Yu and his companions wandered around the island for half a day, they turned around and returned to the boat along the path. In fact, the Queen Mother of Daxia at that time explained to her grandson the origin of the name of her palace. It was because when Grandma was a child, she lived on the back of a huge whale in Lingbo Lake. That whale was very big and was a very good friend of Grandma. Its name was Lingbo. Now that they have been separated for so long, Grandma misses it very much, so she named the place where she lived Lingbo Palace. On the slowly sailing boat, Zhao Yu stood at the stern with his hands behind his back, staring at the maple leaf island in front of him, which was like a burning flame. In his eyes, a huge whale with an infinite size floated on the lake, with a fiery maple forest on its back. It was looking at him with its eyes open, and there seemed to be changes in time and space, and the birth and death of all things in its eyes. Zhao Yu bent down and bowed to Maple Leaf Island from a distance, which was a respect for his grandma's friend and elder. The giant whale opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, which resounded through the depths of Zhao Yu's soul. Waves turn into lightning at night and whale roars into thunder during the day. A beam of orange-red light gathered from the maple forest on the island and poured into Zhao Yu's body from the sky. The electronic synthesized sound of the ancient ruins system sounded. Energy injection above the realm of life and death is detected, automatically absorbed. The mysterious store is opened, and the product attributes are checked to see if they meet the requirements. If the attributes meet the requirements, the item will be automatically obtained. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious store item, Vitality Ball. Vitality Ball, a ruby passed down from generation to generation in an ancient warrior family, life plus 250. Yinma Town is a very inconspicuous town in Yuzhou Daxia, but it is one of the strategic towns of Daxia. As we all know, Yuzhou produces good horses, and it is the horse farm on which Daxia cavalry relies for survival. Countless excellent war horses were born, raised, trained, and then sent to the battlefield of the Endless Mountain in the western frontier. The most dead in the battle with foreign races are not only people, but also the war horses that accompany the soldiers day and night. Horses are the foundation of armor and soldiers and the great use of the country. Every household in Yinma Town makes a living by raising horses. Speaking of Yinma Town, most people may not know it, but when it comes to the unique war horse Baitiwu in Yinma Town, it is well known in Daxia and even the Sun Empire. The white-hoofed horse has a mane as black as ink, and only 4 white hooves are like snow. It has strong explosive power and can charge at the fastest speed among horses. It is deeply loved by heavy cavalry. Who in the central army of Daxia is not proud to own a white-hoofed horse? There are not many people coming and going in Yinma Town on weekdays because there is nothing here except horses, and the scenery is not beautiful. There are grasslands everywhere. The scenery of a Yinma lake on the edge of a town is slightly more pleasant, but there is often a smell of horses in the air. If you have not lived in Yuzhou for many years, you are really a little uncomfortable with this. White-hoofed horse is a strategic material strictly controlled by Daxia. Ordinary merchants have no right to touch it. Therefore, except for the soldiers who come to choose horses, it is difficult to see an outsider in Yinma Town all day long. When it was just dawn today, Mr. Li Jinfu walked out of the house slowly with a cane as usual. As he got older, he had a bad sleep, so he was going to the horse farm to see the white-hoofed horse cubs that were just born some time ago. He can be said to be a respected horse breeder in Yinma Town, and even in the whole Yuzhou. He cultivated and promoted the Batiwu horse breed, which is famous outside the pass. Therefore, he has done immeasurable good deeds for the whole Daxia. The other day was the birth period of Baitiwu, so there were many new lives in the stable, which seemed full of vitality. The whole stable was strictly protected by an army inside and out. The sergeant on duty saw the figure of the old man leaning on a cane early in the morning and hurried over to help him. The rest of the people also respectfully shouted, "Good morning, Mr. Li, take care of yourself. An old man in the family is like a treasure." The old man is the teacher of everyone in Yinma Town, a walking dictionary. Fortunately, the old man is still in good health and is very energetic every day. Old Master Li nodded to the soldiers and smiled, then slowly walked into the stable and began to observe the foals. This batch of foals were of superior quality in terms of appearance and bone mass, which made the old master happy from the bottom of his heart. His wrinkled face was full of smiles, revealing most of his missing front teeth, which made the horse breeders behind him feel relieved. The old man was good in everything, but a little strict. This batch of foals is very good, the best batch of white hoof black in recent years, so you have to pay special attention to them. Foals grow and develop fastest in the first few months after birth. Remember to keep up with the preparation of other feeds besides breast milk, and be careful with daily cleaning and hygiene to prevent the foals from getting sick. The old man kept nagging all the way, constantly reminding people of the precautions, and the people behind him nodded in agreement. By the way, don't forget to stroke and brush the young colts. Gradually lift their limbs, clean the soles of the hooves, and gently tap the soles of the hooves to develop a habit of trimming and caring for the hooves in the future. These white-hoofed horses will go to the battlefield in the future, so don't ignore these simple things. After inspecting the whole circle, the old man walked to the door, as if he thought of something, turned back and said something, and then turned around and left the stable. Then Mr. Li had breakfast at the porridge shop in the town. After paying the money, he walked home leisurely with a cane. He had no children, only a daughter who had just married out at the beginning of the year. His wife also died early. He even refused the maid sent by the court to take care of his daily life. He was alone. It can be said that there was only white-hoofed horses in his life. The door of the house had traces of being opened, but the old man didn't care, thinking that it was another girl from some family who sent some food. Every now and then, people from the town would take turns to take care of him. He always said that he was not old enough to need someone to take care of him, but he was really old, even a little blind, and sometimes he would doze off for the whole morning. The old man pushed open the door and walked into the yard. There was a big willow tree planted in the yard, with thousands of green silk ribbons hanging down. Under the willow tree sat a person, an old lady. The old lady's hair was a little gray but very neat. She was wearing the most common narrow-sleeved shirt and jacket in Daxia, blue on the top and white on the bottom. She just sat there quietly, as if she was the center of this world. The old man's somewhat turbid eyes were stunned for a moment, and then he showed an unbelievable look, walked forward quickly, and kept muttering, "Is it you, miss? Is it really you?" When he came to the old woman, after seeing clearly, he knelt down on the ground. "Jinfu, I haven't seen you for so many years. It seems that you are doing well and are still alive." The old woman's faint voice came, and tears welled up in the old man's cloudy eyes. "I am doing well. And how about you, miss? I heard that the west is full of wind and sand all year round, and it is dry and cold, which is completely unsuitable for summer. Including me and my dead comrades, we all want to ask you, miss, why did you think so hard at the beginning? Why did you make such a decision?" The old man asked with tears streaming down his face. "Jinfu, you don't understand. I wanted to do this at the beginning, so I did it. Does everything in the world need so many reasons?" A breeze blew, and the catkins flew. The old lady gently picked up a piece of catkins from the air, put it in front of her eyes and examined it carefully, and then said, "You are right about one thing. West is indeed not suitable for living. It is nothing but sand. I haven't seen the flying catkins in the sky for 15 years, and the clothes you are wearing are cheap, but compared with the expensive animal clothes in the West, I don't know why, I always feel particularly comfortable." Mr. Li was so choked up that he couldn't speak. After a long time, he calmed down and finally asked, "Miss, you have been away for 15 years. What's the matter with you suddenly coming to see me this time?" "I went from the west to the north, and then all the way south. I am old and a little tired. I want to borrow your place to rest for 2 days. Is it okay?" The old man nodded and agreed without hesitation. In the next 2 days, Mr. Li Jinfu never opened the door of his house again. He didn't go to inspect the white-hoofed black crows he had raised for half his life with a cane every day at dawn like before. Even the county magistrate of Yinma Town who came to visit was turned away on the grounds of being unwell. The Sichuan Observatory and other parts of Yuzhou checked every household day and night, and the mountain and sea map on the top of the Sichuan Tower was also searching with all its strength, but suddenly lost the trace of the target. 3 days later, the county magistrate of Yinma Town and the commander of the garrison army worked together to open the door of Mr. Li. In the yard under the flying willow catkins, Mr. Li lay peacefully on the chair with his eyes closed. The catkins fell on him, and it was white, just like the heavy snow that fell every day after Yuzhou entered winter. There was a letter on the table next to him, and the old man's iron-painted and silver-hooked handwriting was clearly listed on the letter. The sinner Li Jinfu sheltered the traitor Yunyan Chuchu, who betrayed his country and turned against his country. He deserves to die, and the only way to thank him is to die. On the same day, the regent, Queen Wu, bypassed the Empress Dowager's maid kneeling in front of her, pushed open the door, and entered Lingbo Palace at night. Zhao Yu still slept very uneasily these past few nights. In addition to Miss Ruwei occasionally breaking things in the outer room at night, there was also a pair of hateful eyes staring at him, as if he was the murderer of his father, making him feel uneasy. However, in Bai Jining's subconscious, Zhao Yu was indeed the murderer of his father. At the beginning, the old man in black robe told her that her adoptive father was dead, and the one who killed him was the most honorable royal Crown Prince of Daxia. Bai Jining did not completely believe it. She had been following her adoptive father to support her family since she was a child. She had seen too many complicated scenes in the world and understood that people's hearts were sinister. She just wanted to confirm it in person, so when Huang Ting wanted to take her to see Zhao Yu, she came, even if there was danger of eternal damnation. After returning from the center of Lingbo Lake, the carriage set out on the road back to Beijing the next day. The sparkling Lingbo Lake was gradually moving away behind them. The road back to Beijing had already been halfway traveled. For Zhao Yu, for Empress Wu, for the old lady walking in the wild mountains and ridges, and for all the forces on the continent, the next half of the journey would be a contest of life and death. Bai Jining sat in the carriage with her hands hugging her legs, resting her delicate chin on her knees. There was an indelible sadness in her originally bright eyes. Then she turned her head to look at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was meditating and practicing, and the scene when the two had just met emerged in her mind. "Is this what Uncle Huang Ting asked you to give me? To let you be a maid?" The young man looked at the envelope in his hand, and his beautiful eyebrows frowned, looking a little helpless. "I came here to confirm whether my adoptive father is dead, and whether you killed him." The girl stared at Zhao Yu with a stubborn look and said word by word, "Your adoptive father?" The young man raised his head, a little surprised. "Yes, his name is Bai San. He lives in Jiangling City, a blind zither player. I went out to buy pork that day, and he disappeared when I came back." The young man was silent for a moment, then he said, "Your adoptive father is indeed dead, in a small tea house outside Jiangling City." "How did he die?" The girl's eyes were filled with moisture, and she asked with her lips pursed. "I had a conflict with someone else, and he was drinking tea in the tea house. Unfortunately, he was affected by it, so he died because of me." The girl was stunned for a moment after hearing this. This statement was different from what the old man in black robe said at the beginning. She turned and continued to ask, "Then do you admit that you killed my adoptive father?" "Well, what do you want to do?" "Kill you. But you can't kill me now. Then I will follow you first, and I will kill you later when I can. Then follow her, and remember to teach Ruyue, she is too stupid." A small hand gently patted her shoulder. Bai Jining, who came to her senses, looked up and saw that it was Ruyue who comforted her, with eyes full of pity. Although they have not been together for long, Bai Jining feels that the confused Miss Ruyue is indeed kind-hearted. She writes her thoughts on her face and is carefree every day. She just loves to compete with herself because she thinks she is stupid, so she works very hard. The Sun Empire, Yunzhong City. The magnificent and guarded council hall is now noisy. The elderly Yu Huang sits on the throne and quietly looks at the ministers who are divided into two factions below. He is indeed very old. The royal family of the Sun Empire, the Yu clan, is loved by heaven and earth. Their faces are not old. If you want to tell their age, you can only look at the wings behind them. As they get older, the wings will gradually change from real to virtual. Now the Yu Huang sitting on the throne has a single name of Kong, and his title is Kongdi. The wings behind him have completely turned into nothingness, leaving only 4 pairs of light wings, competing with the sun and overwhelming everything. There is only one theme in the council hall today. Should we mobilize the power of the entire empire to kill Zhao Yu, the grandson of the great Xia emperor? The venue was clearly divided into 2 groups, the left and the right. On the left, there was a huge crowd of people, and on the right, there was only one figure standing alone. One person against a crowd. I have never heard of the so-called grandson of the great Xia, Zhao Yu. Why should we use all the cards that the empire has been operating for more than 10 years, just to kill an unknown person? You must know that after the war 15 years ago, the foundation of the empire was still shallow. Now it is not worth it to hastily use him. Besides, why not let him go back to Shenjing and fight with Empress Wu? The speaker was a young lion man, tall and with golden hair and beard. He was not restrained in front of the Sky Emperor and spoke freely. Opposite him was a human youth. If the people of Great Xia knew that a human appeared in the council hall of the Sun Empire, they would definitely be shocked. But this young human was different. His name was Yunyan Tuoba, the most dazzling genius of Yunyan's generation. A year ago, he set out from Rhine City with a single gun and fought his way through the wind and sand to the imperial capital, Yunzhong City. No one in the younger generation of the Sun Empire could rival him, and he became famous overnight. My great-aunt went east to kill him, and of course she had her reasons. Besides, the old queen, mother, was still alive, and Empress Wu would never think of killing him. She would just stand by and watch. The teacher who was originally with him is also missing. It can be said that the prince is at his weakest on the way back to Beijing. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him and let the tiger go back to the mountains, we will regret it in the future. Yunyan Tuoba Shumei had no expression on his face, as if he was stating a fact. He looked directly into the eyes of the Sky Emperor on the throne above and spoke. But what made people have to pay attention was that his right arm was empty, and he only had a left arm. The young lion man sneered, looking a little arrogant. As the son of the empire's war god, the Grand Duke Lionheart, he inherited his father's heaven-defying talent for cultivation, and he was indeed qualified to be arrogant. Your Yunnan family was once known as the most invincible clan in Daxia, but you are afraid that your great-aunt can't even take down a young boy who can't practice. It's really ridiculous. As soon as the Lion Man finished speaking, everyone behind him burst into laughter, and the council hall suddenly became a little noisy. Yunnan Tuoba didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face, but just waited quietly until the laughter of the crowd on the opposite side gradually stopped. The council hall suddenly fell into silence, with only his faint voice surrounding the hall. My great-aunt once told me never to underestimate the Zhao family. You underestimated Zhao Yu at the beginning. In the end, he conquered the world and chased you all the way to the depths of the desert like flies. There were more than 1,000,000 corpses on the way. 15 years ago, you underestimated Zhao Jing. You thought that you could set up a trap to kill him by relying on our family's rebellion. As a result, before his death, he dragged 5 great masters of the empire to be buried with him, which leveled the Mao, previously leading high-end combat power. One of them was the most talented prince of the empire at that time. As a result, the empire was unable to continue attacking Shenjing and had to stop. Now you are underestimated Zhao Yu again. Then tell me, what price are you prepared to pay? How outrageous! What nonsense! Nonsense! You are misleading the public. Suddenly, the crowd in the council hall was excited, and the human youth was criticized by thousands of people. Enough, let me think about this matter again. We will discuss it later. Let's stop here today. The aged Yu Huang stood up, waved his hand, turned and left. His ministers glared at the human youth, snorted coldly, and left the council hall. Only Yunnan Tuoba looked up blankly at the empty angel throne, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, Zhao Yu, who was on his way back to the capital, was also staring blankly at the front, but his idea was very simple, which was to eat the fragrant and mouth-watering grilled fish in Liang Po's hand as soon as possible, because he was really hungry. Longsheng Xiaohuang was running on the road unscrupulously. Ever since it was promoted to a strange beast last time, it has fallen in love with this feeling of speed, as if it was born to be fast. So Zhao Yu would let him go out and have some fun every day. Everyone knew that there was a trace of dragon vein in Xiaohuang's body, so they took good care of it every day, feeding it with exotic beast meat and vitality food. Now it is stronger than before, and the golden scales on its body are more dense, especially the 2 bulges on its head. It is believed that it will grow dragon horns soon. After running for a while, it was getting dark. Xiaohuang ran back to Zhao Yu with some reluctance. At this time, the carriage had entered the territory of Guangzhou, Daxia. It may be that the warning of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to slaughter 7 clans in one night some time ago has worked. The journey was calm and Zhao Yu was also happy. Perhaps everyone was waiting for the thunder strike of the old lady, the former female war god of Daxia. But who will win is still unknown. Under the shadow of the Grand Master, the atmosphere of the group of people in the carriage became a little subtle. Even Sima Anand, who was happy every day, became a little dull and spoke less. Little confused, Rie noticed that the atmosphere was not right, but she didn't dare to ask more questions. She could only worry secretly. Her little face was full of worry, which was very cute. Bai Jining, who had stayed with the old man in black robe for a while, vaguely understood something and sat silently. Zhao Yu opened his eyes and looked at Rie beside him with a frown on her face and rubbing the corner of her clothes. He patted her head gently with his hand and asked with a smile, "Rie, what did you do wrong again? Why are you frowning?" "Sir, Rie didn't do anything wrong. Since Sister Bai taught me, I have learned very quickly. I am a little worried because I see that everyone is worried. Sir, has something happened?" "Well, there is someone who wants to kill me. He should be here in the next few days." Zhao Yu lifted the curtain of the car, sat next to Liang Po, looked up at the sky where the sun had just set. The sunset burned the sky red, and the smoke from cooking not far away was curling. What a peaceful scene. "Ah, is that person powerful? Why does he want to kill you, sir?" Rue behind him poked her head out and asked. "He is one of the best 5th-level grandmasters in the world. Don't you think he is amazing? As for why he wants to kill me, I think he might be jealous of my youth." "Poochie," Rue laughed sweetly. She is just like that, a complete optimist. Guangzhou is the most populous state in Daxia, with a population of hundreds of millions. It is said to be the birthplace of human civilization. It is said that the ancient ancestors walked out from here and spread outward. Through countless blood and tears, they drove the foreign races out of the vast land of China, thus occupying the most fertile soil in the world and enjoying the most wonderful 4 seasons between heaven and earth. The ancestral home of the former royal family Ying is in Guangzhou. It can be said that the earliest birthplace of the 14 Ying surnames is also here, and even the Zhao family where Zhao Yu is located is no exception. Guangzhou City, heavy rain. The sudden rainstorm enveloped Guangzhou City, the capital of Guangzhou, in a hazy layer. The dark clouds covered the sun, the blue sky was covered with gauze, and the scenery not far away seemed to be covered with a thin layer of clothes. Most of the pedestrians on the road did not bring umbrellas. They ran in the rain and urgently looked for places to shelter from the rain. The vendors along the street hurriedly packed up their things and went home. In an instant, the originally bustling streets suddenly became deserted. In Qingyi Lane, east of Guangzhou City, a carriage came in the rain and stopped in front of an old house at the end of the lane. Zhao Yu got out of the carriage, and Rui behind him hurriedly held up an umbrella over the head of his highness, but because she was too short, it seemed a bit strenuous. The door of the old house was gently pushed open. Because it had not been opened for many years, it made a somewhat worn-out creaking sound. The scene inside was still the same as before, and there was no change compared to when I left. There was a Sitianjian guarding it. Although no one lived here, no one could enter. After His Highness the Crown Prince died in battle, Zhao Yu lived with his mother in this house in Qingyi Lane for 6 years, until his mother passed away and he left with the master. This is the softest part of his heart and his beautiful childhood. Liang Po walked into the yard in the rain and began to clean up quickly. This was also the place where he grew up, and he was most familiar with it. Seeing this, Ruying also went to help. Guan Zhengqing and the Yuqi army directly put Qingyi Lane under full martial law. Zhao Yu stood under the eaves watching the heavy rain outside. Sima Anan quietly walked behind Zhao Yu and said, "We got the news that old lady Yunyan is in this city, so she will take action in the next few days. Intelligence shows that the great elder of the Ming sect and the Haikuo sect have also intervened. Your Highness, please be prepared. I cannot reveal anything else. The Shenji Pavilion has its own rules. I have broken the rules by telling your Highness this." It doesn't matter. Guangyu City has a complex population, which makes it easy for her to hide in it. Moreover, the streets around it are narrow, and the Yuqi army cannot exert its full strength in this terrain. The old lady knew that I would definitely come to Guangyu City to sweep the grave for my mother, so it's not surprising that she hid here early. This place is good for her. But she doesn't know that this is also the place I chose to force her to take action. As for the Ming sect, this rat loves to go against Daxia and wants to get involved in everything. The Haikuo sect was supported by Empress Wu. As the sharpest knife in her hand, it will take action against me, even if Empress Wu herself doesn't say it. Then let's take a gamble now. Let's see if the old and dying Emperor Kong of the Sun Empire has the courage to bet all his accumulations over the past 10 years and kill me in Guangyu City. Sima Anan saw that the back of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince suddenly straightened, and a strong murderous aura gushed out. The rolling essence turned into a phoenix phantom and soared into the sky. Its back and wings covered the sky and the sun, and its body was burning with silver flames of destruction. It rushed straight into the sky of Guangyu City in the heavy rain. In an instant, all the cultivators in Guangyu City looked up at the sky with horror, and they could all sense the huge phoenix power coming from the sky. It was the supreme majesty of the great Xia royal family. Zhao Yu, the Crown Prince of Great Xia, issued the strongest declaration to everyone. "I am in this city. If you want to kill me, you can come." In an inconspicuous tavern in the south of Guangyu City, an old lady who was sleeping in her clothes opened her eyes at this moment, and fell asleep again after feeling it for a moment. She had slept for a day and a night. She had been sleeping since she came to this city. There would be a life and death battle next. The elderly needed more sleep. In a luxurious restaurant in the center of Guangyu City, a powerful voice came out. "Kuxujing kid, you are overestimating your own abilities and are arrogant. You really lost the reputation of the Zhao family." The door was full of blue-robed monks, whose robes were embroidered with rolling waves. They all knelt on one knee after hearing the words. An old man covered in a black robe appeared outside Guangyu City, standing under a small forest. He did not enter the city. He did not dare to enter the city. Although the person he thought about day and night was in the city, he still did not dare to step into the city. In addition to being the birthplace of human civilization, Guangzhou also has something else that originated here. That is, the sword. The sword is the king of all weapons. The sword has a double-edged blade with a straight head and a sharp tip. It can hurt people horizontally and vertically, and can penetrate armor by stabbing. It is extremely dangerous and born to kill. There is a mountain in Guangzhou named Jianshan, which is adjacent to Guangyu City in the south. It is said that there are thousands of swords buried on the mountain. Therefore, every inch of land on this mountain is made up of swords, so people call it Wanjian Mountain. On it is located Wanjian Pavilion, one of the 10 soar into the sky. Because the sharp aura is too strong, ordinary people should not approach. But at this time, there were 2 people sitting by the lake in the heavy rain, a middle-aged man and a young girl, both wearing straw raincoats and holding fishing rods to fish. The middle-aged man stared at the lake motionlessly. His face was extremely ordinary, so ordinary that if he walked in the crowd, he would be drowned in an instant. Under the straw raincoat was a simple coarse cloth, and there was no imposing manner on his body, but the deepest part of his eyes had a sharp edge like a storm. The girl next to him was also wearing coarse cloth. Coincidentally, her facial features were also ordinary, but the combination of various facial features gave her a different temperament. At first glance, she seemed very inconspicuous, but the more she looked at it, the more interesting it became. The girl followed the middle-aged man and stared at the lake quietly, motionless. The raindrops from the sky hit the lake, stirring up waves one after another. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his hand and pulled the fishing rod upward. Suddenly, a sound of sword chirping was heard, and a sword was pulled out of the water. The sword was engraved with 7 stars in a row, shining with white starlight, and the sword energy was compelling. It was a 3rd-grade sword soul. 7 stars! The man and the girl were not fishing, but fishing for swords. I'm lucky today. I actually caught a 3rd-grade 7-star sword, It's worth sitting for a day and a night." The middle-aged man laughed proudly. He was very happy to catch such a good sword. Although the girl on the edge still didn't say anything and still had no expression on her face, there was still a trace of annoyance in her eyes. It seemed that every time she tried, she would get nothing. "Jiansheng, you are still too sharp. You scared away all the swords in the lake. When you can catch a sword, your master will allow you to go down the mountain to Shenjing to participate in the Daowu competition." The girl nodded and continued to stare at the lake. "The Guangyu city under the mountain is very lively now. That little prince has made quite a commotion. He even sent someone to threaten me before, saying that he would use the 4 armies to crush my Wanjian pavilion. Interesting, really interesting." After saying that, the middle-aged man released the 7-star sword he had just caught back into the lake and started fishing again. The entire burial sword lake began to quiet down again. On an unnamed hill outside Guangyu City, Zhao Yu stood quietly in the heavy rain, looking ahead in silence. Long Po was holding an umbrella behind him, with red eyes and deep affection and sadness. In front of them stood a cenotaph, which was a bit crude. The tombstone only said the tomb of his biological mother, Huang Shang, without any other name. In front of the tombstone were relics that had just been worshipped. It must have been not long ago. There was a pot of wine on it, which must have been the Uncle Huang Ting who had just come. Zhao Yu knew that his mother loved drinking the most. Unlike the graceful and quiet girls in the boudoir, Zhao Yu's impression of his mother was that she was more heroic than a man. When it came to drinking skills, even his Uncle Huang Ting couldn't compare. He heard from his uncle that the Prince Zhao Jing, who traveled all over the world, was dragged directly to his grandfather to get engaged because he lost to his mother in a drinking contest. That's how he was born. However, Zhao Yu knew that his mother was also very delicate. In the years after his father died in the war, she was the only one who took care of Zhao Yu and Liang Po in Qingyi Lane in Guangyu City. She was both a mother and a father, taught him the principles of life, and gave him the most beautiful warmth in the world. But, perhaps, she really missed her father too much. So when he was 8 years old, his mother left Zhao Yu and went to another world to find the person she had been dreaming of. Liang Po finally couldn't help crying. Although he was tall and sturdy and had a shiny bald head, he was only 16 years old, and Zhao Yu was also only 16 years old. On the way back, the heavy rain was still pouring down, as if the whole city was turned upside down. The streets from the city gate to Qingyi Lane in Guangyu City were empty. The Guangzhou Siqianjin had already begun a full martial law since early this morning. All residents on both sides of the street were evacuated, and people in other places were not allowed to go out. The wheels of the car scratched the rain on the ground, leaving a long mark, and then gradually recovered. The carriage drove alone in the wind and rain. Liang Po drove in front, and Zhao Yu sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. Countless eyes gathered on this long street. Everyone was waiting for the old lady to appear. But the old lady of the Yunyan family has not appeared yet. There is no one in front of the long street, nor in the buildings on the left and right. Since there is no one in front of the street, there is only one place to hide. Underground. Heavy rain, murderous aura, and frozen air. The carriage on the street was directly pushed up into the air by a huge force from bottom to top, and the carriage and the horse were instantly torn into pieces. The rain falling from the sky rolled back upwards, and a figure with a gun rushed out from the ground. The houses on both sides were turned into debris under the impact of the explosion. In an instant, the power of the top grandmaster swept across Guangyu City. One blow shocked the world. In the Guangyu City area of the Shenjing Siqianjian mountain and sea map, a pillar of vitality appeared instantly, and the pillar of light was extremely dazzling. Red, Li Chunfeng, the director of the Sitianjian, rarely appeared on the first floor of the Sitian Tower. He looked up at the magnificent and majestic mountain and sea map on the top of the tower with his hands behind his back. A solemn look flashed in his eyes, and beside him lay a bronze coffin quietly, weird and cold. The middle-aged man who was fishing by the buried sword lake straightened up, with deep affection and solemnity. He raised his right hand, and another sword was caught. He held the sword in his hand and swung it to the center of the lake. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on the sword. He followed the sword to the center of the lake and sat down cross-legged. The Tao soul appeared behind him, and all the swords in the entire lake began to tremble slightly. In the old house in Qingyi Lane, the dragon horse Xiaohuang kept snorting in the yard and walking back and forth, looking quite uneasy. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently hugged it and slowly stroked its neck to calm it down. Ruiwei's gentle voice sounded, "Don't be afraid, Xiaohuang. His Highness is so powerful. He will be fine. We just need to wait for His Highness to return." Not far away, Bai Jining was still sitting with his knees hugged, watching the wind and rain swaying in the yard. He opened his mouth gently and sang a beautiful and soft song. One loom, picking mulberry leaves on the road and trying on spring clothes. The wind is clear and the sun is warm. I feel lazy and weak. On the peach blossom branches, the orioles are singing and talking, unwilling to let me go. Two looms, the pedestrians are hesitant. I can't bear to give up easily. I turn around and smile, and go back among the flowers, just afraid that the flowers will know. Three looms, the silkworms in Wu are old and the young swallows are flying. After the banquet in Changzhou Garden in the east wind, the light silk is urging the palace maids in Guanhua. They want to change into dance clothes. When singing to this point, there was a loud noise not far away, and the great master's earth-shaking momentum broke out at the entrance of the alley. But Bai Jining did not stop, but raised the volume. A figure appeared in the yard, under the wind and rain, closed his eyes and listened, holding the great Xia dragon bird in his left hand. The bird's eyes on the knife head opened, emitting a long purple light. Zhao Yu, who was at the center of the attack, felt the terror of the top great master for the first time. As soon as he made a move, he brought the power of heaven and earth and rolled over. But the person sitting next to him was Liang Po, who possessed the super first-class Dao soul. The Flesh Mountain Great Demon King, the world's most defensive forbidden Dao soul, Liang Po. A giant beast of heaven and earth instantly stood horizontally in the air, and the huge figure of the Flesh Mountain Great Demon King appeared in front of the Grandmaster's gun, directly protecting Zhao Yu behind him and blocking this thunderous blow. The super first-class Dao soul, the Flesh Mountain Great Demon King, was indestructible. Even the Grandmaster's charged attack, with a 75% damage reduction talent, could not break his defense, but the huge momentum still knocked Liang Po and Zhao Yu out together, from the alley entrance to the end of the alley. At the same time, the 20% damage rebound talent was activated, and the old lady Yunyan also groaned and floated backwards. Zhao Yu and the old lady Yunyan landed almost at the same time. Zhao Yu only felt a burning pain in his internal organs, as if all his internal organs were dislocated. He reached out and wiped the rain off his face. Because of the huge impact, he was a little dazed for a while. After coming to his senses, the figure of the old lady under the rain curtain became clearer and clearer. Red robe, silver hair, big spear, the first-class Dao soul, Jiu spear. Jiu, the heaven and earth are broken and thunder and rain are produced. Among the Dao souls of spears, it is the best in killing. At this moment, the old lady is not as hunched as an old man, but her posture is as straight as a pine tree. In the past, she was the most feared and invincible red-clothed spear god in Daxia. At this moment, at the end of her life, she burns her own blood and qi to her heart's content and re-emerges with a light that competes with the sun. The old lady Yunyan pointed her spear at Zhao Yu at the end of the alley. The spear was gradually covered with lightning, and in the end it almost completely turned into a thunder. The figure disappeared in an instant. Liang Po's eyelids jumped, and the Meat Mountain Demon King smashed on the ground with force. The wings and arms behind him circled downwards at the same time, and his whole body was spherical, surrounding Zhao Yu and himself in the middle, and the scales on his body tightened and all his talents were activated. The old lady changed the Jiu spear from stabbing to pulling, and the spear flashed with thunder and lightning, and suddenly smashed on the scales of the Meat Mountain, and smashed Zhao Yu and Liang Po out. The houses along the way collapsed and shattered, but the meatball formed by the Meat Mountain Devil was still solid, and the purple-black halo emitted by the Dao Soul was looming in the ruins. I received news in the west that a suspected super first-grade forbidden Dao Soul appeared in Daxia. Sure enough, those forbidden Dao Souls that cannot be tolerated by the great Dao have unimaginable abilities, and even I can't break the defense, but our honorable royal crown prince, your fragile body in the Dao Void Realm can withstand a few such impacts? Under the heavy rain, the old lady stood with a spear, holding lightning in her hand, and spoke faintly. The rain hit the lightning and was instantly evaporated into white smoke. The ruins buried on the Meat Mountain were pushed to both sides by the wings, and Zhao Yu and Liang Po walked back to the street. Zhao Yu frowned and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Although his body was perfectly balanced after the reconstructed, with all three attributes full, the impact force of the Grandmaster was too strong, and Jie Yuqiang was known as the best killer. Just like old lady Yunyan said, he could not withstand such a strong impact indefinitely. He patted Liang Po's arm, and the bald man stepped aside. Zhao Yu stepped forward, staring into the old lady's sharp eyes. Raindrops flowed down his angular cheeks. He slowly said, "Old lady, don't bother me, because I not only have a shield, but I also have a spear, the fastest spear in the world." Before he finished speaking, the Ghost Wing army arrived in an instant. 49 rune javelins fell from the sky, but they did not stab the old lady, but directly inserted into the ground of the street, forming a huge circle. The runes on the javelins shone, and a huge green light curtain was formed, trapping Yu Yunyan Chuchiu inside it. Then a ghost-winged beast claw that covered the sky and the sun slapped down with heavy rain. Ghost Wing army? Wind suppression formation. Once the wind-suppressing formation is formed, the people inside will be trapped inside. Even the Grandmasters cannot get out. They can only fight against round after round of Yuanqi beast palms until the Ghost Wing army is exhausted. It is this formation that turned the 7 major sects on Lingbo Lake into ruins overnight. The old lady looked up at the beast claws that were slapping down from above her head with unparalleled power, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. The world-famous wind-suppressing formation of the Ghost Wing army may be able to deal with other Grandmasters, but not me, because I used to be the deputy marshal of the western frontier of Daxia. The old lady released her own domain, which was a world full of thunder. The entire domain directly turned into a thunder spear that penetrated the sky and earth, soaring into the sky and stabbing at the Ghost Wing beast claw. The thunder spear and the giant palm collided with each other, and there was no earth-shattering sound. Only the Yuanqi and thunder and lightning eliminated each other, and gradually the entire beast claw was covered with flashing lightning. After a moment, the beast claw was pierced through, and the old lady did not stop and continued to go up. The wind-suppressing formation was formed in advance by at least a group of Yuchi soldiers at the peak of the Void Realm, who cooperated with the Yuchi beasts under their command. The Yuchi soldiers had ambushed and set up the formation here several days ago, but the wind-suppressing formation was formed by the joint efforts of many people after all, and the chi needed to be replaced before the second round of beast claws was formed, so there would be a slight flaw at the top of the formation. The old lady, who used to be the deputy commander of the western frontier, was very familiar with the Yuchi army, so she first smashed the first beast claw with a thunder strike, and then took advantage of the time when the air exchanger was ready to break out of the formation. If she left, the Yuchi army would never be able to trap her in the formation again. The lightning spear transformed by the domain was getting closer and closer to the blue barrier. The Yuchi army was still changing the air machine, and the old lady was about to rush out of the sky. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in the sky, falling down at a very fast speed, like a meteor across the sky, smashing into the thunder spear that was soaring into the sky. Zooming in, the red dot was a dragon composed of the vitality of heaven and earth, a red yinglong with tears all over his body. Guan Jingqing jumped off the back of Yuchi. The Yuchi leader who entered the Dao reality could fly in the air. The first-grade Dao Soul blood-crying dragon spear directly turned blood red and turned into a blood-crying yinglong, rushing towards the thunder spear from top to bottom, delivering the strongest blow. Yinglong versus thunder spear, blood-crying versus Zhao Yu, 1 grade versus 1 grade. After a shocking dragon roar, Guan Jingqing, whose cultivation was still in the Dao realm, flew backwards with blood spurting out. After being caught by the Yuji beast leader who was waiting on the side, he flew away at a high speed. However, the old lady Yunyan, who was in the palm edge life and death realm, was knocked back to the ground by the blood-crying dragon spear. The second beast claw of the Yuyi army wind-suppressing formation then rolled down. What a good plan. I see that your highness has prepared a lot of things for me. The face of the Grandmaster old lady showed a trace of solemnity. But the sky is not on your highness' side, sending down this drifting rain, and the Jieyu spear, under the heavy rain, the combat power is increased by at least 30%. The old lady's whole body was shining with lightning. The name of the spear was Jieyu. In addition to the thunder attribute, it can also control rain. All the raindrops falling on the street instantly stopped in the air. Water can conduct electricity, and thunder can explode. Therefore, the countless still raindrops on the street are all powerful thunderballs. Then the thunder and lightning raindrops began to explode one after another, forming an endless torrent of thunder and lightning, sweeping across the entire Qingyi Lane. The entire Qingyi Lane in Guangyu City was turned into dust bit by bit under this silver torrent. Divine power. Thunder Pond. The old lady, a great master with unparalleled power under the rain, used the rain from heaven and earth as a medium to extend the attack range beyond the Zhenfeng formation, and then used a large-scale killing magical power to completely disrupt the qi of the connection between the Yuchi army. The rain fell to the ground again, and in the thunder and lightning rain, the old lady stepped out of the Zhenfeng formation. When the thunder and lightning torrent rushed to the old house at the end of the alley, a cyan world appeared, including the old house. Countless flying dragon birds in the world blocked the thunder outside the field. Huang Ting, the 7th-ranked great master on the Daxia mountain and sea list, stepped over the threshold of the old house with a knife and walked into the sky full of thunder snakes. The beautiful and soft singing of the girl still came from the house behind him, with a little resentment and a little sadness. On the 4th loom, the brows are frowning in the hoarse voice. The shuttle weaves a drooping lotus seed. It is easy to wind, a flower, but it is difficult to arrange a sad heart. The veins are as tangled as silk. On the 5th loom, the horizontal lines weave Shenlang's poem. No one understands the central sentence. It does not speak of sorrow and hatred, nor does it speak of haggardness, but only expresses longing. On the 6th loom, every line is a play of flowers. There are even 2 butterflies among the flowers. The shuttle stops for a while, and in the shadow of the idle window, I watch for a long time alone. On the 7th loom, the mandarin ducks are woven but hesitate. I am afraid that they will be cut lightly and fly away. How can I follow each other again after a separation? On the 8th loom, whose poem is it with the returning lines? It weaves a desolate feeling. I read it line by line, feeling depressed and speechless, and cannot bear to think about it anymore. On the 9th loom, there are 2 flowers, 2 leaves, and 2 branches. Since ancient times, there have been many separations due to fickleness. From beginning to end, my heart is entangled and passed through a piece of silk. The thunder and lightning in the sky gradually disappeared, and there was no Qingyi Lane in Guangyu City. The Flesh Mountain Demon King Daohun was still roaring on the street. Just now, Liangpo used his second magical power, Spell Negation. Magical power. Spell Negation every 15 days blocked the damage of the heaven and earth vitality. At this time, there was only an old house standing alone behind Zhao Yu, which seemed a little abrupt. The door of the house was closed again, and the sad song accompanied by the sound of the piano floated in the rain, spreading farther and farther. Perhaps she was touched. The old lady looked at Zhao Yu with a dazed look in her eyes. as if she was in some pain and some sadness, and murmured, "Like, really like. The mouth is the same. The nose and eyes are the same. Even the habit of frowning is exactly the same. Zhao Wuji. I don't believe you didn't leave a mark in this boy's sea of consciousness. I must see you before I die." The old lady was really approaching the end of her life. She had suffered too many hidden injuries when she was young, especially the serious injuries 15 years ago that had not been able to recover, but continued to worsen. Half a year ago, she knew that she was going to die, and she wanted to do something before she died. Huang Ting met Aunt Chuchu. Is Aunt living well in the empire? Grandmaster Huang Ting walked past Zhao Yu, blocked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince behind him, and faced the old lady directly. His father and the old lady were sworn brothers and sisters, so he called her aunt. "It's not good. The desert is too windy and sandy. I don't like it. I haven't heard from my elder brother for a long time. How is he doing?" When she mentioned her sworn brother, the old lady felt a little warm in her heart. When she was traveling around the world, her elder brother took the most care of her. You know, he's still half dead, but he's alive after all. Huang Ting's face was a little helpless, but it turned into determination, and he continued, "It seems that my aunt is determined to kill your highness this time, so we can only fight." The great Sha Dragon Bird's sword was raised, and all the flying dragon birds in the sword domain opened their eyes, emitting purple dim light. The entire domain turned from green to purple, and countless purple-red sword chi instantly filled the void in front and rushed straight to the old lady. The blue-purple domain followed the sword chi, and Huang Ting in the world held the opening style and moved forward. Suddenly, countless translucent ghosts suddenly appeared in front of the sword chi, and groups of ghosts and countless sword chi collided with each other and eliminated each other. A girl in white rushed out from the side halfway and hit the purple-blue world of the Grandmaster of the Dao Dao. She raised her fist and smashed it down fiercely. The Dragon Bird Dao domain was knocked out of Guangyu City. The streets and houses along the way were all broken. Guangyu City instantly had another long scar. The figure of an old man in black robes stood in the woods outside the city. He looked at Huang Ting, who had already arrived outside the city, and slowly said, "I dare not enter the city, but it does not mean that I can't let you out." Huang Ting pursed his lips and raised his sword. A huge shockwave rose from outside the city. The peak fight between the Grandmasters moved from the Hexu Dao to outside Guangyu City. Under the heavy rain, the old lady walked towards Zhao Yu. As she walked forward, rain spears continued to condense in the void around her and floated around her. Then, electric snakes flashed on the rain spears. It was as if countless lightning stood beside the old lady, and the only one left by Zhao Yu was Liang Po carrying a big gourd. The old lady raised her left hand and pressed it down. A water and electricity cage instantly appeared around Liang Po, imprisoning his tall body. Then the old lady waved her hand in the air, and a thunder and rain hand appeared, slapping on the Flesh Demon King, slapping Liang Po away from Zhao Yu. Then the water and electricity cage continued to extend and entangle, keeping him in place, unable to move forward. Magical power, Thunder Prisoner. So, now it's just you and me. The old lady continued to walk towards Zhao Yu, and her left hand picked up a lightning from the void beside her. With a light flick, the lightning rushed straight to Zhao Yu. The Jiu gun under the heavy rain was really powerful. The old lady who burned her blood and chi without regard for the consequences and the rain bonus was almost half a step into the land fairyland. Except for the top 5 of the Daxia Mountain and Sea list, no one could beat her. But she was really dying. The continuous huge consumption of moves reduced her thunder field by half. An unnatural flush appeared on her face like a last gasp, but her steps were still steady, and she raised her hand to pick up one thunder after another and threw it at Zhao Yu. Mystical power. Thunderbolt Spear. His Royal Highness is facing the 5th level Grandmaster. In the darkness of Guangyu City, pairs of eyes stared at the streets, and even their breathing became rapid. Li Chenfeng, who was under the mountain and sea map of the Siqian Tower, had already pressed his right hand on the bronze coffin lid. The lightning spear that flew at high speed illuminated Zhao Yu's young face, but there was no fear on his face, and he was still so calm. He just frowned, and the raised red vertical mark between his eyebrows became more obvious under the lightning. When the wind blows in the world, some people follow the wind. Mystical power. Control the wind. Zhao Yu's figure disappeared, avoiding the first wave of lightning spears, and when he appeared again, he was already in midair. The old lady waved her left hand, and the lightning spear that was originally stabbing Zhao Yu downwards instantly turned upwards and continued to shoot at Zhao Yu, following him like a shadow. Zhao Yu raised his right hand, 5 fingers spread out, and the thunder spears hit it, but it was like a bird flying into the forest, and it disappeared directly. Supernatural power. Spell negation. However, the next second, the first killing Jiu spear appeared directly in the air, smashing down from top to bottom, and the big gourd on Liang Po's back was instantly shattered. Pieces of crystal starlight rushed out of the gourd, treating the water and electricity cage as nothing. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated and turned into a ball, surrounding Zhao Yu completely. The outer object, Star Sand, breaks all vitality barriers, invulnerable to all things. Jiu's spear hit the ball formed by Star Sand and directly knocked it to the ground. The figure of the old lady holding a gun fell from the air. Looking up, she found that Zhao Yu was still standing on the ground, but he just spit out a mouthful of blood, which surprised her. Vitality Ball, issued by the system, plus 250 life. Just now, the Vitality Ball in the prop column provided Zhao Yu with a huge bonus of life and blood, and with the star sand outside to offset most of the damage, he barely withstood the thunderous attack of the Grandmaster. You actually have so many unheard of magical powers, and so much star sand. The talent and heritage of your Zhao family are still as enviable as ever. It seems that everyone underestimates you. The old Yu Huang finally did not accept my advice, but I am enough. Speaking of which, you should call me Great Aunt. I have a younger generation in the Empire who is also very good. He is to grow up to pave the way for him. Our Union family has been dormant in the West for 15 years. Now we will start to rise after killing you, the grandson of the great Xia Emperor. Zhao Yu did not speak under the heavy rain, but raised the spear made of star sand in his hand very seriously. He held the spear handle, raised it forward, and pointed the spear head at the old lady. Spear-holding style. There was a hint of confusion and admiration in the old lady's eyes. Every blow of the Grandmaster's peak carried the power of heaven and earth. Zhao Yu, who was still in the Daoshu realm, would be immediately reduced to dust if he was hit by any blow in the body. But now, he raised his gun and pointed it at the Grandmaster, which showed this one thing. I want to attack! I want to kill you! Why should Zhao Yu kill the Grandmaster? How could he kill the Grandmaster at close range when he would be instantly annihilated as soon as he stepped into the old lady's thunderfield? On the first day of August in the Great Xia calendar, under the heavy rain, with the sad singing of the girl, amid lightning and thunder, Zhao Yu, the grandson of the great Xia Emperor, raised his gun and killed the Grandmaster. The red-clothed spear god Yunyan Chu-Chu, like a moth to a flame, the sky and the earth changed color. To read the fastest updated error-free novel, please remember clackarslahead.sb.com. The chapter content is being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. In the devastated Guangzhou metropolitan city, the bloody rain is still falling, lightning and thunder. 9 death knells of heaven and earth ring in everyone's mind. Desolation, grief, that is the sigh of the avenue. Ordinary people feel the earth-shaking sound outside the house, and tremble in fear at home. When the gods fight, ordinary people are destined not to have the qualifications to watch. The shattered streets suddenly became quiet, and the pillar of light that shot straight into the sky disappeared. Only a sphere composed of countless star sands stood in the center, emitting an intoxicating star halo, isolating everyone's inquiring eyes. Liang Po, who walked out of the thunder and water cage, was about to return to Zhao Yu when 3 swords stood upright in front of him at the same time. 3 Taoist masters in blue robes blocked his way from different angles. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the moment when the star sand would disperse. Would the Crown Prince Zhao Yu kill the saint, or would both die together? But the star sand was reluctant to disperse, still standing silently. Soon, someone couldn't help it. The traitor Yunnan actually dared to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Daxia in the street. He deserves to die. Forgive me, Yuan, for being late in coming to your rescue. I will capture and kill thee, traitor, right away. A powerful voice sounded from the other side of Guangzhou City, coming from far away and approaching in an instant. Behind the visitor, the Dao Soul emerged, and the rain from the heaven and earth gathered into a huge water giant. His face was blurred, but he wore a crown. The giant raised his fists above his head and punched the ball made of star sand. The first great Dao Soul, the king of the East Sea. The 10th on the mountain and sea list, the leader of the Haiquo sect. The Haiquo sect, one of the 10 major sects of Daxia, is the sharpest knife cultivated by Empress Wu after she ascended the throne. Yuan Jiang showed his fangs without hesitation at this time and attacked with all his strength. The king of water looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar, and the air under his fists began to vibrate constantly with a sharp whistling sound. Li Chunfeng, the supervisor of the lower level of the Shenjing Sichin Tower, changed his expression, slapped the bronze giant beside him, and then lifted it up, carrying the giant coffin on his shoulders. When he was about to take the next step, he found a withered hand pressing on the coffin lid. It was just like that, but it seemed heavier than Mount Tai. The bronze coffin could not move anymore. The old eunuch came to the Sichuan Observatory again after the last Shanhaidu Tianfa. Under the fists of the East Sea god, the star sandball emitting misty starlight still did not react. It was about to be hammered solid. Suddenly a huge fireball came down from the sky at a very fast speed, emitting endless light, as if the scorching sun fell from the sky. Just appeared at the horizon. The next second it smashed on the East Sea god. The condensed soul of the water god was directly evaporated. Amidst the steam, a white-bearded old man appeared next to the star sand, with a large wine pot hanging on his waist. Behind him, a blazing sun soul rose slowly, burning everything, and a burning breath came to the face. Guangzhou City has an extra sun. Finally arrived, fortunately it's still in time. As soon as I arrived, I saw someone's shameless face, which was still as disgusting as ever. The old man looked at the distance with disdain and mockery. A middle-aged man stepped out of the rain. He was strong and dressed in a blue robe with waves embroidered on it. His face was square and upright. The Dao soul of the East China Sea king behind him gathered again. His huge body rose from the ground to the sky. The originally blurred face of the Blue Water King gradually became clear. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth to let out a roar. The Water King roared at the scorching sun. Water and fire are incompatible in the origin of the Tao. Today is destined to be a day that will be recorded in the history books and will cause endless waves in Daxia. In this Guangyu city, most of the great masters of the life and death realm of the vast land of Shenzhou gathered together, and the Yuqi army, one of the top 4 armies, showed their edge. There were even saints who fell in public, and blood rained down. All of this is for one person, and at the center of this storm, our Royal Highness the Crown Prince is still in the star sand on the street, his life or death unknown. During the confrontation, the spherical star sand suddenly reacted, and began to scatter from the top one by one like fireflies flying in the air. Each of these glowing fireflies is a treasure from outside the domain, and each grain can set off a bloody storm in Daxia, causing countless monks to fight for it. Amid the flying fluorescent light, a young and upright figure stood quietly, with countless black hair hanging down behind his back, his hands hanging on both sides, and a simple wooden hairpin in his right hand, his eyes closed. The red vertical line that originally appeared when he frowned on his eyebrows has now become 2, as if someone took a red pen and drew 2 strokes on his eyebrows. Who in the world is qualified to write on the eyebrows of the Crown Prince of Daxia? Only the way of heaven. Red Cinnabar, the slaughter of the saints. 2 saints died because of him, and he alone bore the consequences of the heavenly law. His tightly closed eyes opened, and inside his eyes was not a black flame, but a silver mist spinning in his eyes, and a huge ancient relic loomed in his pupils. He woke up. He was still alive. Zhao Yu's changing eyes gradually turned black, and his eyes regained their purity. He first simply pulled up the hair on his back and tied a knot, then inserted the wooden hairpin in his right hand back into his hair. Finally, he turned around and looked at the leader of the Haiquo sect standing not far away. A faint voice sounded, and a thunderclap sounded out of the ground. "Are you going to rebel?" The slaughtering saint pattern on the boy's forehead was as red as blood, and his ebony eyes met the eyes of the Grandmaster Yuanzhang. The leader of the Haiquo sect seemed to have a roaring sea in his eyes, and there was a hint of murderous intent hidden. After staring at each other for a moment, he took the initiative to look away and said word by word, "I would never dare. I just want to save His Highness." "So that's how it is. I'm fine now, you can go. Some things will take a long time to come." Yuanzhang's square face was expressionless, and he didn't reply. After a long pause, the Tao soul of the East Sea god behind him looked down at Zhao Yu, ready to make a move. Sun Moon sect leader Lu Yao snorted coldly, took a step forward, and a light shone behind him. After a moment, Yuanzhang finally lowered his head and bowed, saying, "Yes, I'll take my leave." He then put away the Tao soul and turned away without any further delay. The 3 Grandmaster cultivators holding swords in front of Liang Po also left. Guangyu City, which was under the heavy rain, was truly calm this time. Zhao Yu stood in the rain, nodded to Dari Wuzong first, and then slowly fell backwards. He was indeed too tired. A pair of hands hugged him tightly from behind. It was Liang Po. Then he strode towards the only old house that was still standing alone in this area. The door of the old house opened, and a girl's exclamation and Xiaohuang's uneasy dragon roar came from inside. The door of the old house was then closed again, making a creaking sound of disrepair, as if telling the world that everything had settled. The battle in Guangyu City ended, which meant that the battle seen by the Grandmaster outside Guangyu City was about to come to an end. The small forest outside the city no longer existed, leaving only a large piece of exposed sand, which was covered with huge pits. Huang Ting, the 7th Grandmaster of the Mountain and Sea list, stood under the rain curtain with the great Xia, dragon bird, in his left hand. The sharp sword energy on his body was still radiating out, making the surrounding void feel blurred, but the left hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. The black-robed old man opposite was still sitting on the Naihe Bridge of the Yellow Spring River. The beautiful woman in white with empty eyes stood beside him. If you look closely, you will find that the skin of the white-clothed girl exposed outside is like cracked porcelain, covered with dense fine lines, which is very scary. Bai Mingshu's hands have stopped playing the piano. He looked at Guangyu City with a sad expression, and then he burst into tears. The tears merged into the rainstorm and could not be distinguished from each other. He howled and cried. He has loved her for nearly 100 years, from the first time he made eye contact with her. She didn't love him for nearly 100 years and was always pursuing others. She wore red clothes for half her life for others and wished she could marry that person immediately. He hid for her all his life and finally found that fear of death had become his instinct, and he didn't even dare to see her for the last time. When I looked up at you, you were still looking at him. For you, I dyed myself black like the night. Under the pouring rain, the entire city of Guangzhou Metropolitan City was under martial law until night, so the silence was a little scary. In the old house in Qingyi Lane, Zhao Yu lay on his back on the bed and fell into a coma. Miss Ruiyue used a towel to wipe the cold sweat on Zhao Yu's face from time to time, while Liang Po still leaned on the big gourd, guarding Zhao Yu, not leaving. A moment later, Grandmaster Huang Ting pushed open the door of the old house, walked in and suddenly fell face down, also falling into a coma. But tonight is destined to be a night of sleep for many people. The first night that Zhao Yu was in a coma in the old house. The old empress, Dowager, was lying quietly on a recliner in the Lingbo Hall of Baidi Palace, with her eyes slightly closed. Someone beside her was gently waving a palace fan for her. The soft wind blew through the old Empress Dowager's snow-white hair, as if to smooth out the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and restore her appearance as the most beautiful woman in the world. It was late at night, and the entire huge Lingbo hall was empty except for them, and it seemed a little quiet. Sure, Yuanzhang finally took action, which is different from what you said at the beginning. The old Empress Dowager opened her eyes, without the look of old age, and said lightly, "I have already explained to him, but the knife is too far away from my hand. I always want to do something myself. When I come back, I will take his arm, as an explanation to you." Empress Wu paused for a moment, and then continued to fan the old Empress Dowager. "Then what is your intention to stop Li Chunfeng?" The old Empress Dowager turned her head and looked into Empress Wu's eyes and continued to ask, "The mountain and sea map and the Tianwu army are of great importance. The beast tide has already used the heavenly punishment, so for the sake of the western frontier, these two things should be preserved as much as possible. I know that Yuanzhang's sword will not obey, so I sent someone to the Sun and Moon sect to find Lu Yao earlier, and asked him to wait for his punishment and make meritorious contributions." Empress Wu's eyes were calm as water, and she whispered in the old Empress's ear to explain. She rarely explained to others. As the regent of Daxia, she didn't need to explain to anyone at all, but the one asking her now was her mother, the Queen Mother of Daxia, who put her in that position 15 years ago. Those who jumped out this time should be killed, and those who should be beaten should be beaten. Our Zhao family has been silent for a long time in the past few years, and people have forgotten the former majesty of the Lord of Daxia. People are prone to forgetfulness. Once the scar heals, they will forget the pain. Since you dare to stretch your claws to the only child of our Zhao family, I will twist your heads off. If you don't do it, I will let Tianwu do it." The old lady was really angry this time. She was full of murderous aura. Even the air in Lingbo Palace dropped a few degrees. For her, Zhao Yu was an untouchable reverse scale. Whoever touched it would be killed by her. "Don't worry, mother. I know what to do." The old lady nodded and closed her eyes again. She said no more. After a while, she made an even breathing sound, as if she had fallen asleep peacefully. "Then my daughter will take her leave first. It's getting late, and you should go to bed early. I have already asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some snacks, which should be delivered soon. You haven't eaten anything all day. Now that Yuer is fine, you can have something to fill your stomach." Empress Wu put down the palace fan in her hand, took her leave, stood up and walked out of Lingbo Hall, and walked into the boundless night of Baidi Palace. After a while, the old queen who had fallen asleep opened her eyes and turned sideways. There was a sigh and sadness in her eyes that ordinary people could not see. She murmured to herself, "Our generation can't defeat time after all. It will come to an end. Bima Wen died at the beginning of the year. You and I have been fighting for nearly 100 years. Now even you are dead. Now it's almost my turn. Yuer, Grandma can't protect you for much longer. You did very well this time. Very well." The moment Empress Wu walked out of Lingbo Hall, she regained her temperament of looking down on the world. The guards and palace maids along the way knelt down immediately when they saw her from afar, and knelt all the way to Phoenix Terrace with Empress Wu. The superior is destined to become more and more lonely, but there is no difference with those who speak. The second day of Zhao Yu's coma. Guangyu City lifted the martial law, and people took to the streets one after another. Seeing the destructive power of destroying the world, they once again felt the power and amazing destructive power of the top cultivators, and all the forces in Daxia were detonated by a piece of news. Zhao Yu, the grandson of the great Xia Emperor, killed the traitor Red Spear God Yunyan in early autumn in Guangyu City, and avenged half of his father's revenge. The whole world began to officially know this royal grandson, who was originally hidden behind the thick fog. His first move shocked the world. Slaughter the saint? Slaughter the saint! What a bloody unattainable word. Luye Lane is an alley very close to the center of Shenjing, adjacent to the majestic Baidi Palace and Siqian Tower. It is known as the two most noble alleys in Shenjing, besides the Imperial Palace, together with Zizhu Lane. Almost all the mansions of princes and nobles are located in these two streets. There is a saying in the streets that if a stone falls from the sky one day and hits a carriage in Liuye or Zizhu Lane, it is most likely a first-class official of the current dynasty. Foreigners who come to visit the capital must also come to these two alleys to watch from afar, to get a taste of the official atmosphere of this place. If they are lucky, they may happen to run into a marquis or general on his way out, and get a glimpse of his honor, which is something to brag about when they go back. Luye Alley and Zizhu Alley are also very interesting. The two alleys are adjacent to each other. Zizhu Alley has a long history, and the people living in it are all high-ranking officials who have been in high positions since the founding of the dynasty. Now, all of them have white hair and beards, and some even have to use crutches to go to the Golden Palace. Luye Alley was built after Empress Wu took the throne. Most of them are the residences of young ministers, and they are also the mainstays of Daxia. On weekdays, these two streets are crowded with cars and pedestrians every day, especially before the morning court every day. As if it was agreed, a neat row of carriages waited at the gate of the mansion, and then set off together, lining up in two teams to drive into Baidi City together. The scene is spectacular, but today, the atmosphere in these two alleys is completely different. The whole Liuye Alley is terribly depressing. The servants look at their masters with gloomy or thoughtful expressions, and they are too scared to breathe loudly. It is said that last night, several masters broke the inkstones that they usually treasured in the study. The old ministers in Zizhu Alley are all rosy-cheeked, as if they are 10 years younger. They stroke their beards and laugh heartily. Meet each other, they will say something like, "There is a successor." Unexpectedly, the scene of queuing up to attend court this morning did not appear, because today, the regent Empress Wu was absent from the morning court for the first time in 15 years. Empress Wu, who was supposed to attend the morning court, has been standing alone on the Phoenix Terrace since she left Lingbo Palace last night, overlooking the entire Shenjing below. The whistling wind blew up her silk palace dress, and also made her hair, which was not tied up or crowned, fly in the wind. The sun gradually rose from the sky, and the rising sun shone on her face. She squinted her eyes, raised her foot, and jumped down from the Phoenix Terrace. The sound of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Empress Wu rode a phoenix to Jingling in the western suburbs of Shenjing. Jingling is the tomb of the former Crown Prince Zhao Yu. At the same time, the two teams of the Sun Holding Team and the Divine Guards left the Shenjing station and headed south to Guangzhou. A storm gradually blew from Guangyu City to Shenjing, the capital of Daxia. The stream clouds began to rise and the sun sank into the pavilion, and the mountain rain was about to come and the wind was full of the building. It was the third day that Zhao Yu was unconscious in the old house. The Taoist Palace, located in the suburbs of Shenjing, was very lively early in the morning. The Taoist Palace was a holy place for studying that all the Taoists in the world dreamed of. Daxia was still young, less than 100 years old, and the ruling Zhao family was relatively open-minded, so it was now in an era of 100 schools of thought. Some of these contending forces are ancient sects that have been handed down from the previous dynasty, and more are emerging sects that have only begun to emerge since the Ding-Ding era. The best of these forces together constitute the top 10 first-class forces under the current dynasty of Daxia. 1 palace, 1 city, 1 gate, 2 pavilions, and 5 sects. One of these palaces is naturally the Taoist Palace, which has been the top of all the first-class forces in Daxia for nearly 15 years. Under the vigorous promotion of the court, its branches are spread across all states and cities in Daxia. Talented people all over the world can participate in the selection, so as to receive various resources and education, continuously supplying various talents to Daxia, and also providing a path for promotion for children from poor families. In some ways, the Taoist Palace is behind the Daxia dynasty, and the Taoist Palace is an important part of the Daxia education system. Before the Taoist Palace appeared, it was difficult for poor families to produce noble sons. The Taoist Palace is divided into 3 courtyards: Hanshan, Zongying, and Pochin. The Mountain Shaking Academy cultivates strength cultivation. The Horizontal Academy cultivates law cultivation, and the Heaven Breaking Academy naturally cultivates agility cultivation. But the boundaries between the 3 are not very clear. They just have different specialties and different focuses, and the real pride of heaven has always been the same as the 3 academies. Today is a big class, and students from all 3 academies have to come to listen. The lecturer is Mr. Wen, the former prince's tutor, who has retired and returned to his hometown. The current Empress Wu and the former Prince Zhao Jing are both his students, so the Taoist Palace University is crowded early in the morning. Before dawn, students have come one after another, just to get a good front seat. There is still about an incense stick of time before the class ends. The students of the 3 academies have basically gathered and are quietly waiting for the teacher's arrival. At this time, on the road leading to the entrance of the university, there are 2 figures running frantically, a fat man and a thin man, both of whom are new disciples who have just entered the Taoist Palace this year, and complaints are heard from time to time. "Fatty, you got up so late. If you are late for the class again, we will be skinned and pulled out of our muscles by the Discipline Institute." The skinny man was as skinny as a bamboo pole. He ran breathlessly and spoke incoherently. "You still have the nerve to criticize me, thin bamboo pole. Didn't you get up late too? The pot calling the kettle black." The fat man next to him was fat and big, but he ran fast. The fat on his waist kept bouncing up and down. "If you hadn't snored so loudly last night that I didn't sleep all night, would I have gotten up late this morning?" The skinny man ran with his hands on his waist. His face was pale and he almost fainted. Seeing this, the fat man picked up the thin man who had begun to roll his eyes, tucked him under his armpit, dodged left and right, and rushed into the university hall with great agility. He just saw the former prince's tutor, Mr. Wen, who had gray hair but a ruddy face, walking up to the podium slowly. He quickly found a secluded corner and threw the thin man down, then sat upright, looking straight ahead without blushing or beating his heart. The thin man raised his hand and put it on the fat man's shoulder, and said weakly, "Fatty, please help me block the point later, sir. I need to take a nap. I feel half my life is gone." The fat man nodded and moved in front of the thin man. The old man with white hair and a youthful face on the podium put down the sack on his back, poured himself a cup of tea, then sat in front of the desk and nodded to the disciples below. Then the old man waved his hand forward, and the vitality of heaven and earth began to gather continuously. A huge sand table appeared in the void. Inside the sand table was a huge city, with streets crisscrossing each other under the heavy rain. There was an alley on the east side of the city, and an old house stood at the bottom of the alley. Qingyi Lane, Guangzhou Metropolitan City, Daxia. The old man's mellow voice resounded throughout the university. Today's topic is how to kill a saint with the virtual realm. How to kill a saint with the virtual realm. Arabian Nights. There was an uproar in the school. At the front of the students, the young man who was sitting casually and looking down, who didn't know what he was thinking, raised his head. He was the leader of the Hanshan Academy. The two leaders of the Zongheng Academy and the Potion Academy, the white-skinned woman who sat upright, showed a rare look of surprise on her face, and in the inconspicuous corner, the thin man who was half-squinting suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely bright, and he walked forward to sit next to the fat man and straightened his body. The Empire of the Sun, Yunzhong City as the name suggests, Yunzhong City is a city built in the clouds. The alien race used their great power to cut off the top of the Tongqian Mountain in the western desert of the vast land of Shenzhou, and built a majestic city on it as the imperial city of the empire. For the alien races of the Sun Empire, if they want to set foot on this Yunzhong City at the top of the peak, they must cross thousands of mountains and sands and countless difficulties and obstacles. But the western region is a world that completely believes in the law of the jungle. If you are weak, you don't even have the qualifications to enter the city. Entering Yunzhong City is regarded as a supreme honor. Every year, countless alien races die in the yellow sand of the Tongqian Mountains because they want to enter the city. The elderly Yu Huang sat on the angel throne in the council hall, his handsome face full of anger, and the 8-winged light wings behind him became a little more empty. There was a secret letter on the table in front of him. There was silence under the throne, and even the most talkative counselor on weekdays did not dare to say a word. "Let Yunnan Tuoba come to see me." The voice of Yu Huang came from the throne. "Report to the Sky Emperor. Yunnan Tuoba has left Yunzhong City this morning, saying that he is going back to Rhine City to deal with the funeral." Someone immediately reported. "Arrange for Laoba and Tian Yue to go to Rhine City. After the funeral is over, ask him to come back. At the same time, raise Zhao Yu's level in the court by 3 levels. The Sky Emperor on the throne realized that he had underestimated the Zhao family again, but he had made countless decisions in his life. Even if they were wrong, he could make up for it later, because he was the Sky Emperor of the Sun Empire. Earlier, a young man walked out of the gate of Yunzhong City, wearing a thick black robe, but his right hand under the robe was empty. He walked out step by step on the sand plain, leaving a long string of footprints behind him. Yunnan Tuoba's face under the black robe was expressionless. His lips were pursed, but his expression was a little sad. Although his steps were still steady, the bitter cold emanating from his body froze the yellow sand in the sky into lumps of ice falling down. His great aunt, who had treated him like a mother since childhood, died. She died in a place countless miles away from here, which was called hometown by his great aunt. He was also born in that place, but his memory before the age of 3 was completely blurred. His hand was also broken in that place. It is said that there are 4 seasons in that place: warm spring, hot summer, cool autumn, and cold winter. There are also all kinds of colorful flowers and gurgling rivers in that place. That colorful world, I must see it with my own eyes one day. He looked at the endless yellow in front of him and thought so. Zhao Yu felt that he was back in Qingyi Lane under the rainstorm. Rain, thunder, singing, and the pillar of sanctification that went straight to the sky, and the millions of sword shadows surrounding him. He felt like he was holding the sharpest sword in the world, holding a whole way of killing. His steps were firm, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to pierce this way of killing into Yunnan Chu's body. But the way of killing was still within this world, and it still couldn't pierce into the holy light column. So he didn't think about anything and let go of the hand holding the sword, wrapped in the star sand, and crashed into it. All the sounds within the laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and even the flow of time seemed to be still. Zhao Yu could clearly hear the thump of his powerful heartbeat. He raised his head and looked at the eyes of the saint in front of him, and the saint's finger that followed. He had to pierce the cloud, hairpin in his hand, and his thoughts could no longer be condensed. The speed of the saint's finger was faster than the speed of his brain's thinking. The slender and flawless finger shattered the void in front, broke the shadow of the mountain and sea map, and broke the one-finger magical power left by the teacher's remnant, and then gently tapped his brow. The cloud hairpin pierced by Zhao Yu stopped her for 2 seconds. The phantom of the mountain and sea map stopped her for 3 breaths. The remnant of the master stopped her for 5 breaths. 10 breaths have passed, and the saint has fallen. The moment the saint pointed his finger at the center of his eyebrows, time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and Zhao Yu heard the electronic synthesized sound that had not changed for 10,000 years from the system in his mind. A soul from the immortal realm on land was found, and it was automatically absorbed. The system is currently 2S advanced and the conditions for opening are met. The first level Dota Ancient Ruins system is officially opened. Open the Hero Soul Exchange function, and the system will randomly reward a Hero Soul. The current exchange limit is 2/6. Open the White Item Exchange function, which can be exchanged with Soul Energy. Open the function of automatically absorbing energy when the forces under your command kill the soul. It is detected that the residual spiritual energy has forcibly invaded the host's sea of consciousness, and it automatically starts to kill and absorb. After absorption, it meets the attributes of the mysterious store items and automatically harvests the mysterious items, the Saint's relics. Please keep up the good work, ascend the throne as soon as possible, and open the second level system. Guangyu City. It had been raining for 3 days in a row. The sky finally cleared up this morning. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone on the ground again, and also sprinkled into the courtyard of the old house in Qingyi Lane. Early in the morning, Miss Ruyue held a basin in her hand and walked through the sunlight in the courtyard. She came to the door at the back of the old house, pushed the door open, and walked in. In the room, Zhao Yu was lying on his back on the bed with his eyes closed and breathing evenly. There were 2 bright red vertical lines of tusheng on his forehead. They were as red as blood and extremely charming, as if stained with the blood of the heaven. Ruyue wrung out the towel as usual and wiped Zhao Yu's face. She stared at Zhao Yu straight in the eyes, thinking that her son was really good looking when he was sleeping. Then she looked at the tusheng line on Zhao Yu's forehead. She was a little curious, so she lay down to take a closer look. She felt it was very strange, so she stretched out her little finger and wanted to touch and poke it. Zhao Yu, who was in a coma, felt dizzy for a while and then his consciousness gradually returned to his body. He felt hungry in his stomach and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a snow-white finger constantly enlarged in his eyes, poking at his forehead, like a saint's finger. Ruyue saw Zhao Yu wake up, exclaimed, and subconsciously stepped back. After a crackling sound, the water in the basin spilled all over the floor. Hearing the sound inside, many figures appeared in the house instantly. In the yard of the old house in Qingyi Lane, Zhao Yu sat on a chair and ate porridge in big mouthfuls. After being in a coma for so many days, he urgently needed to replenish his energy, and he didn't care about his image when eating. Liang Po was also busy in the kitchen, making some tonics to nourish His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but he needed to eat some liquid food on an empty stomach first, otherwise he would not be able to be replenished and the gain would outweigh the loss. After a busy meal, Zhao Yu finished all the food and then drank a cup of bitter tea with satisfaction. He felt warm and comfortable all over. Although he was calm along the way, the pressure of the top grandmaster was always in his heart. Now that the pressure was gone, everyone relaxed a lot, and their faces showed a look of relief. The atmosphere in the whole courtyard was very relaxed. Zhao Yu lay back gently and began to explore the system in his mind. He had not studied it carefully since it was opened. For 16 years, he had covered himself tightly like a virgin girl. After a narrow escape, he finally pulled open a veil and revealed a mysterious face. Only he knew the hardships and difficulties in it. Luck, strength, courage, and strategy are all indispensable. In a sense, the system is his Tao soul, but it came with his own travel, so he sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. The silver mist that originally shrouded the ruins had disappeared, revealing an endless group of ancient ruins. In the center of the ruins is a silver-green crystal supported by a white stone tower, which is constantly rotating and emitting charming light. Countless pink peach blossoms are entwined around it, competing to bloom, like a dream. Silver-white stone towers surround the crystal, with runes shining on them, annihilating all invading enemies, vast and solemn. There is a spring next to the crystal, spraying silver liquid outward, nourishing the entire land of the ruins, making the ruins not desolate but green grass, pink flowers dotted on it, and butterflies dancing, appearing to be full of vitality. Roads extend from the crystal to the distance. Every few miles there is a silver-white stone tower guarding. In the distance, between the dense forests and mountains, there are countless wild beasts howling and roaring. Further away, there is a heavy silver mist. Zhao Yu cannot feel it clearly at the moment. There are faint waves flowing and rivers rushing. Although Zhao Yu played Dota 2 for a while every day in his previous life, he was not unfamiliar with the radiant ruins, but the first time he really experienced it, he was still shocked and his soul trembled. This is the ruins that belong to him, his world. Although it is only level 1, one day it will emit a light that can sweep away everything. Zhao Yu sank his consciousness into the 2 buildings beside the spring. They are the 2 functions that have been opened. One is the store, and the other is the tavern. The store is used to exchange props. At present, the level 1 system can only exchange white equipment, which are divided into 4 categories: consumables, attributes, armaments, and arcane. Consumables are similar to healing ointments, purification potions, tricks, and scout guards in the previous life game. The attribute category is the mage robe, strength belt, etc. Round shields, chainmail, javelins, etc. belong to the armament category, and the arcane category includes speed boots, healing rings, blink daggers, etc. The tavern is used to exchange hero souls, which are divided into 3 categories: strength, magic, and agility. Currently, there are a total of 116 soul heroes that can be exchanged. The system must be of high quality. All the souls exchanged are super first-grade forbidden souls, and they automatically transform the growth attributes of the fusion. Every time you upgrade a major level, you will automatically comprehend a magical skill and comprehend a talent. Every time you upgrade a minor level, your magical ability will increase. In other words, regardless of the original physical talent and soul of the fusion, as long as you fuse, you can directly change your fate and ascend to heaven in 1 step. After the hero soul is fused, it also comes with an equipment bar, which can be equipped with blue equipment above the system. Each high-level equipment is equivalent to a high-quality weapon soul. It can be said that the combat power is against the sky. Finally, as the host, Zhao Yu can clearly feel the current state of his system. Ancient Ruins System Level, Radiant, Level 1. Possessing Soul Energy, 1 Grandmaster Soul, Purple Level 10,000. Possessing Hero Souls, Meat Mountain Demon King, Charming Witch, Unfused. Powers under his command, Liangpo items, Vitality Ball, Saint Relics. Come out, the Shenji Pavilion has released the list. This time it is the Mountain and Sea list. Sima Anand's cheerful voice came from outside the door, and a figure pushed the door open. The voice came before the person arrived, which is his usual style. The Shenji Pavilion Mountain and Sea list records the top 30 great powers of Daxia, judged by the Shenji Pavilion and shown to the public. It has been many years since the last list was changed. Now that the list is released, I wonder if there will be any changes. Everyone is very curious. The first on the Mountain and Sea list. His Majesty the Great Ancestor of Daxia, Zhao Wuji. Although His Majesty the Great Ancestor is rumored to have passed away, no one dares to remove his name from the Mountain and Sea list until the Daxia royal family holds a state funeral. The second on the Mountain and Sea list, the Lord of Luli City, the Queen of the Northern Icefield. The only land immortal on the vast land of Shenzhou. The Master, who was originally ranked third, did not appear on the list because he returned to the Great Tao. The other top 10 did not change much, except for the addition of one name. The fifth on the Shanhai list was Bai Mingshu, the last great elder of the Ming sect. After hiding for decades, he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice this time. He was completely exposed to the public. Now the whole world knows that this big rat is still alive. He will have a hard time. Sima Anand's words were full of gloating. Zhao Yu's eyes also flashed with cold light. Has never been a kind person who repays evil with kindness. Now that he is still alive, someone will suffer. All the functions of the ancient ruins system are based on soul energy, which means that every step forward he takes in the future will be a mess of corpses and blood. It is worth mentioning that Guan Zhengqing, who occupies 3 lists of the younger generation, officially entered the Shanhai list and ranked 30th, becoming the youngest person on the Shanhai list since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. In fact, there was another younger person who made the Shenji Pavilion feel troubled. They split into 2 parties and argued endlessly. That was the bald Liangpo who loved cooking. In the end, it was the pavilion master of the Shenji Pavilion who spoke. The Shenji Pavilion automatically avoided the Zhao family, the master of the Great Xia dynasty. Liangpo belonged to the imperial grandson Zhao Yu's guards and was not included in the list. Only then did the Mountain and Sea list settle. Guangzhou, Wanjian Mountain, Zhangjian Lake. The sword energy is still sharp, but compared with the previous sluggish Zhangjian Lake, there is a figure fishing. There is also a carriage not far away. A golden horse-shaped beast is shaking its head and looking around, its eyes rolling around. The sharpness of Zhangjian Lake is the best in the world. For some reason, Longxiang Xiaowang felt extremely hungry when he came here. It wants to eat swords. Zhao Yu sat beside the middle-aged man also holding a bamboo pole, pretending to learn to fish for swords, but he was not born with a strong sense of swords. After fishing for a long time, he still didn't get the hang of it. He was not annoyed, but enjoyed it and found it very interesting. The middle-aged man waved his hand and released the sword he had just caught back into the lake. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Yu's eyebrows and sighed, "I have only heard of this slaughtering saint pattern in historical materials. Now it is really better to see it with one eye. Your Highness is so lucky. That is the blood of the great Tao, and there are 2 of them. In fact, I don't feel any difference. On the contrary, I think these cinnabar vertical patterns are a bit bright and too conspicuous." Zhao Yu stared at the calm lake and said lightly, "Your Highness really doesn't know how lucky you are. How many people dream of this great blood, especially people like us who are stuck on this hurdle? Becoming a saint is difficult as ascending to heaven." Even though he ranked 3rd on the Mountain and Sea ranking, Sword Saint Merong He, who was known as the most powerful among the Grandmasters, also sighed. That would require a life to bear the cause and effect of the fall of 2 saints at the same time. If I were not the Crown Prince of Daxia now, if I had not just killed the old ancestor of the Yunyan clan, those old immortals hiding in the dark would have long been unable to resist snatching it. Whether it was the star sand or the blood of the great Tao slaughter Saint Mark, Zhao Yu had an infinite attraction to all the cultivators in the world, especially for the Grandmasters. He was like a bright and delicious ginseng fruit, exuding a deadly fragrance. And it was double insurance, 2 opportunities to become a saint. I came here to thank you this time. I will make up for the 100 years of heritage consumed by your Wanjian Pavilion in the future." After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he raised his hand and pulled up the fishing rod, and a sword shadow jumped out of the lake. This bronze sword soul was ordinary, without any power, but it was tightly attached to the straight hook. The girl who had been fishing quietly by the lake opened her eyes wide, with an incredible look on her face. It is detected that the sword soul energy is actively gathering on the lake surface. The system automatically absorbs it. After the absorption is completed, it automatically matches the mysterious store attributes. The attributes meet the injection, and the mysterious store item, Demon Blade, is automatically obtained. Demon Blade, one of the ancient weapons forged by the demon blacksmith Absdian, killed its forger when it was tested as soon as it came out of the furnace. Damage 42. Zhao Yu, who has always been calm, also showed an extremely surprised look at this moment. He stretched out his hand to grasp the sword shadow and held it horizontally in front of his eyes. A hazy green light lit up and then gradually shrank inward. The sword shadow in Zhao Yu's hand turned into a real bronze longsword. The sword is blue-green with a sense of crystal clearness. Under the brown hilt, the sword body is concave inward, and a large number of black runes are outlined on it, forming a weird demon figure with wings spread out, lifelike. The tyrannical and brutal breath is extinguished. Then Zhao Yu raised his right hand and wiped the sword, and the demon blade returned to the appearance of an ordinary bronze sword, without any power. Swords are all spiritual. Such a miracle really opened my eyes. This sword seems to be destined for your highness, take it away. Sword Saint Murong. He hid the horror in his eyes, and when he saw Zhao Yu was about to leave, he stood up to see him off. Zhao Yu nodded, holding the ordinary bronze sword in his hand, and walked back to the carriage, with a strange and excited expression on his face. He didn't sense any sword just now. He just took back the fishing rod because he was leaving, but he didn't expect the system to give him such a big gift. In other words, this sword, whoever wants to take the bait. Liang Po drove the carriage away from Wanjian Mountain, and a group of Yuqi army had already been waiting at the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, the sword whistled loudly at the burial sword lake on the top of the mountain, and the sword energy was radiating. The girl who had been fishing by the lake finally caught a sword, a third-grade Taoist sword. The girl turned her eyes to the middle-aged man, and her pure eyes seemed to be talking. Murong, he understood what she meant, nodded and said, "Go down the mountain. You can go to the capital with that prince. I used the heritage of Wanjian Pavilion for 100 years to establish this good relationship with him. I didn't know whether it was a profit or a loss, but just now, he fished away the only 9th-grade sword soul in the center of the buried sword lake in Wanjian Mountain for countless years. We lost a lot, a huge loss. All the swords buried in the buried sword lake were sword cultivators who died, and their sword-like Dao souls condensed and flew here. The sword soul is the Dao soul, with the 1st grade being the best and the 9th grade being the worst. It is extremely difficult to cultivate into the Dao realm below the 5th grade Dao soul, and it is difficult to enter the Grandmaster realm below the 3rd grade Dao soul. Although the 1st grade sword soul is extremely precious and can be said to be rare in 1,000 years, there are still a few of them accumulated over countless years. However, this 9th grade Dao sword is the only one in the center of the buried sword lake. It usually stands in the middle of the lake, very lonely and arrogant. You know, if one can enter the immortal realm on land with a 9th grade Dao soul and make this sword worshipped by 10,000 swords in the middle of the lake, then how great must the owner of this sword be in his lifetime? When he just left, Longxiong Xiaohuang took advantage of Zhao Yu's inattention and bit the bronze sword, but his sharp fangs bit the inconspicuous bronze sword, which made him dizzy. He knew that he didn't get any benefit, so he shook his head and pretended that nothing happened. Xiaohuang, who has dignity, would not let anyone know that he was frustrated by a sword. The east gate of Guangyu City, which was originally crowded with people, was put under full martial law by the Citianjian at dawn today. 2 teams stood at the gate, one red and one silver, making the sky above the east gate murderous and changing color. Holding the sun, the 2 upper 4 armies of the Divine Guards descended on Guangyu City at the same time. A carriage slowly drove out of the east gate, followed by the black-armored ghost-winged army. The ghost-winged beasts they sat on were silent as they moved, like ghosts in the daytime. There are only a few people in the world who can let the upper 4 armies come to the 3rd one to escort. The upper 4 armies with 3 different numbers can cooperate with each other to at least resist 3 grandmasters of the life and death realm. And there are only a dozen grandmasters known to the whole of Daxia. Each of the upper 4 armies has 3 standards, which shows the heritage of the Daxia dynasty. Zhao Yu carefully looked at the demon blade fished out from the burial sword lake of Wanjian Mountain in the carriage. He saw that the sword had no sharpness at present, and even the bronze color of the sword body was uneven. There was still some patina in some places, which was plain, but Zhao Yu, who was holding it, could fully feel the explosive power in it, and the huge bonus to his own damage. He finally understood why the girl from the Wanjian Pavilion, who came down the mountain with him, admired this sword so much and regarded it as a god. Even when he put the sword aside casually, the girl would stare at him with her eyes that could speak, until he put the sword neatly in place. Zhao Yu was completely defeated by the girl's eyes. After looking at it for a long time, Zhao Yu casually handed the sword to the girl from the Wanjian Pavilion next to him. Under the girl's surprised eyes, he said, "I am not born with a strong sense of swords, and the weapon I use now is not a sword but a gun, so this sword will be left with you." The girl did not take the sword, but looked at Zhao Yu quietly with her eyes and frowned. "Then I'll leave it with you first. You keep it for me so that I don't neglect it by accident," Zhao Yu added helplessly. The girl then respectfully took the demon blade, wiped it carefully with silk, and then put the sword into an ancient sword box, carefully carried it behind her back, and then opened her mouth and said, 10,000 swords have spirits. Since this bronze sword spirit has chosen you, it is naturally yours. I will only keep it for you." The girl's name is Jiansheng, and she has no surname. When the disciples of Wanjian Pavilion found her at the gate of the mountain, the 10,000 swords on the mountain automatically separated a trace of sword energy, forming a sword energy lotus to protect her who was still in the cradle, so as not to be hurt by the wild beasts in the mountains. So Moronghe named her Jiansheng, which means born of 10,000 swords. She is the most talented person in Wanjian Pavilion in the past 50 years. The previous person was named Moronghe. She was about the same age as Zhao Yu. This was her first time going down the mountain alone to Shenjing to participate in the Daowu competition. She happened to be on the same road as Zhao Yu, so they went together. Zhao Yu naturally knew that the items from the mysterious store must be amazing. The demon blade in the previous life game was one of the synthetic components of many amazing equipment, but he gave the sword to the girl temporarily for 2 reasons. One is because he has the prop bar function provided by the system, which can completely recycle the demon blade to the prop bar in an instant, no matter how far away it is. The second is that he is currently in the stage of exploring the dam. He wants to test the equipment produced by the system. Can ordinary people use it? What is the bonus of the equipment? This is extremely important for his future planning and development. Our Royal Highness wants to thoroughly master the current system data before entering Beijing, so that he can have a certain self-protection ability under the turbulent situation. If the first half of the journey to Shenjing was because Zhao Yu was very low-key all the way, and all forces were blind and pretended not to know, then after leaving Guangyu City, the arrival of the 4 armies of the 2 standards of the Sun and the Divine Guards represented the attitude of Empress Wu, and the rest of the forces in Daxia could no longer ignore him. Every time they met a city, all officials greeted them 10 miles in advance. Every time they passed a sect, all disciples went down the mountain to escort them for 100 miles. Zhao Yu didn't like this kind of posture, so he basically passed through the city without entering, bypassed it from a distance, and chose to camp in the wild, which was also a lot more leisurely. He still practiced the basic gun-holding style every day, but now he would add some changes in his steps and complete all the movements meticulously. Guan Zhengqing and the generals of the Pengri Army and the Divine Guard Army watched from a distance. The leaders of the 2 armies were both deputy commanders, and they were all very young. They belonged to the young generation of generals of the newly rising Great Xia. The deputy commander of the Pengri Army was called Jiang Tu, the 3rd son of King Beian, one of the 14 Ying clans. It was previously rumored that it was this King Beian who competed with his son for a concubine. The Dao sole inheritance of the entire Jiang family was the halberd, which emphasized skills and had extremely strong killing power. 9 of the entire Pengri army were from the Jiang family. Jiang Tu was not as bloody and cold as his name suggested. Although the number of heads in the Pengri army was countless, his personality was approachable, and he got along well with other generals. At this moment, he was talking softly with the deputy commander of the Divine Guard army next to him. Fortunately, I am the leader this time. If my unruly 4th brother saw His Highness practicing this basic gun-holding style every day, he would definitely make a mockery. As far as I know, those guys in Shenjing are still very dissatisfied with this sudden appearance of His Highness. When they return to Shenjing, they will inevitably have a hard time. The deputy commander of the Divine Guards was also very tall, with a silver armor shining in the sun. His face under the visor could not be seen clearly, and only his voice came out, which was slender and soft, and it was actually a female voice. Someone in Shenjing is spreading rumors about His Highness. Those guys are not smart and easily get angry. I am afraid they will suffer a lot. I just hope that His Highness in front of us is not a bloodthirsty person, otherwise the consequences will be worrying. Fortunately, Brother Guan is here to suppress them. The 2 looked at Guan Zhengqing, who was standing quietly in front of them, and a trace of respect flashed in their eyes. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Guan Zhengqing alone occupies the top 3. In addition, he has now entered the Shanghai ranking with great strength, becoming the undisputed number 1 of the young generation of Daxia. Your Highness is not a bloodthirsty person. You can rest assured about this, but His Highness's patience is not unlimited, so restrain your brothers and sisters and know when to stop. Guan Zhengqing's faint voice sounded in front, and after speaking, he raised his foot and took out a small stone, which happened to hit Sima Anan, whose movements were slightly deformed due to his slight distraction, and the latter staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, Sima Anan's hometown, Jinzhou Jiangling City, thousands of miles away, was still prosperous. On the Lingjiang River, ships shuttled back and forth, bringing and taking away batches of people. The elementary school outside Jiangling City, where the teacher used to be, also heard the sound of children reading. Since Zhao Yu left, Sima Nan, the governor of Jiangling, invited a teacher to come to this elementary school again. Moreover, this teacher was quite famous in Jinzhou and had several well-known poems circulating in the streets. The little kids who were shaking their heads and reciting books looked at the teacher who was yawning on the desk and couldn't help but miss the little teacher who taught them. The little teacher was always serious, never yawned, and didn't let them recite these things. He would also tell them stories. They really missed the little teacher. As the temperature gradually dropped, the business of the small tea house outside Jiangling City was getting better and better. People came and went every day, and the few seats were basically full. The waiter was still dozing off as usual and couldn't open his eyes. The Rouge girl was busy carrying a teapot and collecting her favorite silver. After sunset, the tea guests dispersed. The Rouge girl, who was finally free, lit a kerosene lamp on the tea table, then sat down opposite the waiter, staring at his eyes for a long time, and then said leisurely, "Sleepyhead, are we running out of money now?" The waiter was about to deny it outright. The business was so good recently, how could he be out of money? But when he looked up at the Rouge girl's expectant eyes, he hesitated and nodded. After hearing this, Miss Yanji slapped the table seriously. "Well, I don't know where my dead father has gone. Remember, we still have a foreign debt. Since we have no money, let's go to Shenjing to collect the debt." For the first time, the young waiter felt upset, as if something had stabbed his heart. The next day, when travelers came to the tea house to drink tea and rest, they were surprised to find that the originally prosperous Chaxiang Sanri was closed. A notice was posted at the door, with beautiful handwriting on it. "Go to Shenjing to collect the debt. The opening date is uncertain." Since the Battle of Guangyu City, no force in Daxia dared to have any evil thoughts about Zhao Yu on the road. Under the protection of the three-level army, unless the Sun Empire devotes all its national strength, no one has the ability to intercept Zhao Yu on the road again. Half a month has passed, and the road has been calm, just like the quiet surface of Lingbo Lake at night, without any waves. In addition, Zhao Yu is a low-key person and rarely appears in the public eye, so gradually, after occasionally showing his edge, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has hidden back behind the heavy fog. This made Zhao Yu very depressed. Since the system was turned on, no soul energy has been recorded in the past half-month, but everyone knows that he is on the way and he will always come. Shenzhou, Daxia, Yuzhou. As a strategic town in Yuzhou, Yinma town is surrounded by wide grasslands within a radius of 50 miles. There is a small lake in the grassland called Yinma Lake, which is an important water source for Baidawu. It is said that the lake water is rich in minerals. Baidawu can be invincible on the battlefield. Yinma Lake has a contribution that cannot be ignored. This lake is also a treasure given by God to Yinma town. It was late at night, the sun was sinking below the horizon. Li Yue stepped on the fertile grassland, feeling the unique horse smell of Yuzhou in the air, and her heart was even heavier. Her husband followed her with a wrinkled nose. He was not from Yuzhou, but from Fuzhou in the south of Daxia, so he was not used to the smell. The couple had been traveling for more than half a month without a day's rest. Although the temperature in Yuzhou was very low, Li Yue's forehead was still covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat, and her husband's face was a little pale. He was originally a weak scholar with a poor physique. He and his wife had been traveling non-stop for half a month, and now they could hardly hold on. The wind blowing from the front suddenly brought a trace of moisture, and it felt cold when it hit her body. Li Yue, who grew up in Yinma town and was very familiar with it, knew that Yinma Lake was not far away. She looked at her husband beside her with heartache, and whispered to comfort him. "Husband, hold on for a while. There is a lake ahead. We will rest by the lake tonight, eat some dry food, and enter the town tomorrow." The scholar husband beside her nodded and quickened his pace. After a while, a small lake appeared in front of the couple. After they walked in, they found that a team of people had already set up camp by the lake. 2 teenagers were posing in strange postures, each holding a gun. A burly bald man squatted by the lake and processed the food quickly. 2 girls were helping, and a girl with a sword box on her back was sitting by the lake fishing. Further away, there were 2 teams of soldiers stationed. Li Yue had never seen such a powerful soldier. What was even more bizarre was that a horse-shaped beast with golden scales and double horns on its head was lazily lying by the lake, constantly stuffing swords into its mouth. Who else could it be but Xiao Huang? This guy now had to eat dozens of swords every day to barely fill his stomach. After half a month of getting along, Jiang Tu, the deputy commander of the Japanese army, who knew Zhao Yu's temper, waved his hand. The Japanese army did not step forward to stop him. The couple came to the Yinma Lake, found a remote location, and sat down to rest. Li Yue took out dry food and distributed it to her husband, then took out a kettle and filled the lake with water. Only then did she sit down to rest and stare at the lake in a daze. She had never returned home since she left Yinma town at the beginning of the year. This time she hurried back to attend the funeral. Her father had passed away half a month ago. A hand gently patted her shoulder, and she turned her head to look at her husband. Although they had been married for a short time, they only needed a glance to know what each other wanted to express. She nodded and leaned her head quietly on her husband's shoulder. She was also very fragile and needed support. After processing the ingredients, Baijing looked at the couple in the distance, hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered a few words in Ruyue's ear. Then the 2 of them boldly came to Zhao Yu, who had just finished practicing. Baijing still didn't want to talk to Zhao Yu, but just pushed Ruyue with his hand. Ruyue asked helplessly, "Young master, do you think we can share some food with the couple over there? Sister Bai thinks they are so pitiful, and Ruyue thinks so too." After practicing with the gun, Zhao Yu felt that the vitality in his body had grown a little stronger, and he was in a good mood and nodded in agreement. "Then invite them to come and eat together. Liang Po can't help cooking too much every time anyway." A bonfire was lit by the Yinma Lake. The blazing flames dispelled the chill of the northwest of Daxia, and shone on the faces of the people eating around. Miss Ryo might have been a little closer to the fire. Her little face was roasted red by the fire. She was eating roe deer legs in small bites, which was very cute. Everyone sitting by the bonfire was a person of extraordinary temperament, and there was a strong sense of oppression, which made Li Yue a little restrained. She just got excited and agreed to the invitation of the two girls. Her husband, who was usually weak, seemed quite calm. "I don't know where you two are from. I don't think there have been any outsiders in Yinma town for a long time. You two are rare travelers we have met in the past few days." Sima Anan, who loves the hustle and bustle by nature, can't stand the dull atmosphere the most, so he spoke first. "I grew up in Yinma town and I'm very familiar with this place. I just left here because I married and moved to another place at the beginning of the year. I came back this time to attend the funeral. My old father suddenly passed away half a month ago." Li Yue's voice was a little lonely. She was the only daughter of her father, but she insisted on marrying and moving to another place. She felt very guilty towards her father. She couldn't be with him even when he suddenly passed away. If she was by his side, she might have stopped her father from taking in the traitor. But she didn't know if she would be implicated if she colluded with the traitor. According to the laws of Daxia, her entire family would be punished. Hearing such sad news, everyone was silent. Sima Anand pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Is your father Mr. Li Jinfu?" "Yes, little brother. Do you know my father?" Li Yue asked in surprise. "Mr. Li, the master of the white-hoofed crow, is well known throughout the Daxia army. He can defeat thousands of troops alone. Everyone in Yuzhou knows that. His death is a loss to the entire Daxia. It is really a pity." Sima Anand's voice was full of regret. Guan Zhengqing, Jiang Tu and others all stood up straight, sitting upright, showing respect. "I thank you all for your condolences to my father." Li Yue stood up and saluted Zhao Yu and others, and everyone returned the salute neatly. "Miss, can you raise white-hoofed crows?" Zhao Yu's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Li Yue was obviously stunned after hearing this. She didn't know why the rich and powerful young man in front of her asked such a question, but she still answered truthfully. "To be honest, I have been raising this white-hoofed black horse with my father since I was a child. It can be said that I personally accompanied my father to cultivate this white-hoofed black horse. Before he died, my father always complained why I was not a man and wasted my ability to raise horses in vain." Zhao Yu nodded, called Ruyue to take out paper and pen from the carriage, and after writing on the paper, he put it in a brocade bag and handed it to Li Yue. "If the Siqianjin looks for you when you go to Yinma town this time, show him this." Li Yue looked at the brocade bag handed over with some hesitation. Seeing this, the scholar husband next to her stretched out his hands to take the brocade bag and pulled his wife to bow down. "I thank you on behalf of my wife." When Li Yue and her husband stepped into Yinma town hand in hand, the atmosphere of the whole Yinma town was very solidified, and the town seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The gloomy clouds gathered for thousands of miles. The sudden death of Mr. Li made the white-hoofed horse breeders in Yinma town lose their backbone, as if they had lost their most solid support. However, the most unacceptable thing was that the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the government actually sent people to investigate the old man, saying that Mr. Li, who had made great contributions, committed suicide because he was afraid of crime, because he was harboring traitors. This was unbelievable in the hearts of the people in Yinma town, and then they were extremely indignant. How many white-hoofed horses did the old man breed in his life? How many heads of foreign races did the great Xia cavalry riding on white-hoofed horses take off? It was said in Yinma town that the old man could fight against thousands of troops alone. Now it was said that the old man was harboring traitors. It was simply a big joke. The villagers in the town gathered in front of Mr. Li's house with shovels and brooms, blocking the gate to prevent the people from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the government from entering. The two groups had been confronting each other since dawn. Light snow began to fall from the sky. This year, the first snow in Yuzhou came earlier than usual. Li Yue came to her house and saw her husband's face was red from the cold. She felt a little distressed. At this time, everyone in Fuzhou, located in the south of Daxia, was still wearing short shirts. The scholar husband nodded to her, indicating that he was fine, and then took her little hand and walked in through the crowd. The villagers blocking the door naturally recognized Li Yue, who grew up in Yinma town since she was a child. Suddenly, there was a burst of whispering. A middle-aged horse breeder who looked like a leader greeted Li Yue and briefly explained the situation in her ear. Li Yue turned around and looked at the magistrate of Yinma town opposite. The magistrate had been in Yinma town for some years, so the two of them were also very familiar with each other. The magistrate lowered his head helplessly and said, "My daughter, you know that I respect the old man like a father. Of course, I don't believe that the old man would do such a thing, but the laws of Daxia are the laws of Daxia. I can't stop the Imperial Observatory from coming to investigate. You tell the villagers to get out of the way. We will go in, open the coffin, investigate the cause of death, and leave immediately." After hearing this, the villagers of Yinma town were immediately outraged. They waved their shovels and shouted, "The old man made great contributions during his lifetime, but after his death, you opened his coffin and ruined it. He can't be buried in peace. Are you still human? We in Yinma town will never allow it. If you want to enter this house, you must step over our corpses first. Yes, step over our corpses first. We will fight with the people from the Imperial Observatory." There were two teams standing beside the county magistrate of Yinma town. One team was the local garrison and the other was the Yuzhou Astronomical Observatory. The Astronomical Observatory was led by a middle-aged man in black clothes. He had a restrained aura, but the falling snowflakes slid to both sides and could not land on his shoulders. He was C-12, the commander-in-chief of the Yuzhou Astronomical Observatory. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and C-12 was also very troubled by the situation in front of him. He knew that Mr. Li had a high reputation in Yinma town and even in the whole of Daxia, but this matter was a serious matter and concerned the Crown Prince Zhao Yu. In other words, the Yuzhou Astronomical Observatory must give Zhao Yu an explanation, otherwise he would have to give his life. C-12 lowered his head, and his whole body began to radiate a stronger and stronger aura. The snowflakes flying around him were blown around by this sudden aura. He sighed secretly, lamenting that he would have to use force to solve it after all. A figure appeared in front of C-12, protecting Li Wei behind him. He was very thin and coughed from time to time, but he was so determined. It was the young scholar. The young scholar, who was in poor physical condition and pale because of the long journey, firmly blocked his wife behind him like a mountain, blocking the fierce momentum and the snowstorm that came with it. But he was just an ordinary person without any cultivation, so he began to cough more violently, and his face under the snowflakes showed an unnatural flush, but he still did not retreat. Psi-12 raised his right hand forward, and the snowflakes in the sky rolled violently. A snow beast appeared between heaven and earth, roaring at the scholar. The young scholar also raised his right hand forward, and on his right hand lay a brocade bag, red satin and golden phoenix. After seeing this, C-12 retracted all his aura, and the huge snow beast disappeared in an instant. He stepped forward and respectfully took the brocade bag with both hands. After opening it and reading it, he put the note back into the brocade bag and put it back in the scholar's hand. Then he bowed to the brocade bag, turned around and left without saying a word. Only the snowflakes were left, falling on the thin shoulders of the young scholar and on Li Yue's long eyelashes. Under her eyelashes, her eyes were filled with tears. After the storm subsided, the sun set, and every household in Yinma town, which was covered by heavy snow, lit up the lights, emitting little lights. In Mr. Li's house, Li Yue boiled a basin of hot water, soaked a handkerchief in it, wrung it out, and handed it to her husband, the scholar who kept coughing, so that he could wipe his face and warm his body. At this time, the middle-aged scholar was wrapped in a thick quilt. He had hardly experienced such a biting cold weather in the south, and he seemed very uncomfortable. "Husband, why are you standing in front of me today? You are thin, and that man is obviously a cultivator. I am stronger than you anyway." Li Yue took the handkerchief handed back by the scholar and immersed it in the hot water again. Under the dim light, her face was a little red, and she complained in a low voice. "I am your husband, and I should protect you. Besides, I know my limits. You know I am a scholar. If it really doesn't work, I will reason with him." The young scholar thought his wife looked very cute when he saw her like this, and laughed loudly, coughing while laughing. "Husband, stop joking. Don't do it next time," Li Yue said coquettishly, and the scholar laughed, even harder, and coughed even harder. After a long time, the scholar calmed down, reached out and touched his wife's head, and said gently, "Go put on some thick clothes. We still have to keep watch at night." Hearing her husband mention Mr. Li, Li Yue's expression became lonely again, and her eyes were a little red. In the lobby of the house, there was a wooden coffin, and Mr. Li was lying inside. Two figures knelt in front of the coffin, wearing mourning clothes. Li Yue did not cry, but her eyes were red, and her head was lowered. Girls from the northwest were born strong. The young scholar looked at his wife, stood up slightly, and said softly, "My wife, we are not going back to the south. Let's raise horses here." Li Yue suddenly raised her head, looked at her husband, and said in shock, "Then, what about the bookstore in the south? Is it closed?" "Let's close the bookstore. I suddenly want to do something." The scholar smiled at his wife, and his smile was very gentle. Li Yue nodded. She knew her husband and the talent hidden under his thin body. A great hermit hides in the city, with the sun and the moon in his heart. On a grassland 100 miles away from Yinma town, Zhao Yu stood in front of the carriage wearing a cloak, stretched out his hand to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky, and the two bright red lines of the slaughter saint on his forehead shone brightly, adding a touch of bright color to the vast snow. "Sir, it's getting late, you can rest." The clear voice of Miss Riwei came from behind. Zhao Yu nodded, turned around and walked back to the carriage. When he walked to the front of the carriage, he paused, raised his right hand, and a dark green light ball appeared out of thin air in his hand. Mist rose in the light ball, and the shadow of a green deer elf appeared and disappeared, emitting a hazy light like a black hole, sucking all the souls of people into it. "Find a box, pack it up, then send it 800 miles to Yueyafang, Jiangling City, Jinzhou, to see Sanchi Yue'er and tell her to go to Shenjing immediately after the fusion." "Yes!" The Yuchi army immediately split into 5 riders and left in a cloud of dust. In the next few days, a poem spread throughout the vast land of Shenzhou at a very fast speed. It was said that it was written by a scholar in Yuzhou. Song of White Snow to send His Royal Highness Shenjing, the Taoist Palace, the military sect, and the Confucian School of the 10 major forces are in Shenjing, and most importantly, the White Emperor Palace of Zhao, the master of Daxia, is in Shenjing. Shenjing is crowded with people, and the nobles live there. Shenjing is also the most dangerous place in Daxia. It suppresses the Endless Mountain, the first of the 8 forbidden areas of Daxia. At the same time, as the last of the 3 outer and inner passes of Daxia's defense circle against foreign races, it is less than 300 miles away from the entrance of the Endless Mountain on the western border of Endless Mountain. The foreign races of the Sun Empire are eyeing it covetously, thinking about flattening it all the time. When His Majesty Taizu established the capital in Shenjing, he originally thought that the emperor would guard the national gate. Shenjing is such a place full of tears and laughter, which makes countless people love and hate it. Although the city was built not long ago, less than 100 years, it contains all kinds of life and accommodates all love, hate, and hatred. The heart of Daxia is Shenjing. Shan Wenbai, the junior governor of Jingji Prefecture, is still middle-aged, but half of his hair is already white. Now he is sitting at the head of the government office, rubbing his eyebrows with his hands constantly. His face is full of worry, and the yamen runners below are also worried. Jingji Prefecture is actually a very powerful institution. The prefect is at least a first-rank official, in charge of all administrative, judicial, and livelihood affairs of Shenjing. He is in charge of the affairs of Yinzheng Jidian, and guides the people with teachings and encourages them to learn. He hears all the lawsuits in Zhongdu, and makes decisions on minor matters and reports on major matters. But in fact, the prefect of Jingji Prefecture is usually held by the Crown Prince and the Prince. But there are only a few people in the Zhao family at present, so the position of prefect has been vacant for a long time, and all matters, big and small, fall on the head of Shan Wenbai, the junior governor. But what is Shenjing? The center of Daxia. To put it in an exaggerated way, even if a rock fell from the sky and killed someone, it could be a relative of a prince. Shan Wenbai was a small Shaoyin without a backstage, so he had to be very careful and cautious. Besides, Shenjing had a large population, and he was overwhelmed by the daily affairs. If a monk committed a crime, he had to hand it over to the Tianjian. In general, the position of Shaoyin in Jingji Prefecture could be described in one word, that is, aggrieved. According to the news, the elusive Great Xia Emperor's grandson would arrive in Shenjing soon. When Shan Wenbai thought of the fearless and ready-to-fight disciples in Shenjing, he didn't know what would happen. His right eyelid kept twitching, and his half-white hair grew a few silver threads, and he looked a little older. The 2 noble alleys in front of the Baidi Palace are usually not well matched in the court, and even the children of the family are competing with each other in private, and they have to fight from time to time, which has caused chaos in the whole Shenjing. Today, the Zizhu Lane Weiguogong mansion is very lively. Although the temperature is biting, early in the morning, heroic young men and women riding tall horses have arrived one after another, and then they are welcomed into the mansion by servants. The horses they ride are all rare Western frontier famous horses. Moreover, Shenjing is located in the frontier, and men and women can ride horses to fight. Unlike the southern girls who have to wait for marriage, women in the northwest can still ride horses, bend bows, and kill enemies. What's rare is that today is the 10-day holiday of Daxia, and the Dao Palace, the military sect, and other major sects are on holiday, so the people in the lobby of Weiguogong are very complete and greet each other. Today, my elder sister suddenly called us to discuss something. I don't know what it was about. I originally wanted to sleep on the bed until noon, but I was trained very badly some time ago, and my skin was scraped off. The person who spoke was a fair-skinned boy, who was sleepy and seemed to have not woken up yet. He was the grandson of Xiao Su, the Grand Secretary of Zhulu Pavilion, but he liked martial arts since he was a child, and joined the Bing Zong, which has the most rigorous and cruel training on weekdays. I don't know. I had a fight with those grandsons in Liuye Lane opposite the Taoist Palace yesterday. The kid from Zhen Yuho's family quietly stepped into the middle stage of Daoshu realm. I was almost tricked. Fortunately, my elder sister happened to pass by at that time, so those grandsons didn't do it. A muffled voice came, and a dark-skinned boy was sitting in a seat, saying with annoyance, "Hey P, you are so useless. You almost brought shame to our Zizhu Lane. If you get beaten up, don't say you know me anymore." A girl in a goose-yellow gown stepped into the gate. She was tall and slender, and exuded a youthful aura. "Xiao Jin told me not to call me Happy anymore. It's so embarrassing if someone hears it. If you call me that again, don't blame me for getting angry." The dark-skinned boy stood up from his seat excitedly. He must really dislike the nickname Happy. Everyone followed suit and started to make a noise. For a while, the whole hall was full of teasing. "Okay, stop making trouble. It's rare for everyone to get together. The eldest sister must have something important to discuss. Be quiet and wait for the eldest sister to come." Xiao Yuan, the grandson of the university scholar, opened his sleepy eyes and spoke in a faint voice. "Just now my sister asked me to come first. She said she would be here soon after she finished the painting." The goose-yellow girl said crisply. Everyone in the hall gradually quieted down, waiting for the eldest sister to arrive. A sound of footsteps came from far away, and everyone in the hall shuddered subconsciously. After all, the title of Big Sister did not come out of thin air. Everyone has some not-so-good memories in their hearts. A slender figure stood at the door, blocking the slight sunlight outside the door, leaving a slender oblique shadow on the ground. The girl was very tall, even taller than the average man. Under her heroic eyes, her nose was high and straight, her skin was like cream, her waist was slender, and she was dressed in red like a winter elf. In her hand, she was holding a stack of drawing paper, and there was a vague image of a person on the paper. As soon as the girl entered the door, she sat down on the main seat carelessly, called over the dark-skinned boy next to her, and distributed the scrolls in her hand one by one. Everyone opened the paper and saw a circle with 2 dots on it, and a bar under the circle. They were a little confused. They didn't know what the big sister was singing. At this time, the young girl on the main seat spoke, her voice full of heroism. According to the information I got from the opposite side, it is said that the group of people in Luye Lane are gearing up to give the mysterious Royal Highness the grandson a warning. According to our usual style, whatever the other side wants to do, we just need to unconditionally destroy it. I have never seen the Royal Highness the grandson, but my grandfather has seen him before. So I just pestered him and described his appearance, and drew it on paper. You should pay attention these days and keep your eyes open. If you find the trace of the Royal Highness the grandson, protect him immediately. It is said that the prince has been unable to practice since he was a child, and he must not be succeeded by the people in Luye Lane on the opposite side. Everyone looked at each other with the scroll in their hands. How can you ask them to find a person with this circle, 2 points, and a bar? What are you still standing there for? Act separately. I'm going to take another nap. I've been pestering my grandfather so much since the early morning, and I've been drawing so many paintings. The hard-earned 10-day holiday has been wasted. The girl yawned and left the room, leaving behind the confused and messy people in Ziju Lane. Achoo! Zhao Yu, who was sitting in the carriage, sneezed again for no reason. He had been sneezing non-stop today, as if someone in the dark had been thinking about him. He gently opened the curtain with his hand, and a majestic city was in sight. It was nighttime, and the city in front of him was brightly lit, illuminating half of the sky in front. The majestic and noisy smell of fireworks hit him in the face. Zhao Yu smiled, jumped off the carriage, and stepped on the land of Shenjing. He passed through bamboo forests, lake embankments, markets, and dusk along the way, and was greeted by thousands of lights along the way. When His Majesty Taizu decided that the emperor would guard the country's gates and build the city of Shenjing, he positioned it as the most solid war fortress in all of Daxia. So the city with the highest city wall in all of Daxia is Shenjing. The wide moat surrounds the entire city of Shenjing, and the towering city walls divide the city into 2 worlds. The walls are not modeled but very smooth. The history of Shenjing is equivalent to the history of the founding of Daxia. It is less than 100 years old, and it has only experienced an enemy at the gates since its establishment. In the rebellion 15 years ago, countless corpses of foreign races filled the entire moat. Shenjing City persisted for 3 months under the siege of foreign races and still stood firm. The 4 gates of Shenjing are named after the 4 sacred beasts. A carriage stopped at the gate of Suzaku Gate this afternoon, and it remained unmoved by people coming and going until night fell and everyone dispersed. It was still waiting there. The gates of Shenjing are under curfew. At night, they are not allowed to be opened unless there are special circumstances. But today, until the moon rises, Suzaku Gate has been open. Who is it waiting for? Waiting for someone to step into the world inside the wall? A strange beast covered with golden scales and with 2 horns on its head pulled a carriage and slowly entered the Suzaku Gate. Behind it, the 4 armies of the 3 banners of the divine guards, with wings of ghosts holding the sun, followed silently. The black, red, and silver armors were clearly distinguished. A woman got off the carriage that had been waiting at the Suzaku Gate. Her dark phoenix eyebrows shot up to the sky, and her slightly narrowed eyes looked down upon the world. She was only wearing casual clothes and palace clothes, but she was still unparalleled in power. An old eunuch followed behind her. A young man also got off the carriage that entered the Suzaku Gate. He had a high nose, ebony-like black pupils, and pure eyes. There were 2 bright red vertical lines on his slightly wrinkled eyebrows, as if piercing the sky and the earth. A bald man followed behind him. All the 4 armies knelt on one knee. The aunt and nephew met in such a plain way. There was no tit-for-tat and irreconcilable confrontation as everyone in the world thought. There were only ordinary family greetings. Are you back? You have had a hard time along the way. After sizing up the young man for a while, the middle-aged woman spoke first. Well, I'm back. I encountered some setbacks on the way, but luckily I came back alive. Shenjing is the same as when I came last time. It hasn't changed much, and so is my aunt. The last time he came to Shenjing was 3 years ago. His teacher brought him here secretly, and the last time he saw Empress Wu was 10 years ago, on the day his mother died. Empress Wu smiled gently. Like Zhao Yu, she looked beautiful when she smiled and had 2 dimples. You have a really sweet mouth. I don't know who you learned it from. My brother is not as good at talking as you. He is very dull. Then I don't know. I've met too many people. It could be with the scholar in the south, the swordsman in the east, or the storyteller on the Guining Plain. Hearing Zhao Yu's somewhat helpless words, Empress Wu was silent for a moment, and no other expression could be seen on her majestic phoenix face. Since you are back, you should have a good rest during this time. Shenjing will always be your home, and Daxia will always be the Daxia of our Zhao family. Zhao Yu nodded, and Empress Wu smiled and patted his shoulder. She wanted to touch his head like she did 10 years ago, but found that 10 years had passed and he was taller than her. Remember to go to Lingbo Palace to see Grandma. She misses you so much that she even talks about you before going to bed. After finishing speaking, Empress Wu turned around and sat back in the carriage. The old eunuch drove the carriage into the night of Shenjing City. Zhao Yu smiled on the spot and turned back to the carriage. The first meeting of the most distinguished aunt and nephew of the great Xia dynasty in 10 years ended so plainly. There was neither tit-for-tat nor excessive intimacy. It was like old friends who had not seen each other for 10 years and said hello to each other. Shenjing Sichuan Tower, 8th floor. The Sichuan Tower can be said to be one of the landmark buildings of Shenjing. The tower is towering into the clouds and commands all the cultivators in Daxia. The most important thing is that the great Xia's important artifact, the mountain and sea map, is shining on the top of the Sichuan Tower. As long as the mountain and sea map exists, Daxia will be as solid as a rock and cannot be shaken. The Sichuan Tower has 9 floors, with the middle suspended in the air. Each floor is circular. The first floor has the largest flow of people on weekdays. Ordinary supervisors work here to dispatch and allocate personnel from the Sichuan observatory branches in the 36 states of Daxia. At the same time, they also issue bounty orders to bounty hunters. After all, the Sichuan observatory has limited manpower, and Daxia is too vast, so bounty hunters, a relatively free profession, have gradually emerged. Bounty hunters take the court's money and do things for the court without being constrained, and are deeply loved by Daxia monks. Each floor of the Sichuan Tower has its own unique function. The higher you go, the fewer people can enter, and the more mysterious it is. It is said that there are only a handful of people who can step into the 8th floor. The figure of the Grand Master Huang Ting gradually appeared on the 8th floor. The 8th floor is a wide hall. There is nothing in the hall, only a bronze coffin placed alone in the center. A beam of soft light shines down from the 9th floor, just shining on the giant coffin, making the giant coffin shine with a brilliant emerald-like light. That light is the light of the mountain and sea map. Huang Ting came to the huge bronze coffin, reached out his hand and gently stroked the coffin lid. His face looked a little lonely, and murmured, "Father, Shanger's child has finally returned to the capital. After wandering outside for a lifetime, he finally came home and grew up. He doesn't look like you at all. He is much more handsome than you. He is also very good. Do you know that he actually killed a land immortal on the way here? Now the bright red avenue of blood on his forehead makes even me jealous." The huge bronze coffin under his hand seemed to sense something and began to tremble slightly. A trace of green sword energy overflowed from the hall, and the void on the 8th floor was cut into dark space cracks one after another. The light shining down from the 9th floor did not feel warm at all, but was icy cold. It was the coldest light in the world. Huang Ting's right hand, which was touching the coffin lid, gradually formed a thick layer of ice. Huang Ting was unmoved. He pursed his lips and mobilized the vitality of heaven and earth in his body. The green sword energy shattered the ice, and he continued to hold the coffin lid. "Retract your right hand. Even if you are a 3rd-level Grandmaster of the Palm Edge Life and Death Realm, you can't bear this mountain and sea map aurora. If you continue, your right hand will be broken by ice." The figure of Li Chunfeng, the director of the Xitianjian, appeared behind Huang Ting, and an old voice sounded. Huang Ting was still unmoved, and the dark, blue ice gradually spread on his right hand. Li Chunfeng sighed helplessly, waved his sleeves forward, and the two appeared on the 7th floor of the Xitianjian in a blink of an eye. On the 7th floor, there was a tea table, 2 teacups, and a teapot. The tea had been poured and was steaming. The white-haired Xitianjian was motioning Huang Ting to drink the tea, and then he slowly said, "Your Highness has finally arrived in Shenjing safely. You have worked so hard these years. He is my sister's child. What's so hard about it?" Huang Ting picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The ice on his right hand gradually dissipated. After drinking it, he frowned and continued, "This tea is really boring to drink. It's more refreshing to drink wine. I don't know why you like to drink tea. That kid is the same. He has to drink a cup every day." Li Chunfeng stroked his beard and laughed. "How can you who use knives understand the truth that brewing tea is more fragrant than wine? It seems that His Highness is also a fellow traveler." At this point, Li Chunfeng hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "What does His Highness think?" Huang Ting shook his head, continued to drink a sip of tea, and said no more. "Tea is a tea for enlightenment, a treasure from heaven and earth, worth a fortune. You may say it doesn't taste good, but your body still has to drink it up honestly. Under the night sky, the Lingbo Hall of Beatty Palace still emits a faint light. Recently, the lights of Lingbo Hall are always on until late at night. Shenjing is located on the border of the western border. It is now late August. After the white dew, the temperature begins to plummet. August is high in autumn, but the northwest is already covered with snow. The night of the white dew and the autumn wind, the night is colder. In the spacious hall of the Lingbo Hall, there is an exquisite small copper stove. The fine charcoal in the stove is burning, vigorously emitting warmth. The old queen mother is wrapped in thick silk cotton and lying on a couch beside the stove, with her hands crossed in front of her belly, her eyes slightly squinting, but there is no sleepiness in her eyes. Instead, she looks a little energetic. The middle-aged maid who had served the old Empress Dowager for more than 10 years added charcoal to the stove beside her, and then whispered in the old Empress Dowager's ear. "Empress Dowager, it's late at night. Let's go to the inner hall to rest. I guess His Royal Highness the grandson will come to see you tomorrow." The old Empress Dowager shook her head. "I'll wait a little longer. Anyway, I can't sleep when I'm old. I heard that Yuer has arrived in Shenjing. You go to the door to watch. I'm afraid that the Yulin guards in front of the hall don't recognize him and stop him outside. The middle-aged maid nodded and left. The old Empress Dowager continued to squint at the night outside the hall. Gradually, heavy snow fell in Shenjing. A young and tall figure wearing a cloak came out of the snow, led by a little eunuch in front, and slowly walked towards Lingbo Hall. The Yulin guards at the door were about to step forward to ask, but were stopped by the middle-aged maid waiting at the door. The young figure pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. There are 2 different temperatures inside and outside the palace. The Baidi Palace takes meticulous care of the elderly Queen Mother. The temperature inside the Lingbo Palace must also be maintained at a fairly pleasant level. Zhao Yu took off the cloak behind him and handed it to the maid beside him, then patted the snowflakes in his hair, moved a small stool, and sat next to the old Queen Mother. "Grandma, why are you still not asleep so late? You should rest more when you are old." Zhao Yu helped the old lady tidy up the thick silk cotton covering her body and said, "Grandma is reluctant to sleep because she is waiting for you. Grandma is afraid that if she falls asleep, she will never wake up again." The old Queen Mother smiled gently at Zhao Yu, and her eyebrows were still peerless. Our Royal Highness the Crown Prince was stunned for a moment, and then he said softly, "Grandma is so beautiful." The old Queen Mother laughed even happier. She hadn't laughed like this for a long time. She was full of vitality. She waved to Zhao Yu and motioned him to come closer. Zhao Yu leaned his face towards the old Queen Mother, who raised her hand and gently stroked his young face. "Grandma is old and not very good-looking, not as good-looking as you young people. Yuer has really grown up. Look at your eyes, eyebrows, nose, and mouth. You are so handsome. You look a lot like your grandfather. I wonder how many girls will miss you in the future." This was the second person who said that he looked like His Majesty Taizu. Then the old Queen Mother stroked the bright-colored, slaying saint pattern between Zhao Yu's eyebrows with her hand, and her face became more kind. She continued, "You have worked so hard. You have done a good job. Grandma is proud of you. You are the only one who can slay the saint at the age of 16 since the beginning of the world. Who in the world is as good as you? Who said that our Zhao family is short of successors?" At this point, the old Queen Mother stood up and coughed violently because she was too excited. Zhao Yu didn't say anything, but gently patted the old Queen's back with his hands. After the old Queen calmed down, he helped her lie down again. The old Queen's hands kept holding Zhao Yu's hands and didn't let go. Her hands were a little cold. "Yuer, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to be born in our family. You are not yet an adult, so you should learn skills and be a person like the kids outside. Instead of carrying so many things, before the adult ceremony, you should go to the Taoist Palace, meet some friends, put down your burdens and live a good life for a few days. Leave the rest to Grandma. Don't worry, Grandma's not dead yet. My old bones will definitely support you until you are an adult. Grandma will not let anyone hurt you." "You're listen to Grandma." Zhao Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. It was late at night, and Lingbo Hall was quiet for a while. The old lady finally closed her eyes and breathed steadily. She waited for the person she wanted to wait for, so she slept very peacefully with a faint smile on her face. Zhao Yu put on his cloak again, walked out of Lingbo Palace, and plunged into the heavy snow. Baidi Palace is actually also called Baidi City, because as the power center of Daxia and the residence of the Zhao family, it carries too many functions and is surprisingly large. There are only a few people in the Zhao family, the master of Daxia, so most of the time this city within a city is very lonely. There is a large area occupied by a palace in the east of Baidi City. Its name is Xia Palace. It was the palace of His Royal Highness Zhao Jing, and now it is Zhao Yu's temporary residence. In the huge palace, Miss Ruwei was leaning against Bai Jining, nodding her head and dozing off. After the initial excitement of seeing the gorgeous palace passed, the sleepiness brought by the fatigue of the journey kept coming. The 2 girls helped Zhao Yu make the bed, and then they leaned against each other by the stove waiting for their own son to come back. If Zhao Yu didn't come back, as maids, they would definitely not be able to sleep first. In this regard, Liang Po's advantage as a sturdy man was reflected. He was busy in the kitchen, making supper and full of energy. Ru Yue, who was in a daze, felt that her forehead was gently patted. She screamed subconsciously, then covered her head with her little hands. When she looked up, she found that her master was standing in front of her with white snow on his shoulders and head. After cleaning up, several people gathered around the stove to eat the supper that Liang Po had just cooked. "Where is Sima Anan?" Zhao Yu finished the last mouthful of chicken soup in the bowl, sighed with satisfaction, and then asked. He rushed to Lingbo Palace as soon as he arrived in Shenjing, and now he found that Sima Anan, the funny guy, was missing. When Mr. Sima arrived in Shenjing, he said he had something to do, and then he left us, and Miss Jiansheng also left. Ruwei swallowed slowly. The food Liang Po made tasted great, and even her answer was a little vague. "Then don't worry about this guy. He is thick-skinned and can get along well with anyone. He will come back in a few days." Hearing what Zhao Yu said, and then thinking of Sima Anan's past style, Ruwei couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter was crisp, adding a touch of warmth to the cold palace, and even Bai Jining had a barely noticeable smile on his lips. After a while, everyone finished their supper, and the 2 girls began to clean up the dishes. Zhao Yu suddenly asked, I have something I want to ask you. Ruiwei and Bai Jining both stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhao Yu in confusion. I'm going to stay at the Taoist Palace for a while tomorrow. Do you want to go there to study? Zhao Yu's voice sounded, and the two girls fell silent after hearing it. One was a poor girl who was sold to Chunfeng Tower since she was a child, and the other was a singing girl who was abandoned since she was a child and grew up with her adoptive father. They never thought that one day someone would ask them if they were willing to go to the first sect of Daxia to study. They had never thought about these things before, so they seemed a little confused now. The main hall of the Xia Palace suddenly became quiet. I want to go. After a long silence, a girl spoke up. It was Bai Jining. Bai Jining's delicate face was full of determination, looking into Zhao Yu's eyes. Zhao Yu nodded and turned to look at Ruiwei. Miss Ruiwei's face wrinkled again. After hesitating for a long time, she said, Anyway, I have nothing to do in this palace. Since Sister Bai has gone, I will go too. When the young master comes back, I will come back to take care of him. That's it. Let the Siqianjin find a house next to the Taoist Palace tomorrow. We will move there and live a good life for a while. Many new faces began to appear in the entire Shenjing during this period, and they were all quite young. With curiosity and awe, they looked at the greatest city in Daxia in groups. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's coming-of-age ceremony will be held on September 9th. At that time, young men of the same age can come together to take the coming-of-age ceremony, and a Taoist martial arts competition will be held on the eve of the ceremony. Daxia has a vast territory, and Shenjing is located in the northwest. If young men and women from various states want to arrive in time to participate in the competition, they must set off several months in advance, so people have been arriving in Shenjing in recent stages. The Daowu competition will officially begin on the first day of September, and the atmosphere in the entire Shenjing seems a little tense. The disciples of the Dao Palace, the leader of the 10 first-class forces, are naturally eager to fight and are ready to move. In the eastern suburbs of Shenjing, the Dao Palace and the Daoyun, the new disciples' huts. The heavy snow last night had stopped in the morning. The sun quietly peeked out, and the snow began to melt gradually. It was already noon, because the competition was ahead. Most of the old disciples braved the severe cold to get up early to practice, and this year's new disciples also waited in the school early for the teacher to give lectures, so that the huge snoring in the disciples' huts seemed even more piercing, and it was simply resounding through the world. In the simple hut, two figures were tilting their heads and sleeping soundly, a fat man and a thin man. The earth-shaking snoring sound came from the fat man's mouth, and as the sound rang, the whole house was shaking. The thin man's sleeping posture was also quite interesting, with his hands around his chest and the whole person curled up as if he was an abandoned puppy. As the sun rose, a beam of sunlight came in through the window of the hut, shining on the thin man's face, which was warm and comfortable. The thin man in his sleep felt his eyelids were a little bright and his face was a little warm. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his hand and then opened his eyes. A few seconds later, a roar resounded through the sky, followed by the sound of slapping the belly. Get up, fat man, you're going to be late again. This time you're really going to be skinned and pulled out. On the deserted road of the Taoist Palace, another fat figure was running flexibly in the snow. In fact, there were two figures, because the purple-faced thin man was sandwiched under the fat man's armpit, shaking up and down as he ran, and he was almost foaming at the mouth. The fat man, who was running fast, suddenly crashed into a small woods beside the road. He dodged to the left and sometimes jumped over the obstacles in front, and sometimes lowered his head to avoid the branches blocking the road. He moved forward at a very fast speed on the seldom-traveled path in the Taoist Palace. He was extremely agile and seemed to be quite familiar with the shortest shortcut from the hut to the school. Suddenly, the view ahead opened up. The figure of the fat man jumped out of the woods and slid into the gate of the school. Before he entered the gate, the thin man's voice of begging for mercy was heard. Please forgive us, sir. We know we are wrong. We promise not to do it again. Please do not report it to the Discipline Institute. Well, let it go this time, but it will not happen again. The voice coming from the front was not the old voice of the old teacher. Instead, it was extremely young, which surprised the thin man. He looked up and found that a young boy was sitting on the table. His eyes were pure and his face was beautiful. Maybe because the weather was too cold, he was wearing a thick, warm hat on his head. The brim of the hat was pressed down very low, covering the part above his eyebrows, which made him look even younger. The fat man and the thin man walked back to their seats and looked around. They found that the other new disciples this year were the same as them. They looked at the boy on the table with confusion and doubt. No matter how the various new and old sects in Daxia contend with each other, there are some aspects that are common. To practice, one must first cultivate oneself. To cultivate oneself, one must first correct one's heart. Cultivating oneself refers to the morality of being a human being and one's understanding of oneself and the Tao. As the new disciples of the Taoist Palace this year, they come to this school every day to listen to the teacher's explanation of this knowledge. The previous lecturer has always been an old Taoist with white hair, but now, for some reason, a young man about the same age as them is sitting on the desk, which makes the disciples a little puzzled, and then whispers below. The young teacher on the desk saw that the seats below were all full, stood up and bowed and spoke lightly. The voice was not loud, but it just reached everyone's ears. The old teacher is quite old and has caught a cold recently. He is not feeling well and cannot come. So I will take over the self-cultivation class for a few days. Please give me your guidance. Zhao Yu returned to the familiar desk after 2 months, but the students under him had changed from 5 or 6-year-old children to 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls. The desk in front of him still had the same things: bitter tea, Taoist theories, and a ruler. Most of the disciples below returned the greetings and stood up and shouted, "Teacher, please teach me." However, a few people were unmoved and still sat in their seats. Those who can enter the Taoist palace must be local geniuses. Since they are geniuses, they will naturally have unruly arrogance and cannot tolerate people of the same age as themselves as their teachers. Why? After all the disciples finished their ceremony and sat down, a young man stood up suddenly. The boy was wearing a light gray Taoist robe for new disciples in the Taoist palace, but that still couldn't hide his sharpness. He had fair skin and an upright posture. He looked straight into Zhao Yu's eyes and said, "As the ancients said, at 20, one is a young crown. 30, one is established. At 40, one is free from doubts. At 50, one knows the will of heaven. May I ask this young sir, at 40, one is still free from doubts, and you are about the same age as us, not even a young crown. What can you teach us?" Zhao Yu, who was sitting on the desk, was silent for a moment, finding it very interesting. Then he smiled and said, "Then what do you want to know? I will teach you what you want to know." A few days ago, Mr. Wen, the prince's tutor, asked a question, and no one could answer it. If you can answer it, I will respect you as a sir. Zhao Yu did not speak, but just nodded, waiting for the boy's question. How to kill a saint in the realm of Daoshu? As soon as this question was asked, there was an uproar in the school. All the disciples in the 3 academies of the Dao Palace, including the leader, had no idea about this question. These disciples all thought that Mr. Wen was playing a big joke on them. Now that this young man put this question on the table, it was obviously meant to be difficult. Everyone looked at the young master on the table, expecting how he would answer. Among them, there was a particularly bright look from the thin man. Zhao Yu frowned under his thick cotton hat, making his ebony eyes slightly narrowed. In less than a moment, he slowly replied, "When you become a saint, you will crash into the light column of heaven and earth. After getting close, you will block the saint's finger. When the Grand Master becomes a saint, there will be a moment when his mind is immersed in the Great Way and cannot extricate himself, so there is a chance to attack. When you become a saint, the light column of heaven and earth is invulnerable to all methods. That is the rule of heaven and earth. How can you crash into it?" After thinking, the young disciple continued to ask, "Star sand can be broken. The saint's finger ignores space and time. How can we block it at close range? The mountain and sea map can block it. The saint's skin is comparable to dragon scales. How can we break through the defense and kill it? The only way to kill a saint is the Great Way of heaven and earth, but the Great Way is flawed and not perfect, and there are still gaps to exploit. The saint's skin cannot be broken, but her sea of consciousness is empty at that moment. With her own sea of consciousness, she can occupy the nest of the doves, one life for one life, and there is a slight chance to kill the saint." The whole school was silent, and the new disciples were all stunned and shocked. After a period of silence, the young man who asked the question respectfully bowed to Zhao Yu and then sat down. Zhao Yu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of bitter tea, and then a faint voice sounded in the school. "Today, we are going to talk about Taoism." "Sir, Taoism was written by a Confucian master, but we are in the Dao Palace." A female disciple blushed and gave an inaudible reminder. "The great Dao has different paths to the same destination, no problem." A strange scene appeared in the school of the Dao Palace. The new disciples this year sat upright on their seats, quietly listening to a young master of similar age explaining Confucian classics. Taoism. Although Taoism has long been popular throughout Daxia, it can be bought in bookstores in any city in the 36 states and is often used as an enlightenment book for children. But the more concise it is, the more it points to the great Tao, and the more it contains. It is the master's lifelong understanding, the lifelong understanding of the great Tao by a Confucian saint. For the human race, the master's achievements are unparalleled. He pushed forward with all his might on the carriages and horses of the human race. He tore the huge gap between ordinary people and cultivators, and let the people of Daxia have a way to understand the great way of heaven and earth since childhood. In the 10 years since the birth of the Tao theory, the low-level cultivators of Daxia have ushered in a blowout growth, also known as the Spring of Cultivators, and a prosperous era is coming. The master is the teacher of everyone. His name is like a bright moon covering the ages, and his voice is like spring thunder shaking the past and the present. Half a day passed slowly, and it was time to leave class in the blink of an eye. After greeting each other, Zhao Yu closed the Tao theory in his hand, carefully packed up the things on the table, and then walked out of the school under the respectful eyes of the disciples. Outside the school, a carriage had stopped at some point, and a burly, bald man was waiting. The carriage was driving slowly on the Dao Palace Avenue, which was still covered with snow. "Have Rui and Baijinning been arranged?" Zhao Yu's steady voice came from the carriage. "It's arranged. I will practice with a female teacher in the Taoist Palace for a while. When the new disciples enter next year, we will make centralized arrangements. Liang Po's voice was as pleasant as ever, delicate and full of magnetism. Is the house near the Taoist palace ready? Sima Anan is nowhere to be seen. The house was arranged by the Tian. I went to see it before. It's at the foot of the mountain not far from the Taoist palace. It's very good. Zhao Yu in the carriage closed his eyes again and meditated and practiced, and no longer spoke. However, the carriage did not drive outside the palace, nor did it drive to the hut just arranged by the Tianjian, but drove to the depths of the Taoist palace. The scenery on both sides of the carriage began to change constantly, from the original snow-capped snow to lush green, followed by mountains and fields full of colorful flowers, and finally endless pink. Deep in the Taoist palace was a peach forest, and the countless blooming peach blossoms made Zhao Yu's carriage look like a boat sailing in a pink ocean. Zhao Yu opened the curtain and sat outside the carriage. He stretched out his left hand to catch a falling peach blossom, put it under his nose and sniffed it. There was a faint fragrance. The peach forest all over the sky is real. The center of the Taoist palace is another world. There are people in the depths of the peach forest. Zhao Yu's carriage stopped in front of a thatched house. An old man in a purple robe had been waiting at the stone table for a long time. Although the old man's voice was vicissitudes and mellow, and he was quite old, his face was not old, and his skin was smooth and delicate. It can still be seen how elegant he was when he was young. The old man in purple robe saluted Zhao Yu, who got off the carriage and said, "I greet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Royal Highness is well." Zhao Yu also returned the salute to the old man in purple robe, seriously. Zhao Yu meets Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen is surrounded by thousands of peach trees, and his skin is better than that of a young girl, which is enviable. The purple-robed old man laughed and waved Zhao Yu to sit down. There was a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses on the stone table, and the aroma of wine was overflowing. "Your Highness, come and taste the peach blossom wine brewed by me. I drink a pot every day, and I will be immune to all diseases, and my face will stay young." Under the peach blossoms, the purple-robed old man poured Zhao Yu a glass of peach blossom wine. The wine was fascinating and soft with a light pink color. As soon as it was poured, the aroma of the wine spread for miles, attracting a group of cranes to land. When I was a child, my mother told me that there were 2 kinds of wine in Daxia that she liked the most. One was the Xuanqian wine brewed by Mr. Liu of the Sun and Moon sect with the tender buds of the Xuanqian wood. It was said to be the strongest wine in Daxia. The other was the peach blossom wine brewed by Mr. Wen. My mother said that this wine could keep one's youth. It was only in heaven and it was rare to taste it on earth. Now that I see it, the fragrance spreads for miles. It is really better to see it once than to hear about it 100 times. Zhao Yu picked up the wine glass and shook it in front of his eyes a few times. The pink nectar in the glass jumped up and down, emitting an intoxicating light. "Huang Shang, this girl is really addicted to wine. If there was any wine lost in my peach garden before, it was probably stolen by her. In the whole world, the person who drinks the most peach blossom wine, besides myself, is your mother." The purple-robed old man thought of his former drinking buddy, and his voice was a little dim. After Zhao Yu shook the wine glass for a while, he did not drink it all at once, but put it down, which puzzled the purple-robed old man. "I have always preferred tea to wine, and I am not yet an adult yet, so I cannot drink wine. I will leave this wine for others to taste," Zhao Yu explained. The purple-robed old man's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Those who can resist temptation and stick to their original intentions deserve admiration. "Then wait until your Highness becomes an adult, and my Taoist palace will send this peach blossom wine as a gift. Today, your Highness gave a lesson to the new disciples on my behalf. Did they get any trouble? I know that some of the disciples are quite unruly. When I first went to teach, I was also very unconvinced." Thinking of this, Zhao Yu also found it quite interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "Fortunately, I taught Taoism for 3 years before. Maybe I did a good job, and the disciples are quite convinced." The purple-robed old man's laughter resounded throughout the peach blossom forest. "Your Highness is such an interesting person. If I were 50 years younger, I would definitely treat you as my brother and have a good time with you. Then I guess at that time, you will drink wine and I will drink tea." The laughter in the peach blossom forest became even louder. After some greetings, the carriage drove out of the peach blossom forest again, passed through the ever-changing scenery, and returned to the snowy road of the Taoist palace. The purple-robed old man beside the stone table pondered for a while, waved his hand forward, and the mist beside the peach forest dissipated. A group of standing figures gradually appeared, with 2 people in the lead and 49 people behind them. The 4 great masters of the Taoist palace, who are in charge of the realm of life and death, and 49 masters of the realm of Taoism gathered here. "What do you think?" The purple-robed old man spoke. "He is the 4th on the mountain and sea list, the master of the Taoist palace. I can't see through it. The Queen Mother's intention of asking him to come to the Taoist temple is very clear. It is clear that he is here to get our support, but this young prince never mentioned this matter. I don't know what he is thinking." The one who spoke was a silver-haired old woman, also in a purple Taoist robe, leaning on a cane, with a hunched body but a fierce aura. She is the head of the Pochin Temple and the 12th on the mountain and sea list. "What do you think, Zheng Yang?" The purple-robed old man looked at the other great master who was in the lead, but he was a middle-aged man with a refined aura. On weekdays, all the affairs of the Taoist palace were handled by the head of the Zhongheng temple. Everyone knew that he was most likely the next head of the Taoist palace. That prince had already discovered us when he just entered the door. No matter what his thoughts are, the position of the Taoist palace, since its establishment has been to teach and educate people. I think this will not change in the future. We just need to do our duty well. Good. The head of the Taoist palace set the final tone for this matter. Zhao Yu in the carriage still closed his eyes and practiced, feeling the vital energy beating between heaven and earth. Since the 2 strokes of the heavenly Tao were placed on his forehead, Zhao Yu's speed of absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth has increased tenfold. After letting go of his mind and integrating into the great Tao, he could vaguely feel the silk threads of various rules, as if he could touch and move them with his hands. His mind gradually spread out from the carriage along the silk threads. Suddenly an arrow hit his senses and fell from the sky. In his senses, the arrow was like a light in the dark night, extremely conspicuous, and the target was directly aimed at the carriage. But he did not move, because Liang Po was there. Liang Po stretched out his hand, crushed the arrow of vital energy that was shot at the carriage, and frowned. Too weak. The Taoist temple in the eastern suburbs of Shenyang is very large. Because of the large number of disciples, it has become a self-sufficient urban ecological system. There are many peaks in the Taoist temple, and the peaks are generally not high. However, because the Taoist palace is located on the periphery of the Endless Mountain, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely rich, and the plants on each peak are extremely lush. In addition to the new disciples living in the huts, the old disciples have opened up mansions on these mountains. The strong ones occupy the few towering mountains, and the weak ones either rely on the strong to build mansions or find a flat and low mountain to quietly accumulate strength. These peaks are also called disciple peaks, which are the most intuitive reflection of the strength of the disciples of the Taoist palace. Now that the Taoist martial arts competition is ahead, every disciple peak in the Taoist palace is a scene of full swing. At this time, a burst of scolding from a girl came from a disciple peak in the Taoist palace. The mountain is very high, and the peak is called Piaoshe Peak, which stands out in this area. Xiaojin, how many times have I told you not to just play around and focus on your cultivation? Your cultivation has not improved at all compared to last month. You will be bullied by the people in Luye Lane, and I can't protect you forever. On a wide martial arts training ground opened up by Piaoshe Peak, a tall girl in red was scolding another girl in a goose-yellow vest who looked aggrieved. Sister, haven't I been following your orders to help you find that crown prince during this period? The goose-yellow girl pouted, her eyes pitiful. Don't use these self-torture tricks. I get angry when you talk about this. There are so many of you, but you didn't find a living person for me with the portrait. On weekdays, everyone brags about how clever you are around me. The girl in red was so angry that her voice rose a few degrees. A young man couldn't help laughing. The girl in red turned her head and stared at the laughing boy in light gray Taoist robe and said word by word, "Don't be so proud, kid. I'll test you later." The young man in gray immediately lowered his head and his face fell. The eldest daughter of Duke Wei's mansion was very good to her younger brothers and sisters, but she was very strict in cultivation and was not careless at all. Sister, I'm not completely lazy. I've been practicing our Shu family's magical powers recently, and I'm going to keep them as a trump card in the Taoist martial arts competition. The girl in yellow said unconvinced, and her white face flushed with excitement. Is it piercing clouds or falling sun? Well, use it on that tree over there and let me see. The girl in red pointed to a tree at the edge of the martial arts training ground. The small tree was easy to identify, growing alone. Duke Wei's surname was Shu, one of the 14 clans of the Ying surname. His clan's soul was a bow. They could take people's heads from thousands of miles away and made great contributions to the founding of the great Xia dynasty. The vitality of heaven and earth fluctuated and gathered. The soul of the goose-yellow girl appeared behind her. The shadow of a bow jumped out of the void. The girl grabbed the shadow of the bow and pulled it towards the sky. An arrow gradually condensed on the bowstring. The arrowhead began to glow and finally looked like a scorching sun. The girl loosened her left hand, the bowstring vibrated, and the bow and arrow shot straight into the sky. The magical power of the Shu clan, one of the 14 clans of the Ying surname, was the falling sun. The arrow fell like a scorching sun. After piercing, it would continue to explode. It had a strong fire attribute and was extremely lethal. However, after several people waited for a long time, the small tree on the edge of the martial arts training ground was still standing alone, intact. The imagined arrow did not fall like the scorching sun and shatter the small tree. The red-clothed girl's heart skipped a beat. She turned and stared at her sister, her tone already a little stern. Xiaojin, where did you shoot this falling sun arrow? I don't know, sister. I lost my sense when the arrow was shot out, and I couldn't control it. The light yellow girl's voice was almost crying. She knew that she might have caused a big disaster, and her eyes began to turn red. It's bad. Now there are people on the road below the mountain. The ordinary disciples of the Taoist palace can't catch the falling sun arrow you shot from the top of the mountain. Even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. The gray-clothed boy also realized the seriousness of the situation at this time. If they are not careful, someone will die. Let me go to the bottom of the mountain to see what's going on first, and we can talk about other things later. Now we can only hope that this arrow is shot into an uninhabited area. The red-clothed girl stepped on the ground with her slender legs, and her figure was outside the martial arts training ground in an instant. The speed was very fast, and the light yellow girl and the gray-clothed boy who caused the trouble immediately followed. Xu Qing was a little anxious as she moved among the trees. The laws of Daxia were strict, and the rules of the Dao Palace were also very strict. If her sister's arrow killed someone, it would be a serious crime in Daxia and the Dao Palace. Even if she was a lady from the Duke of Wei's mansion, she could not take human life so lightly. Now she could only pray that nothing serious would happen. Suddenly a carriage appeared on the rugged mountain road below, driving slowly up the mountain. The driver was a bald man. Just by sitting there, you could tell that he was quite burly. Xu Qing frowned slightly, slowed down, jumped down from the tree, and landed just in front of the carriage. Liang Po saw a tall woman in red suddenly jump down in front of him. She had fair skin and was very heroic. He pulled the reins and the carriage gradually stopped. That was the first time she stopped his carriage. She was anxious outside the carriage with a frown on her face. He was inside the carriage, meditating with his eyes closed, looking calm. "Excuse me, brother. What are you doing here at Piaoxie Peak? If it's not urgent, I have something urgent to deal with first, and we'll talk later." The girl in red clasped her fists towards Liang Po, her tone slightly anxious. Seeing the girl so anxious, Liang Po hesitated for a moment and said, "Just now, when my son was riding in this carriage on the road down the mountain, an arrow shot down from this mountain. Fortunately, he reacted in time and was not seriously injured. So I came up to check it out. This action is really too dangerous." Liang Po saw that the girl in red in front of him was obviously relieved after hearing this, and his expression relaxed at once. The girl clasped her fists towards Liang Po again and said apologetically, "I am really sorry. This arrow was shot because my sister was ignorant and shot it out of anger, but could not control it, causing the arrow to fly down the mountain and almost hurt you. If I disturbed you, I apologize again. Otherwise, you can follow me to the mountain to rest for a while, and I will take my sister to apologize in person. Then, if you have any requests, just make them, and I will try my best to satisfy you as compensation." The red-clothed girl's attitude was sincere, but Liang Po did not respond, waiting for Zhao Yu's answer. After a while, Zhao Yu, who was meditating in the carriage, opened his eyes. "No need, since it has been found out that it was a misunderstanding. Then let's say goodbye. We must be more careful in the future." Zhao Yu's faint voice came from the carriage. Liang Po turned the horse's head, and the carriage drove down the mountain again. "Hey, hey! Why are you leaving now? Do you really not need anything?" The red-clothed girl shouted behind the carriage, but the carriage did not stop at all and continued to leave slowly. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Wei's mansion was puzzled and puzzled. Has the world become so easy to talk to now? Being shot with an arrow but not even asking for compensation, the people in this carriage are really strange. "Sister, why are you here? Who is in that carriage?" The person involved, Xu Jin, and the gray-clothed boy who were following behind, came late and just saw the departing carriage. "You shot the arrow at the carriage just now. I don't know who it is, but the person is not seriously injured. You please be more careful next time." After hearing this, the second daughter, Xu Jin, who was wearing a goose-yellow vest, stuck out her tongue, patted her chest, and sighed. She was really scared just now. "Hey, that carriage looks familiar. It seems to be the carriage that the gentleman took this morning." The gray-clothed boy looked at the carriage and said thoughtfully, "Mister?" But the voice in the carriage is obviously very young. Xu Qing looked at the carriage going away, and her doubts became stronger. Xu Yanyan dragged her tired body and walked towards home as the night fell. At this time in the northwest of Daxia, the temperature dropped like a drop, and the sky became darker and darker. She swung her arms, which were slightly sore from registering all day, and breathed into the air. The warm airflow met the cold temperature, forming a hazy white smoke in front of her. She thought it was very interesting, and after the white mist disappeared, she kept exhaling it. She glanced at the yard next to her that had been uninhabited for a long time, and the lights were on at this time, emitting a yellow-orange light, and she felt a little surprised. A middle-aged woman who was about 40 years old, but in very good condition, looked at her daughter who looked like a child when she just came in, shook her head helplessly, and said with some blame, "Yan Yan, don't blame your mother for always scolding you. Look at you in this state, which husband's family dares to marry you. You are not young anymore. You can't spend your whole life with me and your father." "Oh, mother, don't scold me. The Taoist and martial arts competition is coming soon. Recently, a swarm of cultivators have flocked to the capital, both old and young. We in the Citianjin are almost busy. Look at me, my wrists are swollen from writing. I finally got home, please don't scold me. Come and eat, I'm starving." The girl shook her head like a rattle and rushed into the house like a fly, making the beautiful middle-aged woman behind her shake her head in anger. There was already a middle-aged man waiting at the table in the house, flipping through a book slowly. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe and had an elegant temperament. When he saw his daughter sitting down with an unhappy look on her face, he thought it was very cute and smiled gently. His smile was like a spring breeze. "Dad, You are making fun of me too. You are just like Mom, you only know how to bully me. Chu Yanyan said vaguely while shoveling rice into her mouth. Eat slowly, no one is snatching it from you. Why did you come back so late today? The food is almost cold. The middle-aged man asked his wife to sit down, and the family of 3 ate happily. Dad, you know that the Dawu competition is so important that our Xiqianjian has to take it seriously. Moreover, there are so many cultivators in Shenjing City now, and there are many conflicts. We need to solve these problems. As for your daughter, although I am just a small supervisor responsible for registering bounty hunters, the burden on my shoulders is also very heavy. The girl wiped the remaining rice grains from the corner of her mouth, and then patted her chest, which was beginning to take shape, and said proudly, causing the middle-aged man to smile again. After his daughter graduated from the Taoist Palace last year, she passed the selection of the Sitianjin at the beginning of the year and worked in the Sitian branch in Shenjing East City. She is innocent and romantic on weekdays, with a lovely personality, and is very popular with everyone. However, she will be 20 years old this year, and her mother is very anxious about her marriage. Even the neighbors are worried about it, and they keep looking for young talents for her. In fact, he thinks it doesn't matter whether his daughter gets married or not, as long as she likes it. He has seen too many young talents in the Taoist Palace in his life, and he himself is the one among 10,000. As the meal was coming to an end, there was a knock at the gate of the courtyard. The beautiful middle-aged woman went to open the door. It was Aunt Li from next door who came in. They had been neighbors for more than 10 years. They were very close to each other on weekdays. She was also one of the neighbors who was most worried about Miss Yanyan's marriage. As soon as Chu Yanyan saw Aunt Li coming to visit, she felt that she was in trouble. Sure enough, Aunt Li didn't waste any words after she came in. She whispered something in her mother's ear and looked at her from time to time while talking. She pointed her finger outside the courtyard and gestured something. Chu Yanyan ran away as if she was running for her life. About half an hour later, the beautiful middle-aged woman knocked on Miss Yanyan's boudoir, holding a food box in her hand. There was a trace of heat coming out of it, which must have just been cooked. The door opened a little, revealing half of Miss Yanyan's beautiful face with a vigilant look. The middle-aged beautiful woman pretended to cough and said, I heard from your Aunt Li that a young man just moved into the yard next to our house yesterday. It has not been occupied for a long time. He is said to be very handsome and about your age. He has just moved in and cannot cook. You go and deliver this food box to him. We should help each other among neighbors. No, it's already past dinner time. If you want to go, go by yourself. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Then the door was slammed shut and the girl's angry stomping sound was heard, leaving the middle-aged beautiful woman with a helpless smile. She was also desperate to seek medical treatment. As the sky darkened, all the hustle and bustle of Shenjing City also subsided. Daxia's nightlife was not rich. Most people returned to their rooms early at this time, and the monks sank into the avenue of heaven and earth, seizing the time to practice. Miss Yanyan opened her eyes from meditation. Tonight, she felt that she was in a state of urgency, and it was difficult to concentrate. She stood up and paced back and forth in the room. For the first time in her life, an idea emerged in her mind. How about taking a sneak peek at the boy who just moved in next door? She felt a little shy and then a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, she bit her lip, pushed open the door and walked out. The night sky tonight was cloudless, and the moonlight cast a silver light on the ground. This place is located in the eastern suburbs of Shenyang, adjacent to the Daogong Mountains, and the climate is winter, so it seems a little quiet. The girl held a bench in her hand and tiptoed to the corner of her yard. She put the bench down, stepped on it with both feet, held the edge of the wall with both hands, and slowly raised her head, revealing only 2 big black eyes, looking forward. In front of her was a wide yard. Because no one had lived in the yard for a long time, it seemed a little overgrown with weeds. It must be because they moved in a hurry and had not had time to repair it. There was a big pomegranate tree in the middle of the yard, with some cracked pomegranates on it. There was a reclining chair under the pomegranate tree and a small table next to it. There was a lamp on the table, and there was an empty lunchbox. Miss Yanyan recognized it as her own lunchbox at a glance. Sitting on the reclining chair was a young boy with a high nose bridge and handsome face, but he was wearing a warm hat on his head. At this time, he was stepping barefoot in an empty bucket. My mother is right. He is good-looking, but he is wearing such a thick hat before winter. He looks a little weak. The girl thought to herself. After a while, a huge figure appeared from the lights. The bald man, with a shiny head and a burly figure, walked out of the inner room, carrying a bucket of hot water, and then slowly poured it into the empty bucket in front of the boy. The boy showed a look of enjoyment. Miss Yanyan felt that it was a bit novel and interesting. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and she was fascinated for a while. Zhao Yu's habit of soaking his feet before going to bed was brought from his previous life. Every time he put his feet in boiling hot water, he would remember that he had another life, a long-ago life. It is detected that the system hero down Charming Witch has been merged. I hope the host will continue to work hard. The host can currently use the skill of Crescent Moon's automatic awakening charm. There was another thing in his mind that he brought from his previous life, that is, the the ancient ruins system. Thinking that the system had not received any soul energy since it was turned on, he pondered for a moment and said, "Ask about where the monks near Shenjing usually go to practice. Let's go to the Dao Palace after tomorrow's 10-day break. Where did Sima Anan go? This kind of thing is what he is most familiar with. Do you want to let Guan Zhengqing come tomorrow?" Liang Po's voice, as soft as jade, sounded mellow and charming. Zhao Yu nodded and looked up to see a few magpies above his head that were not sleeping at night, jumping around on the pomegranate tree, stealing the few pomegranates. He was immediately furious, took off the sachet from his waist and threw it at the tree, causing a series of flying sounds. The magpies didn't hit the target, but instead hit the forehead of a peeping girl. The girl screamed "Ah!" and fled with her head covered. The girl returned to the room, patted her chest, calmed her violently beating heart, raised her hand to look at the sachet in her hand, and her cheeks were flushed. The ghost wings guarding in the dark all laughed silently. A burst of uncontrollable laughter came from the room next to the girl. The middle-aged, beautiful woman, who was about to lie down on the bed, looked at the middle-aged man who was laughing and leaning back and forth in confusion, wondering why her husband, who was always calm, was so happy today. Maybe yesterday's explanation of Taoism was quite good. So when Zhao Yu came to the school this morning, the new disciples sat neatly, and the fat and thin ones were also there, and they were not late. After Zhao Yu sat down, all the disciples saluted neatly without any slackness. Zhao Yu still wore a thick cotton hat, covering the conspicuous tusheng pattern between his eyebrows. This class was still about Taoism, because Zhao Yu only knew this. He had studied Taoism with the master for 10 years. There should be no one in the world who could understand Taoism better than him, except for the deceased master, not even the current leader of the Confucian school. What is Tao? It is not cloud, smoke, or fog. It is impermanence. It is cloud, smoke, and fog. It has shape. Tao contains all things, and all things are Tao. However, Confucianism does not talk about how to cultivate the Tao, but how to be a human being. Cultivating the Tao is actually a kind of self-cultivation, which governs the country and brings peace to the world. Time flows slowly like water. During the conversation, the tea in the teacup on Zhao Yu's desk was empty, and the class just ended. When he was packing up as usual, looking at the empty teacup, Zhao Yu couldn't help but think of Miss Yanji, because the bitter tea she sent was almost finished. He liked the tea she baked very much. If there was no bitter tea in the future, he would be very uncomfortable. Liang Po parked the carriage beside the school as he did yesterday. Anyway, he was big and strong, which made people doubt whether he was a pure human being. This little cold wind was nothing to him. He was thinking about how to make some new dishes to satisfy the increasingly picky appetite of our royal grandson. It is worth mentioning that after the dragon horse Xiao Huang came to Shenjing, he was taken away by Guan Zhengqing. It is said that he went to the nest of the ghost-winged beast for some strict training. However, from the reluctant and slightly frightened look before he left, it can be guessed that he is definitely not having a happy life now. After Zhao Yu got on the carriage, it slowly drove out of the Taoist temple. He had to visit someone in the afternoon. Among the students who dispersed, a pair of eyes looked at Zhao Yu's departing carriage, and their eyes lit up, and they hurried to a towering disciple peak not far away. The gate of the Taoist palace in the eastern suburbs of Shenjing is now very lively. As the first force in the Daxia Jianghu, the Taoist palace is actually not aloof and arrogant. Unlike other sects, the sects are usually closed and take the route of elite disciples. The Taoist palace, the military sect, and the Confucian sect emphasize the universal benefit of the world and teach without distinction. Every year, there will be assessments for new disciples. No matter whether they are from a wealthy family or a poor family, those with talent can enter to practice. Therefore, they are also strongly supported by the Daxia court and are disguised as one of the educational institutions of Daxia. Now, Shenjing has gathered almost all the young talents in Daxia. If the Tianjiao from all over the country want to travel around Shenjing before the Daowu competition begins and test the strength of the next opponent, then this Dao Palace is definitely a must-go place. The Dao Palace has won the championship for 5 consecutive sessions, and it has always been the target of public criticism. The disciples in the palace have long been accustomed to it. If you encounter some unruly people who provoke at the gate of the palace, there will be a passing senior brother who will send them away and beat them up. In the minds of the disciples of the Dao Palace, the only ones who can be regarded as opponents and challenges are the other 9 sects. An inconspicuous carriage slowly drove out of the gate of the Dao Palace. Because it was too ordinary, it did not attract too many people's attention. Zhao Yu in the carriage did not meditate and practice, but lowered his head to flip through a book of Taoism. Suddenly his brows frowned slightly because the carriage stopped. This was the second time she forced his carriage to stop. After returning home yesterday, Xu Jin, the troublemaker's second daughter of Duke Wei's mansion, tossed and turned and could not fall asleep. After thinking for a long time, she decided to find Zhao Yu to apologize in person. Earlier, her brother had already determined that the carriage that was shot yesterday was his master. So the 3 siblings decided to wait at the gate of the Taoist palace and express their apologies in person. Seeing the carriage coming, the tall Xu Qing, still dressed in red, was shocked and stepped forward with her brother and sister-in-law to block Liang Po. "My brother, we meet again. This is the sister who got into trouble I mentioned yesterday. She wants to apologize to the gentleman in the carriage in person. Our Shu family has always emphasized repaying kindness. Since she almost hurt your excellency by mistake, I can't let her do nothing. Shu Qing looked serious. The Shu family of Duke Wei's mansion is famous for its loyalty and righteousness. The family education is very strict. It emphasizes that mistakes must be corrected and kindness must be repaid. Liang Po looked at the stubborn girl who stopped the carriage for the second time. He was helpless. He was not good at dealing with people. He couldn't help but miss Sima Anan. Although he was a bit cheerful, he was very talented when it came to communication. In fact, Zhao Yu was not good at dealing with people either. He also missed Sima Gongzi, who ran away to who knows where. The eldest lady of the Duke of Wei's mansion saw that there was no movement in the carriage and was about to say something else. Suddenly, there was a pig-killing wail from a distance. "Help, big sister, save me quickly. Those grandsons in Liuyue Lane are outnumbered again." A dark-skinned boy ran out of the Taoist palace, holding his head and running away. Seeing Shu Qing not far away, he howled and rushed over here. Such a huge movement caused everyone at the door to look at him sideways. Shu Qing in front of the carriage frowned, and the Dao soul behind him instantly condensed. A bow shadow larger than a person emerged, almost turning into substance, the peak of Dao Shu realm. He raised his hand and grabbed the huge bow, pulled the string, and let go. In one go, the arrow flew straight up into the sky, and then fell like the scorching sun, just brushing the back of the dark-skinned boy and smashing into the ground, exploding into a cloud of dust, blocking the pursuers behind him. The Shu family's magical power. Falling sun. The dark-skinned boy took the opportunity to run to Shu Qing's side. After the smoke cleared, a group of boys came from a distance, led by a cold-faced boy with a defiant look on his face, and his eyes looking at the dark-skinned boy were full of teasing. "Miss Shu, you are helping your subordinates again. There are so many useless people in Zijou Lane. Can you manage them all?" "Lin Xiao, if you still want to be beaten to a pulp by me, just keep talking nonsense. I can't beat up 10 of those good-for-nothings behind you. Why, you are so arrogant because your brother is coming back?" Shu Qingying's face was cold, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She hated it most when someone was making noises beside her while she was doing things. The rebellious young man remained calm and approached the carriage with a group of people. The originally wide road suddenly became a little crowded. It was almost known in the Dao Palace that the children of Zijou Lane and Liuyue Lane were divided into two factions and were hostile to each other. Such a scene would happen every 10 days or half a month, but today there was an extra carriage beside them, which seemed a little different from usual. "I heard that in order to oppose us, you swore to protect that prince, and asked your people in Zijou Lane to take some ridiculous portraits and search all over the street. We haven't been able to find any trace of that person in the past few days. Could he be hiding in your Duke Wei's mansion?" The young men behind him burst into laughter. "I hope you can speak so tough in front of that prince in the future. The second young master of Zhenyu Marquise, not to mention you, even your eldest brother, your father, Zhenyu Marquise, dare not be so outspoken." Qing looked at the second son of Zhenyu Marquise with a trace of pity in his eyes. Ever since his eldest brother followed his father to Yulong Pass in western Xinjiang for training, the children of Liuyue Lane have become more and more stupid in their behavior, mostly thanks to the man in front of him. The second son of Zhenyu Marquis's face changed. He knew that he had spoken arrogantly in public, but he was naturally unruly and could not give in. So he changed his tone and said sarcastically, "Do I dare not bother you, Miss Shu, to worry about it? It seems that you are bringing people to recruit new subordinates. What, hiding in the carriage and not daring to see people? Miss Shu's side is really a group of people who hide their heads and show their tails." Shu Qing, who was half a head taller than the second son of Zhenyu Marquis in red, had a colder and colder face. Her momentum began to soar. If she implicated outsiders in the carriage, she would be really angry. Not convinced? Want to fight? The second son of Zhenyu Marquis continued to show disdain on his face and continued to provoke. The two gangs confronted each other, and the situation was tense. During the confrontation, the curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, and a young face gradually appeared. He wore a thick cotton hat on his head, held a book of Taoism in his hand, and looked up at the second son of Zhenyu Marquis quietly. "You said you wanted to see me?" A faint voice came out, clear and steady. "Why do you want to see me?" In the carriage, Zhao Yu's calm eyes seemed to be burning with endless silver flames. The second son of Zhenyu Hao subconsciously took a step back and looked away, and his whole body was instantly covered with cold sweat. The wind was rising in the world. The next second, Zhao Yu appeared in front of the second son, stretched out his right hand to grab the latter's neck and lifted him up directly. The surrounding heaven and earth, energy began to fluctuate violently with him as the center of the circle, boiling. The second son's just condensed Dao soul was ready to fight back, but he was gently patted by Zhao Yu's left hand, and his body suddenly grew yellow-green flowers strangely. The Dao soul behind him instantly shattered and disappeared. His eyes closed, his head tilted, and he fainted directly. Magical power, charm. The magic power of the hero Daohun Charm Witch skill seduces an enemy. If the target's mana attribute is stronger than the user, its movement speed will be slowed down. If the target's mana attribute is lower than the user, it will be controlled by the Charm Witch. If it is used on a controlled unit, the duration of charm will be refreshed. Zhao Yu put down the second son of Zhenyu Hao, then clenched his fists and smashed them hard on the ground. A magical wave spread, and all the people in Luye Lane who came up to rescue the second son were knocked back 3 meters, unable to move forward. Magical power. Thunderhammer. Then Zhao Yu picked up the unconscious second son and walked back to the carriage under the horrified eyes of others. He threw the second son into the carriage first. Before he raised his foot to get on the carriage, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Miss Shu, who was stunned beside him, and left a faint sentence. "You want to apologize? Well, take me to Zongheng Courtyard. I have been looking for Zongheng Courtyard in this Taoist palace for a long time, but I can't find it. Why is the structure of the Taoist palace so complicated?" Zongheng Courtyard is actually opposite to Hanshan Courtyard, separated by a road and a small forest. Because the qualifications for practicing Dharma are extremely rare, there are not many people in Zongheng Courtyard of the Taoist palace, and the area is also small. It is not as large as Hanshan and Pochin courtyards, and there are also a large number of disciples and a prosperous population. If you want to go to Zongheng Courtyard, you must first leave the gate of the Taoist palace. No wonder Liang Po couldn't find the way. On the Grove Road leading to Zongheng Academy, the carriage seemed a bit crowded because there were a few more people sitting in it. The 2 young ladies from the Duke of Wei's mansion were secretly looking at the furnishings in the carriage, and Zhao Yu, who was looking down at the Taoist theory with curious eyes, while the eyes of the third son Shu Hao seemed quite naked, nakedly worshipping Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu recognized him. It was this kid who asked him questions in the first class. Zongheng Academy is actually a big chessboard with 19 roads horizontally and vertically, and a total of 361 buildings at each intersection. The place Zhao Yu wanted to go was the center of the chessboard, Tianyuan. The center of the chessboard is a huge debate hall, which is used for the Zongheng Academy chess debate. The Zongheng Academy competes with each other, not only in terms of cultivation and combat power, but also in terms of strategy and wisdom. There are many debate rooms in the debate hall. Some are specially prepared for a few people, and there is also a grand hall that can accommodate all the disciples of the academy. At this time, in an ancient room, 3 people were still sitting by the chessboard. The old man with white hair and a youthful face was the referee, asking questions. A young man in black sat casually and arrogantly, just like the black piece in Go, unruly and confident. Opposite him was a woman, neatly dressed, sitting meticulously, with extremely white skin, just like the white piece in Go, upright and calm. The 3 of them would come to this debate room every once in a while to have a chess debate, with the old man asking questions. The scope of the old man's questions was also extremely wide, including the road, people's livelihood policies, etc. But today the old man did not ask questions for a long time, but sat quietly, waiting. The door of the debate room was gently pushed open, and a figure slowly walked into the room with the coldness of the capital, with a young face, pure eyes, and a thick cotton hat. Seeing this, the old man stood up and bowed to the young man. "I, Wen Yu, greet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Wen Yu, gentle as jade, was the former tutor of the Crown Prince. The fair-skinned girl also saluted respectfully to Zhao Yu. The black-clothed boy hesitated for a moment, then stood up to salute. Zhao Yu took off his cotton hat to show his respect for the old man. The bright red Tusheng pattern on his forehead shone brightly. Then he knelt on his knees and bowed to the ground. "Zhao Yu greets Master. Master, are you in good health?" Mr. Wen stepped forward to help Zhao Yu up, his eyes full of sighs, and kept muttering, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I haven't seen you since your mother left. In the blink of an eye you have grown so big, but I can still recognize you at a glance. The people of your Zhao family, from your grandfather, your father to you, are all like cast from the same mold. Master, in my impression, there is still no change. You came here this time to ask Master to crown me at the ceremony." Zhao Yu did not stand up, but continued to bow. "It should be so, Yuer. You get up first. Master knows that you have a hard life, so let Master crown you. Fortunately, Master's old bones have not been buried until now, and can still be a witness to your rise." Mr. Wen looked at Zhao Yu with pity. At the ceremony of the men's coming of age in Daxia, the adult male elders will crown him, but there are only 3 people left in the Zhao family, 2 of whom are women. The only one who can crown him at the ceremony is the master in front of him, so Mr. Wen said with pity that he has a hard life. There is only one person left in Daxia who can crown him, and his life is indeed hard. Behind him stands the extremely powerful Daxia, but it is only 3 people who support the backbone of Daxia, so Empress Wu also has a hard life, and the old Empress Dowager also has a hard life. Daxia is the well-deserved overlord of the vast land of China. The heavy weapons of the mountains and seas are overwhelming, and the upper 4 armies are invincible. It is located in the central plains of China, with changing seasons and abundant people and goods. But Daxia's weakness is also extremely obvious. If these 3 people die, Daxia will no longer be Daxia. The old Queen Mother is also about to die, and Daxia will soon be left with only the aunt and nephew. The people sitting here are all extremely wise. How could they not see the crisis of Daxia at this time, so their faces are solemn? After a period of silence, Mr. Wen took the lead in breaking the silence and introduced the fair-skinned girl and the black-clothed boy to Zhao Yu. The fair-skinned girl's name is Zhong Shenshu, and she is the double champion of Zongheng Academy and Pochin Academy this year. Yin and Yang divide the dusk and dawn. The world is Zhong Shenshu. The black-clothed boy is called Li Changying. the champion of this year's Hanshan Academy. Today with Changying in hand, when can I tie up Kanglong? Both of them are as their names suggest, and they are the best of the younger generation of the Taoist palace after Guanzhengjing. Every once in a while, the two of them would have a chess debate. Although Changjing is from the Hanshan Academy, he is also outstanding in the art of vertical and horizontal. The two have won and lost against each other. Originally, I was the one who asked questions for the two of them. Now that your highness is here, let your highness ask this question today. Mr. Wen stroked his white beard and said with a smile. He was very satisfied with his two students. It can be said that this is also a gift he left for Zhao Yu. Two top cultivators and counselors. Zhao Yu frowned slightly after hearing this. The two cinnabar vertical lines on his forehead attracted everyone's attention and were eye-catching. He looked down at the square chessboard in front of him. The regular lines on it were intertwined, just like the fate of everyone in this world. Life is like chess, trapped between these small horizontal and vertical lines, unable to transcend. But he always believed that people can grasp their own destiny. Every choice people make is an opportunity to challenge their destiny. So he gently said, "Then you two can debate today. Should I sit on that chair?" The air in the room froze. The recklessness on Li Changying's face disappeared. Zhong Shenshu's eyes were surprised and no longer calm. Mr. Wen subconsciously pulled down his white beard that he usually took good care of. The whole Shenjing has been undercurrents in the past few days. The old queen mother who never asked about government affairs rarely summoned a group of old ministers in Ziju Lane overnight. Her Majesty Empress Wu liked to stand alone on the Phoenix Terrace more and more, and she stood there almost every day until dawn. Daxia has reached a turning point. Where will it go? While Zhao Yu was meeting Mr. Wen, the whole Liuye Lane was in an uproar. Zhen Yu Hao was the leader of the 100 generals in Liuye Lane. He was the Western Frontier Marshal, who commanded tens of millions of troops and had unparalleled power. His two sons were also the leaders of the children in Liuye Lane. Although the second son was usually rebellious and reckless, and not as calm and able to convince others as his elder brother, he relied on the power of his father and brother, and the group of disciples followed his lead. But now the second son was knocked unconscious and imprisoned in public, and then thrown into the carriage and taken away. This was a great shame for the entire Liuye Lane. It was said that the shadow of the mortal enemy Ziju Lane was involved, which made the disciples of Liuye Lane even more indignant. How could the disciples who were lawless on weekdays swallow this breath? After the second son was taken away, several of the young men who had accompanied him followed Zhao Yu's carriage from a distance, and the rest of the people began to inform and spread the news. After the seed disciples of Liuye Lane learned about it, they gathered from various sects to the grove outside the Zongheng courtyard, and the number of people increased. Outside the Tiantian debate hall, the tall figure of Shu Qing, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Wei's mansion, leaned against the carriage, frowning, rubbing her smooth chin thoughtfully, with a silly expression, very cute. Suddenly she clapped her hands, making a crisp sound, which startled the two brothers and sisters who were also thinking. Shu Qing looked proud and said, "I think I know who the gentleman in the carriage is." "Sister, who do you think he is?" Shu Jin and Shu Hao had no choice but to cooperate with her performance, because according to past experience, their confused elder sister, every time she showed this expression, it was most likely that she was thinking wrongly. Miss Shu raised her lips slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. She deliberately dragged out her voice for a long time, and then slowly said, "It is said that our Taoist palace master is 80 years old, but his face is like a teenager. Look at this gentleman's cultivation. He is so strong and looks like a teenager. It must be him. He still can't escape my discerning eyes." The two brothers and sisters beside him also held their foreheads with black lines on their faces. How could the Taoist palace master not find the location of his own Zongheng courtyard? Do you still need to lead the way? Miss Shu was still chattering and analyzing, proving her point of view, until Shu Jin beside her pulled the corner of her clothes and looked up, only to find that the situation was a little bad, because there were figures all around the carriage. The angry Liu Lane generals have surrounded the carriage. Save Lin Xiao, the second son of Zhen Yu Hao. Shu Qing, you Ziju Lane have finally gained some strength. Return Lin Xiao to us. We will admit defeat this time. We can discuss things later. The leader was a member of the Weiyuan Hao family. He was calm by nature and asked everyone to gather in the grove outside the Zongheng courtyard before going to ask for him. After all, there is strength in numbers. Although the second son of the Lin family was arrogant and domineering on weekdays, his strength was still very strong among the younger generation. It was heard that he was knocked unconscious in an instant. With such strength, if they went to ask for him one by one, it would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, and they would never come back. Miss Shu, who had finally seen the people in Liuye Lane being humiliated, was naturally in a good mood. She didn't care about the other party's large numbers and said with gloating, "This has nothing to do with our Ziju Lane. It was your second young master Lin who made a fool of himself and offended the palace master of his own Dao palace. So it's useless for you to ask me for the person. I didn't capture the person, but since I'm here, I won't let you Liuye Lane take the person away for nothing." Shu Jin and Shu Hao were already burnt on the outside and tender on the inside by thunder. Their eldest sister still firmly believed that it was the mysterious old palace master who captured the annoying second young Master Lin, and then because of his old age, he forgot the way to Zonghang Courtyard. Such a strange view, except for Miss Shu herself who believed it. No one else believed it. At least the eldest son of Wei Yunhao family, who led the group, felt that he was being fooled like a fool, and his face suddenly became gloomy. No matter you or someone behind you, no matter what method you use to capture the second son, we will admit defeat this time. But you are using this randomly made-up excuse to evade us. I advise you to stop while you are ahead. Otherwise, if we really start fighting, you may be able to escape unscathed, but it is hard to say for your brothers and sisters behind you. Are you threatening me? Miss Shu also has a bad temper and cannot stand threats. Her face is full of coldness. She said word by word, "There is no need to wait until the big competition. You can try now to see if I can beat you all by myself." The heaven and earth energy outside the Tianyuan in the center of Zongheng Courtyard suddenly became abnormally violent. The seed disciples of Liu Yexiang released their Dao souls one after another to press against the 3 people from the Duke of Wei's mansion who were surrounding the carriage. Miss Shu did not change her expression, but instead had a hint of excitement. A huge bow shadow appeared behind her. The bow was 3 meters long, and 2 dragons were lying on the bow playing with pearls, which had faintly turned into substance. Second-grade Dao Soul Dragon Tongue! A battle with one against many was about to break out. When Zhao Yu, Liang Po, Mr. Wen, and the leader of the Dao Palace walked out of the Tianyuan debate hall, they saw such a tense confrontation. Miss Shu had already gathered 3 arrows on her bow, but she didn't shoot them. She aimed them at the children of Luye Lane in front of her. The black-clothed teenager Xu Hao was not as heartless as the eldest lady. He was worried and kept looking at the entrance of the Tianyuan debate hall. That was where the master had entered before. When he saw Zhao Yu's figure walking out, his eyes lit up and he began to wave to his master. In this way, everyone's eyes were attracted, and they all turned to look at the entrance of the debate hall. Li Changying, the leader of the Hanshan court, stepped forward and was about to take action, but was stopped by Zhao Yu. He turned around and looked at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince with some doubts. Zhao Yu waved to the girl who had been leaning against the door of the debate room at some point, carrying an ancient sword case on her back, and said softly, "Why are you here?" The girl with the sword on her back walked up to Zhao Yu, looked at the disciples who surrounded the carriage, frowned slightly, and a sharp sword sound followed. The shocking sword energy swept forward like a dragon, from the door of the debate room to the carriage. All the disciples of Luye Lane along the way were thrown to the ground, and a wide road was cleared in an instant. Zhao Yu raised his foot and walked towards the carriage, talking to the girl as he walked. "I haven't seen you since I came to Shenjing. Where have you been these days? My master gave me some money before I went down the mountain. I found an inn to stay in, but someone cheated me out of all the money." Zhao Yu suppressed his smile and asked seriously, "How did you find me?" The girl patted the sword case on her back and answered, "It brought me here. I sensed your breath on this sword and followed it to find me." Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Miss Jiansheng's affinity for swords is really unparalleled in the world. "Then you stay at my place for the time being. Wait until the competition is over, then make plans." The sword-carrying girl nodded. Traveling alone during this period of time made her fully understand the dangers of this world. Ordinary people without cultivation can speak words that are sharper than the sword in her hand. She was so naive that she was cheated out of all her money in a few days. Now she can only go to Zhao Yu. The good relationship that Murong he had accumulated over 100 years in Wanjin Pavilion came into play at this time. Shenjing, Jingji Prefecture. Shan Wenbai, the Shaoyin of Jingji Prefecture, looked at the Yamen runners reporting below and sighed continuously. What he had been worried about finally happened. At present, the young generals in Luye Lane were galloping on the main road of Shenjing, gathering together and rushing to one place, which had already made the whole Shenjing a mess. It was said that the second son of Zhen Yuhao was knocked unconscious and put into a carriage and taken away. Shan Wenbai's eyelids jumped after hearing this. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the lawless young men in Luye Lane would suffer a great loss, and he might even have to bear the blame in the end. Which young man in the whole Daxia dared to kidnap the second son of Zhen Yuhao without a care? It's easy to guess who it is. The young men of Luye Lane also have a vague idea in their hearts. After all, not everyone is as stupid as Miss Shu. However, they still went to rescue her in a mighty manner, which clearly showed that they didn't take the prince seriously. This matter is likely to escalate further, and in the end, he, the Shaoyin of Jingji Prefecture, will be the most wronged. "Come on, prepare the horses. I need to go to the Taoist Palace." "But sir, it's almost evening now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" "I can't care so much. If we don't handle it well this time, both of us will lose our official hats." On the way back, Zhao Yu in the carriage was looking at the shy Miss Shu in front of him with a strange look on his face. He didn't know when he had a relationship with the Taoist Palace Master Wen Shuqi, the old man. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. Xu Jin, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. He whispered a few words to his sister. Miss Shu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She first showed an incredible expression, and then her face suddenly became red after she figured it out. She lowered her head and took out a piece of drawing paper from her arms. She looked up at Zhao Yu and compared it, and then said angrily, "Grandpa lied to me. It doesn't look like what I drew at all. Just now, Zhao Yu went to a disciple peak in the Taoist temple to see how the two little maids who were practicing were doing. This made Miss Ruyue burst into tears, and her big eyes were full of grievances. According to her words, she was really too stupid. Sister Bai had already felt the vitality of heaven and earth in the past few days and successfully entered the initial realm. However, when Ruyue closed her eyes, her mind was full of the young master. Where did the vitality of heaven and earth come from? Zhao Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. When she left, this girl said that she was too stupid to practice and insisted on following Zhao Yu back. Everyone persuaded her to continue practicing for a few days. When Zhao Yu and his companions arrived at the courtyard next to the Taoist palace after all the work was done, it was already time for dinner. Ever since she knew that Zhao Yu was the crown prince, Miss Xu had been distracted all the way, not knowing what she was thinking. She would secretly glance at Zhao Yu from time to time, acting like a little girl, which was completely different from her usual style. Halfway through the journey, Miss Xu actually got off the carriage with her younger brother and sister-in-law, blushing, and ran away like a runaway child. There was already a person waiting at the gate of the courtyard for a long time. In the biting cold wind, the man had 100 hair and a hunched body, looking extremely pitiful and miserable. The junior yin of Jingji Prefecture, Shan Wenbai. The courtyard where Zhao Yu lived was actually quite large, but it looked desolate because it had not been taken care of for a long time. After Zhao Yu moved in, Liang Po led the people from the Xitianjian to clean it thoroughly, and also opened a vegetable garden in the front yard and transplanted some vegetables into it. Liang Po was a thoughtful person. Considering the coming of winter, he built a greenhouse for the crops in the vegetable garden to keep them warm. Liang Po, who loved cooking, loved this vegetable garden very much. The vegetables in the garden were very fresh. Fresh fruits and vegetables were extremely rare in the northwest. Liang Po did not dare to pick more when cooking on weekdays. Looking at the green and the snow, he really couldn't bear to do it. The carriage stopped slowly at the gate of the garden. Liang Po got off the carriage first, holding the unconscious second son of Zhenyu Hofu, Lin Xiao, in his hand. He pushed open the door and walked into the small courtyard. Then Zhao Yu got off the carriage while talking to Miss Jiansheng. Miss Jiansheng nodded all the way. Her face was still as cold as always, but she was very moved in her heart. Zhao Yu took good care of her, which made her grateful. She was a person with a clear sword heart, so she could naturally feel that Zhao Yu had no other thoughts and his purpose was very pure. As for how she, who had a sword heart, was cheated of money, she didn't say it. It was a mystery. Shan Wenbai, who was following behind from a distance, had been waiting at the door after Zhao Yu arrived, until Zhao Yu called him in. Then he carefully tidied his clothes, carefully pushed open the door, and slowly walked into the yard. At this time, it was dark, and a lamp was lit in the house. Zhao Yu and the other two were eating dinner around a small wooden table. Zhao Yu looked up and saw Jingjifu Shaoyan walking into the house quietly, and said softly, "You don't have to be so restrained. Move a small stool and sit down. If you haven't had dinner, let's eat together." Then our poor Jingjifu Shaoyan moved a small stool, took a bowl and sat at the table, not even daring to sit down, just sitting next to it, so stiffly. He didn't dare to really let go of his hands and feet to eat. He just pretended to put a few mouthfuls into his mouth, which was really hard for him who was middle-aged and thin. After a while, a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, and he didn't dare to wipe it with his hands. Zhao Yu saw that he was facing a formidable enemy, so he stopped bothering him, put down his bowl and chopsticks, turned around and looked at him, and asked calmly, "Let's talk about business. What do you want to talk to me about?" Shan Wenbai felt as if he had been pardoned after hearing this. He stood up swiftly and bowed to Zhao Yu. "Shan Wenbai, the junior yin of Jingji Prefecture, pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Yu pondered for a moment. He didn't know much about the official structure of Daxia, which was similar to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system. But he knew something about the position of Jingji Prefecture, because his father had been the senior yin of Jingji Prefecture back then. So he said softly, "Get up! The capital has been very lively recently, so you in Jingji Prefecture must be very busy. How many years have you been the junior yin?" "Your Highness, 20 years, Shan Wenbai answered respectfully. "Then you should have met my father, right?" "Yes, you look exactly like the Crown Prince back then. By the way, I was promoted by the Crown Prince back then. I have been the Shaoyan for so long because of this relationship. The regent respects the Crown Prince very much, so he has never replaced me." Zhao Yu nodded, raised his hand and pointed at the second son of Zhenyu Hao, who was casually thrown by Liang Po at the foot of the wall. "You can take him away. I won't make it difficult for you." Shan Wenbai bowed again. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will not disturb you to rest, and I will take my leave first." Zhao Yu nodded. Shan Wenbai wanted to ask something when he walked out of the door, but he was hesitant and didn't speak. He actually wanted to ask when the position of the prefectural governor of Jingji Prefecture, which had been vacant for more than 10 years, would be filled, so that he would not have to live so cautiously. Miss Xu, who behaved very abnormally today, did not go back to Piaoshui Peak directly after getting off Zhao Yu's carriage halfway, but took her younger brother and sister back to Ziju Lane in the center of Shenzhen, Duke Wei's mansion. At this time, a conversation was going on in the exquisite and simple study of Duke Wei's mansion. Grandpa, I saw him. Miss Shu's voice came out in a low voice, but she was sitting on the chair without her usual carefreeness. Her face was flushed, her head was lowered, and her snow-white chin almost touched her towering chest. Ah, is that so? What do you think? I didn't expect our Chinger to have a shy day. It's really strange. Duke Wei Shisheng's laughter was quite rough and echoed throughout the study. Duke Wei, who is over 70 years old, still has more vigorous energy and blood in his body than young people, and he has a sturdy figure. The temperature in the capital has already frozen into ice, but Mr. Shu is still wearing a single piece of clothing, revealing a large area of muscles on his chest. He sits at the desk with a sword in his hand, looking at his eldest granddaughter with a teasing smile on his face. Shu Qing was so angry when she saw her grandfather making fun of her that she stamped her feet. She took out the portrait she had drawn earlier and spread it out, saying angrily, "Grandpa, you lied to me. He doesn't look like you at all. He is much more handsome than you said. No wonder I couldn't find him." Duke Wei laughed even louder. "Don't blame Grandpa. The last time I saw him was more than 10 years ago. At that time, His Highness was still in the arms of the Crown Princess. Now he has grown up, so it is inevitable that there are some differences." "What do you mean by a little difference?" "Obviously, he doesn't look alike at all." Shu Qing pointed to the portrait on the paper. There was a circle on the portrait, 2 dots in the circle, and a vertical bar. It was her masterpiece that she had spent most of the morning to complete under the guidance of the old Duke Wei. Now the more she looked at it, the more awkward it felt. "So our little Chinger is very satisfied with His Highness." As he spoke, Duke Wei looked at Shu Qing with a more teasing look in his eyes. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I won't talk to you about dissatisfaction. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep." Miss Shu stood up and covered her mouth with her hands to yawn. With the laughter of Duke Wei behind her, she walked out of the study room with her long legs. After her granddaughter walked away, Duke Wei, who was sitting in front of the desk, put away the smile on his face. His aura changed and he became as deep as the sea. He squinted his eyes and thought. Duke Wei Shusheng was famous for his loyalty and righteousness. He looked rough but was very careful. He was one of the 4 generals who founded the great Xia dynasty. During the Dingding era, countless people were deceived by his appearance and became dead souls. A tiger in the heart but a rose in the nose. He perfectly embodied the combination of hardness and softness. There was a knock on the door outside the study room. An old servant pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to Duke Wei and whispered something. The old man nodded immediately. "Come here, change clothes, prepare horses, and go to Lingbo Hall." Half an incense stick later, a carriage drove into Baidi Palace from the Duke of Wei's mansion in Ziju Lane. The lights in Lingbo Hall were bright tonight. The whole hall was filled with dense lights, and the whole hall was bright, illuminating the whole hall like daylight. The old Queen Mother of Daxia did not lie down to rest as usual, but sat upright on a chair, holding a needle and thread in one hand and a crown in the other, and was embroidering something with her head down. In the past few days, the old lady has been personally making a crown for her grandson to wear when he was crowned. A carriage drove in from the night and stopped at the door of Lingbo Hall. The burly figure stepped into the hall. Duke of Wei was still wearing a single piece of clothing, but all the buttons on his chest were buttoned up, and his face was solemn and calm. "Sister Yan, you are still busy so late. It will be a while before you heir comes of age and your eyesight is not good. You can continue embroidering tomorrow." The old Queen Mother was one of the people that Duke of Wei Shusheng admired the most in his life. He had always called her sister, and this had never changed since he was young, even though she had become the most honorable queen of Daxia. The old Queen Mother looked up at Mr. Shu, then lowered her head and continued to work, saying lightly, "I was thinking about making a crown for you heir. I don't know why, but my eyes are very clear when I see things. This child has been wandering outside since he was a child, and I haven't made anything for him. This time, I want to make this crown in advance and let him try it. If it doesn't fit, I can still change it. After all, I am old and my hands and feet are not flexible. If it were in the past, I could have made the ceremonial clothes for the coming of age in so many days. Unlike now, I have only made a crown in so many days." Sister Yan is thoughtful, and I'm sure you heir can definitely feel it. Old Master Shu moved a stool and sat next to the old Queen Mother. His burly body blocked the light and left a large shadow in front of the old Queen Mother. Feeling that her vision was affected, the old Queen Mother waved to Duke Wei. Old Master Shu moved the stool to another position. "It is said that Xiao Qinger and you heir met?" The old Queen Mother's faint voice continued. "Yes, Sister Yan, you don't know that Qinger returned to the Duke's mansion for the first time tonight. She was so embarrassed." Duke Wei's old face was full of smiles. The old Queen Mother also smiled a little, and then said, "I said that our heir looks like his grandfather. His appearance must be beyond words. It won't be unfair to your Qinger. By the way, I haven't seen that girl for a long time. When will you let her come to Lingbo Palace to talk to an old lady like me? I really envy the young people nowadays. They are so energetic." Old Master Shu nodded but did not speak. He watched the old Queen Mother busying herself quietly. The old Queen Mother embroidered the last stitch of the crown, tied a knot with the threads, and then bit off the embroidery thread with her mouth. The crown was completely completed. The old Queen Mother casually handed the newly made crown to Duke Wei beside her. The crown was fine, and every stitch and thread was just right. The crown was 9 inches high and upright, with a slightly slanted top and an iron scroll beam straight down. Then old Master Shu saw that the front wall of the crown was much higher than the top of the hat beam, which looked majestic and prominent. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he blurted out, "Sister Yan, this is not a Yuanyo crown. This is a Tongtian crown. Tongtian crown, the crown worn by the emperor. I want Shu'er to get married and continue the incense for the old Zhao Fao family. By the way, she can also take care of me, an old woman who is dying." In the brightly lit Lingbo Hall, the lights shone on the old lady's calm face, but the voice resounding in the hall was sharper than any thunder in the world. "Regent, Queen Wu has been in power for 12 years, and has been alone and has not yet started a family, because the old Queen Mother has never allowed it. Now that the old Queen Mother has said this, her attitude is very clear. She wants to change the throne of Daxia with her own hands before she dies." Although Duke Wei Shusheng was prepared for this matter, he was still shocked when he heard the old Queen Mother's words, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Then he thought of the increasingly majestic Regent Queen Wu in recent years, the generals in Liu Lane who supported Queen Wu, and the Zhenyu Marquis who ranked first on the Shenji Pavilion's list of generals, as well as the tens of millions of soldiers fighting against foreign races in the western border of Daxia. Finally, a figure emerged in his mind, the young figure that made his granddaughter blush, tall and handsome. In fact, he had secretly gone to see it when he heard his men report today. He looks very much like His Majesty Taizu. Can he hold up the entire Daxia? The moon is high above the trees, and the birds are returning to their nests. When there is no cloud in the northwest sky of Daxia, the stars are exceptionally bright, like a Milky Way hanging in the sky. Legend has it that the Milky Way is the dream of the avenue, and every shining point of light preserves the stories that happened in the world. If a person's life will be preserved in the starry sky, then where is my star? Zhao Yu sat in the yard, looking up at the endless starry sky above his head, silent. Now this yard is named Bitter Tea Courtyard by Zhao Yu in order to commemorate the bitter tea leaves that are about to run out. Under the starry sky, Miss Jinsheng is dancing with a sword. What she holds in her hand is just an ordinary branch, and her movements are not fast. But when she stabs and retracts it, it is as graceful as a startled wild goose. The branch in her hand is covered with a gray sword energy, which makes the air in the small yard filled with a sense of sharpness. Gradually, the girl seems to have become a dancing sword. She is the sword and the sword is her. As the sword dances, the girl's edge becomes more restrained and shrinks. Ever since she caught a sword in the Kangjian Lake, her control over her own edge has reached a higher level. She usually hides the edge in her body, condensing it without releasing it. Her cultivation is only one step away from turning from virtual to real. Zhao Yu looked down at the girl who was dancing with a sword. To be honest, he didn't know much about swords, but he could feel that every move of the girl followed a rule between heaven and earth. He could see this rule clearly, so he picked up a small stone from the ground and waved his hand to the extension of the rule. The stone was not fast, but it magically passed through the dancing sword shadows of the mountains and ridges. The sharp sword energy suddenly appeared in front of the girl's sword. The sword-dancing girl stopped because the branch in his hand hit a small stone. The ordinary small stone was instantly torn into powder by the sword energy. "Have you learned this Taya dance?" the sword-born girl asked with some doubts. Zhao Yu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know it at first. "I think so. This Taya dance was specially choreographed by the master according to my Tao soul. You should not know it. You can see through my dance, which means that you really know swords. Now I understand why the sword chose you." Zhao Yu's face suddenly showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With the blood of the great Tao, he had the same perception and understanding of the rules of heaven and earth as a saint. It was not surprising that he could see through the girl's Taya dance. So now, for the world's top grandmasters, he was a fruit that exuded an extremely tempting and mellow fragrance. In the previous life's journey to the west, as long as he picked the meat of Tang Monk and ate it, he could become a saint. There is only one saint in the land of immortals known to the vast land of China. The temptation of becoming a saint for cultivators is simply beyond words. The girl who stopped dancing with the sword looked at Zhao Yu with a hint of admiration in her eyes. No wonder the master always told her that there are always people outside the sky, and she couldn't go down the mountain at will if she couldn't catch the sword. She didn't understand it before, but now Zhao Yu, a spearman, could see through her sword dance so easily, which made her more awed by the world below the mountain. The people below the mountain are like tigers. Inside the hut of the new disciple of the Taoist temple, the thin man was lying on the bed tossing and turning. There was no sign of the fat man in the hut. Since the teacher of the self-cultivation class in the Gaek morning was changed these few days, the fat man became a little abnormal, becoming more taciturn, and often sitting in front of the lamp in a daze late at night, which made the thin man keep a wary eye. What made the thin man very worried was that the fat man suddenly disappeared since this afternoon. On weekdays, the fat man had no other friends except for the practice class. The two of them were inseparable every day. It was late at night, and the fat man had no reason to stay outside. Suddenly, there was a sound of a bird landing and flapping its wings outside the hut. The thin man stood up from his seat, frowned, and opened the window of the hut. Standing by the window was a flying pigeon. The flying pigeon was small in size and extremely difficult to find. It could fly with the wind and was very fast. However, the cost of training a flying pigeon was very high, and ordinary people could not afford it, so it was often used by the wealthy families of Daxia to pass on messages. The thin man took the message paper from Yu Tiang's feet and opened it. He glanced at it and his face suddenly changed. This was the information about Fatty that he asked his family to find out. Now he finally knew why Fatty was so abnormal these days. Chu Hangji, the son of the leader of the Bibo sect in Chuzhou Daxia, was said to be suspected of assassinating His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and was wiped out by the entire family a month ago. Then the thin man paced back and forth in the hut, and thought for a moment. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly put on a piece of clothing and rushed out. In the dead of night, Zhao Yu lit a lamp and made himself a cup of tea. Because the two maids were not around, he had to do some trivial things by himself, but he didn't care. He had been doing this for more than 10 years. The only thing that worried him was that there was not much tea left roasted by Miss Yanji, and it would soon run out, but now he had completely gotten used to brewing a cup of bitter tea every day. Only Miss Yanji's tea would have this taste, with a unique fragrance that made people intoxicated. Zhao Yu raised his teacup, took a sip of tea and sighed. A figure appeared on the top of a mountain near the courtyard where Zhao Yu lived. The man was very fat with a round face. The fat on his belly was trembling. His lips were tightly pursed under the starry sky. He looked down at a light spot at the foot of the mountain with a complicated expression. That was Zhao Yu's residence. He was the young master of the Bibo sect in Chuzhou who had high hopes for him. He lived up to expectations and was gifted. He gradually gained a foothold in the Taoist palace and became the leader of the new disciples. However, bad news came one day. The Bibo Island on Lingbo Lake became a ruin. More than 1,300 people on the island seemed to have evaporated from the world, disappearing without a trace, and their lives and deaths were unknown. And now the enemy was below. He knew that his Tao soul was unique, and falling would cause damage far beyond his cultivation. Although he would definitely die, if he jumped lightly now, he would most likely die with his enemy. The fat man stared at the faint light at the foot of the mountain for a long time. Then he closed his eyes tightly, slowly raised his foot and took 3 steps forward. He could already feel that half of his foot was hanging in the air. He took a deep breath. Now all he needed to do was jump down. Maybe the blood feud could be avenged. If I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. You will die, but His Highness will never die. A faint voice sounded from the side. The voice was very cold, as if there was no emotion at all. The fat man suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look. Under the starlight, a young general was quietly leaning on a strange beast. The strange beast had a tiger head and a horse body, with wings on its back, and blood-red eyes without any spirit. Guan Zhengqing, the ghost-winged beast. The ghost-winged army is the best scout in the world. Chu Hongji didn't know when Guan Zhengqing came to his side, but he knew that he might never have the chance to look down at that prince from top to bottom in his life. Let's go, just pretend I didn't see you before I change my mind. The fat man on the top of the mountain did not speak. After a long silence, he shook his head. Even if I die today, I will still swing my sword at my enemies. A thin shadow was running forward quickly under the moonlight. Because the temperature was extremely low, and the runner was already thin, the heavy breath that kept coming out of his mouth was like a frosty breath sprayed forward. After a while, the outline of a building not far away appeared in front of him. The thin man rested for a while with his hands on his knees, and then continued to run forward. The bitter tea courtyard where Zhao Yu was right in front of him. The thin man slowed down his pace, gradually steadied his breathing, and then stepped forward. But he couldn't get close, because there were 3 rune spears and 3 ghost-winged soldiers blocking his way. The lights were still on in Zhao Yu's small courtyard. Miss Jiansheng had gone back to her room to rest. Liang Po helped Zhao Yu get a basin of hot water, and then Zhao Yu dipped his feet into the basin, feeling the warmth from his feet all the way up, and then drank a sip of bitter tea, squinting his eyes, and felt that such a life seemed quite comfortable. Zhao Yu didn't sleep because he always felt that someone was looking for him. After killing the saint in Guangyu City, his spiritual perception became unusually strong, and he would have a faint sense of some things, and it was the same tonight. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. The deputy general of the Yuchi army, who had been traveling with him all the way, stepped into the bright courtyard in the dark. This made Zhao Yu a little strange. The deputy general had a very low presence on weekdays. He was usually responsible for patrolling outside. The sentence he said most often was that there was a capital ahead. Did His Highness want to go into the city to rest? Sima Anand liked him the most, because whenever he appeared along the way, it meant that the colorful world of the states of Daxia was right in front of him. Your Highness, there is a man who claims to be your student, and is waiting outside the courtyard. His identity is not simple, so I am here to inform you late at night. The deputy general of the Yuchi army spoke in a steady and powerful voice, without arrogance or impatience. I haven't slept yet, let him in. The thin man who approached the yard was stunned by the scene in front of him. At this time, the legendary mysterious crown prince was sitting alone on a small bench, with his trouser legs rolled up, revealing one of his snow-white feet soaked in a basin of water, and the other raised high. He bent down and wiped it carefully with a piece of silk cloth. The thin man looked around and saw that there was no sign of his roommate, the fat man. He breathed a sigh of relief and then stepped forward and bowed, saying, Han Wenxing, the new disciple of the Dao Palace, greets you, sir. I am sorry to bother you so late at night. Zhao Yu was about to lift up his other foot to dry it, but when he thought that his own disciple was still bowing in front of him, he felt that this behavior was a bit inappropriate. After a slight pause, he gently put the previously wiped foot back into the water. At least it looked a little more harmonious. Then he said, Get up. There are not many people with the surname Han on the mainland. I just heard from the Deputy General of the Yuchi Army that your identity is not simple. So you are a snowman from Liuli City? Zhao Yu sat on a small stool and looked at the thin man calmly. Sir, you have good eyesight. I grew up with my sister in Liuli City since I was a child. This time I came to Shenjing for the first time to set foot in the Central Plains. The thin man stood up, and Liang Po beside him handed him a small stool considerately. Then why did you come to see me so late? The thin man fell silent, a little hesitant, and the air suddenly became very quiet. Zhao Yu also quietly waited for the thin man's answer. He was always very patient and didn't mind waiting for a while. After a moment of silence, the thin man was about to open his mouth to speak, and suddenly a young voice came from outside the courtyard. He came to see me. A huge figure walked into the courtyard, with a round face full of determination. Then he stared at the royal highness of the great Xia Emperor's grandson, who was sitting on the bench and soaking his feet, and said word by word, Your Highness, do you remember that there were more than 1,300 people on Bibo Island? Now I, the survivor, want to kill you for revenge. As soon as the words fell, the small courtyard where Zhao Yu was instantly surrounded by the Yuchi army. The Deputy General of the Yuchi army took 3 steps forward to block Zhao Yu and the fat man. I persuaded him to leave on the top of the mountain, but he refused and still insisted on coming to kill you. Guan Zhengqing's figure stepped into the courtyard from outside, walked to Zhao Yu's side, and a faint voice came. Zhao Yu waved his hand, indicating that he knew, and then he looked at the fat man's eyes with a hint of death and said, You should know why the Bibo sect was exterminated. Then you should also know that it is a blessing for you to be alive and standing in front of me now. The fat man nodded. I know, I have been waiting for the Xitianjian to find me, but I didn't wait. But I can't live like this. The moment I saw you, the despair and sadness in my heart almost destroyed me. I don't talk about right or wrong, I just know that the rest of them are innocent. If I can't kill you, I will go to accompany them so that I can feel at ease. Looking at the fat man in front of him with red eyes and extremely desperate, Han Wenxing realized for the first time that his classmate and best friend, who had been with him day and night, had such a big scar in his heart. But he knew that he must do everything he can to get him out of this yard alive, so he stood in front of the fat man and bowed to Zhao Yu. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Yu's voice sounded. Even if your sister is the only immortal on land in Daxia, you can't force me to do anything, right? Immortals on land can still be killed, and for Daxia, there will be a price to pay, but it will never hurt. The eldest son of the Bibo sect over there doesn't know, but you should understand what the avenue blood on my forehead means. The young master of Liuli City sighed, wanting to say something but stopping. Just now, when he saw the 2 bright red saint-killing patterns on Zhao Yu's forehead, countless storms rolled up in his heart. The mysterious prince actually caused the death of 2 saints at such a young age, which was unprecedented. He who had stayed with his sister since he was a child knew best how vast the power of the saints was, which made him completely unimaginable. That is to say, his only reliance now was completely useless to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu turned his gaze to the fat man who was blocked behind him and continued, I know why you don't want to leave, because you know that if you miss this opportunity, you may not even see me in the future. But even if I give you a fair fight today, the Yuchi army will not take such a risk. You can't get over them and come to me, but I can give you a suggestion. If you win the top 10 of this competition, you can make a request, and then I will give you a chance to face me directly. The fat man's originally desperate eyes were filled with a strange look. He looked at Zhao Yu deeply, turned around and pulled the thin man out of the courtyard. The Yuchi army disappeared silently again, and the starry sky was restored to tranquility. Zhao Yu rubbed his eyebrows and felt that it was really hard to be a good person. The temporary kindness had to be compensated with more kindness. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed the silk cloth beside him and threw it at Liang Po, who was sitting stupidly and didn't know what to do. What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and add some hot water to the basin. The water for washing feet is frozen. For tens of millions of years, the martial arts civilization of the vast land of China has developed to its peak. Although the great Xia dynasty was founded less than 100 years ago, all walks of life have complete rules and regulations, and the laws of the great Xia dynasty are also quite complete. Ordinary people and monks are integrated into one, and there is no difference between them. Whether in the previous life or in the great Xia dynasty where Zhao Yu is now, after meeting material needs, spiritual civilization becomes extremely important, so the 10-day holiday came into being. The lord of the great Xia dynasty, from his majesty the great ancestor to the current regent Empress Wu, has been tolerant and kind to his people, so the great Xia dynasty currently has a special fake Ning order, that stipulates that 1 day of work is 10 days and 3 days of rest. That is 10 days of work and 3 days of rest. Plus various important festivals also have holidays, so all in all, it is almost as high as hundreds of days. Today was the 10-day period of cultivation, and the streets were bustling with people. The East City branch of the Xitianjian, located in one of the Qinglong gates of the divine capital, was even more crowded, with voices of inquiry and conversation coming and going. Although the East City branch of the Xitianjian was not as magnificent as the Xitian Tower in the center of the divine capital, it was still quite large in area and had complete internal facilities. It was already a place for cultivators to inquire about information and communicate with each other. Because it was close to the Taoist Palace, the Taoist Palace disciples often came here to take on missions and train. At this time, several young people wearing Taoist Palace disciple robes were talking to each other. It is said that this competition is different from the previous ones, because the Crown Prince will hold a coming-of-age ceremony, and all of Daxia's first-rate forces will come to watch the ceremony. Needless to say, the 9 sects of Daxia, even the saint from Liuli City in the snowy far north will be here. So, the snow people will also participate in the competition, as well as those disciples who are not yet born and are powerful. Then our Taoist palace is under a lot of pressure this time. It is said that the snow people tribe in the far north fights without fear of death, and when they get angry, they even beat themselves. They nominally submit to the rule of Daxia, but they are unruly by nature and will fight unless they obey. If there were no saint in Liuli City to suppress them, they would have been fighting each other internally. A Taoist palace disciple who looked like a young girl echoed, her little face full of sorrow. Chu Yanyan was neatly registering the tasks issued by the Xitianjian while listening to the conversations of the disciples of the Dao Palace. As an outstanding disciple who had just graduated from the Dao Palace, she was also very proud of the Dao Palace's record of winning the championship for 5 consecutive times. Then her thoughts began to fly again, and a young figure with soaked feet and a thick cotton hat appeared in her mind. He lives near the Dao Palace and is not very old. He must have come to the Dao Palace to study, but seeing that he is wearing a cotton hat before winter, he must have a hard time passing the entrance test. Should I ask Daddy to help him? Ah, what are you thinking about, Yanyan? Yanyan, no one knows you. Are you ashamed? Miss Yanyan knocked her head with her left hand in annoyance, blaming herself for being shameless. In the past few days, the shadow of the young man always appeared in her mind unconsciously, and she couldn't get rid of it. The sachet that hid her head was even kept close to her body, and she treasured it tightly. Suddenly, a warm and mellow voice interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me, is this where I can pick up the bounty mission issued by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Miss Yanyan raised her head in confusion and saw a burly figure standing in front of her, with shiny hair and tall stature. She recognized the big man. It was him who poured the foot-washing water that night. The girl quickly leaned behind the big man, and sure enough, a young man wearing a thick cotton hat was standing quietly, looking around curiously, and standing next to him was a heroic girl with a sword case on her back. Zhao Yu was observing the Imperial Astronomical Bureau branch and found that the overall feeling here was like the civil servant office in his previous life. In a huge circular hall, more than a dozen girls dressed in Xitian costumes were busy around the center of the hall, of course, except for the pretty girl who hit her head with her own hand. Outside the hall, there were a large number of monks gathered. On the top was a big list composed of heaven and earth energy, which was filled with bounty tasks issued by Xitianjian, and kept jumping. From time to time, bounty hunters would take a fancy to the tasks on the ba, walk to the center, register, and accept the tasks. Some came in groups, while others went alone, looking very busy but well organized. Earlier he asked Guan Zhengqing about the training place near Shenjing, intending to replenish the energy of the system and exchange some props at the same time, and got 3 answers. First, go out of the pass and enter the Endless Mountain, where there are endless exotic beasts and natural treasures, and countless alien races of the Sun Empire can fight, but less than 3 layers can return safely. Second, go to Xitianjian to accept tasks, kill wanted criminals or investigate and deal with abnormal events to gain credit, but it takes a long time. Third, the eastern part of Shenjing is the westernmost end of the Crouching Tiger Mountains. Affected by the radiation of the vitality of the Endless Mountain, there are many strange beasts in the mountains near Shenjing. After winter, there are often groups of strange beasts coming down the mountain to prey. Therefore, every autumn and winter, the Xitianjian will issue cleaning tasks, and there is no limit on the number of people to accept the tasks. The rewards are generous and are deeply loved by bounty hunters. As the only seedling of the Zhao family, the master of Daxia, before the age of 16, it is naturally not allowed to go to the Endless Mountain to fight with foreign races. In Daxia, before the age of 16, it represents a minor, and every minor should be protected. As for the second point, for Zhao Yu, it takes a long time, and the efficiency of collecting the system's soul energy is extremely low, so it was decisively rejected. So there is only the third option left. In fact, although Zhao Yu has traveled all over the country with his master since he was a child, he has always lived the life of an ordinary person. This is the first time he has entered the Xitianjian, which belongs to the monk class, so he is a little curious. especially the constantly updated task list at the top of the hall, which looked very much like the LCD screen in his previous life, made him sigh that any civilization that is developed to the extreme will always have some common goals. Look, it's finally out, the winter monster clearing task in the Wulong Mountains. As the list fluctuated, a series of tasks appeared, and the monks who had been waiting for a long time immediately became alert. Zhao Yu also noticed that there was a glaring red task at the top of the list, which was very conspicuous. After everyone saw it, the noise in the hall became even louder. Red task. According to the mountain and sea map of the Sichuan Tower, there is a fluctuation of Dao reality Yuan Qi at the exit of the Wohu Mountains. The Sichuanjin expects that the king beast, the great fierce jackal leopard, is suspected to appear in the group of fierce jackals and leopards that went down the mountain to rob. Now the task is issued to kill the king beast and clear the group of strange beasts. Task level, dangerous. Task requirements. Above the Daoshu realm, the number of people accepted is unlimited, and it is hoped that the team will cooperate to complete it. I didn't expect that a king beast would appear in the pack of fierce jackals and leopards this year. Hurry up and pass the news back to the sect. We, the Bing sect, must get this king beast. A sturdy young man said in a deep voice, with his blood boiling, and his momentum astonishing. The faces of the Dao Palace disciples who were originally talking also changed. After looking at each other, they sent one person away in a hurry. In less than a moment, all the sect disciples, bounty hunters, and contestants in the Shenjing city got the news that the Dao reality king beast had descended the mountain, and they all rushed to the Xitianjian. Xitian Tower, the 7th floor. Li Chunfeng, the director of the Xitianjian, was holding his white beard, sitting opposite the Grand Master Huang Ting, drinking the Enlightenment tea. As if thinking of something, Li Chunfeng smiled slightly with a smug look on his face. There are more and more youngsters coming to the capital now. Young people are full of energy. They have been making a lot of noise recently. A king beast from the Dao realm should be enough to keep them quiet for a few days. The Grandmaster Huang Ting, who was sitting opposite, drank the tea in one gulp and curled his lips. At the same time, in front of Miss Yanyan, a slender finger pointed in the direction of the red task, and a clear and steady voice sounded in the ears of the girl. Let's take this red task. Oh, okay. Please register your name when you take the task. Miss Yanyan looked at the cotton hat boy in front of her. Her heart was beating like a deer, and she began to speak incoherently. Zhao Yu took the brush from the girl's hand, wrote 3 big characters in a Mei, flamboyant style, and then left. Lu Renjia. Although the weather was cold, Longsheng Xiaohuang felt that his spring had returned. The 4 hooves stepped on the soft ground, feeling the warmth of the sunlight shining on its golden scales, breathing the fresh air around it, all of which made it feel like being reborn. It was Huang Hansen, and finally got out alive from the dark and brutal Yuchi nest. It swore that it would never want to set foot in that dark place again in its life, where even breathing was painful. In order to let it comprehend the magical power of controlling the wind, Guan Zhengqing actually threw it off the cliff alive. Is he a devil? Xiao Huang looked at his master, who was eating noodle soup at a table not far away. Tears gradually blurred his eyes. He snorted, revealing a little bit of his own momentum, which scared the surrounding horses away. Zhao Yu finished the last mouthful of soup in the bowl, and felt that this old noodle shop was, indeed, worthy of its reputation. This place was half a day's journey from Shenjing, and was very close to the outskirts of Huo Mountain. Because it was the last town before entering the mountain, a large number of monks and herbalists used this place as the last place for supplies, and it gradually became prosperous. The town was called Huwei Town, which means the tail of the Huo Mountain range, and the soup noodles here were also unique. It was a time-honored old brand with a long history. The ingredients used were all fresh mushrooms in the mountains. They were boiled all year round. The soup base was rich and delicious with a unique taste of nature. Long Po, who had a strong pursuit of food, was full of curiosity about the craftsmanship of this noodle soup. His huge body occupied a large area in the store. There were 3 bowls of noodles in front of him, and he was chewing and tasting them carefully. Zhao Yu and Miss Jiansheng had finished eating and were talking to each other. There are 2 groups of people who have been following you from Shenjing, but one of them is very strange. I can sense his extreme anxiety from his mood, as if he has something urgent to do with you. Miss Jiansheng opened her eyes wide, looked at Zhao Yu, and spoke softly. Oh, I don't know many people in Shenjing City. It's really strange that he has something urgent to do with me. You go and bring him to see me. Miss Jiansheng got up and left. After a while, she came over with a young man with a knife on his back. The young man had an ordinary face and a long scar on his right cheek. It was the bounty hunter Li Yi who had fought with Zhao Yu in Chushui City before. At this moment, Li Yi looked anxious and hesitated to speak. Zhao Yu pointed at the seat, motioning him to sit down, and then said, I remember you. Aren't you in Chushui City? Why did you come to Shenjing, and you look like you have something urgent to ask me? Your Highness, this is a long story, but now I have an unreasonable request. Please agree to it. Li Yi was about to kneel down and bow, but Zhao Yu raised his hand to support him. You can talk. Li Yi stood up, stood in front of Zhao Yu, and told the story. It turned out that after Zhao Yu was assassinated in Chuzhou, he wiped out 7 major sects in one night, and finally left, leaving the Chuzhou Sichuanjin to deal with the aftermath in fear. The Chuzhou Sitianjin was also ruthless and turned the so-called alliance upside down. As the place where the incident occurred, Chunfeng Tower was naturally the top priority. It was thoroughly punished from top to bottom, and the virtual realm cultivator who had been acting as a guarantor for Chunfeng Tower every year during the Qiqiao festival in recent years was also put on the blacklist and wanted by the whole of Daxia. As a bounty hunter with a high reputation in Chushui City, Li Yi just took on this task of hunting down the murderer. I beg your highness to show mercy. Qinger is innocent and knows nothing. We have been chased all the way and are really desperate. That's why we come to trouble your highness. We are willing to be investigated by your highness in person. Please let us go. Li Yi finally bowed down in front of Zhao Yu, with his forehead on the ground. This proud bounty hunter lowered his status and was so humble. Zhao Yu looked at Li Yi kneeling in front of him with some surprise. This was simply the otherworldly version of Leon, the professional. A ruthless young genius bounty collector fell in love with a girl wanted by the Imperial Observatory, and then after countless hardships and dangers, he finally came to him as the big boss. It was very similar to the TV series played in his previous life, which made Zhao Yu feel very interesting and familiar. So he slowly said, "She should be around here, take me to see her." Li Yi hurriedly stood up to thank him, felt that his golden scales on his back were being touched, which made him very angry. He was the mount of the great Xia Emperor's grandson, Longxiang, and he could not be touched casually. He just wanted to turn around and give that person a fierce look, but saw a cute and innocent face, and his eyes narrowed immediately, revealing a look of enjoyment. "Sister Furong, this strange beast is so beautiful with its golden glow, and it has 2 horns on its head and dense scales. I guess there must be a trace of dragon veins." The girl who spoke was not very old, with a petite figure that had not yet grown up, a round face with some baby fat, wearing a light pink silk dress playful and cute, and standing next to an older girl, who was also beautiful and lovely, wearing a light pink silk dress, beautiful beyond description. "Yes, this dragon vein is like the blood of the glass dragon in the giant sea." The girl named Furong looked up and down at Xiao Huang and spoke. Voice was also very cold, giving people a sense of distance. "Since Sister Li Hua likes this strange beast, just spend money to buy it. I think there are very few things in the whole Daxia that my Haiquo sect cannot buy." A rebellious voice sounded at the side, and then a group of people came from a distance, led by a young man wearing a blue Taoist robe, with a square face but fierceness between his eyebrows and eyes, and rolling waves embroidered on his Taoist robe. "Thank you for your kindness, young master, but this is the capital of the great Xia Empire. Anyone who possesses this kind of beast must be of extraordinary status. It is better not to cause trouble. It doesn't matter. Our Haiquo sect and Linglong sect are both responsible for guarding the giant sea. We have close contacts on weekdays. As the younger generation, we should move around more. Today, even if this point is hard, I will ask for this beast for my sister Li Hua." The blue-robed young man was about to grab Xiao Huang's neck, but was stopped by Miss Furong. "No need, young Master Yuan. My sister and I have something to do. We will regret it later. Li Hua, we are leaving," the girl said in a cold voice, and took Li Hua's sister, who was still reluctant to leave, and touched Xiao Huang, and turned to leave. Xiao Huang opened his slightly closed eyes, glanced at the young master of the Haiquo sect, and looked at him with disdain. Hearing Zhao Yu calling his name in the noodle shop in the distance, he stepped away, leaving the blue-robed young man with a horse's butt. Yuan Chuan, son of Yuan Zhang, the leader of Haiquo sect, looked at the back of the girl from Linglong sect leaving, then turned to look at Xiao Huang walking towards the noodle shop, with a hint of sinisterness in the corner of his eyes. In the spacious side hall of the Duke of Wei's mansion in Ziju Lane, Shenjing, the tall and eye-catching long-legged Miss Shu Qing was holding a mobilization meeting with one hand on her waist and the other pointing forward, spitting everywhere. This operation to wipe out the king beast of the Taoist realm, the ferocious jackal leopard, is of vital importance. Everyone, cheer up. We are all the legitimate descendants of generals in Shenjing, and we can't let those outsiders look down on us. Moreover, according to our spies, the Willow Leaf Lane opposite is also very interested in this king beast, so this operation cannot afford to fail. Do you understand? I understand. The generals of Zishu Lane, her sister Shu Jin, the grandson of the Grand Secretary Xiao Yuan, and Heipi and 7 or 8 others who were sitting below her responded weakly. They were called here by their eldest sister early in the morning, and were now listless. They could only yawn secretly with their hands covering their mouths and wiping away their tears. Our plan this time is to find the king beast and kill it, or find the scum in Luye Lane and beat them up. Since everyone has no objection, let's set off immediately. The tall figure of Miss Shu Qing led the way. The group rode on the heroic and extraordinary Western Xinjiang top-grade famous horses and galloped towards Huo Mountain. A moment ago, a group of young people rode out of Luye Lane in the center of Shenjing, led by the second son of Zhen Yuhao. In a broad sense, the Huo Mountains are a series of mountains that stretch across hundreds of thousands of miles, with towering terrain that divides the north and the south. Daxia is bounded by the Huo Mountains. To the north of the mountains is the land of the extreme north snowfield, with cold winds and freezing water that freezes on weekdays. It is covered with snow and is home to the Snow Tribe, who are tough and willing to fight if they don't obey. To the south of the Huo Mountains is the central plains of Daxia, with changing seasons and a suitable environment, and the spirit of heaven and earth. The mountains of the Huo mountain range, with their towering altitudes, are like a giant standing tall, blocking the snow and cold from the far north, and guarding the prosperity and comfort of the central plains of Daxia. Daxia has two such giants, Kunlun and Huo. The Kunlun Mountains in the west are even higher and more majestic, known as the spine of the heavenly Tao. They not only block the wind and sand from the western regions of the vast land of Shenzhou, but also prevent the ambitions of the foreign races in the Sun Empire from advancing. For people near Shenzhen, Huo Mountain is the westernmost end of the mountain range, the mountains bordering Shenzhen City. As winter approaches, although the tall trees in the mountains are still green because of the rich vitality of heaven and earth, there is already a layer of white frost on the ground. The chirping of insects and birds and the small animals at the bottom of the food chain in summer have disappeared, and it seems a bit quiet. Your Highness, please come this way. Because several powerful bounty hunters have taken the list and chased us all the way, Chinger and I were injured. Chinger's injury is serious, so I hid her in a cave deep in the Tiger Mountains. It will take more than half a day to get there. At this time, Zhao Yu and his group had already stepped into the dense forest. The young man Li Yi led the way in front. As a senior bounty hunter, Li Yi was very experienced in this jungle. Sometimes he squatted down to explore the claws of the beasts and identify the identities of the beasts in front. Sometimes he picked some herbs rich in vitality. Although these herbs were not natural treasures, they also had some special functions. Your Highness, this is flowing water grass. This grass will absorb and store the daily dew. You can drink it directly by cutting its roots. Your Highness can try it. It is not only non-toxic but also sweet. It is our life-saving grass in the wild. Li Yi dug a plant out of the grass, walked over and handed it to Zhao Yu, and said, "The upper part of the flowing water grass is no different from ordinary weeds, but the roots are fat and have huge meatballs." Zhao Yu took the flowing water grass, cut off a root meatball, controlled the vitality of heaven and earth into silk, cut the meatball open, looked at the transparent and clear liquid inside, drank it all, and a cool and comfortable feeling came over him, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Liang Po and Miss Jinsheng beside him showed admiration after drinking it. Even Longsheng Xiaohuang came over after seeing it, and coquettishly asked Liang Po to cut it open and feed it one. Because the flowing water grass looks like ordinary weeds, it is difficult to find it if it is not an experienced herbalist. The price sold in the town at the foot of the mountain is still very considerable. There are many plants like this, and many mountain people make a living by collecting herbs. Li Yi continued to introduce. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. The vast land and resources, and the vast Huo Mountains have nourished generations of mountain people and monks. The group continued to move forward, and gradually went deeper into the mountains. The dense jungle and the unchanging scenery were like a huge maze, which made it easy to get lost. The other side of nature is danger. Li Yi, who was checking the marks left before, stopped, squatted down, grabbed the feces on the ground and rubbed them, then stood up and reported to Zhao Yu with a fist. "Your Highness, there are messy footprints of backbacked sword pigs on the ground, and this feces is fresh, so there should be a group of backbacked sword pigs not far ahead. This strange beast has thick skin and meat, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Should we bypass it?" "Bypass? Why should we bypass it? I remember that there is a task to clean up the backbacked sword pigs in the Sichuanjin mission. I have been idle these days and my body is rusty. Xiaohuang, let's go stretch our muscles." After hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and the fighting blood of the Zhao family began to boil unconsciously, and he turned over and jumped onto Longsheng Xiaohuang. Xiaohuang roared like a dragon, and Liang Po quickly jumped onto its back. A yellow lightning bolt pierced forward, and the jungle and mountains ahead were nothing, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. In a low-lying area among the Huo Mountains, there was a large mud pit. In the mud pit, a group of ridgeback sword pigs were rolling comfortably, making humming sounds similar to those of domestic pigs. Since the arrival of winter, food began to be scarce, and the high-level beasts began to expand their hunting range, so the ridgeback sword pigs had no choice but to migrate out from the depths of Huo Mountain. On the way, they also encountered the king beast, the fierce jackal leopard, and lost many members in their escape. Now, they finally found a mud pit. A group of huge sword pigs with javelin-like spikes on their backs drew a beautiful and gorgeous arc in the air, and plunged into the mud pit one after another, rolling around wantonly. The reason why the back sword pigs are difficult for the monks is that, on the one hand, when they get angry, the spikes on their backs will explode in all directions, with great power. The spikes also carry paralyzing venom on the head, which is very similar to the high explosive grenades in the previous life. On the other hand, because they spend half of their lives rolling in the mud, the thick mud covers their bodies, and ordinary short weapons cannot cause effective damage even if they are fully penetrated, so their defense is amazing. A dragon roar was heard in the distance, and the back sword pig, which was the largest in the center of the mud, raised its head in confusion, and its not very smart head had some ominous premonitions. A golden lightning shot out from the jungle in the distance, and in an instant it had already struck a injected the vitality of heaven and earth into the saint's relic in his hand, and the entire saint's relic exuded a faint green light, and the sharp vitality sword blade extended from the broken end, and the surrounding void evaporated and disillusioned under the green edge. A green light flashed, and the backsword pig in the air was instantly split into two halves, and a bloody rain fell from the sky. Absorb 1 soul of the first mirror, and gain 10 white level energy. Under the blood rain, the group of back-backed sword pigs in the mud pit was in chaos. The largest sword pig in the center let out a howl and rushed towards Zhao Yu. The sword thorns on its back pointed forward and began to tremble wildly. The sky and the earth were windy. Divine power. Control the wind. Zhao Yu's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had stepped on the top of the back-backed sword pig's head. He held the saint's relic in both hands and moved down. Sharp blade instantly pierced into the neck, and then rotated clockwise. The huge pig's head was cut off at the neck, and blood gushed out. The rest of the back-backed sword pigs in the mud pit saw their leader being killed, and they all fell into a frenzy. The sword thorns on their backs shot out like thousands of arrows shot at the same time, covering the sky and the sun. Zhao Yu pulled out the saint's relic and looked up at the flying swords. Xiao Huang beside him snorted loudly, condensed the energy of heaven and earth all over his body, and disappeared in an instant. Then the golden lightning reappeared, flashing in the air continuously, and all the dense swords were knocked away. The golden lightning was still jumping in the mire, kicking one back sword pig after another into the air. Zhao Yu followed closely behind him. The saint's relic was waving, and the green light shone. Wherever it passed, there was blood and rain, and all the sword pigs were cut in half. Automatically absorb 1 Daosu realm soul and 29 initial realm souls, and obtain 100 points of soul energy green level and 290 points of white level. When Miss Jiansheng and Li Yi hurriedly arrived, the battle in the mire had already ended, and there was no living backsword pig. Zhao Yu was leaning on Xiaohuang to study the changes in the ancient ruins system in his mind after absorbing energy, while Liang Po lit a fire and cut the tenderloin of the backsword pig on the side. As a strange beast, the backsword pig's flesh is naturally rich in heaven and earth vitality, and because it rolls in the mud for many years, its meat is firm and chewy. It is a signature dish in major restaurants in Shenzhen and is very expensive. After absorbing soul energy, the ancient ruins system, the silver-white light of the central radiant crystal is more dazzling and psychedelic, and the pink peach blossoms growing on the crystal holy tower are more real and tender. Sank his mind into the ancient ruins. The white equipment in the store has lit up. Click on the first equipment in the consumables column, and the price and function introduction are marked below it. Purification potion, soul energy, 50, white level. Clear water that can enhance soul power and provide rapid vitality recovery to the target for 5 minutes. After this period of exploration, Zhao Yu has a general understanding of the system's soul energy absorption and item exchange rules. First, as long as the complete souls dissipated around Zhao Yu, or his forces can be automatically detected and absorbed by the system and turned into soul energy, but the energy points and grades represented by each realm of the cultivator are different. The soul points of ordinary people are 1 point, and the points of the beginners are 10 points. The soul points increase tenfold with each level increase, and the soul energy points of the Grandmaster are a terrifying 10,000 points. Secondly, the souls of ordinary people and beginners are the lowest white level because they have no awakening talent. The souls of Daoshu realm cultivators are green level, the souls of Daoshi realm are blue level, the level of Shengmo realm is purple level, and the last land immortal realm saint is gold level. Finally, the items in the store are divided into white, green, blue, purple, and gold levels, corresponding to different levels of souls. High-level souls can be exchanged for low-level equipment, and vice versa. In other words, Zhao Yu now has 100 points of green-level soul energy, which can buy green and white equipment, but cannot buy equipment above blue. However, this can be completely ignored for Zhao Yu, who has only opened the first-level system, because he can only buy white equipment now. It is worth mentioning that there is an exception to the equipment that cannot be purchased with soul energy. That is, the mysterious store, which can only absorb the same attribute energy to automatically awaken, with abnormal attributes, but abnormal arrogance. The saint's relic in Zhao Yu's hand is like this. In addition, there is the demon blade in the sword box behind the sword girl, and the vitality ball equipped in the prop column. When Zhao Yu obtained the demon blade and the saint's relic at the same time, God knows how excited he was, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Those who have played Dota in their previous lives know that the demon blade and the saint's relic can be combined into the most evil props in the entire Dota. That is the belief of countless players. That was the fire that could turn the tables in the darkness. That was the weapon that could defy fate in countless legendary stories. Holy sword! Holy sword! But the ancient ruin system was indeed the most difficult system to open in history. The ruthless electronic synthesized sound extinguished Zhao Yu's enthusiasm. The Holy Sword Synthesis scroll is a purple equipment. The first-level system authority is insufficient. Please upgrade it. Fortunately, Zhao Yu had been accustomed to the ups and downs of his mood in the past 16 years. He threw the demon blade into the hands of the sword girl casually, looking like he was not happy with things or sad with himself, but only he knew the pain in his heart. As for the tavern, there was no system-level requirement for the exchange of hero souls, a Grandmaster soul, that is, 10,000 points of purple soul energy, could be exchanged for a hero soul. Moreover, the system would randomly give it away according to the mood, which was also a pleasant surprise. Zhao Yu currently has a lot of money on hand, as he still has a Grandmaster soul energy that he has not used yet. It was obtained by absorbing the blue-eyed golden-eyed tiger, killed by the nine-tailed celestial fox in Hexu Mountain. How to use this soul energy has put him in a dilemma these days, but the battle just now made him feel that although his basic attributes are strong, he still lacks strong offensive magical powers, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. Under the guidance of Zhao Yu's rich experience in eating barbecue in his previous life, Liang Po has become more and more experienced in barbecue recently. After a while, the most tender pork chops of the backsword pig have exuded an attractive aroma. Zhao Yu can already feel the gluttony in his stomach, so he quickly picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It was soft and crispy and melted in his mouth. He squinted his eyes with satisfaction. "Sister Furong, please smell it. It smells so good. Let's go to the front and take a look." Liwa's stomach is starting to growl. "Liwa, don't be rude. Remember what the sect teaches us on weekdays." I know. Be self-disciplined and polite, and be calm and far-sighted. Listening to the sect's teachings every day will make your ears calloused." Two voices came from the forest, one crisp and playful, and the other calm and cold. After a while, two pairs of exquisite shoes appeared in the eyes of Zhao Yu, who was gnawing on pork chops. Miss Furong looked at the tragic scene of the swordback pigs lying dead all over the mud not far away, frowned and looked down at the boy in a cotton hat who was gnawing on pork chops with oil dripping from his mouth. Zhao Yu felt that the light in front of him was blocked by someone, and he looked up in a daze. The four eyes met. Whether it is now that he has lived in Daxia for 16 years, or in his previous life with vague memories, Zhao Yu does not think that he is very good at socializing. He prefers to stay in his own circle and not step out of it easily. Some people are born with good interpersonal relationships and can easily get along with others wherever they go, such as Sima Anan. Some people are different and like to sit quietly and drink tea and eat. Zhao Yu belongs to the latter. To some extent, this kind of personality is not suitable for being an emperor. So when the four eyes meet, the atmosphere is quite subtle, and everything around seems to disappear. Freezing time here. Zhao Yu can't stand this awkward atmosphere the most, so he subconsciously handed the half-eaten pork chop in his mouth to the front and asked, "Do you want some pork chops?" "Puchi!" The petite Li Hua next to Miss Furong covered her mouth and laughed, and Furong, who had a cold personality, was also slightly stunned, with a little smile in her eyes. The sun gradually set in the west, making the shade of the trees in the dense jungle of Huo Mountain more mottled. From a distance it looked like a shadow with fangs and claws climbing on the ground. Everyone was a monk, so they ate very quickly. In less than a moment, the huge backsword pig ribs had been eaten. At the edge of the muddy pit, the little girl Li Hua patted her swollen belly and sighed contentedly. "Sister Furong, this pork chop is so delicious. I am so full. It is much better than the fish we eat all day in our sect." Linglong sect, one of the 10 first-class forces in Daxia, is located on the shore of the giant god sea and usually feeds on sea beasts. Furong looked at this usually cheerful little sister with some helplessness. Since she followed her master to Shenjing, Li Hua was like a wild horse that had run away from the reins. She was curious about everything and wanted to try everything. This time, she was also clamoring to accept the task of clearing the beasts in Huo Mountain issued by the Citianjian. She couldn't do anything with her, so she came to Huo Mountain. If you ask what in the Tiger Huo Mountain is most interested in Li Hua, it must be the tall, rich and handsome Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, who has a trace of the blood of the Li Long in the giant sea, is naturally very compatible with Li Hua. After a while, became friends and let the little girl climb up and down on him, which was very lively. Seeing that everyone had finished resting, Li Yi, who was thinking about the beauty in his heart, walked respectfully to Zhao Yu and said a few words to him. Zhao Yu nodded and agreed. The group continued to go deeper into the Tiger Huo Mountains along the mark. Because Li Hua refused to leave Xiao Huang, 2 more pretty figures were added to the team. All the strange beasts blocking the road were chopped in half by Zhao Yu with the saint's relics, and the soul energy in the system continued to increase. When Miss Jiancheng first saw the saint's relic, the most expensive non-synthetic equipment in the game of the previous life, the flames of shock and admiration in her eyes almost burned Zhao Yu to ashes. Even Furong and Li Hua opened their eyes wide, with an incredible look on their faces. It was really that the damage bonus of the saint's relic was too amazing. If the combat effectiveness of the cultivators on the vast land of Shenzhou is roughly digitized under the conditions of absolute fairness and isolation of other factors, then excluding the bonus of magical powers, it can basically be regarded as the product of its own basic attributes and the amplification effect of the Tao Soul. Taking Zhao Yu as an example, his basic growth attribute is full growth 3. As a super first-grade forbidden Tao Soul, the system's amplification ratio is a terrifying 12 times. In addition, his own cultivation is the 2nd level of the Tao Void Realm, which is equivalent to level 11. Then his combat power value excluding magical powers is 360 points, while Li Yi, who is also the 2nd level of the Tao Void Realm, has a maximum growth attribute of 2 and a 3rd-grade Tao Soul, and his combat power value is 154 points. The importance of talent can be seen. The attribute of the Saint's Relic is damage plus 60, plus the amplification effect of the Tao Soul. The damage bonus obtained in Zhao Yu's hands is a perverted 720 points, and the entire person's damage soars 3 times, reaching an explosive output of 180 points. Although the physical attributes of a cultivator will double when he breaks through the Tao reality, the combat power of the general Tao reality level 1 is only about 500, so in terms of damage alone, Zhao Yu is far superior to the average Tao reality grandmaster. However, there are too many factors that affect a battle. Zhao Yu's killing of a saint in the virtual realm is the best example. Talent, magical powers, personality, weapons, status, weather, location, etc. are all indispensable and cannot be reflected simply by data. The world is never as simple as black and white. Talent is certainly crucial, but there are countless people in the vast land of China who have extraordinary talents for thousands of years but cannot use them. They eventually disappeared in the waves of history. There are also those who are amazingly talented and have changed their fate against the will of heaven, soaring straight up and creating supreme prestige. There is a well-known saying in Daxia, which was said by the master when he was arguing with the Shenji pavilion. It is better to change fate than to calculate it. It is better to cultivate the Tao than to believe in it. As the sun gradually sank into the horizon, Zhao Yu and his group had entered the depths of Huo Mountain. This place is the territory of strange beasts regardless of winter or summer. Ordinary herbalists and cultivators will not go deep into this place, so it can be said that there are few people. Huo Mountain is undoubtedly more dangerous at night. Countless strange beasts that hide during the day and come out at night go out to find food. The roars in the whole wild jungle are one after another. The group encounters more and more beasts. Even Miss Jinsheng took up her sword and killed many strange beasts. Your Highness, Qinger is not far ahead. Please come this way. This is the last mark I made. Li Yi pulled out a tree with a strange appearance and saw the pattern he drew at the root. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly led Zhao Yu forward. The view ahead suddenly opened up, and it turned out to be a large lake, which was shining silver under the moonlight. Magnificent. Not far away there was also the sound of rushing water, which should be a waterfall. Your Highness, the Huo Mountain here had a fault in ancient times forming a cliff. The water rushed down from above and formed a waterfall. There is also a natural water curtain cave behind the waterfall, which is quite hidden. I hid Qinger here before. Oh no, I set up a warning here before I left. Qinger should have a reaction. Qinger must have been in trouble. Li's face suddenly changed, and he rushed towards the waterfall frantically. Ah! A beast roar came and a huge figure flew out of the waterfall, crashing into the pool with a bang, stirring up a burst of water. 5 ghost-like figures followed closely behind and appeared in front of Zhao Yu while moving and whistling. It was the 5 riders of the Yuqi army, led by the deputy general of the Yuqi army who had entered the capital all the way. He was holding a woman in his arms. The woman was wearing a bamboo hat, so her face could not be seen clearly. Her black clothes were covered with blood, and her hands were drooping weakly. She was unconscious. Qinger, Qinger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wake up, wake up! Li Yi rushed forward, took the woman from the Yuqi army, held her in his arms, touched the woman's face, trembling all over, and asked again and again. The deputy general of the Yuqi army shook his head at Zhao Yu and said, "It was a fierce jackal. When we arrived, the girl had been seriously injured. Now the blood in her body was close to withering and was still draining away rapidly. Even the dragon yuan, which is known as a healing medicine, could not save her. After all, it takes time for the dragon yuan to take effect, and she may not be able to hold on until then." Miss Furong on the side also nodded. The Linglong sect of Daxia was famous for its medical skills, and everyone was an expert in healing. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Qinger will definitely wake up, Your Highness. You must have a way, right? Please save her. Please save her." Li Yi held the woman's gradually cold body, rolled and crawled to Zhao Yu and kept kowtowing. "If I save her, you owe me a life. What will you use to repay me?" Zhao Yu looked at the young man in front of him who was shouting at the top of his lungs, but his voice was still steady, unconsciously giving people a strong sense of majesty, like a young phoenix, carrying the rolling imperial power, rushing towards him. "Then I will repay you with my life. In this life, I will be the sharpest knife in Your Highness's hand. Where Your Highness points, my blade will go, and I will never regret it even if I die." Li knelt on his knees, looked up at Zhao Yu, stretched out his left hand, pierced his cheek with his fingers, and cut all the way down from the corner of his left eye, blood gushing out. The most solemn oath in Daxia, the blood oath. Zhao Yu raised his right hand, and a green flame appeared out of thin air, like a small flame of life swaying in the dark night. Fairy fire exchange price 70. The flame of nothingness coming from the burning ruins of Tianmu can burn across reality. Effect, immediately restore 85 health points. Feed her the fairy fire first, and then give her this bottle of healing ointment, and her life should be saved. The steady and majestic voice continued to ring in Li Yi's ears. Li Yi carefully held the fairy fire with both hands and took it, his eyes full of piety. The lake surface exploded, and the big fierce jackal leopard jumped out of the lake and roared wildly at the people on the shore. Zhao Yu didn't even look back, and waved his hand to shoot a green light. The big fierce jackal leopard began to grow yellow flowers on its body. It began to struggle violently in its ferocious eyes. After a moment, its pupils were filled with green, and it obediently lay back in the water, like a domestic dog raised since childhood. Magical power. Charm. And you don't have to kneel to anyone else anymore. You've kneeled enough today. The moonlight was like water. Deep in the jungle of Huo Mountain, a silverback demon wolf was walking among the dark and towering trees. It had just killed a moonlight elk and had a full meal. There was still some leftover meat between its sharp teeth, which was glowing with blood. As the king of the darkness of Huo Mountain, the most powerful war beast under the command of the goddess of the moon, it was extremely difficult to kill such a large prey in winter. After a full meal, it could spend a month in peace without hunting. What it loved most was lying on the soft grass to bask in the moonlight. It simply loved the moonlight shining on its body. It felt full of strength. While walking, the silverback demon wolf felt a little thirsty. It remembered that there seemed to be a lake nearby. It bared its teeth and walked towards the lake. Perhaps because it was too full, it lost its usual vigilance and did not pay attention to its feet until its sharp soles stepped on a soft object. It felt bad and its hair stood up, but it was too late. In the darkness, the silverback demon wolf was suddenly covered with yellow lightning. With a crackling sound, the demon wolf fell straight down, its limbs stiff and twitching. The thunder frog, the creature that makes the most beasts in Huoshan, is only the size of a fist and has no meat. But if you step on it accidentally, it will release high-voltage thunder, allowing you to enjoy a full-body paralysis package. After a long time, the demon wolf felt that his body was gradually regaining control, and he secretly swore in his heart that he must reward the damn thunder frog with a wind blade to let it know how powerful he is. But it will never be able to act again, because a bloody mouth appeared from the shadows and swallowed it into its stomach in one gulp, without even chewing, and swallowed it directly. Fierce jackal. The ferocious jackal leopard looks like a leopard, but its head is like a dragon. It has 2 long spikes on its back, and it can swallow prey that is larger than itself whole like a snake, and then slowly digest it. The ferocious jackal leopard that swallowed a silverback demon wolf alive has grown a whole circle, with its huge belly dragging on the ground. It shook its head, turned its head to look in the direction of the pool, and then ran in the opposite direction. It felt the breath of the king there. The ferocious jackal leopard is not a group of people who rely on teamwork. They are born loners and will stay away from the king when they meet him. Not far away, the lake under the moonlight is accompanied by the roar of the waterfall, as if it is a silver pool with ripples. A huge shadow is crawling by the pool, with green light shining in its pupils, motionless. As the king beast of the Dao realm, the great fierce jackal leopard is 3 times the size of an ordinary ferocious jackal leopard. It is violent and violent. In addition to the 2 huge spikes on its back, it also grows thick and tough manes, which further enhances its defense. In the water curtain cave behind the waterfall, a bonfire was burning. The orange-red light shone on the young faces, bringing some warmth. Zhao Yu was meditating with his eyes closed. Liang Po added firewood to the fire. The little girl Liwa curled up and fell asleep against Furong. The girl, Jinsheng, placed the demon blade on her legs and carefully felt the practice. Li Yi held the woman whose face had regained some redness in his arms. The wound on her left face had scabbed over, and the long scar on her right face made her look even colder and more terrifying. He looked down at the woman in his arms. The scenes of their meeting, getting to know each other, and then escaping from the pursuit together, gradually emerged before his eyes. The tenderness in his eyes became even stronger. It was not until he was about to lose her that Li Yi realized how important she was to him and how crazy he would be. Fortunately, she finally survived. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince saved her with a magical healing medicine, so why not become the craziest knife in his hands? The price Zhao Yu paid to save the woman was not actually high. He first used the fairy fire to prolong her life, and then exchanged for healing ointment to slowly recover. At most, it was less than 200 points of soul energy. Although the difficulty of opening the system is amazing, once it is opened, the effect is also amazing. Healing ointment. Exchange price, 110 points. The water of life that can quickly heal even the most serious wounds provides 50 points of life recovery per second for 8 seconds. After all, the restorative power of a bottle of healing ointment is limited, so Miss Chinger is still sleeping and breathing steadily. Li Yi looked up at Zhao Yu not far away and saw that his Royal Highness the grandson had opened his eyes, waved to him, and walked out of the water curtain cave first. He gently laid the woman in his arms flat on the haystack, took off his coat, put it on the woman, and then stepped forward to follow. The night dew was cold. 2 figures walked towards the hideous and crawling huge beast in the moonlight. Looking at the behemoth in front of him that was like a 3-story building in his previous life, Zhao Yu pointed at the other party and said, "My magical power can last for 50 hours, and the next time I use this magical power, it will take 55 hours. I will leave it to you, and you can take revenge yourself. So do you want to kill it now, or wait until it regains consciousness before killing it?" Li Yi pursed his thin lips and only a firm voice came out. "I will chop off its head and dig out its heart to relieve my hatred." Zhao Yu nodded, turned to face Li Yi, raised his hand and grabbed a ball of light from the void, which was emitting a red light that was more enchanting than blood. Blood mist rose inside, and a figure loomed, full of violence and blood. "Well, merge it. From now on you will be my person in life and my ghost in death." At the same time, the electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded. Exchange for a hero soul. Deduct 10,000 points of soul energy purple level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super first-class hero soul, the bloodthirsty devil. The stars moved, and the sun rose. A round of fireballs gradually rose from the horizon, which reminded Zhao Yu, who was having breakfast, of the nine-tailed fox far away in Hexu Mountain. It is said that the sun and moon sect of Hexu Mountain and the towering Xuantian Wood in Qingqiu are the first places where Daxia sees the sun. I don't know what kind of magnificent and beautiful scenery it is. I was in such a hurry on the road that I didn't stop to watch it. I must make up for this regret in the future. In fact, compared to fighting and killing, he prefers to stop and enjoy the scenery. Unfortunately, the identity of the grandson of the Emperor of Daxia and the existence of the system forced him to move forward along the way with blood and rain. The grass as high as a person by the lake was pushed aside to both sides, and two disciples in blue Taoist robes came out to look around. When they saw the big, fierce jackal leopard crawling by the pool in the distance, their faces changed. When they saw that there should be a figure sitting next to it to eat breakfast, their faces were even more horrified. Send a signal quickly, and notify the young master to come over. A bright light shot into the sky with a whistle, exploded in the air, and formed a pattern of a strange and ferocious fish-shaped beast, which kept shining with blue light, and was clearly visible within a radius of 100 miles. The sect has sent a message. We have found traces, let's go! Not far away, Yuan Xuan, the young master of the Haikuo sect, who was surrounded by many disciples, took the lead and rushed to the water pool. At the same time, many disciples of the sect who were searching in the mountains of Huo Mountain also looked up at the sea beast pattern above their heads, turned around and galloped. For a time, the whole Huo Mountain was bustling. If you look at Huo Mountain from the sky, you will find that teams are moving in a straight line towards a center point, and the center point is the waterfall water lake where Zhao Yu is. Soon, the first team has arrived, wearing a wave of blue robes, a monk from the Haikuo sect, one of the 5 sects of Daxia. The 2 disciples who were waiting there hurried forward to greet them and explain the general situation. Young sect leader Yuan Xuan nodded, waved his sleeves, and walked towards the pool. Miss Furong, Sister Li Hua, you are so unkind. You found this great ferocious jackal and leopard king beast first without informing me. After all, our 2 sects are neighbors. I have heard that Linglong sect is good at the art of Qi Huang, but I didn't know that Miss Furong is so good at taming beasts. She tamed this king beast of the Dao reality so well. I really admire you very much. Furong looked at the blue-robed young man who was approaching, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. But she still responded, Young sect master, you are too kind. I don't have any skills to tame beasts. There are other people who tamed this great ferocious jackal and leopard. Oh, someone else? I don't know which brother has this ability. To be honest, the Haikuo sect where I am also has some research on the way of taming beasts, and I am also in need of a king beast of the Dao reality recently. Can you let me have this great ferocious jackal and leopard? The price is negotiable. After Yuan Xuan finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Yu, who had just finished breakfast and was washing dishes. His eyes were aggressive and oppressive. He had just learned from the disciples who were watching that the young boy in front of him, who was wearing a thick cotton hat, was in charge. He was not afraid that the boy in front of him was a tough guy. In Daxia, there were only a handful of peers he could not afford to offend. Moreover, this boy looked so young. As long as the younger generation fought with hard power, the older generation would basically not ask. He had confidence in himself. Even if the other party did not know what means he used to control this king beast, he felt that he would not lose. You, Yuan Xuan, are still as shameless as ever. Every time I see you, I can't help but punch you in the face. We, the Bingzong, hate hypocrisy like you the most. A rebellious voice came, and a team pushed aside the bushes and came. They were all wearing armor and had a murderous aura while walking. The young man in the lead had a thin face and a well-proportioned figure, but he was wearing a red helmet and carrying a halberd. The 4th son of the Prince of Beian, Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue, you are still just a reserve soldier of the Japanese army, but you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten? Didn't your brother Jiang Tu tell you to control your temper in Shenjing recently? Another team arrived. As they walked, their blue robes of the Taoist palace disciples fluttered under the early sun. They were the seed disciples of the generals of Liu Lane of the Taoist palace. Liu Lane was a general of the middle-aged school, so naturally he was extremely incompatible with the 14 clans of the original Ying surname. To some extent, Liu Lane and Haikuo sect were still allies. They were all promoted and rose after Empress Wu ascended the throne. They had a relationship of prosperity and decline. When the disciples of Liu Lane approached and saw the figure squatting by the pond and washing dishes calmly, their faces all sank. The second son of Zhen Yu Hao, who was the leader, subconsciously took a step back. His face was burning with pain, and he secretly said, "It's bad." However, the young master Yuan Xuan did not see the change clearly. He only felt that a powerful ally had come to his side. He walked towards Zhao Yu step by step with a slight smile on his face, and his aggressive intention became stronger. At this time, teams had gathered by the pool, surrounding the waterfall lake, which was not big to begin with. They found that the people fighting in the field were all first-class forces of Daxia, so they stopped to watch and did not enter the field. Zhao Yu skillfully washed the wooden bowl in his hand. He had developed such a habit since he was a child when he wandered around Daxia with his master. Now his two little maids were practicing in the Taoist palace. He was unwilling to trouble Liang Po, a big man, so he completed many trivial matters in life by himself. He did not think there was anything wrong with it. However, his action was a symbol of low status in the eyes of some people. Low status means weak power, and weak power means easy to bully. His brows were slightly wrinkled under the cotton hat, and his ebony eyes were slightly narrowed, which showed that Zhao Yu was a little annoyed. He hated trouble the most, but trouble kept coming to him. Then the solution was to make everyone afraid, and trouble would naturally stay away. He did this on the way back to Beijing, slaughtering 7 sects in one night, and he was planning to do the same now. Zhao Yu raised his hand, and the big fierce jackal leopard crawling beside him suddenly opened his eyes, showing his fangs, and the yellow flowers planted on his body bloomed one after another, and the momentum began to gradually rise. The deputy general of the Yuchi army, who was responsible for Zhao Yu's protection in the dark, changed his face. He had been accompanying him since Jinzhou, and knew Zhao Yu's habit best. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was usually gentle and easy to talk to, but when he was serious, he was more decisive than anyone else in killing, and he could be called iron-blooded, and his means were thunderous, and he would not keep any time to react. He didn't care who you were or what force you came from, because he was the most honorable crown prince in Daxia. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind between the sky and the earth of the waterfall lake, whistling from far to near. A rune spear fell from the sky and pierced straight into the ground in front of Yuan Chuan, only an inch away from Yuan Chuan's left foot. 5 cavalrymen of the Ghost Wing army appeared in front of Zhao Yu, wearing black armor and black helmets, like ghosts in the daytime. They sat down and roared to the sky, causing chaos in the waterfall lake. The reputation of the upper 4 armies was naturally well known to all the sects in Daxia. Every soldier in the upper 4 armies was a genius in each sect when he was young. It can be said that all the disciples of each sect present had their senior brothers who left a legend in the sect, and then joined the upper 4 armies, which was admirable. The deputy general of the Ghost Wing army, who was leading the group, pushed the Ghost Wing beast, took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and the rune spear automatically flew back to his hand. He lowered his head and looked directly at the young sect master Yuan Chuan, who was already looking ugly. "Uncle Yan, it's me. I'm Lin Xiao. I met you with my father before he went to the western frontier 3 years ago." The second son of Zhen Yuhao looked at the man and the beast in front of him. His face was overjoyed, and he hurried forward to greet them. The deputy general of the Yuchi army glanced at them, and then continued to look straight ahead, unmoved, and let out a roar. "How dare you kneel down and salute in front of His Royal Highness the great Xia Emperor's grandson? Are you going to rebel?" The voice was loud and powerful, exploding on the lake's surface, and continued to spread and echo. All the sounds beside the waterfall lake disappeared in an instant. The disciples of all sects stopped talking and looked at each other. They could see the complete horror on each other's faces. That prince who killed the saint? Shouldn't he be in the White Emperor Palace? Why is he here? After a short silence, some of the disciples surrounding the lake began to kneel on one knee. 1, 2, 3, and then one after another, kneeling in a huge crowd. Only a small group of people near Zhao Yu were left standing. The second son of Zhen Yuhao stepped forward and wanted to say something else, but the deputy general of the Yuchi army turned around, glared at him with tiger eyes, and roared at him again. "Kneel down!" With a plop, the second son Lin Xiao knelt on both knees, and all the children of the Bingzong beside him also knelt down to salute. Only one person was left standing alone in the field. The young master of the Haikuo sect, Yuan Chuan. The deputy general and the soldiers of the Yuchi army stared at him with their eyes, and the murderous intent in their eyes became stronger. The deputy general's right hand holding the rune spear began to clench, and the violent wind between heaven and earth became stronger and stronger. Yuan Chuan felt that he was trapped in a violent storm and was almost torn to pieces. Cold sweat began to emerge from his forehead and back, flowing down, soaking his clothes. Finally, he slowly bent his knees downwards and finally knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and saluted in the most respectful tone. "Yuan Chuan, a disciple of the Haikuo sect, greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I wish His Royal Highness good health and great success in cultivation." Li felt that he was experiencing an incredible dream, but the dream was so real. He came to another world and had just experienced a cruel ceremony. The ceremony was full of blood spraying and fighting. He could even clearly feel the friction of the knife in his hand piercing into other people's bodies during the ceremony. Every time an enemy fell in front of him, he could feel that his induction with blood increased and his strength became stronger. In the end, he was the only one left standing in the huge square, so he became a believer of the skinning twins, enjoying the power brought by blood, and at the same time satisfying the needs of the skinning twins through killing. How wonderful the infinite power brought by blood is. Watching the enemy being drained of blood effortlessly and dying wailing, Li Yi has been deeply addicted to this feeling. He gradually began to sink into blood and killing, and began to walk down the bloodthirsty peak to slaughter towns one after another in the Plateau Kingdom. His strength became stronger and stronger, especially his speed. Every time the enemy's blood was lost, his speed would increase by 1 level. He was like a red lightning, and almost no one could escape his pursuit, but he became more and more confused, and a woman's figure kept appearing in his mind. The woman liked to wear men's clothes because her fair and delicate face could easily be recognized as a hey, Westerner at a glance, so she often wore a bamboo hat and a black veil to cover her face. We chased me all the way from Chuzhou to here. It's been 800 miles. Why are you chasing me so hard? The court is infringing, and everyone has the right to chase me. I've said it has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I've said it countless times. I'm innocent. You'll know if I'm innocent when you go back to the Sitianjin to investigate. I, Yan Qinger, have been really unlucky recently. I didn't make any business and got into a lot of trouble. It's up to you. Just keep chasing me if you want. Your name is Qinger. What a nice name. Shut up. Who allowed you, a stubborn person, to call me by my name? The young man stopped talking and continued to chase the woman. Finally, one day, she stopped running away and he caught up with her. Hey, why are you like this? I won't run away anymore. Tell me what's your name. He should have drawn the vitality from the other person's blood to strengthen his own strength, just like in the dream. But this time, he couldn't do it. He began to resist and the dream began to tremble. Your name is Qinger. You are Qinger. Then who am I? What's my name? Li Yi in the bloody dream began to cover his head and wailed constantly. Who am I? Who am I? Who can tell me? Suddenly a sentence accompanied by a young and clean face flashed from his mind, and a steady voice exploded from his mind like thunder, constantly spreading outward, and his bloody dream continued to shatter. Merge it. From now on you will be my person in life and my ghost in death. Li Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the water curtain cave, opened his eyes, and the original 3-grade Dao Soul crescent blade behind him gradually disappeared, replaced by a towering figure standing in the sea of blood. The blood-red helmet covered the entire face, revealing only the ferocious and sharp teeth. A circle of huge, unknown creature's bone chain was wrapped around his neck, and his body was covered with blood runes. He held 2 huge blades in his hands. As the blood waves rolled, there was a bloody light in the water curtain cave. Li Yi opened his mouth, and the Dao Soul behind him also opened his mouth. My name is Li Yi, and I am called the Blood Demon. At this time, the waterfall lake was silent, and all the sect disciples knelt on the ground to salute. Only the sound of the waterfall came from not far away. Zhao Yu sat quietly on a rock, looking at the direction of the waterfall, silent. No one dared to stand up until he said to stand up. The system hero Dao Soul Bloodthirsty Demon has been merged, and the host can automatically use the magical power that Li Yi has comprehended, Bloodthirsty Desire. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice of the system came from his mind, and Zhao Yu smiled slightly. Everyone who secretly observed Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Stand up! Zhao Yu waved his hand and spoke. His voice was still as steady as ever. This was the first time he spoke, but everyone present knew that they must remember this voice in their lifetime. Li Yi stood up from the cave, first looked at the woman who was still lying on the haystack with her eyes closed, then picked up the equipment that Zhao Yu had put aside in advance. It was a pair of shoes and a big sword. After integrating the system hero soul, he already understood the existence of the system equipment. Boots of speed, exchange price, white rank 500 points. Movement speed plus 50. Big sword, exchange price, white rank 1400 points. A sword that can cut through armor, damage plus 21. Putting on the boots of speed and holding the big sword in his hand, Li felt the explosive power coming from his body. The power was not as unreal as in the dream, but a power that he could control and control. He took a deep breath, and his heart was even more in awe of his Royal Highness the Grandson. He raised his foot and stepped out of the water curtain cave. The sunlight outside the cave was a little dazzling, causing Li Yi's pupils to shrink slightly. Then he saw his Royal Highness the Grandson said, "Stand up," and all the kneeling disciples by the lake stood up from the ground in unison. He nodded to Zhao Yu, indicating that he was ready. Zhao Yu turned and looked at the king beast that was lying motionless not far away. With a wave of his hand, all the yellow flowers on the big fierce jackal leopard closed and disappeared in an instant. The eyes that were originally filled with green gradually turned blood red, and the aura of tyranny continued to rise. The big fierce jackal leopard gradually regained consciousness and shook its ferocious head, but found that it was surrounded by a group of humans. It immediately opened its huge mouth and let out a huge roar. The aura of the king beast belonging to the Tao reality was completely released, and the grass and water around it were blown to both sides, and the fishy wind was everywhere, causing the disciples watching nearby to exclaim. A figure, holding a big sword, rushed towards the roaring king beast from a distance at a very fast speed. The strong wind caused by the passing made Zhao Yu's black robe whirring. As he ran, countless blood waves emerged from behind the figure, like a red fang, stabbing at the big fierce jackal. The big fierce jackal had to turn around and turn its mane, which had the strongest defense, towards the figure, and was chopped on the neck by a sword. The huge body was chopped into the pool, causing huge waves, and red blood kept bubbling out of the lake. Li Yi landed again. His face was cold, holding the sword and looking at the lake. Although he had just chopped it with a sword, he knew how huge the blood of the king beast was. He was injured, but not seriously. The lake became quiet for a while, and suddenly Li Yi jumped back, and a huge mouth broke out of the lake. Each sharp tooth in his mouth was more than half a person's height, biting down the water and air in one bite. The cunning jackal used the blood in the center of the lake as bait to divert Li Yi's attention, and then swam from the bottom of the lake to Li Yi's feet and delivered a fatal blow. However, Li Yi, who had merged with the heroic spirit, had a high agility attribute that was completely unimaginable for ordinary Void Realm cultivators, and he also had the bonus of the speed boots, so he only needed to jump lightly to completely avoid the thundering blow. All the disciples of the sect who were watching the battle in the pool, including the unruly fourth son of the King of Bayon, the second son of the Taoist Palace, Zhenyu Hao Lin Xiao, and the young master of the Haikuo sect Yuan Chuan, gradually showed a solemn expression on their faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. The jackal missed the attack and gradually crawled out of the lake. Countless water drops flowed down its scales, forming a bumpy waterway on the ground. Li Yi held a broadsword and faced the king beast jackal. He could clearly feel his current attribute growth. Strength, 2.7, Magic, 1.7, Agility, 3. Once the Dao souls of the heroes from the system are integrated, not only will the basic growth qualifications be completely changed, but all of them will be super first-class Dao souls, with an amplification effect of an astonishing 11 times. And each time a major level is upgraded, a talent and a magical power will be automatically comprehended. The talent that Li Yishu comprehended is plus 25 attack speed, and the magical power he comprehended is Bloodthirsty Desire. Bloodthirsty Desire. The bloodthirsty devil can sense the blood gushing from the enemy's wounds. As long as the enemy hero's health is less than 75%, his movement speed and attack power will increase. And the lower the health, the greater the improvement effect. If the health is less than 25%, he will also gain the hero's field of vision and true vision. This is a passive magical power that is unique in the entire Daxia. It can be said that it is born for protracted battles and pursuits. The more you fight, the braver you become. No one can escape the pursuit of the blood demon when they are injured. The blood mist behind Li Yi became thicker and thicker. He began to fully release his Dao soul. The blood mist gradually condensed into a vast sea of blood. A towering shadow emerged in the sea of blood. The blood-colored mask covered his eyes, and his face could not be seen clearly. The huge bone chain was shining coldly, as if it came from the sea of blood and corpses, sweeping in all directions. The faces of all the disciples of the sects watching the battle changed drastically. They felt as if their blood was being drawn out. The Dao souls in the sea of consciousness sent waves of fear. It was the top-grade suppression of the high-level Dao soul. Could it be super first-grade forbidden Dao soul? And it is a human soul that is 1 in 10,000. The voice of the disciples of the sects on the side began to stutter. Since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, there has been no record of super first-grade forbidden Dao souls. People can only know about it from the ancient legends. Now this legend has happened in front of their eyes to a young man who has never heard of it and is unknown. They understood what this meant. It would cause a huge uproar in the entire Great Xia, and even the entire Shenzhou. It would refresh the general perception of the entire cultivation world. The most headache would be the Shenji Pavilion. They were known to know everything in the world, but they missed 2 super first-class Dao souls one after another. If Liangpo was previously blocked by the Sitianjin because of the news of the battle in Guangyu City, no one knew about it. But this time Li Yi revealed the forbidden Dao soul in full view of the public, which was undoubtedly a heavy bomb dropped on the calm water. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As a beast, the fierce jackal instinctively sensed a great danger from the young man in front of it, but the dignity of the king beast could not be insulted, so it took the initiative, exerted its strength on its limbs, and its huge body soared into the air, rushing straight at Li Yi. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and sprayed out endless water arrows, covering Li Yi's entire body, forcing Li Yi to retreat. The fierce jackal leopard in the Dao reality has the attribute of water, so it can lurk in the water for so long. The sea of blood behind Li Yi extended from the void and surrounded him, making him look like a burning blood ball. A red mask phantom appeared on his face, covering his eyes and nose, and changed from holding the broadsword with one hand to holding it with both hands. The body leaned forward, dragging the broadsword on the ground, squatting slightly, and then exerting strength. The figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A red line appeared in the air. The red line moved forward, and all the water arrows blocking the way were chopped and fell. Li Yi, who was advancing rapidly, had already approached the fierce jackal leopard. He stepped hard on the ground and jumped to the neck of the king beast. At the same time, he avoided a whistling giant claw and swung his broadsword to cut it down, but he did not cut it. A huge water shield appeared at the neck of the fierce jackal leopard, blocking the broadsword in front of it. The stalemate between sword and shield, the confrontation between blood and water. Behind Li Yi, the bloodthirsty demon in the sea of blood roared, and the blood on the broadsword became even more intense. With both hands holding the sword and exerting force, the water dispersed and the shield shattered. The broadsword cut a long wound on the neck of the fierce jackal leopard. At the same time, Li Yi was knocked to the ground by another sharp claw of the king beast. The haystacks and trees on the ground were knocked away, leaving a long mark. Blood continued to flow down from the neck of the big fierce jackal, and a bloody figure walked out again from the dust on the ground, dragging his broadsword on the ground, and the bloodlight on his body became more and more intense. Only the cultivation of the virtual realm was hit by the real realm king beast and was unscathed. The forbidden soul is so terrifying. Zhao Yu, the fourth son of King Baian, showed a deep horror in his eyes. As a power cultivator, who was outstanding in killing and defense among the 14 styles of the Ying family, Zhang did not dare to take the king beast's frontal claw without any defense in the virtual realm. Li Yi showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face, licking his dry lips, looking so weird. He had begun to feel the smell of blood flowing from the king beast in front of him. It was the smell of his own strength and the smell of others' weakness. That was the favorite smell of the blood demon, and he also liked this smell. He continued to transform into a bloodline, holding a sword and slashing at the hind legs of the big fierce jackal leopard. The big fierce jackal leopard let out a painful roar and swung its tail to slap Li Yi away again. If Li Yi's current attributes are roughly digitized, his basic attribute combat power is about 363, plus the damage bonus of the broadsword. The total combat power is 594, which is completely on par with the general first level of the Dao reality realm in terms of combat power alone. So Li Yi is currently fighting with a life and death attack. He is not afraid of getting hurt, because he knows that with his highness here, as long as he doesn't die, he can survive. But the enemy is different. The more blood the enemy leaves, the faster and stronger he will be, because he is a blood demon. The big fierce jackal leopard was cut with huge wounds by the broadsword. The sea of blood covering Li Yi's body has almost turned into substance. The speed of slashing and dodging is getting faster and faster. In the end, the big fierce jackal leopard can no longer hit Li Yi's body. It can only be cut by the broadsword one by one like pork on a chopping board. Everyone could only see countless bloodlines constantly entangled around the body of the great fierce jackal leopard. Every time a bloodline flashed by, it would leave a bloody wound, accompanied by the fierce wailing of the king beast. The dignified king beast of the real world was almost tortured to death by a cultivator of the second level of the virtual realm. After a moment, deep fear appeared in the eyes of the great fierce king beast. It felt that its blood and vitality were running out. It didn't want to die, so it wanted to escape. The great fierce jackal leopard used up all the heaven and earth energy in its body, triggering a tide in the lake beside it. The violently surging lake water rushed to the shore, submerging the entire shore and completely covering its body. When the lake water receded, there was no trace of the king beast on the shore, leaving only the bloodstains that kept rising on the surging lake surface, indicating that a great battle had taken place here. A bloody figure stood by the lake, dragging his sword and staring at the lake. As the sea of blood rolled, Li Yi closed his eyes. He could clearly feel the position of the fierce jackal in the lake, and even the surrounding environment. Supernatural power, bloodthirsty desire. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and jumped into the water. After a while, the lake began to boil and vibrate violently, as if a bomb exploded underwater. In less than a moment, the water surface returned to calm. None of the many sect disciples on the shore spoke, all holding their breath and waiting. Who will win? Gradually, waves appeared in the lake, and the lake water near the shore was broken to both sides. A thin figure of a young man walked out of the lake. The young man had put away his soul, and everyone could see his appearance clearly. The face was ordinary. The pale complexion and thin lips made him look a little cold. There was a long scar from the corner of the eye to the chin on each side of his face, which made people shudder. The young man walked back to the shore, dragging a huge broadsword in his right hand, and holding a huge beast head that was as big as 2 adult men in his left hand. It looked like a dragon head, with fangs exposed and a huge tongue weakly stretched out. Under the gazes of many people, the young man slowly dragged the beast head through the grass and gravel and finally walked to the front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and was extremely pious. "Your Highness, I crushed its heart and cut off its head. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." In the divine capital, the Taoist palace. In the new disciple school, a vicissitudes of life voice echoed in the ears of the disciples, explaining the common sense of Daxia cultivation. Sitting at the desk was an old man in plain clothes with white hair but not old face. If Zhao Yu was there, he would definitely recognize that this was the Taoist palace master, Wen Shuqi, who lived in the Peach Blossom Forest. This year was his 50th year of attending this self-cultivation class. In fact, all the Dao Palace disciples had spent a year with this mysterious palace master, who was rarely seen, but they just didn't realize it. Originally, this class was taught by Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu had been delayed in Huo Mountain for a night and had not returned yet, so he had to send someone to ask for leave. Today we are going to talk about one of the 8 forbidden areas of Daxia, Endless Mountain. How much do you know about it? The old man's voice was mellow and full of the precipitation of time. A hand was raised below him. The young man was wearing a gray robe of a new disciple, and his face was full of heroism. It was Shu Hao from the Duke of Wei's mansion. The old man nodded, and Shu Hao stood up and said, "I often hear the elders in my family say this. There is endless edge in the endless mountain, endless blood in the endless edge, and opportunities can be found in the endless blood." The old man nodded in appreciation, and then continued, "Very good. Then let's start from this sentence today. The Endless Mountain, the first of the 8 forbidden areas of Daxia, has the word endless because it is a world in itself. For thousands of years, no matter it was the previous dynasty or the current Daxia dynasty, the cultivators have never stopped exploring it, but they have never found its boundary. so it is called the Endless Edge in the Endless Mountain. The young boys and girls who were listening to the lecture below were all surprised. They didn't know much about the cultivation world before, and they thought that the Endless Mountain was an endless mountain, but they didn't expect it to be a small world. And the second sentence, endless blood in the endless edge, means that every inch of land exploration in the Endless Mountain is accompanied by countless bloodshed and sacrifices. There are countless strange creatures and traps in the Endless Mountain. There are boundless high-level insects and beasts, there are unpredictable natural dangers and space cracks, and most importantly, there are aliens near us. Hearing the word alien, the expressions of the boys and girls immediately became solemn. Their ears stood up, and they sat upright. Even the fat and thin people who were a little lazy before became serious. The blood feud between the human race and the alien race has been deeply imprinted in each other's blood, and killing the alien race and defending the country is the oath and belief of every human on the road of cultivation. The old man's voice continued to sound. A long time ago, a human cultivator discovered intelligent creatures for the first time while exploring the Endless Mountains. They were aliens. Like humans, they have their own civilization and heritage. Although there were some frictions, they were still peaceful. But not long after, a great man of the human race crossed the Kunlun Mountains, a natural barrier tens of thousands of feet high in the western part of the Central Plains, and discovered that the vast land of the western region of China, covered with yellow sand behind the mountains, was actually the habitat of countless aliens. At the same time, the aliens also learned that the Central Plains behind the passage of Endless Mountain actually had such fertile land, suitable seasons, and wonderful food. They could not cross the Kunlun Mountains, but they could invade through Endless Mountain. So, a battle for survival began. Throughout the ages, the aliens have never given up their covetousness for the Central Plains. Countless humans and aliens fought on the land of Endless Mountain, one after another, and blood was spilled on the earth. After the old man finished speaking, a sound of gasps rang out from the school, and a historical picture scroll, accompanied by countless blood and fire, slowly unfolded before their eyes. Countless human geniuses shed their heads and blood in the western border of Endless Mountain for their homes behind them, and they had no regrets even though they died. How can the world be peaceful? It's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. The fat man and the thin man felt that there were tons of pressure on their shoulders. Then they thought of a boy of the same age as them at the same time. The boy who rolled up his trousers and soaked his feet at night, the boy with calm eyes and steady voice, as if he was always indifferent. How much pressure is there in the whole Daxia? How much pressure is there in the whole human race? They couldn't imagine it, and they suddenly felt some sympathy. The old man gave the new disciples some time to digest it, and continued. Now let's talk about the third sentence, looking for opportunities in the endless blood. This sentence is easy to understand. Danger is always accompanied by opportunities. The vitality of the world in the Endless Mountain is more than 5 times that of our Central Plains, and the frequency of natural treasures is extremely high. As long as you don't die in it, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly. After the self-cultivation class ended, the boys and girls who walked out of the door were a little silent. Wen Shuqi, the master of the Taoist palace, looked at their backs as they left and smiled. At this time every year he would always think of the scene when he just learned about this matter. It was also so heavy, as if a huge rock was blocking his chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. At that time, the situation was much worse than it is now. The Ying dynasty was on the decline, and its control over various places was not as strong as before. The human race had completely withdrawn from the Endless Mountain and defended the Central Plains. The alien races invaded the south. Under the continuous offensive, the human race was defeated step by step, and countless people were displaced and miserable. But among them, there was a young man with a burly figure and a firm gaze who made a loud oath. I will kill all the alien dogs in the western regions in my life and go straight to their nests. I will settle the blood account and taste the blood, and I will not stop until I die. A handsome and upright young man next to him walked by and left a faint sentence. Qinchuan, with your stubborn head, you are sold and still help others count money, let alone kill any aliens. Learn all the characters first. Zhao Yu, you are so smart, so help me. The burly young man hurriedly caught up, stretched out his thick arms to wrap around the latter's neck, and the two walked side by side. Big fool, take your rough hands away, you're almost strangling Brother Wuji to death. A red-dressed girl not far away saw this and shouted behind him. It won't strangle him to death, it won't strangle him to death. I'm holding back my strength. I won't strangle your Chukshu brother Wuji to death. After hearing this, the red-dressed girl stamped her feet, hurriedly caught up, and punched the burly boy in the waist, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Further away, a boy was holding a knife in his arms, leaning against a tree trunk waiting. There was also a black-robed boy sitting under the tree, looking at the red-robed girl with a hint of admiration in his eyes. A group of people gathered together, and bursts of laughter came from them. Taoist Palace Master Wen Shuqi sat alone on the desk, gradually coming to his senses. The school was empty, and 2 lines of tears had unconsciously flowed from his eyes. That represented an era. That era has ended. The existence of Endless Mountain is similar to a wormhole with a huge area in the universe of the previous life, connecting different worlds. If 2 points on a piece of white paper are connected by the shortest distance, then just roll up the paper and let the 2 points overlap. Therefore, a wormhole is a point in 2-dimensional space. If it is placed in 3-dimensional space, it becomes a ball. Therefore, Endless Mountain is a ball with an extremely large area. Its entrance in Daxia is an extremely large circular space gate, and Daxia uses its heart, Shenjing, to guard it. However, few people in the world know that one of the 10 major forces under the Daxia dynasty, the Shenji Pavilion, which is known to everyone and knows everything, is located deep in Endless Mountain. Endless Mountain is an ecosystem in itself with mountains, water, flowers, and grass, but the most numerous are countless high-level exotic beasts, insect beasts, and space cracks that will appear at any time. Moreover, there is no night in Endless Mountain, and the sun in the sky that emits infinite light and heat never falls. Deep in the Endless Mountain, in a place covered by heavy fog, a deer-shaped beast accidentally stepped into the layers of fog. Suddenly, it felt that its head was getting heavier and heavier, and it felt sleepy and gradually lost consciousness. When it woke up again, it found that it had returned to the outside of the fog. It shook its head and left with doubts. Behind the heavy fog, there was a beautiful valley with clear water and abundant vitality. 2 huge pavilions in the valley rose to the sky. Countless mechanical wooden birds kept going in and out, transmitting a large amount of information. The person responsible for receiving the information was actually a lifelike puppet wooden man, who sent the information into the pavilion. There were a large number of black phantoms floating back and forth in the pavilion, analyzing the information and classifying it. There are 2 pavilions in Shenji Valley. One is called Yu Pavilion, and the other is Zhou Pavilion. The 4 directions are called Yu, and the ancients and the present are called Zhou. Yu Pavilion is responsible for collecting information from all directions, and Zhou Pavilion is responsible for deduction and analysis. Each of them performs its duties and together constitutes the most mysterious force in Daxia, Shenji Pavilion. At this time, on the top of the attic of the Shenji Pavilion in a wide hall, countless rows of bookshelves, tens of meters high, spread out in a circle, recording the information, experiences, and magical powers that the Shenji Pavilion has collected over countless years, which drive the world's cultivators crazy. The number of magical powers in it is comparable to the Phoenix Terrace in the Baidi Palace, where the power of the entire dynasty of Daxia has collected magical powers. On the top of the Yu Pavilion, in the center of the hall surrounded by bookshelves, a black phantom floated, probably a human figure, surrounded by shadows, and could not be seen clearly, but there was a vertical eye between its eyebrows that was a real entity, which was particularly conspicuous, and the pupil of the vertical eye was a strange purple. Suddenly, an old voice appeared out of thin air and resounded throughout the hall. "Master Yu, you have crossed the line." Before the old master disappeared, he left a decree that the Shenji Pavilion should avoid mentioning the Zhao family, the master of Daxia, and that the Shenji Pavilion should not participate in the succession of the human court. "Master Zhou, I only gave Empress Wu this method. Whether to use it or not depends on Empress Wu's own judgment, so I have not crossed the line." The black shadow in the hall raised his head slightly, looking forward at the void with his forehead erected. The voice sounded like 2 pieces of metal constantly rubbing against each other. "Now that Empress Wu has obtained this method, there is no point in quibbling. I can't see any trajectory of fate in the great Xia Emperor's grandson. That is definitely unusual. The huge cause and effect hidden in this matter will be borne by my Shenji Pavilion for the most part. For this, I will summon all the disciples of the Shenji Pavilion to start the trial and arbitration, and at the same time recall Sima Anan, who is away." The old voice suddenly became a little angry, roaring like thunder, exploding in the hall. "Time will prove that I am right, and most of the disciples of the Shenji Pavilion will agree with my idea. The Shenji Pavilion has been passed down for more than 99,700 years and has survived 6 dynasties. When will a dynasty that has been established for less than 100 years hang a sharp knife over its head? Therefore, the map of mountains and seas must be destroyed. When the time comes, I will do it myself, and I will bear all the consequences. Alas, I am afraid you can't bear it by then." The old voice finally sighed, and then stopped talking and disappeared in the hall. Only the master of Yu Pavilion was left sitting alone in the hall, and his mumbling voice continued to echo in the hall. "Under the avenue, all things in the world, the court and the country, the important thing is a word of change. Change brings vitality and represents continuity." At the same time, at the Yulong Pass in the Endless Mountain, on the tall and majestic city wall, there were also 2 people talking. They were a father and son. Below Yulong Pass, there is a dense forest, a river, and a grassland. A great battle had just taken place, and both sides left behind countless corpses and called off the battle. Therefore, the dense forest, river, and grassland were all a dazzling purple red, which was the color of coagulated blood. I don't like to change, and Daxia is not suitable for change now. A middle-aged man of medium build, wearing only simple Daxia standard armor, looked at the bottom of the city wall, but the whole person suppressed the entire void above Yulong Pass. His voice was steady and powerful, giving people a very reassuring feeling, and he spoke slowly. Behind him stood a heroic young man in a red helmet. He looked at his father, who was not tall, but stood tall and upright, with deep admiration in his eyes. Yes, his father was the sky of Yulong Pass. As long as the sky did not fall, Yulong Pass would be solid. Father, is our Lin family on the side of Empress Wu this time? The young man hesitated for a moment and asked. The figure in front was silent for a long time. The void of Yulong Pass seemed to be gathering with thunderclouds. The air flowing above the city wall seemed to be gradually solidified. Even the millions of soldiers lined up in the city felt the changes in the surrounding environment and looked up at the sky of Yulong Pass. The sky of Yulong Pass was silent. A moment later, the middle-aged man on the city wall slowly turned around, looked at his son whose face was a little pale but still insisted, and said word by word, Lin Xiao, remember, our Lin family only stands on the side of Daxia. After hearing this, the young man nodded vigorously, stood up straight, clenched his right fist, performed a standard Daxia military salute, and roared, Glory to Daxia! The middle-aged man looked at his son in front of him with admiration in his eyes, and patted his head with his hand. You have done very well in Yulong Pass during this period. I heard that you have taken many heads of foreign races and carved stars on your armor. The Dawu competition is about to begin. Pack up your things and return to Shenjing today. I will send someone to take you out. Yes! The young man nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Halfway through, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but turn around and asked, Father, aren't you going back? I will go back when it's time. Go ahead, an elder brother is like a father. Remember to discipline your younger brother. There is no sun or moon in the Endless Mountain. Lin Lang, the 6th on the Great Xia Mountain and Sea List, and the Grand Marshal of the Endless Mountain in the western border of the Great Xia, has not been home for 3 years. Sister, I think we have walked this place 3 times. In the suburbs of Shenjing, among the dense jungles of Huo Mountain, a girl's weak voice sounded, no longer as charming and innocent as before. Impossible. I clearly marked it. Look, the mark is still here. A pair of slender and straight legs walked out of the forest, revealing the beautiful face of the eldest daughter of the Duke of Wei's mansion. But her face was full of disbelief. Behind her followed 7 or 8 young men and women, all with their heads down, their steps weak, and their morale low. After the passionate pre-war mobilization 2 days ago, the Zijou Lane disciples led by our eldest daughter Shu Qing went to Huo Mountain in a mighty manner, ready to take the head of the fierce jackal leopard to increase their reputation. Then, not long after entering the mountain, they saw the Haikosek's message in the air, and immediately turned around and marched towards the target urgently. Unfortunately, eldest daughter Shu was a complete road idiot, so they got lost in this Huo Mountain. A gifted girl who cultivated quickly and was a descendant of the Shu family, one of the 14 Ying clans, turned out to be a road idiot. No one would believe it if they told her, but it was embarrassing that this was the fact. Miss Shu Qing looked at the depressed team behind her, knowing that she was in the wrong, and said somewhat embarrassedly, I'll go to the top of that tall tree to see if there is anyone there. Then her figure disappeared from the spot, and her slender figure had already reached the top of the tree while turning and moving, very agile. In the distance, a wisp of smoke rose, accompanied by Miss Shu's surprised shout. There are people over there. We can finally get out of this Crouching Tiger Mountain. In a flat valley in Crouching Tiger Mountain, Zhao Yu and his team were resting. Because there was an additional wounded person in the team, the speed of travel was much slower. The chef Liang Po used local ingredients to make delicious food, and the fragrance kept wafting. Li Hua and Xiao Huang, one person and one beast, guarded the bald man. Looking at the food in front of them, their mouths were drooling and they kept swallowing saliva. In the past few days of getting along, Li Hua has completely become friends with Xiao Huang, and they usually follow each other like a shadow. Miss Farong was helping. As a disciple of Linglong sect, she was naturally very familiar with the medicinal herbs in the mountains. She explained to Liang Po the effects of the herbs in front of them, how they tasted, and how to make them more delicious. Liang Po was greatly enlightened, and his eyes lit up, as if he had found the direction of his future cooking skills. As for Miss Chinger, who was dressed as a man, she had woken up at this time and took off the bamboo hat and veil she had been wearing. Her skin was fair, but slightly pale due to her injuries. She sat down with the help of a stone, and Li Yi, who was beside her, hurriedly handed her a flowing water grass. Everyone originally thought that Chinger and Li Yi were a pair of inseparables. After all, they had been together through life and death, and Li Yi was even willing to sacrifice his life for hers. But in fact, after waking up, Miss Chinger did not look at Li Yi well. I think she was still upset about Li Yi's pursuit all the way. Chinger was a very strong-willed girl. She refused Li Yi's proposal to carry her on her back and insisted on moving forward on her own. So she looked even uglier when she sat there, and a lot of sweat broke out on her forehead, which made Li Yi anxious. The swordsman from Wanjian Pavilion was still so taciturn. She just used her sword heart to constantly feel the people and things around her, as well as the demon blade behind her. This was also a kind of experience and practice for her. While taking a break, Zhao Yu cut open the roots of the water grass, then poured a mouthful into his mouth, feeling the transparency from top to bottom. He couldn't help but sigh in relief, then sank his mind into the sea of consciousness and checked the current status of the Ancient Ruin System. Ancient Ruin System level, Radiant, level 1. Possessing soul energy 2,000 points of white level, 3,200 points of green level, and 1,000 points of blue level. Possessing heroic souls, Meat Mountain Demon King, Charming Witch, Bloodthirsty Demon. He has the following forces, Liang Po, Yue Er, and Li Yi. He has the following props and equipment: Vitality Ball, Saint Relic, Demon Blade, Boots of Speed, Li, Broadsword, Li. He has the following system powers: Thunderhammer, Spell Negation, Charm, and Bloodthirsty Desire. This trip to Huo Mountain is definitely a feast for the system, and its reserves are much richer, unlike before when there were only a few pitiful numbers. Along the way, Zhao Yu and others did not shy away from clearing a large number of alien beasts with a horizontal push. There were about 500 alien beasts in the initial realm, 32 alien beasts in the Daoshu realm, and a king beast in the Daoshi realm, the Great Fierce Jackal Leopard. In addition to the 2 pieces of equipment exchanged for Li Yi in advance, Zhao Yu currently has a lot of soul energy that can be operated, so how to use it has put him in distress again. In any case, it is always right to exchange equipment that increases one's own attributes, so his system prop column has 3 more pieces of equipment: Boots of Speed, Iron Will Helmet, and Blink Dagger. Iron Will Helmet, exchange price, white rank 900 points. A helmet used by a legendary warrior who died on the battlefield. Armor +5, life recovery +3. Blink Dagger, exchange price, white rank 2250 points. Legend has it that this dagger was used by an assassin who came and went like the wind on an unknown continent. Wearing it will grant you the magical power, Blink. Blink. Teleport to any location within a distance of 1200 meters, and the magical power can be used again for 15 minutes. 3150 points of soul energy were spent in an instant. The white rank energy was 0, and the green rank energy was 150 points. Zhao Yu's face remained calm. He opened his eyes again, raised his right hand, and a dagger with a blue handle and a white body appeared out of thin air. The dagger was not big, only the size of a palm, but a closer look revealed that it flickered in the void, emitting strong spatial fluctuations, and was about to jump out of this world. At this time, a group of boys and girls came to the entrance of the valley. They were limping, but when they smelled the increasingly strong fragrance in the air, they suddenly felt infinite power surging in their bodies, prompting them to speed up and rush over. Even the confused Miss Shu Qing did not get lost again, and plunged into the valley with an extremely correct route. Shu Qing, who was moving forward quickly, saw the figure of the boy sitting in front of her and suddenly stopped her slender legs. The boys behind her were unable to dodge and were thrown to the ground. When Zhao Yu played Dota 2 in his previous life, he loved this jumping knife very much. Now that he really held it in his hands, he was even more delighted. He looked up at the girl who was standing upright with a face as red as a little apple not far away, and the abnormal panic behind the girl. He smiled gently, revealing 2 beautiful dimples. Suddenly, as if by magic, he stood up, walked slowly to the girl, raised his hand and grabbed the animal tendon tied at the root of the girl's ponytail, gently pulled it back, and then tied the animal tendon in his hand to the flashing dagger and gently hung it at his waist. The girl exclaimed and shook her head, her black hair flying all over the sky. As the martial arts competition was getting closer, more and more people came to Shenjing City, and the number of people reached its peak in the past few days. The streets were full of bustling people, and the vendors on both sides of the street were also full of smiles, and the smiles in their eyes could not be hidden. At the same time, it also exhausted the girls on the Tianxing Lake and the flower boats. The Siqianjian branch in the eastern part of Shenjing City was also overcrowded, more than a few days ago. Chu Yanyan had panda eyes. One hand supported his head, and the other hand was weakly registering on the paper. She had not slept well these days. Not only did her workload increase every day, but she also had to worry about the cotton-hatted boy next door who had been tasked with clearing the king beasts. She wondered if he had returned safely and if he was okay. Last night, she mustered up her courage, took a stool, and peeked around the corner. She found that the yard next door was empty, and there was no light coming out of the room. She was even more worried. Even the delicious food didn't taste the same as before. Her face looked much thinner, which made the middle-aged beauty ask about her well-being. Miss Yanyan looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. She yawned secretly with her mouth covered. Suddenly, she heard the words "Great Fierce Jackal Leopard" vaguely in her ears. She immediately became alert and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Have you heard about it? It is said that the Great Fierce Jackal Leopard was killed by a cultivator of the 2nd level of the virtual realm, and it was almost a one-sided slaughter. Several young cultivators were discussing not far away, and a young man in armor spoke up. Are you bluffing? Do you think the king beast is a long-eared rabbit that can be found everywhere? It was killed so easily, and by a cultivator in the void realm. Someone next to him responded. My brother followed the 4th son of King Beian, Zhang Yu, to participate in this operation. He saw it with his own eyes. It is said that a super first-grade forbidden Dao soul was born. The sea of blood was surging, and he directly cut off the head of the great fierce jackal leopard, and he himself was unharmed. Hearing that the super first-grade Dao soul was born, Miss Yanyan also took a breath of cold air. She herself came into contact with a large number of cultivators every day in the Siqianjian, and her father had been teaching in the Dao Palace for many years. She had never seen or heard of a super first-grade Dao soul being born before. Even Guan Jingqing, the first person of the young generation who monopolized the 3 lists, was only a first-grade Dao soul. It can be seen how terrifying the super first-grade forbidden Dao soul is. After hearing this, all the nearby cultivators gathered around the disciple of the Bingzong, trying to get more information. Who is this super first-class Dao soul? Even the Shenji Pavilion didn't have any news before. The monks kept asking questions. The Bingzong disciple shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. After hesitating for a while, he said, "This person seemed to appear out of thin air, but he is related to that person. He is that person's guard." "Who?" The Bingzong disciple pointed to the sky, but didn't say anything, just opened his mouth. Chu Yanyan saw the shape of the disciple's mouth, and 5 words emerged in his mind. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." After many days, Zhao Yu returned to his residence, Kuchaiyuan, in the evening. The weather was cold, and the sky was gray. In the winter of Shenjing, the night came very early. Pushing open the door of the small courtyard, Zhao Yu sat back on the recliner under the pomegranate tree, stretched comfortably, and made himself a cup of the last bit of bitter tea baked by Yanji girl. After drinking a cup, a trace of warmth rose from the inside out, and he couldn't help but sigh that this kind of life was what he longed for. Liangpo lit a lamp in the yard, and helped Li Yi and Qinger girl to clean up the house. After the two of them fled all the way, they had no place to stay in Shenjing. Now Li Yi has merged with the heroic spirit and is also Zhao Yu's guard. Naturally, he lives in the bitter tea yard, but the strong-willed Qinger was unwilling at first. Li Yi persuaded her and she agreed to stay for a few days. As night fell, every household on both sides of the street at the foot of the Taoist palace had lights on. The lights were just coming on, and it seemed a little hazy. Chu Yanyan dragged his tired body, one hand in his warm pocket, one hand on his forehead, and walked slowly home. Turning a corner, Miss Yanyan walked on a street that led directly to her home, but she did not look at the beautiful middle-aged woman who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Instead, she subconsciously glanced at the yard next to her. When she saw a group of orange-yellow lights suddenly light up and shine through the yard, she was immediately refreshed. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and even her steps became much lighter. When Miss Yanyan walked into the house, she said hello to the beautiful middle-aged woman, which surprised the latter. What was wrong with her? She was depressed and had no appetite a few days ago, but why did she suddenly change her temper today? For the first time, she felt that her daughter, who had lived under her nose for nearly 20 years, had become unpredictable. Miss Yanyan, who was sitting at the table, seemed to be hesitant to speak, and her pretty face was flushed. Finally, the middle-aged man in purple robes spoke first, and asked softly, "Yanyan, just say whatever you want to say. Your mother and I are almost suffocating when we see you like this." "Dad, I want to ask Mother to make some more food boxes and send them to the yard next door. I think they came back late, and they probably haven't had dinner yet." After stuttering, Miss Yanyan's head almost went under the table. The middle-aged man laughed, and even the beautiful middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but narrow her eyes, with a smile in her eyes. The firewood in the stove was burned again, and billowing smoke came out of the big pot, accompanied by the aroma of food, filling the entire kitchen. Miss Yanyan paced around the kitchen cautiously, watching her mother skillfully handling the ingredients, putting them into the pot, stir-frying them, and then taking them out of the pot, all in one go. Her big eyes narrowed into a slit, and she did not forget to urge, "Mom, hurry up! The weather is so cold. What should we do if the cooked food gets cold?" The middle-aged beautiful woman turned her head and rolled her eyes, and said unhappily, "I asked you to follow me to learn how to cook, but you ran away. Mom put hot water at the bottom of the food box. It won't get cold for a while, don't worry." After hearing this, Miss Yanyan felt relieved and ran behind the stove to add firewood. A moment later, at the door of the bitter tea house, a slender figure stood for a long time, holding a food box in her left hand, which was still steaming. She raised and put down her right hand to knock on the door, over and over again, and finally reached into her pocket, squeezed the sachet she had kept close to her body, took a deep breath and knocked on the door, making a series of dong-dong-dong sounds. The bitter tea house was very large, but it had not been occupied for a long time, so it was a bit troublesome to clean up. However, Li Yi and Miss Qinger were both veterans in the martial arts world. After a while, the 2 clean rooms were cleaned up. Everyone was gathering in the yard to discuss the issue of dinner when they heard a knock on the door. Liangpo went to open the door, revealing the girl's red face. "Is Brother Lu here?" The girl's soft voice sounded. "Brother Lu? Which Brother Lu?" Liangpo was a little confused. "It's Lu, Renjia, Brother Lu. You asked me to take the task at the Astronomical Bureau before." "Oh, it's the young master. He's inside. Please come in, young lady." Liangpo suddenly realized. I won't go in. Just give this to him." Miss Yanyan threw the food box in her hand to Liangpo and ran away. Just knocking on the door had used up all her courage. The next day, the weather was clear and the city of Shenjing gradually revived under the sunshine. When Zhao Yu sat in the carriage and stepped into the Taoist Palace's new disciples' school again, all the disciples were already waiting in their seats, respectfully bowing and greeting. Maybe it was because trip to Huo Mountain was quite fruitful? Or maybe it was because a girl actually brought him a food box last night, so today he looked at the young man and girl sitting below, and he was particularly pleasing to the eye. He actually smiled a little, and 2 beautiful dimples appeared faintly. Since learning that the situation of the human race in Daxia was not optimistic, the new disciples of the Dao Palace seemed to have undergone a spiritual baptism. Everyone became more calm, especially Shu Hao, the thin Han Wenxing and the fat Chu Hengji, who looked at the young master on the table with different expressions. Shu Hao's eyes were full of admiration. Yesterday, he heard from his second sister who came back to the mansion that this fierce man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, actually gently pulled out the animal tendons on his eldest sister's hair in front of everyone and used them to tie the decoration around his waist. How free and easy it was in Shu Hao's eyes. The most important thing was that his eldest sister did not resist, as if she was a docile kitten, but she was a terrifying tigress on weekdays. The thin Han Wenqing's eyes revealed admiration and a hint of sympathy. In the past few days, he received the information collected by the family about the grandson of the Daxia emperor, as well as everything he did on the way back to Beijing, and also understood what kind of situation Zhao Yu was facing. The thin man saw himself in Zhao Yu, but he couldn't be like the Crown Prince, so he admired him. At the same time, the thin man knew that Zhao Yu had to bear more, and was more dangerous, so he had a trace of sympathy. The emotions in the fat man's eyes were more complicated. After the thin man told him implicitly that Zhao Yu did not kill everyone on the island, he no longer hated Zhao Yu so much, but for some reason, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that he must win the top 10 of this martial arts competition, and then stand in front of him with dignity. Is this the so-called self-esteem? The fat man thought with some self-mockery. Time passed, and it was almost time for the hall to be released. Today is a big day. Liuli City and the Snow People tribe will arrive in Shenjing City at noon to watch the martial arts competition and the crown ceremony. In other words, the second on the Daxia Mountain and Sea list, the only land fairyland on the vast land of Shenzhou, the queen of the snowfields in the north, will enter Shenjing today. The Ministry of Rites has issued a notice that they will meet the saint 5 miles in advance outside the Suzaku Gate in the capital, so the area around the Suzaku Gate is already crowded with people who have come to see the saint. The new students in the school are also eager to go and watch after the class is over. The class is coming to an end. Zhao Yu is about to put away the things on the table. A hand is raised below and a female voice comes, with a little timidity. Sir, you mentioned before how to kill the saint with the virtual realm. I want to ask, what kind of existence is a saint? Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, he seemed to be back in the Qingyi Lane under the pouring rain. The huge light column that penetrated the sky and the earth, a flawless white finger, transcending time and space, continued to grow in his eyes. Sir? It was not until the female voice below sounded again that Zhao Yu came back to his senses and said, A saint is an infinite existence in a finite world. It is a great way of heaven and earth walking in the world. How strong you can imagine is how strong a saint is. After hearing this, more and more disciples gathered around Zhao Yu. Ah, then the saint is invincible. How could he be killed? Shu Haoying's voice was full of surprise. The only thing that can kill a saint is the great way of heaven and earth. But the great way is flawed and not perfect, so the saint still has a lifespan and will still die, but his face will not age. Zhao Yu closed the Taoism in his hand and spoke slowly. The 2 saints died because of him. The master transferred the opportunity of the great way of heaven and earth to baptize his body after becoming a saint to him. In the end, because he could not bear the power of the immortal realm on land, he returned to the great way. Old Lady Yunyan Chuchu forced herself to become a saint, but she did not fully comprehend the laws of the great Tao. After becoming a saint, she only had 10 breaths to live. However, Zhao Yu crashed into the saint light column and used the star sand from the outer space to isolate the laws of heaven and earth so that it could not descend. So strictly speaking, Old Lady Yunyan failed to become a saint and was only a half-saint. But even so, she was also unparalleled in power. If the system had not been turned on, the saint would have killed Zhao Yu with one finger. The power of the saint is so terrifying. Then the Lord of Liuli City who came to Shenjing this time controls the great Tao of ice and snow. Another girl asked innocently. Then I don't know, and I haven't seen this saint either. But you can go to Suzaku Gate now and tell the gentleman when you come back. At this time, Suzaku Gate was already crowded with people. Under the martial law of Sitianjian and Jingjifu, except for the empty streets in the middle, the rest of the places were occupied by people, especially the high-rise restaurants along the road. That was an excellent observation position, and it was hard to find at a high price. 5 miles outside the Suzaku Gate, a group of people and horses were standing still. The leader was an old man on horseback. He was burly and wore only a single piece of clothing in the cold wind. His blood was vigorous like a dragon. He was the archer of Great Xia, Duke of Wei, Xu Sheng. Next to him was the Minister of Rites, Yu Tingjian, who was also riding on horseback. Although he was middle-aged, he had a jade-like face and was very romantic. Behind him, the red, black, and silver armies stood silently, clearly separated from each other. They lined up quietly, but they broke all the wind and clouds in the sky over half of the capital city. The endless murderous aura was overflowing, releasing a strong pressure. The 3 upper and 4th armies of the Sun Holding, Divine Guard and Ghost Wing, led by the deputy commander, each descended to a standard. Guan Zhengqing was among them, sitting above the leader of the Ghost Wing with a solemn expression. On horseback, Duke Xu of Wei looked forward, narrowed his eyes, and rode forward 2 steps, saying, "Here we are." A snow-white carriage appeared in sight, pulled by 4 white beasts, with a single horn on their heads and bodies like horses. The driver was a young girl wearing a fox coat, not very old, with skin as translucent as snow. Behind the carriage followed a long team, all of whom were wearing white animal coats, with burly bodies and abundant hair. Some even wore only a short coat, revealing their strong and sturdy arms. The snow beasts they sat on were very imposing, and their faces were very arrogant as they moved forward. Duke Wei rode his horse to the carriage, clasped his fists and said, "I am sorry for not welcoming you, Lord Luli. The regent has already set up a banquet in the Baidi Palace. Please follow me into the city." "Thank you, regent. I hope you are well after not seeing you for many years." A voice came from the carriage, like a faint orchid in the valley, or a snow lotus on the top of a snowy mountain, refreshing. A pair of flawless white jade hands lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing the voice and shadow of a woman, with a plump and graceful figure, but her face was blurred, as if shrouded by a light and could not be seen clearly. Old Master Shu nodded, rode his horse in front, and the curtain of the carriage was lowered again. The long team headed towards the Suzaku Gate of Shenjing City. When the unruly young people of the Snow Tribe in the team passed by the front of the Upper Fourth Army, their eyes were frivolous, and they inquired wantonly, full of provocation. The third son of the King of Beian, the Deputy Commander Jiang Tu, snorted coldly, and a group of Japanese soldiers behind him took a step forward at the same time. As the wind whistled, the strange beasts sitting down in the Snow Tribe whimpered and fell directly to the ground, shivering. The Snow Tribe's formation was immediately in chaos. At the Suzaku Gate in the divine capital, the people who were waiting eagerly suddenly felt the temperature drop sharply, and it was even colder. They stretched out their hands, but found that snowflakes were slowly falling on them under the sun. The saint came, and snow fell under the sun in the divine capital. After the meeting, Zhao Yu carefully packed up the things on the table as usual, then walked out the door and got on the carriage. It is worth mentioning that it was not Xiao Huang who pulled the carriage. As soon as this guy came back, he was sent back to the Yuchi nest for devilish training. Before he left, his resentful eyes and tearful eyes made anyone who saw it cry, and anyone who heard it sad. But this was all in vain in front of Guan Zhengqing. He was really a devil, Xiao Huang had already determined. It may be that most of the people in Shenjing went to Suzaku Gate to watch the saint enter the capital. Shenjing City was empty, so the carriage was moving very fast, but the direction was not Suzaku Gate, nor was it the bitter tea courtyard where he lived, but the northernmost end of Shenjing, Xuanwu Gate. The old queen promised Zhao Yu that he would live the life of an ordinary teenager for a few days before he came of age, and she kept her word, and kept everything out of the door. Even the banquet for the saint, Zhao Yu did not have to attend. She knew that Zhao Yu did not like socializing. Since she was not dead yet, she and Empress Wu could handle everything. Xuanwu Gate can be said to be the gate with the least traffic in the entire Shenjing. Shenjing's geographical location is already in the northwest of Daxia, and above Xuanwu Gate is the entrance to the Endless Mountain. Except for the 2 military satellite fortresses guarding the entrance, the rest are the endless tiger-lying mountains and frozen wasteland. Ordinary people can't survive here at all. In the past, the people who entered and exited Xuanwu Gate were the soldiers of Daxia who went to the Endless Mountain. Xuanwu Gate witnessed too many tears, laughter and triumphs, like a dividing line between life and death, sorrow and joy. Stepping out of Xuanwu Gate, it is the bloody battlefield of western Xinjiang. A carriage slowly drove out of Xuanwu Gate, driven by a tall bald man, and a big-eyed girl sat next to her, holding an ancient sword box in her right hand. As the carriage moved forward, the scenery outside the car became more and more desolate, with less and less greenery. There were some broken walls and ruins everywhere. Because of the cold weather, a layer of white frost floated on them, which looked desolate and desolate. These were originally prosperous buildings and fertile land. 15 years ago, the Yunyan clan rebelled. The prince died in battle, and the foreign race rushed out of the Endless Mountain, besieged the Shenjing city, and burned, killed and looted. After the foreign race was killed and repelled, what was left was such a desolate and broken scene. After the regent Empress Wu ascended the throne, she ordered the remains to be preserved as a warning, reminding people that the blood feud had not been avenged and could not be forgotten, nor was it allowed to be forgotten. Half a day later, a circular light gate that blocked out the sun and led directly to the sky appeared in the distance, emitting a hazy light and strong spatial fluctuations. After passing this gate, it was the Endless Mountain. Under the light gate was a towering, great wall that was thousands of miles long, like a giant dragon winding around. On the wall, densely packed soldiers lined up to patrol, with a sentry every 10 steps and a beacon tower every 20 steps. The huge blood-red wolf smoke rose from the cold winter, and from a distance, there was a feeling of steam rising. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Zhao Yu hung up the curtain, looked up at the huge light gate in the distance, and remained silent. There are 2 huge fortresses on the Endless Mountain Great Wall, one inside the light gate and the other outside the light gate. Both of them have delicate names, which are said to be given by the old Queen Mother when she was young: Spring Flower and Autumn Moon. Chunhua is outside, Chiwei is inside. Zhao Yu is going to Chunhua Fortress today, because Daxia has 1 city, 1 gate, 1 palace, 2 pavilions, and the Confucian School, one of the 5 sects, is located in this city. Confucian School was founded by Confucius, who was Zhao Yu's master. Confucius used his own life to change Zhao Yu's fate, so Confucian School is the cause and effect of the saints, and also belongs to Zhao Yu's cause and effect. Everything in the world, every drink and every bite must have a cause. Zhao Yu actually found it difficult to face this cause and effect, so he dragged it until now. But he was about to reach adulthood, and there were some things he had to face. 10 years ago, the Confucian school moved from Shenzhen to Chunhua Fortress and founded the Chunhua Academy. Classes were held every day, and everyone was taught. Since then, as a turning point, it has gradually withdrawn from Daxia, and its influence has shifted to its lower level. But the fortress soldiers who came to the academy to listen to the lectures a few days ago found that the gate of the academy had been closed since 7 days ago, and it has not been opened until today, until a carriage stopped outside the Chunhua Academy. A young man wearing a thick cotton hat, a girl with a sword case on her back, and a bald man stood in front of the gate and gently knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 knocks, the gate slowly opened inwards, and what came into view was an endless sea of people and neatly arranged desks. Everyone was wearing a simple white summer dress and stood upright beside the desks. In the center of the sea of people was a high platform, on which were placed 2 desks, one of which was occupied by an old man, and the other was vacant. The other desks were placed in a square shape around the high platform, neat and complete. Suddenly, an old but full voice sounded in the center, and then echoed in the sky. First bow to the master uncle. All the disciples knelt down, prostrated, and bowed. Second bow to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. All the disciples bowed again. Stand up. The disciples stood up, and their heroic faces and eyes looked at Zhao Yu standing at the door. Zhao Yu looked solemn, raised his hand to take off the cotton hat on his head, and handed it to Liang Po. The 2 bright red vertical lines of the slaughter saint on his forehead shone brightly, emitting a breathtaking light. He stepped forward and crossed the threshold, his eyes calm as water, and then he bowed meticulously, bent over, and returned the greeting. The disciples on both sides automatically separated a path, leading directly to the central platform. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Zhao Yu raised his feet and walked forward. His steps were steady, and the distance of each step was equal. At the same time, Liang Po closed the gate of the academy and stood at the door, blocking all external sight. Zhao Yu walked up to the platform, crossed his legs and sat in front of the desk, just like he had taught students every day in the past few years, and sat opposite the old man. Take your seat. When the old man waved his hand, all the disciples under the stage took their seats at the same time, like a precision machine, without any error. In terms of seniority, Zhao Yu has always called the master master. But in fact, he is the youngest disciple of the master, so he is also the uncle of the thousands of Confucian disciples below, although Zhao Yu is much younger than them, and has not even reached the age of adulthood. The old man in front of Zhao Yu was about 80 years old, wearing only a black Confucian robe, just like Zhao Yu, and looked at Zhao Yu with a trace of kindness in his eyes. Unlike the high-level cultivators Zhao Yu had seen before, the old man's figure was a little hunched, and his face was not ruddy, but had some age spots. Little junior brother, this is the first time we meet. The teacher has accepted 4 disciples in his life. I entered the door the earliest, so I am the head of the Confucian school for the time being. Your father is the 3rd, and as for your 2nd senior brother, he has not returned for many years in the endless mountains. Zhao Yu stood up again and saluted the old man. Although it was the first time they met, he felt a sense of longing in the old man. That was the taste of home. Although the Confucian school had retired in Daxia for 10 years, the old man's name was indeed like thunder in his ears. The 8th on the Great Xia Mountain and Sea List is Dongguo Lezheng, the leader of the Confucian school. A swift falcon, unique to the northwest of Great Xia, streaked across the sky of Chunhua Fortress at an extremely fast speed. Its dynamic vision was extremely strong, and it could detect the smallest prey at the farthest distance. The conditions in the wasteland north of Shenzhen were extremely harsh, and even the exotic beasts were unwilling to stay here for long. They all moved southward to the Huo Mountains. Only the swift falcon could survive here with its strong hunting ability. But even as strong as it was, it only hovered over Chunhua Fortress, exploring whether there were any rats hiding in the military camp, and did not dare to fly through the sky-reaching light gate to enter the endless mountain, because it felt a life-and-death danger behind the gate. It looked down, which was the huge Chunhua Academy, and then it saw a white ocean made up of people, square and upright. In the center of the ocean, on the high platform, 2 black shadows sitting opposite each other were so abrupt. With its extraordinary vision, it could see every hair on the faces of the old man and the young man. The old man had a huge energy hidden in him, which was neutral and peaceful, amazing but not scary, just like the sun. Then it looked at the young man sitting on the other side, and the 2 bright red cinnabar lines between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a great force of heaven and earth rushed into its mind. It felt that its entire consciousness was sinking into the avenue. Its wings stopped flapping and it fell headfirst. The old man in the black Confucian robe below sensed its fall, raised his head, raised his hand, and sent out a stream of energy, leading it to the table in front of him. He stroked it with his right hand, and a gentle breath came in. Then he said, "Your Highness, we have been closed for 7 days in the entire Confucian sect, and today we finally waited for you. Master is immortal because of me. I am ashamed." Zhao Yu bowed his head slightly, with apology and sadness. "Your Highness, there is no need to feel so guilty. I have been Master's disciple since I was 17, and it has been more than 60 years now. I know very well that every decision made by my master has his reasons. Since my master used his opportunity to become a saint to change your highness's fate, then our entire Confucian school should obey his decision. Having said this, the old man paused for a moment, released the fierce winged falcon that had awakened on the table back into the air, then raised his voice and continued. However, I and all the disciples of the entire Confucian school still want to debate with your highness here and now. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Zhao Yu nodded, straightened up slightly, and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Every 3 years on New Year's Eve, Master would take your highness to the Baidi Palace in Shenjing to meet the old Queen Mother. Because Master felt guilty about the death of the Crown Prince in battle, he would hide in the Chunhua Academy. He often talked to me about your highness. He said that your highness often said some unheard of words, which were strange but concise and clear. If you think about it carefully, they are quite meaningful, such as the huge gap between the rich and the poor, equality between men and women, and the sameness of having sons and daughters. Master often said with a smile that your highness had his own unique insights into the world's situation. Well, today, I would like to represent the entire Confucian school and have a debate with your highness about kingship and hegemony. The one who is benevolent by virtue is king, and the one who pretends to be benevolent by force is hegemony. As we all know, the Confucianism founded by Confucius advocates the kingly way of ruling, advocates the practice of benevolence and righteousness through moral etiquette, and conquers the world through benevolence and righteousness, while the sect headed by the Bing sect believes in the implementation of hegemony, and conquers the world with supreme force and strategy. Therefore, the debate between kingship and hegemony, the hundreds of schools in the vast land of China and the Central Plains have launched countless debates around this proposition. Your Highness, do you think that the current great Xia dynasty, under the rule of the regent Queen Wu, is the kingly way or the hegemony? The old man's voice continued to ring throughout the academy, hanging the sword of the mountains and seas on the top of the head to practice hegemony, supporting the Taoist palace to promote education, and perfecting etiquette to practice the kingly way, kingship and hegemony at the same time. Zhao Yu looked at the old man's clear eyes and said, "What do you think of this move?" The old man continued to ask questions. Daxia has gradually recovered its vitality over the past 10 years, and it is thriving and good. Zhao Yu answered in a steady voice, "What do you think of the kingly way and the hegemony?" The old man asked the most core question of the proposition. Zhao Yu fell into silence, and the entire academy fell into silence. After a long time, Zhao Yu's voice was heard. "My master once asked me the same question on the day he became a saint, and my answer at that time was that I didn't know. My master laughed and said what a good idea he was. In fact, I think my master himself may not know either. To choose the king and abandon the hegemony, or to choose the hegemon and abandon the king, in my opinion, is just a dispute of loyalty. There are thousands of great ways in the world, and the kingly way and the hegemonic way are just 2 ears of the great way. The great way is still flawed, so how can the kingly way and the hegemonic way represent the whole? The Tao is just a tool, and the key lies in the human heart." The old man stroked his beard, pondered for a while, and continued, "Your Highness, you don't value the Tao. Then I may ask your Highness, if it were your Highness, what would his heart be like? Be a king at home and a hegemon abroad. The king will be more king, and the hegemon will be more hegemonic. Internally, improve the laws, balance the rich and the poor, popularize education, unify the writing system, weights and measures, and all the people can practice Taoism. Externally, strengthen armaments, value talents, and avenge blood feuds tenfold. Anyone who offends Daxia will be punished even though he is far away, and the fight will not stop until his death. What if someone interferes with his heart and makes him waver?" The old man's voice became louder and louder. He stood up from the desk, his eyes burning. Zhao Yu also stood up from the table, rising to the sky with a stunning momentum, like a lone and proud phoenix in the sky, suddenly opening his tightly closed eyes, emitting endless divine power. "I shall see alone, hear alone, and make decisions alone." As his robes fluttered, Zhao Yu's steady voice echoed across the sky. All the Confucian disciples below the stage also stood up, looking down, not daring to look directly at him. The old man laughed loudly, then bowed to Zhao Yu, and all the Confucian disciples in white clothes bowed to the ground at the same time. Those who see alone are wise, those who hear alone are intelligent, and those who can make decisions alone can be the masters of the world. Dongguo Lezheng, the master of the Confucian school, and his 3,333 disciples are willing to teach His Majesty, be kind and righteous, and expand the territory without hesitation. The third bow to the common master of the world. I am willing to teach His Majesty, be kind and righteous, and expand the territory without hesitation. More than 3,000 disciples made an oath at the same time, and the sound was deafening, echoing in the ears of all the soldiers in the entire Chunhua fortress, clearly audible. At the same time, the electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded in Zhao Yu's mind. It is detected that a force has surrendered to the host, and the force will be automatically increased. Confucianism. Amidst the roar of the mountains and the sea, Zhao Yu stood alone on the high platform, frowning slightly, and did not speak. And less than 100 miles away from here, in the Phoenix Tower of the White Emperor Palace, the regent Queen Wu also stood on the high platform, frowning slightly, looking forward, and remained silent. Behind her stood a tall attic, which housed a vast amount of magical powers that all of Daxia dreamed of. A plump figure walked out of the attic, dressed in white like snow, with a noble aura as her steps fluttering. Empress Wu turned around and looked at her, and she also looked at Empress Wu, her originally hazy face gradually becoming clearer. Queen meets queen. Phoenix Terrace is the highest place in Shenjing City. It was originally the highest mountain in the vicinity. After Zhao, the master of Daxia, moved in, he used the entire mighty palace to enclose the mountain and built a platform that towered into the clouds. Standing on it, you can overlook the entire square Shenjing City and see all the mountains. There is a Phoenix Pavilion on the Phoenix Terrace. The Phoenix Pavilion is not luxurious and grand, but very simple. Apart from being 9 stories high, it is no different from other attics in the states of Daxia. At this time, in front of the Phoenix Pavilion, before the dinner, the 2 most powerful queens in the vast land of China had already met. Regent Queen Wu was dressed in a phoenix robe, standing with her hands behind her back, with her hair tied up and wearing a crown, and she was unparalleled in power. If the current Zhao Yu was a young phoenix, then Queen Wu, who had been in power for 12 years, was the Phoenix King of the 9 heavens, vast and majestic. The Zhao family, from His Majesty the Great Ancestor to the old Queen Mother, and then to Queen Wu and Zhao Yu, were all the most handsome people in the world. So Queen Wu was also very beautiful, but no one dared to look directly at her beauty, just like no one dared to look directly at the sun. Facing Queen Wu, facing the hegemonic dynasty of the vast land of China, even a saint had to restore his appearance to show respect, so the Queen of the Snowfield revealed her true appearance. Everyone is guessing how stunningly beautiful the Lord of Liuli City is, and how stunningly beautiful she is. But in fact, she looks very ordinary. Yes, ordinary. Even the distance between her eyes is a little too wide, which looks a little uncoordinated. But she has a plump figure and extremely fair and delicate skin, which is as delicate as a baby's. After both of them were silent for a while, Empress Wu spoke first. Her voice was overbearing and majestic, as if the sun was burning her heart. You have reached the 9th floor, so don't forget what you promised me. Although I didn't find what I wanted, I will make a move once. The Lord of Liuli City responded. Her voice was quiet and refreshing, like a white lotus on a snowy mountain. Okay, a banquet will be held in the evening, and you can go to Shenjing City for a stroll. Empress Wu turned and left without any hesitation. The western region of Shenzhou, Tongtian Mountain, and Yunzhong City. The old Emperor Kong has been getting more and more sleepy recently. Today, for the first time, he did not go to the council hall to check the information presented by the court after lunch as he did in the past. Instead, he went straight back to the palace. As he walked, the 4 pairs of light wings behind him flickered. He leaned on the recliner in the palace, propped up his head with his right hand, and closed his eyes. He had his first dream in 15 years. Since he almost flattened the heart of Daxia 15 years ago, but failed, he has never dreamed again. In this dream, he once again set foot on the beautiful land of the Central Plains, and even stepped into the city of Shenjing. In the city of Shenjing, he experienced a completely different scenery from the empire. It was so prosperous and luxurious. Ordinary people in the city of Shenjing could even bathe in the gurgling rivers and lakes. Water is a gift from God in the Sun Empire. How dare they blaspheme God like this? Then, he came to the White Emperor Palace. He had been fighting with the master of the White Emperor Palace all his life, but when he came here, his heart was surprisingly calm. He wanted to fly in and take a look, but a golden light shone in front of him. The light was so dazzling, even more dazzling and pure than the divine light he had seen. He kept his eyes open, trying to see the light clearly. Tears flowed from his eyes. He finally saw the light clearly. It was a blurry figure, and the golden sword tip followed the light. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Kongdi suddenly opened his eyes full of fear, and found that his back was completely wet. He put away the strangeness in his eyes and turned to look at the personal guard who had just woken him up. He was the commander-in-chief of the Empire's strongest force, the Tianyu Guard. The commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Feather Guard immediately knelt on the ground, holding a dazzling red envelope in both hands, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The court has presented a secret letter. The news level of the secret letter is level 9, so I dare not delay for a moment to wake up Your Majesty. After hearing this, the pupils of the Emperor Kong shrank fiercely. 15 years ago, there were only 3 people who could reach the 9th level of the Sun Empire court, Zhao Wuji, Xu Yuyan, and Zhao Jing. Now 15 years have passed, and there are still only 3. Zhao Wuji, Xu Yuyan, and Zhao Xu. The Emperor Kong raised his hand to take the secret letter, slowly spread it out, and after carefully reading it, he covered the secret letter, waved his hand to let the commander-in-chief leave, and just leaned quietly on the soft recliner, silent. The sun gradually set from the west, and the door of the bedroom had not yet been opened. The commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Feather Guard had been kneeling at the door of the bedroom. Gradually, more and more people knelt beside him, including the princes of the Emperor Kong, various Grand Dukes, generals, etc. In the end, almost all the civil and military officials in the court knelt here. The moon rose from the bottom of the Tongtian Mountains until it rose directly above Yunzhong City. The vast desert of the western regions was cloudless and rainless, so the moon was particularly bright and huge, like a big millstone hanging in the sky. The moonlight shone on the people outside the palace, reflecting long shadows. Suddenly, The door of the palace opened automatically to both sides, and the old and steady voice of Emperor Kong was heard, but there was a sigh and loneliness hidden in it. Call all the princes, those above the earls, those above the commanders, and Yunyan Tuoba to come in for discussion. After hearing this, everyone immediately stood up and filed in. As soon as they stepped into the palace, they knelt on the ground in unison. Emperor Kong stood up on the recliner and looked at the ministers below. His eyes changed from sighing to determination. His voice was still so steady and firm. The first sentence he said was, "I feel like I'm going to die soon." A thunder exploded in everyone's mind, and their bodies trembled like sieves. The moon of the great Xia dynasty in the central plains of China looked much farther away. Clouds often passed by, and the moon quietly hid its face behind the clouds, like a dream. Zhao Yu sat under the pomegranate tree in the bitter tea courtyard, looking up at the moon in the sky. The pomegranates on the tree were finally eaten by Liu Ke in the few days when Zhao Yu was away, which made him very angry. He didn't eat much himself. He dipped his feet into the boiling hot water, leaned back on the recliner, then raised his right hand to support his head, closed his eyes, slightly, and began to think about everything that happened in Chunhua Academy today. His expression and posture were surprisingly the same as that of the Sky Emperor. Zhao Yu originally thought it would be difficult to face the entire Confucian school. After all, the master had been known for him for thousands of years. The entire Confucian school might hate him or ignore him, but they definitely didn't expect that they would submit to him. He thought of what the master said to him before he became a saint, hoping that he would not raise troops easily to avoid the suffering of all living beings. So he always thought that the master wanted to use his chance of becoming a saint to change his fate for him and dispel his idea of ascending to the throne, but now it seems that he was wrong. His father was the master's most proud student. The master advocated the kingly way of ruling. His father also learned the kingly way, but he took one more step to become the benevolent way and was willing to die in the city. The master was guilty, so every time the master went to the capital, he had to avoid the old queen mother. So the master moved the Confucian school out of Shenjing and moved it to the Chunhua fortress, which was closest to the Endless Mountain, to atone for his sins. So the master said nothing to him and didn't talk about anything. He just spent 10 years taking him all over Daxia to let him see and experience. He is the successor that the master trained for Daxia again. The master used his life to exchange for his future because he was already good enough. This morning, Zhao Yu was not in a very happy mood, and even a little sad, because Liang Po told him that Yanji's bitter tea was officially sold out today. During the time he came to Shenjing, he had drunk countless first-class teas from Daxia, and even the Sichuan Tower's Wu Dao tea, which was worth a lot of money, was delivered to him, but he felt that nothing could compare to Miss Yanji's bitter tea. He loved Miss Yanji's tea the most. At dawn, in the Qinglong Gate of Shenjing, two young figures appeared in the crowd queuing to enter the city, looking exhausted. The two were dressed simply and carried a small bag on their backs. The girl looked up at the tall and majestic Qinglong Gate in front of her, and a soft voice sounded. "Sleepyhead, is this Shenjing? We are finally in Shenjing." The waiter next to him was also shocked by the huge city in front of him and could not speak, but just nodded in response. The girl took off the cloth bag behind her, secretly opened it a little, and then put her hand in. After a while of groping, a look of pain gradually appeared on her pretty face. With a trembling voice, she said, "We spent 47 taels of silver and 52 copper coins on this trip, which is the revenue of several years before." The waiter's eyes were complicated. He knew how much the girl in front of him loved silver, and it also showed how important the boy under the layers of protection of the Yuchi army was to her. "But we still have a foreign debt here, and we can stop the loss a little. No matter what, let's go into the city first, ask where the largest house in Shenjing is, and then go to collect the debt." The Rouge girl regained her liveliness, hugged the bag to her chest, and strode towards the city gate, because her missing father once told her that when there are many people, the bag should be carried on the chest, otherwise the silver will be stolen. After passing the Qinglong Gate, there is a wide street and a bustling, constantly surging sea of people. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, and there are constant shouts and shouts. Shenjing is already so lively early in the morning. Miss Yanji and the waiter walked forward with the flow of people. Looking around, the largest city they had been to before coming to Shenjing was Jiangling, the capital of Jinzhou, but Shenjing is richer and more prosperous than Jiangling. The two of them stopped in front of a bun shop while smelling the fragrance. Miss Yanji took out a small cloth bag, took out 2 cents, and prepared to buy 2 large meat buns and give them to the waiter, one for each person. Seeing that Miss Yanji was beautiful and simple, the middle-aged uncle of the shop secretly put another one in the oil paper bag and handed it to the girl in front of him. Miss Yanji took the oil paper bag and thanked him crisply. Then she asked, "Uncle, do you know where the house in Shenjing City is the largest?" This made the uncle feel troubled. He hesitated for a while and said uncertainly, "There are many big houses in Shenjing City. It's hard to say which one is the largest. I have seen the Sichuanjian branch near Qinglongmen from a distance once before. It is really big. But I am not a cultivator, so I have never been in, so I don't know what it is like inside." "I say, old Wu, you are really confused. Since it is a branch, then the headquarters must be bigger. Little girl, let me tell you, There is a Sishan Tower in the center of Shenjing. It is so high that it can be seen from a distance. That is really big. The proprietress next to her patted her husband's shoulder and explained to Miss Yanji with a smile. Miss Yanji nodded, silently memorized the words Sishan Tower in her heart, thanked him again, and continued to walk forward with the waiter. The further we walked, the busier the street became. Not far away there was an old man with a snotty little kid, surrounded by teenage children and their elders who stopped to watch. The old man waved his sleeves and moved, and the syrup in his hand moved like a silver snake. In an instant, a lifelike sugar man was ready, causing the onlookers to applaud. Yanji licked her lips and finally couldn't help but pull the waiter into the crowd. After a while, Yanji held a sugar man in her hand, stretched out her little tongue and licked it. It was sweet. And then she asked the old man the same question. The old man stroked his beard and thought for a while, then slowly said, "There are princes everywhere in Shenjing, so this house is naturally not small. If you want to talk about big, the houses of the princes in Ziju Lane and Liuye Lane are all huge. But you asked the right person, little girl. Others really don't know that when His Majesty Taizu divided the 14 Ying clans, the current Duke of Wei refused to be crowned as a king, so His Majesty Taizu allocated the 2 houses in Ziju Lane to Duke of Wei. So the largest house in Shenjing is naturally Duke of Wei's mansion." After the old man finished speaking, he continued to stroke his beard, looking very proud. The people around him praised him again. Miss Yanji took a bite of the sugar man, nodded seriously, and remembered the 3 words Duke of Wei in her heart. After hearing this, the little kid next to the old man sniffed his nose, pulled his grandfather's sleeve, and a childish voice rang out. "Grandpa, Grandpa, you are wrong. I heard the teacher just say a few days ago that the largest house in Shenjing is not the Baidi Palace." After speaking, everyone was shocked. There were only a few days left until the first day of September, which meant that the young people of Daxia, who were participating in the martial arts competition, had already arrived in Shenjing, ready to fight. The atmosphere in the Dao Palace became somewhat solemn. Before the battle, the masters of the disciple peaks were all adjusting to their strongest state, using various methods. Some practiced in seclusion, some walked around the peaks to relax, and some disciples buried themselves in the thick snow. Some even drank madly and fell on the roadside, unconscious. For the new disciples who were still young and had been in the sect for less than a year, they were much more relaxed. After all, they were just going there to experience it. In other words, they were just there to make soy sauce. But there was one person who was an exception. That was the fat man. This former young master of the Bebos, who had made a bet with our Royal Highness the Crown Prince to enter the top 10 in the competition, felt that the pile of fat on his body could no longer support the mountain-like pressure and seemed a little depressed. When he woke up in the morning, he walked outside in silence. Seeing this, the thin man next to him had some concerns in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and pushed the fat man out, but the direction he walked was outside the Taoist palace. "Thin man, where are you taking me? I want to go back to the hut to practice." The fat man muttered. "You practice until dawn every day. The master just said that practice should be relaxed and tense and go with the flow, so we go to Shenjing City to relax. Came to the Taoist palace? I haven't been to Shenjing City properly. I heard that there is a noodle soup restaurant near Qinglong Gate that is a must. How about we go and try it?" The thin man increased the strength of his hand and said as he walked. Hearing that it was delicious, the fat man's face flashed with hesitation, but he finally nodded. Shenjing, Chongjiang Pavilion. The noodle soup of Chongjiang Pavilion, located near Qinglong Gate, is famous far and wide. Its soup is delicious and has the reputation of Chongjiang Yuye. There is an endless stream of diners every day and the seats are always full. The fat man and the thin man were lucky. When they arrived, there was an empty seat in the lobby. Although it was not a private room, it was by the window and had a good location. The two of them quickly ordered the signature noodles of the Chongjiang house and sat down to wait. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the seat in an instant. He was dressed in white and had fair skin, but his face was very ordinary. He said faintly, "Give me a bowl too." The thin man turned his head suddenly and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" When Zhao Yu pointed out the identity of the thin man when he broke into the bitter tea house, the fat man naturally knew who the thin man's sister was. Therefore, the fat man's expression at this time was as rich as it could be. His eyes were wide open, and he spoke without restraint. The Snowfield Saint smiled at the fat man and said, "You are the fat man that Wenqing often mentioned in his letters. This is the first time Wenqing has gone far away. Thank you for taking care of him." Of course. It's not about taking care of each other. Just take care of each other." The fat man shook his head violently and waved his hands quickly, with a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The thin man at the side saw that he quickly changed the subject and said, "Sister, shouldn't you be in the Baidi Palace? Why are you here on the streets of Shenjing City now? The banquet at the Baidi Palace is in the evening. I have nothing to do now, so I want to come and see you. I thought you were practicing hard in the Taoist Palace, but I didn't expect you to come to the Chongjiang Pavilion to eat noodles." The quiet voice of the Snowfield Saint was full of teasing, which made the thin man embarrassed to act coquettishly for a while, and he actually had the attitude of a little girl. The fat man at the side was simply stunned. At this time, 2 figures walked into the Chongjiang Pavilion, and the unique soft voice of Miss Rouge sounded. "Shopkeeper, are there any seats left?" "Yes, yes, there are only 2 young men sitting by the window. Please follow me. I remember there were 2 people sitting just now. How come there are 3 now?" The young waiter at the Chongjiang Pavilion scratched his head in confusion, but the table was a round table, and 5 people could sit, so the waiter still asked Miss Rouge and the other 2 to sit down. Miss Rouge took off the small bag on her chest and put it on her knees. She looked around. The first thing she saw was a fat man with a slightly twitching mouth and sweating profusely. Next to him was a thin man, both of whom were young. Then a woman appeared in her field of vision. Her skin was as white as the snow in winter, and she looked older. So she turned to the woman and asked softly, "Sister, everyone says that the White Emperor Palace is the largest house in the entire Shenjing, but Shenjing is really too big. We just arrived today, so we are not familiar with it. Do you know where the White Emperor Palace is?" The woman did not answer immediately, but just looked at the girl in front of her. She felt that Miss Rouge had a special temperament, a temperament that even she as a saint was attracted to. She had seen too many people in her life, but she only felt it in the girl in front of her. Miss Rouge was like a bitter tea among thousands of tea trees. At first glance, it was not eye-catching, but the more you looked at it, the more different it was. The more you indulged in it, the more you couldn't stop. It was like a kind of magic, or it could be called Tao. It was the taste of Tao. After thinking for a while, the Icefield Saint opened her red lips and asked, "I know where the White Emperor Palace is. I can take you to the White Emperor Palace, but you have to tell me what you can do." The Rouge girl was stunned for a moment, and then she answered seriously, "I can make tea. If making money counts, then I will make some money." "Oh, I like drinking tea. If you don't mind, make me a cup. As a reward, I will take you to the White Emperor Palace." The Rouge girl nodded, took out the prepared tea leaves from the small cloth bag on her knees, and asked the waiter for a pot of hot water. There were no complicated steps such as warming the cup and waking up the tea. She just simply brewed it with hot water, naturally, calmly, and almost like Taoism. She did this step countless times. The Icefield Saint picked up the teacup in front of her, took a sip, closed her eyes and felt it, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already full of horror. She quickly put away the shock in her eyes and regained her composure. She turned to look at Miss Rouge, her calm face full of solemnity, and said very seriously, "Now that I have drunk your tea, I am your master. My name is Xiao Yingri, and I am from Liuli City." The fat man's hands, which were originally placed flat on his legs, pinched the fat on his thighs tightly. The thin man also had an incredible look on his face, and the waiter who came with Miss Rouge stood up. The window seat of the Chongjiang Pavilion seemed to be isolated in another space. Although the outside was noisy and toasted, it was not affected at all. No sound came in, and there was only the 2 women looking at each other and talking. "But I don't want to be your apprentice." Miss Rouge shook her head and refused very seriously. "That's why almost everyone in the world wants to be my apprentice. I can teach you to practice and pass on supreme magical powers to you. You can also make a lot of money, so much that you can't spend it all in your lifetime." The Icefield Saint took another sip of tea, but Miss Rouge still shook her head. "I came to Shenjing to collect debts to find someone, not to become his disciple. I can help you find someone to collect debts for you. No matter who the other party is, I can help you collect it 100 times. The female saint's voice suddenly became sharp. "But I don't want him to pay 100 times. I don't even want him to pay back the money. I came to Shenjing to collect debts because I miss him. I came to Shenjing to find because I miss him." The Icefield female saint fell into silence. Snow began to fall again near the Qinglong gate of Shenjing City, showing that her heart was not at peace. "After you finish the noodle soup, follow me and I'll take you to the Baidi Palace as a reward for this cup of tea. This evening the Lord of Daxia will hold a banquet at the Baidi Palace to welcome the Ice and Snow Saint and the Snow Tribe. The grand ceremony is naturally not small. All the officials and generals are invited to attend. Therefore, at the gates of the 2 alleys of Ziju and Luye, 2 teams of carriages are lined up in an orderly manner. The scene is spectacular, as if it was agreed that 2 long lines would be lined up to enter the palace together. Zhao Yu was on his way to the Taoist Palace at this time. Because of the Taoist martial arts competition, the Taoist Palace will be closed for half a month, so Zhao Yu is going to pick up 2 little maids who have not been seen for a while. As soon as the carriage approached the Disciple Peak, 2 pretty figures were seen waiting at the foot of the mountain from a distance. Miss Ruyue began to wave vigorously at her master from a distance. Her big watery eyes were already full of mist and tears, so pitiful. Bai Jining, who was beside her, was dressed in white and stood gracefully. After picking up the 2, the carriage turned around and drove out. In the carriage, Zhao Yu looked at Ruyue in front of him and thought she was very cute. A smile appeared on his face. Little Ruyue was sitting in the corner of the carriage, hugging her knees. Zhao Yu asked her, but she didn't say anything. It was just that the big tears kept flowing out of her big eyes. Her whole little face was red from crying. She wiped it with her hand, just like a little cat. Bai Jining kept patting her back to comfort her. During this period of time, she was very uncomfortable. She could not feel the vitality of heaven and earth and draw the energy into her body. Instead, she watched Sister Bai, who was practicing with her, advance rapidly. She was very anxious, but the more anxious she was, the more she could not find the state. As a result, she had not yet entered the initial realm. She felt so wronged. When she saw her own son, she felt that she was too useless. She felt ashamed to face the elders of Jiangdong. She couldn't help but shed tears. Okay, little Ruiwei, you can't rush to practice. It took me, your son, 16 years to draw the energy into my body. It's only been a few days for you. Don't worry. Zhao Yu touched Ruiwei's head and his steady voice sounded, giving people a sense of peace of mind. Really? Ruiwei sniffed, raised her head, looked at Zhao Yu with her big watery eyes, and asked with a choked voice. Of course, when did I lie to you, son? Little Rui recovered a little and put away the pearls in her eyes. But Sister Bai is very powerful. It only took one day to draw the energy into her body. The kind-hearted Ruiwei has begun to take credit for Bai Jining. Yes, your Sister Bai's talent is indeed amazing, but I believe Ruiwei will be amazing too. Little Ruiwei burst into laughter, and then Zhao Yu turned his head to look at Bai Jining, who had a cold face, and said, You did well, but you are still far behind me, so you have to keep working hard. The largest house in Shenjing City is undoubtedly Baidi Palace. Shenjing is so big that Baidi Palace can occupy 1/3 of it. However, the reason why the people of Shenjing subconsciously exclude it is because it is not a house in the strict sense, but a city within a city. As soon as dusk fell, the Jiaming Hall in Baidi Palace, which was used for royal banquets, was brightly lit, and the bells and drums were set. The huge hall was filled with banquets, a total of 108 tables, accompanied by the solemn sound of bells and music, and the whole court ate together. Empress Wu sat at the top table, with 2 empty tables beside her. They belonged to the Crown Prince and the old Queen Mother. Zhao Yu did not attend, but the old Queen Mother showed up and said a few auspicious words, then returned to Lingbo Hall with the help of her maid. Below Empress Wu sat the Lord of Luli City and Duke of Wei Shusheng. The Icefield Saint covered her face again, hiding in the layers of light. Below them were 3 rows, with civil officials, military generals, and clans sitting in order from top to bottom, according to their official rank, grade, and cultivation level. The atmosphere in the whole hall was solemn and dignified. They toasted each other, bowed and nodded to greet each other. Empress Wu and the Saint left shortly after the banquet began. The atmosphere in Mingda Hall became lively. Those sitting there were all the most powerful and noble people in Daxia. They had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally the wine glasses were mixed, and the atmosphere was very lively. The banquet held by the Zhao family, the master of Daxia, was the largest in history. Even the young people from the generals and clans were invited, but the banquet was held in the side hall. However, the atmosphere in the side hall was not good at this time. Instead, it was a bit tense. There were 3 distinct factions in the field. One faction was led by the Daxia court, led by the Seed and the 14th clan. Another faction was the Snow tribe, led by the girl from Liuli City who drove the female saint. Another faction was the Haikuo clan and other clan forces. The 2 prides of the Sun and Moon clan were also on the list. The young people from Liuye Lane and Zizhu Lane who usually didn't get along with each other actually united for the first time and pointed their spears at the outside world. The opponent was the unruly young generation of the Snow tribe sitting in the hall. The woman from Liuli City, who was in the lead, did not speak. However, the young men from the Snow tribe behind her kept chattering when the banquet just started. They were tall and strong, with thick hair and beard. They only wore short jackets, and their strong arms were folded across their chests, which was full of sarcasm. The extreme north snowfield is located north of the Huo Mountains. The only shortcut to the Central Plains is Tianmen Gorge. Its relationship with Daxia is similar to that between a vassal state and a suzerain state. The geographical location of the snowfield is too remote, the environment is extremely harsh, and there are not many resources. Therefore, His Majesty Taizu only accepted its surrender and named Jiang, one of the 14 Ying clans, as the king of Beian to guard Tianmen Gorge. The Snowfield tribe is unruly by nature, and they are ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, Jiang's hands are more or less stained with the blood of the Snowfield tribe. Now that the tribes see the Jiang children sitting in front of them, they naturally can't hold back and start provoking them. The Jiang clan, who was the most aggressive among the 4 armies, was not the type to fight back. They all pounded the table and smashed the cup, glaring angrily. Especially the 4th son of King Beian, Zhang Yu. He released his Dao soul, his blood rising, and the side hall was illuminated red. The Bing clan believed in hegemony. For forces outside the Central Plains, they always believed that those who were not of our race must have different hearts and should be killed. They belonged to the great Xia Hawk clan. Fortunately, both sides were not brainless. They knew that this was the Baidi Palace. If they really fought in this side hall, they would definitely be hung up and beaten by their elders after returning. Therefore, under the mediation of the sectarian forces, they took advantage of the situation and held their breath. After all, the Dawa competition was just around the corner, and the Snow clan would also participate. At that time, the real test would be shown. No matter how lively and noisy the Jiaming Palace is, the Lingbo Palace near the Baidi Palace Imperial Garden is always quiet and peaceful. After all, the old Queen Mother is old and prefers quietness to movement, so under the layers of guards, no sound from the outside can be heard. But today, the old Queen Mother's laughter came from the Lingbo Palace. The old Queen Mother hasn't laughed so wildly for nearly 10 years. The fragrance in the Lingbo Palace was fragrant. On the red sandalwood carved dining table, there were several exquisite side dishes. The old queen mother has always been simple and refused to waste, so there are not many dishes, and most of them are vegetarian dishes. In addition to the old queen mother, there are two small figures sitting at the table. Miss Yanji still holds the small cloth bag that she never leaves, because it contains the silver she earned with great difficulty. She eats in small bites and answers the questions of the old queen mother seriously while eating. On the contrary, the waiter sitting next to her is a little restrained, a little worried and uneasy. The old queen mother, who had just returned from Jamming Palace, had a ruddy complexion and even a lot more rice in her bowl than usual. She looked at the girl Yanji in front of her with a smile in her eyes and asked, "Is it delicious?" The girl nodded and replied softly, "It's delicious. It's the most delicious dish I've ever eaten." She was about to call the old queen mother in front of her, but she didn't know what to call, so she paused for a moment. The old queen mother saw the girl's hesitation, reached out and touched Yanji's head, and said, "You can call me grandma like you are, little girl. Grandma doesn't even know your name yet?" "My name is Yanji, Lu Yanji, Grandma, you are so pretty." Miss Yanji nodded, showing a sweet smile, and her big eyes curved into two crescent moons. The praised old queen mother couldn't help laughing again, and even the middle-aged palace maid who was serving beside her showed a smile from the heart. The middle-aged maidservant had served the old queen mother for more than 10 years, and she understood the old queen mother's suffering and sadness the most. She was the most beautiful woman in the central plains of the vast land of China in the past, and was the mother of the great Xia kingdom, admired by hundreds of millions of people. But now she is just a poor old woman who has lost her son for more than 10 years. Her husband is missing, and she is the only one who supports the whole great Xia and longs for a large family. After dinner, the old queen mother leaned on the recliner by the stove, covered with thick silk cotton. There was a little tiredness on her face, but her eyes were still bright. She waved her hand for Pa Yanji to sit next to her, looked at the little girl's rosy face, and gently said, "It is said that you are very good at making tea. Do you mind giving me a cup?" The old queen mother had seen the information presented by the Sitianjan half an hour after the little girl and the Icefield Saint left the Cheongjiang pavilion. Yanji then took out tea from the small cloth bag, carefully brewed a cup, and then respectfully handed it to the old queen mother with both hands. The old queen took it, took a sip, and closed her eyes. The tea was slightly bitter, but after the bitterness, it became fresh and cool, and finally turned into sweetness. There was also a trace of breath flowing. The breath was very weak, but pure and incomparable. It was the breath of the Tao. The old queen opened her eyes, and the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly for a moment. Then her eyes regained their smiles, nodded, and asked Miss Yanji with a smile, "You came to Baidi Palace to collect the debt. I will help you decide. How much money does my useless grandson owe you?" "He owes me 3 cents. If the broken tables and chairs are counted, then you have to add another 2 taels, which is also a lot." After hearing this, Miss Yanji lowered her head a little embarrassedly, opened her little mouth, and spoke in a barely audible voice. "Ha ha ha ha, it's a lot. My grandson probably can't pay it back. I, an old woman, have a suggestion. Let him marry you and pay it back in his lifetime. What do you think?" September 1st. The weather was fine and sunny. Since last night, countless young men and women in the entire Shenzhen have not slept all night, lying in bed with their eyes open, revealing infinite longing in their eyes, looking forward to making a big splash, winning the championship in one fell swoop, being made a marquis and a prime minister, and being famous all over the world. Wake up to the power of the world and sleep drunk on the lap of a her beauty. Today, Jingji Prefecture will jointly host this Taoist martial arts competition with the Sitianjan and the Ministry of Rites. So before dawn, Jingji Prefecture Shaoyin Shan Wenbai had already changed his clothes and washed up, and his wife next to him was still sleeping. He went out carefully, and there was already a Jingji Prefecture carriage waiting at the door. Shan Wenbai has been an official for 20 years, and he is extremely cautious in doing things. The place where he lives is also very simple. It is a small courtyard very close to Jingji Prefecture. He is not extravagant on weekdays. He has only one wife who has been with him for more than 20 years. His son is in the army in Xizang, and his daily life is just a straight line between the 2 points. After Shan Wenbai met the Minister of Rites at the entrance of the Ministry of Rites, they both smiled bitterly at each other. If you want to say which officials in Shenzhen City are the busiest recently, it must be these two in front of them. With the coming-of-age ceremony of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the lead, the Minister of Rites is like an ant on a hot pot, busy all over. The imperial family of Daxia is sparsely populated, and the last prince's ceremony dates back to nearly 40 years ago. He is not clear about some of the details of the ceremony, and he needs to visit some experienced old scholars, so he can't be careless at all. The Dawu competition is also one of the major events that Daxia focuses on. Countless people are looking forward to it. Even the Sun Empire far away in the western regions of Shenzhou will pay close attention to it. After all, this represents the future of Daxia. The young people who appear in this competition now will soon appear on the battlefield in the western frontier. By then, it will be a real fight to the death. Fortunately, the competition is held every 3 years. Shan Wenbai and the Minister of Rites Yu Tingjian are also familiar with it. After a series of procedures, the Dawu competition will finally start today, and all Daxia people under the age of 25 can sign up to compete. This competition is particularly eye-catching, and the suspense is the greatest, because Guan Zhengqing is 26 years old this year. All the Xia proud people who were suppressed by the enemy finally got a chance to turn over, and for many people, this was also the last chance. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Who will dominate the rise and fall of the young generation after Guan Zhengqing? In the southern suburbs of Shenjing, the royal hunting ground. When Shan Wenbai arrived, the hunting ground was already crowded with people. There were still countless young men and women who gathered from all over Shenjing, and they all had extraordinary cultivation. The dragon-like spirits gathered together under the cold wind rose up and turned into a vast cloud of smoke above Shenjing, which was unstoppable. These are the mainstays of Daxia's future. The number of participants in the Dao Wu competition has increased with each session, and the Dao theory compiled by the master has made great contributions. The various agencies of Daxia's government are very efficient and have a clear division of labor. Jingji Prefecture arranges the flow of people and maintains order on the scene. The Ministry of Rights is responsible for registration and grouping. Finally, the Sitianjian is responsible for judging the winner and ensuring safety. The imperial court as a state machine was always on guard because of the external enemies ahead. Moreover, under the governance of Empress Wu, the internal affairs were clean and honest, and the connection between various departments was smooth and efficient. There was a large observation tower in the royal hunting ground with a resting place specially set up for the royal family, which was now used as an office. Shan Wenbai, wearing a thick coat, walked into the room hunched over, constantly blowing hot air on his hands. The Minister of Rights beside him was not much better, with a haggard face. The two found a place to sit down, and the Minister of Rights spoke first. "Old Shan, do you feel that the weather in Shenjing is particularly cold this year? I remember that during the Dao Wu competition 3 years ago, you and I were sitting here, and we didn't feel it as biting as it is now." Shan Wenbai took a sip of tea and felt a little more warmth in his body. He replied, "Old Yin, it's not that the weather is cold, it's that we are old. After a few more years of work, we can retire and return home. By then, the boy from my family will marry the girl from your family, and we will be considered relatives. Yes, I'm old, and my body is not as good as before. After I'm done with His Highness's ceremony, I'll really prepare to retire and return home. And why are you, old man, staring at my daughter? Let's wait until your son comes back alive from western Xinjiang. By the way, if your son doesn't join the army, he will probably participate in the Taoist and martial arts competition soon." Minister of Rights, Yu Tingjin first smiled and then became a little sad. He has watched the boy of Shan Wenbai's family grow up since he was a child. To be honest, he is very satisfied, and hopes that the boy can be his son-in-law. He has tried to match them up often, but thinking of his daughter's impetuous personality, he has a headache. He hasn't seen his daughter in the past few days, but Yu Tingjian knows that she must be standing in the huge crowd waiting for the competition below. "I haven't heard from my kid for a long time. His last letter was a month ago. It is said that the war on the front line is very intense. I don't know what the situation is now." Shan Wenbai's eyes flashed with worry. Battlefield is the battlefield, and the competition is the competition. The two are too different. The biggest difference is that people will die in Xinjiang, and it is easy to die, but not in the competition. Let's not talk about this. This year, the Shenji Pavilion has kept it a secret. Until today, it has not released the seed list of this year's Dao Wu competition. Unlike the previous sessions, the predicted rankings were released early. I am afraid it is because there are too many variables this year. Shan Wenbai took a sip of tea and looked forward to this year's Dao Wu competition more and more. Guan Zhengqing has occupied 3 lists and dominated the generation. Until today, the young people of Daxia can breathe a little. A mellow voice came from the house, and an old figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Shan Wenbai and the Minister of Rights stood up and saluted him. "Meet Mr. Li, the supervisor of the Imperial Observatory." The supervisor of the Imperial Observatory, Li Chunfeng, with a white beard and a Taoist robe, nodded. He looked like an ordinary old man. After looking around, he waved his hand and the 3 of them instantly appeared on the platform of the royal hunting ground. The entire hunting ground square was full of young men and women. Seeing the 3 of them appear directly under the attention of the crowd, they immediately burst into a burst of enthusiastic voices. The sound was deafening and resounded through the sky. Li Chunfeng pressed his hands down, and the crowd gradually quieted down. His old voice began to echo over the royal hunting ground. "No one cares about you for 10 years of hard study, but you will become famous overnight, and the world will know you. Are you ready?" Roar. The royal hunting ground was completely ignited, and the whole city of Shenjing could hear the roar of the young man echoing over the hunting ground. Morning glow vitality. After hearing this, the older generation put down their work, smiled with satisfaction, and sighed that youth is really enviable. Zhao Yu was sitting on a bench in the small courtyard eating breakfast at this time. He did not go to teach because the Taoist palace would be closed for half a month for the Taoist martial arts competition, so the whole Taoist palace became a little deserted. Listening to the roar coming from afar, he put down his chopsticks, turned his head puzzledly, and looked at Guan Zhengqing beside him, and asked, "Were you also provoked like this by that old man Li Chunfeng's words?" Guan Zhengqing faced this question for the first time. He shook his head and said seriously, There were too many people at that time and it was too early. I was still sleeping and was woken up by the noise. On the first day of September in the 89th year of the Great Xia calendar, the time has arrived. Ring the gong and strike the bell. The Taoist martial arts competition is officially underway. As the mellow voice of Li Chunfeng, the director of the Imperial Observatory, fell, a melodious and deep bell sound came from the Baidi Palace, spreading and echoing to the entire Shenjing city. This session of the Taoist martial arts competition officially kicked off. Daxia has a population of hundreds of millions, so the number of young people participating in the competition is incalculable. In order to ensure fairness and efficiency, the competition system is also extremely cruel. Most people will be eliminated in each round. If you want to leave your name in the Ministry of Rights, the first level you must pass is the Dragon Gate. A fish leaps over the Dragon Gate and becomes a dragon. The royal hunting ground where the competition is held is extremely large. In its center stands 3 huge gates, each of which has characters shining on it, namely force, law, and agility. In order to keep the competition as fair as possible, Daxia has also summarized a complete system over time to ensure that every teenager can show his or her best strengths and choose the Dragon Gate that suits him or her best according to his or her growth attributes and the characteristics of the Tao soul. The Force Gate, those who are good at the strength attribute can enter. 1 force can defeat 10 skills. Heavy armor is unparalleled, and all methods are invulnerable. The Dharma Gate, those who are good at the magic attribute can enter with unparalleled intelligence, powerful magical powers, and can travel all over the world. The Agility Gate, those who are good at the agility attribute can enter with outstanding skills and speed, and only speed cannot be broken. After the bell of Baidi Palace rang, the 3 gates instantly glowed with dazzling brilliance. The gates opened wide, and young men and women kept choosing the fields they were good at to step into them, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind each gate was a small world that Daxia had fought for in Wujin Mountain. After being teleported, the Sijinjin monks in the small world would test them. If they could pass the Dragon Gate, they would be teleported to the next location to proceed to the next level. Those who were not capable would be directly teleported back to the royal hunting ground of Shenjing, where the fittest would survive. In the bitter tea courtyard near the deserted Taoist palace, Zhao Yu, who had just finished breakfast, was lying in the courtyard lazily basking in the sun, closing his eyes to enjoy the warmth brought by the winter sun. He subconsciously reached out to grab a teacup on the table beside him, but found that he grabbed nothing. There was only a pot of white water on the table. Then he remembered that the rouge bitter tea had run out, and he couldn't help but sigh. And then he missed the rouge girl a little. Zhao Yu cherished such a comfortable life very much. The old queen also had this idea at the beginning, asking him to stay away from troubles and live a good life for a few days. He had a hard life before, and it would be even harder after this period of time. After Ruiwei and Baizhining came back, Liang Po, who resumed his duties as a chef, became extremely busy. His huge body kept shuttling back and forth in the small courtyard, busy all the time, which formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Yu, who was doing nothing and leisurely. 99 crabs are fat, and chrysanthemums are fragrant, and the whole family is full. A burst of exaggerated laughter came from outside the courtyard. The voice was young and clear, but the coquettishness in it could not be concealed. The voice came before the person. Who else could it be but Sima Gongzi? Sima Anan, who had disappeared upon arriving in Shenjing, walked into the courtyard with a string of big crabs in his left hand and a booklet in his right hand, still dressed in white. It seemed that life in Shenjing had been quite comfortable these days. Sima Anan's face was radiant, and he was in great spirits, with a bit of vigor as he walked. Zhao Yu, who was half lying down, opened his eyes with slightly squinted eyes. He looked at Sima Anan, who was walking towards him, and said with some surprise, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and your cultivation has greatly improved, and you have entered the Dao Shu realm. There are too many powerful people around your highness. If I don't work hard, it will be embarrassing to be left behind." Sima Anan handed the crab in his hand to the chef Liang Po, then sat down next to Zhao Yu, poured himself a glass of plain water, drank it all in one gulp, then spit out exaggeratedly, and continued. "Bah, why is it plain water? I haven't drunk Miss Yanji's bitter tea these days, and I miss it very much. Make some tea quickly. I am too sentimental, so I am so affectionate, alas." Everyone has long been accustomed to Sima Anan being so frivolous and shameless, and they just ignore him. If he suddenly changes his temper one day, it will be surprising. Zhao Yu continued to close his eyes and enjoy the rare leisure life, while Liang Po was full of joy to deal with the plump hairy crabs. Sima Gongzi was extremely picky about the taste of food, so the Bibo Lake golden crabs he brought were definitely the first-class Daxia delicacy. Whenever the golden wind was blowing and the chrysanthemums were in full bloom, it was the most plump season for Bibo Lake golden claw crabs. They were large and fat, with green shells and white bellies, golden claws and yellow hairs, and greasy meat, and were deeply loved by the people of Daxia. It was rumored that the old Queen Mother was the most greedy for this. Every year, the first batch of the most plump golden claw crabs from Bibo Lake would be sent directly to the Lingbo Hall of Baidi Palace. Liang Po was naturally itchy for this unique and delicious ingredient that was only available in the autumn in the south of Daxia. He carefully looked up and down with the golden claw crabs, and then showed a very satisfied look on his face. After calling the little girl Ru in the inner room, the two of them stuck their buttocks out and went into the shed in the small courtyard to start selecting auxiliary materials. Due to his huge body, Liang Po had half of his body exposed outside, and he had to carefully control the strength to avoid collapsing the shed. Soon, the rich fragrance floated in the air above the small courtyard. Sima Anan moved a stool and sat next to Zhao Yu. He raised the book in his hand like a playboy and said proudly, "The first-hand information predicted by the Shenji Pavilion for the ranking of this Taoist martial arts competition. Are you interested in seeing it?" "Oh, who is the first place given by the Shenji Pavilion?" The lazy Zhao Yu was slightly interested, stood up slightly and asked, "The eldest son of Zhen Yuho, Lin Xiao." Sima Anan didn't keep anyone in suspense and said directly, "Lin Xiao, the most famous young hero in Shenjing after Guanzhengqing, gained this reputation by following his father in Yulong Pass in western Xinjiang with the heads of foreign races. He was nicknamed the Little Killing God. When he was in Shenjing, the young men in Ziju Lane were suppressed and couldn't raise their heads at all. It was not until he went to western Xinjiang for training and the second son Lin Xiao took charge that the situation gradually eased." Zhao Yu didn't say anything after hearing this. He just squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I haven't seen the famous eldest son of Zhen Yu Marquis. I think he is not bad, but I still don't think he can win the championship of this competition. At most, he can be ranked second." "Who is the champion in your mind?" Sima Anan asked curiously. "Wanjin Pavilion Jianqing." Zhao Yu took the booklet from Sima Anan's hand, opened it, and looked up. "Why do you think so, Your Highness?" Sima Anan pondered for a while after hearing the name and asked. He was also familiar with Miss Jiansheng. They had been traveling together all the way to Shenjing since Guangyu City, but he knew that this was Miss Jiansheng's first time to leave Jian Pavilion and go down the mountain. The previous information was like a blank sheet of paper, so Shenji Pavilion ranked her fifth for the sake of Morong and the disciples. "It's actually very simple, because she is carrying the sword I fished up on her back." Zhao Yu didn't even raise his head and continued to look at the booklet. Only a steady voice came out of his mouth, and then he pressed his finger on the fifth name on the list and continued, "Change this name to Farong, a girl." Then Zhao Yu's finger continued to slide down and pressed on the 10th name. "For the 10th place, I'm optimistic about Wenhenji, a fat guy who wants to kill me." The entire Daowu competition attracted the attention of everyone in Daxia during this period of time, so the entire royal hunting ground was not only filled with young people who came to participate in the competition. There were seniors from the school, spies from various forces, and even more people who placed bets to watch the fun. Every year, major bookmakers would open bets on the competition. The odds would naturally have to wait for the list of Shenji Pavilion to be released before making a comprehensive consideration. However, this year, the strange thing was that Shenji Pavilion was reluctant to release the list, which made major bookmakers almost unable to hold back. After all, there was only one day to pass the Dragon Gate. Missing today meant that they would have no chance to participate in this competition. Young men and women kept coming to the vast royal hunting ground in Shenjing. They dived into the Dragon Gate with great expectations and disappeared. Some young men were directly teleported out of the Dragon Gate, looking frustrated and annoyed. Only 1 in 10,000 will pass the Dragon Gate. "The results are out! The results are out! The Shenji Pavilion has finally announced the results." In the sky above the royal hunting ground, a group of white cranes flew in an orderly manner from far to near, with wings spread and fluttering, full of fairy spirit. But if you look closer, you will find that they are lifelike mechanical cranes. As the mechanical cranes fly by, countless pieces of paper float down from the sky and slowly fall into the crowd. The Shenji Pavilion's cranes deliver the results. My guess is correct. The champion predicted by Shenji Pavilion this year is indeed Lin Xiao. In the last competition, Lin Xiao lost to the blood-crying divine spear in the end. Guanzhengqing cannot participate this time. This young master of Zhen Yuhao will be unstoppable. Expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. I wonder if Zhong Shenshu, who is ranked second, and Li Changying, who is ranked third, can compete for it? I think it's difficult. Lin Xiao's reputation in western Xinjiang is getting more and more prosperous. It is said that he is called the Little Killing God. This time he will be only stronger than 3 years ago. Zhong Shenshu and Li Changying stayed in the Taoist Academy and closed the door. I don't know how strong they are. The strange thing about this list is that Jiang Yu, the leader of the 4th-ranked Bingzong, naturally recognizes him. But who is the 5th-ranked Jiansheng? I have never heard of him before. How can the Shenji Pavilion value him so much? It should be a Tianjiao disciple who has been hidden for a long time in the 9 sects. This competition is really interesting. The leader position after Guanzhengqing is rising. Just as everyone was talking about it, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the royal hunting ground, a fat man and a thin man. Just then, a white crane came from the sky to deliver the list. The fat man raised his hand to catch a list floating down from the sky and said to the thin man, "Bamboo pole, you don't have to participate in the competition with me. You can't even run a few steps. Why take the risk to accompany me? Besides, you can't help me with anything." The fat man looked at the list, and his face became more determined. There were only 10 names on it, but he must replace one of them this time. "Fatty, you look down on me so much. Who said I can't help? I know that the rules of the previous Dawu competition allow mutual cooperation. I can at least help you more or less. Anyway, there is no life-threatening situation in the Dawu competition. Just don't look down on my lack of strength. The thin man patted the fat man's fat arm with his hand and sighed. With the fat man's strength, he would have to have incredible luck to enter the top 10. The two came to the center of the hunting ground and began to choose the dragon gate they were good at. To be honest, they were not worried about passing the dragon gate. If they couldn't even pass the first level, how could they enter the world's #1 Taoist palace to practice? Unexpectedly, the fat and strong fat man walked to the far right and chose the Min gate. The thin man walked to the far left and entered the power gate. The choices of the two made the bystanders drop their eyes. As time passed, more and more young people were recognized, especially the Tianjiao on the list. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a violent sensation. A little girl with a sword box on her back in the crowd stepped into the Min gate while eating a steamed bun. Her name was Jian Sheng, but no one knew her. The steamed bun was given to her by Liang Po in the morning. It was the most delicious steamed bun she had ever eaten in her life. The reason why she chose the dragon gate on the far right was because it was the closest to her and she could walk less. She didn't like the feeling of being crowded. As the saying goes, when the autumn wind blows, the crab smells delicious. Although the autumn wind in the northwest of Daxia is bone-chilling, it still wafts a strong and unusual crab aroma through the small courtyard where Zhao Yu lives, which makes people drool. Zhao Yu, Liang Po, Sima Anan, Guan Zhengqing, two little maids, Li Yi and Qing gathered around the table to eat crabs. Although Sima Anan is not very particular about eating crabs on weekdays, he is very particular about eating crabs, and every step is in order. On the contrary, Zhao Yu casually grabbed a golden crab and put it into his mouth in a few bites, which seemed a bit casual. The crab meat is plump and smooth and rich in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is a rare delicacy in Daxia. Everyone ate it with relish until a delicate and soft female voice broke the tranquility of the small courtyard. Si Tianjian Si Sanchi Yueyair greets His Highness. Come in. Zhao Yu raised his head and saw Yueyair's graceful and charming figure walking into the courtyard. The white veil that usually covered her face was gone, revealing a charming and stunning face with bright almond eyes and flaming red lips. Yueyair bowed to Zhao Yu, a simple gesture that was full of charm and natural seduction. Zhao Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the white-clothed fairy who was kneeling in front of him, but there was no other strange look in his eyes. He just said lightly, "You are 2 days later than I expected. Were you delayed on the road?" Yueyair was about to answer when Sima Anan's voice sounded first. It is said that shopkeeper Yue's Yueyafang opened for betting before the announcement of the results of the Shenji Pavilion a few days ago. It must be because of this matter that it was delayed for 2 days. Shopkeeper Yue is so courageous that people admire him. This unexpected move has made Yueyafang more famous. No wonder the business has filled the whole Daxia in just a few years. Yueyair took a deep look at Sima Gongzi, who was sitting next to Zhao Yu and peeling crabs slowly, and then nodded. She was indeed 2 days late in returning to Beijing because she was discussing the opening of the market in Jiangling City. Sima Gongzi is right. Yueyair was delayed for a few days just because of this. She wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Get up, come and eat crabs together. These crabs are good. Zhao Yu waved to Yueyair and called her to sit at the table. I know that your highness likes delicious food, so I specially collected some specialties from various states of Daxia along the way when I returned to Beijing this time. They are waiting at the foot of the mountain. Among them is the Lingbo Lake golden hair crab. Although it is not as precious as the crab king your highness has now, it is also a first-class delicacy. Someone will send it up later. Liang Po, who was eating crabs quietly at the side, suddenly lit up his eyes when he heard about the specialties of various states. He looked at His Highness the Crown Prince with expectation. Zhao Yu nodded and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Just give it to Liang Po. If you have nothing to do in the next few days, come and have a meal. By the way, tell me what happened recently." Yueyair hummed obediently, and her obedient look was simply fascinating. "I heard that you opened the betting? Then I'll also bet a little to make some extra money. After all, I still owed money when I came here. How much money do we have now?" Zhao Yu, who was eating crabs, suddenly thought of something and turned to Liang Po and said. Liang Po, a bald man with a sturdy back and waist, took out a small purse from his trouser pocket. It was just given to him by Miss Ruyue in the morning. After opening the purse, he hesitated for a long time before spitting out a few words. 5 taels of silver. The 5 taels of silver was the monthly salary that Ruyue had paid in advance from the Taoist temple. Bet all this money on that fat guy to enter the top 10. That has a higher odds. Zhao Yu waved his hand, full of heroic spirit. "Ah, your highness, if I lose all the bets, Ruyue will swear at me." Liang Po's face fell immediately, and his voice was full of worry. Little Ruyue, who was eating crabs at the side, also raised her head when she heard this, and stared at Zhao Yu with a pair of talking eyes, with a face full of unwillingness. It doesn't matter. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Your highness, is it interesting to make your own money? Sima Gongzi, who was dressed elegantly in white, could not stand it anymore and teased. After eating crabs, His Royal Highness wiped his hands and said seriously, "It's interesting, Very interesting. It won't be a loss anyway. Today, the royal hunting ground of Daxia Shenjing became unusually lively because of the Dawu competition. Even the bitter teahouse, which was a little deserted before, seemed to have benefited from it and became bustling with people. Zhao Yu's current direct team has all gathered. Although there are not many people, they are equally energetic. Therefore, Zhao Yu waved his hand and helped Liang Po to make the unique magic weapon for eating big tables in the previous life of Greater China, hot pot. The billowing hot steam rose from the pot, and the boiling soup base wrapped the floating ingredients up and down, accompanied by the rich fragrance, drifted into everyone's nose. Such a novel method made Sima Anan shout and speak frankly. The two maids blushed as they ate. Even Guan Zhengqing couldn't help eating more. Yue Ayer's mind had already started to become active, thinking about how to promote Yue Fang throughout Daxia. Just after finishing the hot pot, the tall and slender figure of Miss Qing from the Duke of Wei's mansion stood in front of Zhao Yu, followed by two little followers, Shu Jin and Shu Hao. Shu Qing looked at Zhao Yu with a cold face and said, "I'm going to participate in the Dawu competition. Do you want to go to the royal hunting ground with me?" The tone of her voice was like the occasional whistling north wind, chilling. Poor Miss Shu did not sleep in the mansion last night. She spent the whole morning thinking of excuses. She finally convinced herself to come to the bitter tea house. She hesitated for a long time at the gate of the yard before taking a step. But she did not expect to see Dao Yue sitting next to Zhao Yu eating crabs as soon as she entered the yard. She was plump and charming in her every move. She felt extremely wronged and unhappy. Yue, who was as careful as a hare, naturally saw through Miss Shu's undisguised thoughts at a glance. She stood up very tactfully, bowed to Zhao Yu and asked to leave. Sima Anan, who was born to like to join in the fun, kept urging Zhao Yu to go to the royal hunting ground to experience the Taoist martial arts grand event held every 3 years. In fact, Zhao Yu was very curious about the Taoist martial arts competition. He took this opportunity to go and take a look. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. A carriage drove towards the royal hunting ground in the southern suburbs. Zhao Yu always traveled by carriage because he wanted to seize every opportunity to practice. Time would not wait for him, and neither would the enemy. He was also eager to participate in the martial arts competition. The warlike blood flowing in the Zhao family made his blood boil, and he was ready to move, but his identity did not allow it, nor did the Yuqi army, responsible for protecting him, and the old queen mother did not allow it. When the carriage entered the royal hunting ground, it happened to be the time when the number of people was the largest in the morning. The hunting ground was crowded with people, making the wide gate of the royal hunting ground seem a bit crowded. In desperation, several people could only get off the car and walk. As soon as Miss Shu's tall figure appeared, it caused a violent sensation. She was a household name in Shenjing for her extraordinary martial arts talent since she was a child. She was also a loyal and righteous descendant of Ziju Lane, and she was as good as a man. Xing chose the Minmen Gate to step into it, and the two little followers behind her also entered together. For archers, speed is the basis. It has to be said that the Zhao Yu trio is the focus wherever they go. The handsome Sima Anan in white clothes holding a folding fan, the burly Liang Po with a shiny bald head, and the pure Zhao Yu with a thick cotton hat on his head. Guan Zhengqing decisively did not follow them because of his high popularity. Countless people also set their sights on them, wanting to see which dragon gate this extraordinary trio would choose for the assessment. But the three of them went to the left first, wandered around but did not go in, then wandered to the middle dragon gate, but still did not go in, and just looked at all 3 dragon gates. And finally returned to the center of the hunting ground. This disappointed the onlookers, and gradually there was a trace of contempt in their eyes. It turned out that these 3 cowards did not even dare to step into the dragon gate, and they wasted so many expressions in vain. At the rest area of the Royal Hunting Grounds Observatory, Jingji Prefecture Shaoyan Shan Wenbai and Ministry of Rights, Shangshu Yutingjin, stood behind an old man in a black Taoist robe, looking up at the 3 huge light screens in front of them. The images in the light screens flashed, which were the scenes of the 3 dragon gates in the small world. Suddenly the old man exclaimed, and his figure flashed away. When he appeared again, there were suddenly 3 more young people in the room. The old man bowed to the young man in the middle and said respectfully, "I am Li Chunfeng, the director of the Imperial Observatory, and I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." After hearing this, everyone in the room knelt on the ground, and Shan Wenbai, the Jingji Prefecture Shaoyan, had already performed a neat and tidy salute the moment Zhao Yu appeared. "Everyone, stand up! Don't be shy!" Zhao Yu raised his hand to let everyone stand up, and then looked at the light screen in front of him, with some curiosity in his eyes. Coincidentally, in the light curtain representing the agility gate, the fat man was taking the test, and next to him stood a girl with a sword case on her back, Jiansheng. The fat man in the light curtain looked a little nervous, his round face trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly, and he looked straight at the finish line. The rules of the Agility Dragon Gate are very simple. 10,000 people form a group. The first 3 who pass the next portal advance to the next round. Only 3 out of 10,000 are selected, which is cruel. However, the specific process is not as simple as the rules, because the gravity of this small world from the Endless Mountain is very strange. It is not aggravated or reduced, but changes randomly, and the pressure difference will produce a violently rotating tornado column. If you are caught in the wind column by mistake, you will fly freely in the sky and cannot land. Then you can basically be declared out and have no chance of the next level. The fat man's huge body was very conspicuous among the group of people who were breaking into the Dragon Gate. It was unheard of for such a huge and fat body to come to the agile Dragon Gate. Everyone looked at him sideways, sighing that Daxia had nothing but great things. Even the Sitianjian monk in charge of the assessment took a second look at him. There was a large canyon in front of him. The canyon was full of wind pillars connecting the sky and the earth, and they were constantly wandering around. Across the canyon was the portal. Passing through the portal would allow one to enter the next round. The fat man's face showed a firm look, and his body stopped shaking. As the gong sounded, he exerted force with his legs and rushed forward. The fat man who rushed into the canyon was like a beast galloping forward, raising violent dust behind him. From time to time, people around him were swept into the air by the wind pillars, and some fell to the ground because they were not used to the sudden increase in gravity. The fat man released his Tao soul while running. It was the phantom of a fish at this time. The advantage of having a Tao soul was fully reflected. Because there was a Tao soul as a hub between heaven and earth, after releasing the Tao soul, the cultivator's ability to sense heaven and earth would be greatly increased. He would sense the abnormal gravity in front in advance and respond in time. The fat man turned and moved, and left and dodged, leaving the people behind far behind, and they were all gone. The fat man felt that he was back to the morning when he was about to be late every day. He jumped between the mountains and dense forests of the Tao Palace. His fat body and the Tao soul wandering around him easily blocked the constantly changing gravity, and it was no difficulty for the fat man to avoid the wind column in the canyon in advance. Soon the light gate opposite the canyon was in front. He suddenly felt heroic in his heart and almost wanted to roar to the sky. After the gong was sounded just now, all the boys and girls were desperately rushing towards the canyon, except for a thin figure who did not move. At this moment, the figure raised his foot forward. The canyon began to sound a sharp sword sound. Dense sword energy appeared around the girl, gradually gathering into a pair of sword wings, and then the wings flapped slightly, and Jiansheng's figure disappeared instantly. A very fast straight line appeared in the void in the canyon, leading directly to the light gate at the bottom of the valley, and all the wind columns along the way were cut off. The fat man, who was running continuously, felt a sudden chill on his buttocks behind him. He turned around and found that there was a dragon-like sword energy behind him, whistling and horrified. Jiansheng girl, who was moving straight and fast, saw a fat buttock in front of her that was twisting and getting bigger and bigger in her field of vision. She frowned and was too lazy to avoid it. She raised her right foot and kicked the fat buttocks. After a loud bang, the fat man crashed into the light gate like a rocket, and Jiansheng girl followed closely behind. The fat man passed the dragon gate. In the room on the observation deck, the light screen was still flashing the image inside the dragon gate. Zhao Yu, who was standing in front of the light screen, raised his mouth slightly, thinking it was very interesting. Then he found a position at random and continued to stare at the light screen. In the Gate of Power, the panting thin man, Han Wenxing gently swung his fist, and his weak fist lightly hit the leg of the huge rock puppet in front of him. The puppet was turned into powder from the thigh upward. On the other side, a white-skinned, sleepy boy covered his mouth and yawned as he walked across a long, narrow bridge and entered the next light gate. Countless strange fish jumped up from the water under the bridge with their fangs bared and pounced on the boy, but were blocked by the light screen beside the boy and were knocked into the water one after another. He was Xiao Yuan, the most solid shield of the disciples of Ziju Lane. After the fat man and Jiansheng girl passed the test, the figure of Miss Shu appeared in the agility gate. Her slender legs stepped on the ground like an arrow off the line, and in the blink of an eye she had passed the next light gate. There were also many young geniuses that Zhao Yu did not know. They left their opponents behind and advanced to the next round very easily. Sima Anand beside them would always report the names, backgrounds, and characteristics of these people in time, which made the officials of Daxia in the room more and more frightened. The beautiful boy beside His Highness was so good at collecting intelligence that they were ashamed. After thinking about it for a moment, a chill rose from their hearts. If others were willing, then the people sitting here would be transparent to them and would be stripped clean in an instant. Time passed inadvertently, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. After the northwest of Daxia entered autumn and winter, the sun set early. It is said that there are 3 nights in the northernmost snowfield, and there is no sunlight all day long, and everything is frozen. Zhao Yu sat and watched for the whole afternoon, while the officials of Daxia stood for the whole afternoon. Even if Zhao Yu didn't care, they didn't dare to sit on an equal footing with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Zhao Yu, who was sitting on the seat, pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, which one was the eldest son of Zhenyu Marquis before? Sima Anand shook his head after hearing this and said, he didn't show up. Everyone was shocked when they realized what was going on. Yes, the eldest son Lin Xiao, who was predicted by the Shenji Pavilion to be the champion, has not appeared since morning. Now that Longmen Pass is about to close, Is he going to give up the competition for this big competition? At this time, the royal hunting ground was still crowded in the evening, because the spies from all sides and the teenagers who had been eliminated did not leave. They were also waiting to see the style of little killer god Lin Xiao. The sun gradually set, and the weak light shone through the mountains in the distance and slanted on the ground of the hunting ground. The light gate in the center of the hunting ground began to fluctuate. Longman Pass was about to close, but Lin Xiao had not arrived yet. Sighs could be heard from the crowd from time to time. If the eldest son of Zhen Yuho, who was ranked first by the Shenji Pavilion, did not participate in this competition, he would certainly be much inferior. The 3 dragon gates began to close one by one. Suddenly, a strong commotion broke out among the crowd in the royal hunting ground, followed by a series of shouts like a tsunami, and everyone looked up at the sky. A black dot in the sky came from far away and approached. In an instant, it was above the hunting ground. A red giant eagle crashed into the sight. A red-robed boy jumped down from it. If the dragon gate closed, he flashed into it with shouts. Lin Xiao came to the finale. Zhao Yu frowned as he looked at the red-robed boy who suddenly appeared in the light curtain. Ever since he fought with the red-robed female war god Yunyan Chuchu in Guangyu City, he didn't have a good feeling about red robes. The saying that blood left on the battlefield by wearing red robes would not be seen by others, in his opinion, was just a lie to deceive children. Wearing red robes on the battlefield was either a provocation or a way to seek death. The 3 dragon gates were finally closed, and the first level of the day was over. All those who passed the dragon gates would have to go to the second level tomorrow, the question level. As long as they passed this level, they would be listed in the Ministry of Rights, and then the next morning, the list would be posted in all states and cities to announce it. For most young people in Daxia, being listed in the list was a great honor. Every household would celebrate it, and it would be widely spread in the countryside. Becoming a hero in the city, and having your children turn into dragons, parents would also feel relieved. Seeing Zhao Yu getting up and leaving, the officials of Jingji Prefecture and the Ministry of Rights in the room subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. With His Highness by their side, their pressure could be imagined. After half a day, they felt like thorns in their backs, and their muscles were almost numb. As Li Chunfeng, the director of the Sea Tianjin, waved his hand, Zhao Yu and his companions appeared beside the carriage outside the hunting ground. The old Li Chunfeng touched his snow-white beard and said to Zhao Yu, "Your Highness, when I teleported just now, I felt the breath of the void outside the domain on your body. I believe that your Highness also understands the spatial attribute. If your Highness does not mind, you can go to the Sea Tianjin to discuss it with me. If you can't get the knowledge, you must go to visit me." Zhao Yu didn't get the spatial attribute ability from him. It was just that the flashing dagger, hanging from the animal tendons on his waist, accidentally released it. But in terms of the understanding of spatial attributes in the entire Shenzhou, the Sea Tianjin in front of him is the leader. He has been in charge of the Sea Tianjin for nearly 50 years, monitoring the cultivators of the world, and rarely made mistakes. There has never been a case of cultivators slaughtering civilians at will. The Sea Tianjin has always been conscientious and has never crossed the line. The entire Daxia cultivator class also recognizes him from the bottom of their hearts. The 6th on the Daxia Mountain in sea ranking, the director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Li Chunfeng. Then I will definitely treat you to some good tea. I heard from Huang Ting that your Highness is also a tea lover. Li Chunfeng smiled, and he also had a special liking for tea. I just like to drink tea on weekdays, but I can't compare to you who have tasted countless teas. I also want to thank you for the enlightenment tea you gave me before. Zhao Yu also smiled. He had never seen Li Chunfeng, the director of the Imperial Observatory, before, but he could feel a real kindness from him. Ha ha ha, I still have some enlightenment tea in my hand. I will have someone send some more to your residence later. This tea is also very beneficial for improving your cultivation. Your Highness must accept it. Li Chunfeng looked at Zhao Yu with a trace of relief in his wise eyes. Then he bowed to Zhao Yu and continued, "Farewell, your Highness. Have a good journey." "Thank you for your kindness, sir. Please stay." Yu returned the greeting to Li Chunfeng, then turned around and walked back to the carriage. Liang Po drove the car and drove away. Zhao Yu was deeply touched by watching the big match today. Looking at the countless battle scenes in the light curtain, Zhao Yu could not restrain his blood from flowing and boiling. The Tusheng pattern hidden under the cotton hat on his forehead became extremely hot as his blood flowed. He was born for battle. The carriage did not go back to the bitter tea house, but drove to the Baidi Palace. Tonight, Zhao Yu wanted to try on the crown that the old Queen Mother had sewn by hand, a crown that goes all the way to the sky. The Baidi Palace Imperial Garden, which was usually deserted, had a touch of fireworks tonight. From the afternoon, curling smoke kept rising from the chimney of the Imperial kitchen, and then there were palace maids passing through the Imperial Garden, shuttling between Lingbo Hall and the Imperial kitchen. This city, within a city, used to be run by 2 women. The old Queen Mother was old and rarely left Lingbo Hall. Her Majesty Empress Wu usually spent almost all her time dealing with busy political affairs. She preferred to stand alone on the Phoenix Terrace when she had time, so the flowers in the Imperial Garden bloomed and fell without anyone noticing. How many people in the world can realize that the well-deserved overlord of the vast land of China, The great Xia dynasty was actually supported by two women behind the scenes. Now this place where the power of the great Xia gathered has welcomed the long-lost male owner, and it has gradually become lively and glowed with a different kind of vitality. Zhao Yu, under the guidance of the maid, had just stepped into the imperial garden when he saw a pretty little girl standing at the entrance of the palace. The girl's plain clothes had been changed into a delicate cotton jacket with floral patterns. Because the weather was cold, she also wore a small shawl. Her face was rosy, like an elf. Just as the girl was about to speak, Zhao Yu strode forward and hugged her in his arms. Her cheeks immediately flushed, like a frightened silly roe deer, with stiff limbs and motionless. The girl was now the person Zhao Yu had been dreaming about. The attraction of bitter tea was so deep that Zhao Yu loved her and often thought of the girl in his mind. Now that he hadn't seen her for a long time, he couldn't help but give her a big hug. Now that the girl was in front of him, would there be a lack of bitter tea? In Lingbo Palace, a large table of exquisite delicacies has been placed. In order to prevent the delicacies from the mountains and the sea from getting cold due to the low temperature, the table on which the dishes are placed has been specially treated. The Baidi Palace follows the 6 no's for the old queen's meals. That is, no bones, no thorns, no tendons, no seeds, no cores, and no scales. Nothing can be sloppy. The old queen is not alone at the table. There are a few more figures. The old queen sitting at the table has a smile on her face and is whispering something to a young girl next to her. The girl's cheeks are flushed and she keeps lowering her head in shame. On the other side sits an extremely burly old man, who is intimidating without anger, and still has vigorous blood. But opposite her, there sits a fair-skinned woman in palace clothes with phoenix eyebrows. She sits quietly like this, but she takes away all the glory, and even the air around her seems to dare not flow. Empress Wu and Zhao Yu looked at each other with pure eyes. This was the second time they wanted to see each other after Zhao Yu returned to Beijing. There was no change in either of them, except that the weather was getting colder, and they were wearing thicker clothes. "You come sit next to Grandma, you are so mean. After going to the Taoist temple, you didn't come to see me, an old lady, more often. Fortunately, Qing and Yanji have been with me recently." The old empress smiled and waved at Zhao Yu. Although there was blame in her tone, the smile in the corner of her eyes could not be hidden. "Grandma, it's not that I don't want to come. You know, being a teacher is very hard, especially for those kids in the Taoist temple. They are all very arrogant. If my grandson doesn't teach them well, they won't accept it." Zhao Yu showed a bitter smile on his face, and then he sat down gently beside the old queen mother with Yanji girl, took off the cotton hat on his head, revealing the blood-red and dazzling tusheng pattern on his forehead. The room suddenly had an alluring fragrance, which was a fragrance from the origin of the great Tao, especially for a grandmaster. It had perfect temptation. Shu girl was not a grandmaster, so she couldn't feel the temptation in the room, but this was the first time she observed Zhao Yu so closely. The first time she saw the great Tao blood on Zhao Yu's forehead, but she didn't think there was anything wrong, as if this bright red cinnabar vertical pattern should belong to Zhao Yu by nature. Duke Shu Sheng of Wei, who was tall and strong, stared at Tu Shengwen for a long time, then suddenly sighed deeply, his body gradually relaxed, and said, "Your Highness really makes me admire you." It was just a fluke. Zhao Yu smiled at Old Master Shu. On the way here, Sima Anan had taught Zhao Yu about the main officials of Daxia. As the head of Zizhu Lane, Duke Wei was naturally the top priority, so Zhao Yu recognized him. In Sima Anan's words, he was the Bao of Daxia, the only living duke of the founding dynasty, and one of his own. Zhao Yu would have the same goodwill towards those who were kind to him. "Shu Sheng, you kid, I don't care what others say, but you know that, when have the descendants of our Zhao family ever disappointed anyone?" The old queen mother was particularly happy today, and she did not forget to tease Duke Wei. Then she looked around and continued, "Since everyone is here, let's eat first. My Lingbo Palace has not been so lively for more than 10 years. Today, I am happy, and I, an old woman, will drink a cup of peach blossom wine sent by this palace." Shu Qing gently stood up and poured a glass of pink nectar for the old queen mother, looking well-behaved and lovely, and the old queen mother smiled. After a dinner, the moon was already high. During the meal, the regent Queen Wu did not talk much and ate very little. Not long after, she returned to Feishuang Palace to handle government affairs. Zhao Yu did not eat much either. The chefs in the imperial kitchen of Baidi Palace were naturally the best in Daxia, but compared with Liang Po, Zhao Yu always felt that something was missing and it was not good enough. The hall of Lingbo Palace was still brightly lit tonight. After Duke Wei finished his meal and sat, for a while, he took Shu Qing to leave. Now there were only 3 shadows under the lamp, which was a bit bleak. The old queen mother, who was once the most beautiful woman in the world, was in a good mood. After drinking a cup of wine, her face turned a little red. She smiled and exuded a gorgeous brilliance. She had been lonely for too long. Now the grandson she thought about day and night was finally in front of her, and he was very outstanding. Recently, she smiled more often than in the past 10 years. When she was embroidering a crown for Zhao Yu, she would smile unconsciously, and her spirit was much better. "You the vertical lines on your forehead are beautiful, but they are too conspicuous. You can have someone modify your eyebrows later. It will be more low-key. Let Yanji girl do it. I think she is skillful." The old queen mother stroked the Tusheng line on Zhao Yu's forehead and spoke lightly. "Well, then I'll go and learn it." Miss Yanji stared at Zhao Yu's eyebrows with a serious face, treating it as an extremely important strategic task. After a moment, the old queen finally remembered the business of tonight and raised her voice. The maids, who had been prepared for a long time, entered in 2 rows with crowns and robes, and lined up in front of Zhao Yu. Your coming-of-age ceremony will be in a few days. Grandma has been busy with these things these days. I found time to embroider the crown, and the robe was prepared by the Shangyi Bureau half a year ago. Now it is finally done. You try it on to see if it fits you. If it doesn't fit, there is still time to modify it. The robes worn for the coming-of-age ceremony are quite complicated. Even though many maids went into battle together, it still took a long time to put them on. The robes are crimson gauze robes, woven with cloud dragon red gold strip gauze, with a square heart-curved collar, a white skirt, a white fake belt, and crimson gauze knee covering. Yanji, you are very agile. Come and help you put on the crown. After hearing this, Miss Yanji stood up, took the crown from the maid, stood on tiptoe, and then gently lifted it up. Zhao Yu lowered his head and she put the crown on him. Under the illumination of hundreds of lights in Lingbo Palace, Zhao Yu stood quietly with pure eyes. Even the old queen mother was distracted for a moment, because Zhao Yu in front of her seemed to come from a dream, not like an ordinary person. Tongtian crown, crimson gauze robe, butcher's pattern, the grandson of the emperor, beautiful beyond measure. His divine appearance is as high as the jade trees in the forest. Naturally, he is not a worldly person. The moon is on the top of the tree, and the cold night strikes people. Outside the carriage of Zhao Yu's return to the bitter tea house, Liang Po, a somewhat dull waiter, sat next to his burly figure. Inside the carriage, 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other, very seriously. There was a circle of dark green in Miss Yanji's pupils, similar to the dark green color of tea leaves after baking, which was extremely charming. Why are you in Lingbo Palace? Zhao Yu, whose pupils were black and occasionally flashed with a trace of silver mist, asked. I came to collect a debt from you, but I didn't know where the biggest house was. I asked many people, and finally a big sister took me to Baidi Palace. Then I was taken to Lingbo Palace as soon as I entered, and then I met Grandma. Grandma was very kind to me. The figure of Miss Yanji is always so soft, but sincere. Zhao Yu touched his smooth chin, thought for a while, and then raised his voice. Liang Po, ask the supervisor to send me a copy of the information about Miss Yanji after she entered the city tomorrow. Yes, Liang Po's magnetic and mellow response came from outside the carriage. Dao Palace, the hut of the new disciple. The bright moonlight shone through the right window of the hut on the 2 figures, one fat and one thin. Both of them opened their eyes and stared at the top of the wall above, without any sleepiness. Fatty, you passed the Dragon Gate today. If you are lucky enough to pass the questioning pass tomorrow, should we go find some helpers? After all, the next round is a 5-person team battle. It's not enough for the 2 of us alone. The thin man turned his head slightly, looked at the huge black shadow lying at the other end of the room, and said. The figure not far away turned over, and the fat man's slightly sad voice came. You and I are both new disciples of the Taoist Palace. We don't often get along with others on weekdays. Where can we find strong teammates? I can try with my sister's disciples, and the rest can only try their luck. After hearing this, the fat man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but thinking of his own strength of just the first level of the Void Realm, he was afraid that he would be in danger in the questioning pass, and his face showed bitterness. In fact, the fat man Chu Hengji's talent is already rare. He has reached the virtual realm at a young age. He is the best among the new disciples of this year, and his growth attributes are very high. He awakened his Tao soul right after entering the virtual realm. He can step into the Grandmaster realm without any bottleneck in the future. It's just that he needs time to grow. At the same time, not far from the disciple's hut, on the top of the highest disciple peak in the entire Taoist palace, there is a figure of a white woman, sitting cross-legged on a rock, with a calm face and meticulous clothes. This disciple peak has always been named the Leader Peak. Countless legends have lived here. Its previous owner was named Guan Zhengqing, and its current owner is named Zheng Shenshu. Practicing both magic and agility, being the leader of the 2 academies, he will naturally be at the top of the mountain and overlook all the mountains. I can see that you are still hesitating about that prince. A young man in black, holding a piece of sunflower grass that can be seen everywhere on the mountain in his mouth, walked with his clothes fluttering, and his eyes sparkled in the dark night. Zheng Shenshu did not respond, and the young man in black continued. After so many years of competition in the Taoist Palace, I am the one who knows you best. I know that you are usually calm and steady when encountering things, and your thinking is clear. Why did you hesitate this time? I saw a sea of blood on that prince. After a long time, the woman on the rock replied, So you are afraid that you will be stained with too many causes and effects, commit too many murders, and it is not in line with your Tao? The young man in black suddenly sneered. I, Li Changying, and you, Zheng Shenshu, were trained to assist His Highness. You should know very well that no matter whether the former Crown Prince died in battle or not, we cannot escape that fate. Don't make such ridiculous excuses with me. You also understand that we have no choice. I came here this time originally wanting to work together with you. That prince is much better than I thought. If you want to be noticed by him, you must stand higher. Now you are talking to me like this, it's really ridiculous. I'm afraid you can't even pass the test now. The young man in black turned and left, returning to the night, leaving only one sentence floating. Zhang Shenshu, you'd better remember, no matter what Tao you practice, His Highness's Tao is our Tao. The military army only needs loyalty. Shenjing, Bayon Prince's Mansion. Bayon Prince's Mansion is located in Zizhu Lane, and its area is second only to Weiguogong Mansion. Because Bayon Prince, one of the 3 princes of Daxia, guards Mengxia all year round, he is not allowed to return to Beijing without being summoned on weekdays. Therefore, the Bayon Prince's Mansion in Shenjing City is headed by the 3rd son Jiang Tu, and the mansion is also very deserted. It is often said that the Bayon Prince and his son are not in harmony, but the relationship between the brothers is very good. Although the 4th son Jiang Yue is notoriously unruly in Shenjing, every time he gets into trouble, it is his brother who cleans up the mess for him. At this time in the garden, the 2 brothers did not rest, but sat around a table drinking. Jiang Tu, the deputy commander of the Japanese army, was in casual clothes at this time, holding a wine pot, fiddling with the charcoal fire at the bottom of the pot, warming the wine, while the 4th son, Jiang Yue, the leader of the Bingzong, was looking at the fire, silent, without a trace of arrogance on his face. What do you think about the next few levels of the Daowu competition? Jiang Tu asked as he poured a cup for each of them. Without a leader, everyone relies on their own abilities. It is still unknown who will win, but I can't muster any interest. It's like seeing a towering mountain and then losing the desire to conquer the mountain in front of me. Oh? Now the popularity of that killing god is very high. Jiang Yu's eyes were blurred as if he was thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. Brother, do you know that I feel my Dao soul trembling constantly? We are the 14th clan of the Ying family. My Dao soul is actually trembling. Actually trembling. Jiang Yue raised his head and looked at Jiang Tu, but found that his brother's face was still calm, without any horror. Jiang Yue, you should understand now that the vast land of China is very large, and what you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg, so you must be in awe of the Dao, in awe of your own heart, and in awe of that towering mountain. Why didn't that prince let his guards participate in the Daowu competition? With the reverse power of the super first-grade Dao soul, it must be easy to win the championship. Jiang Yue couldn't help but ask. Jiang Tu shook his head and drank the wine glass in his hand. The so-called Daowu competition is essentially just to provide that prince with a choice of candidates. Since the prince has already selected the guards, why does he still want to participate in such a competition? And the only young person selected by the old queen mother is Guan Zhengqing. Jiang Yue's eyes suddenly widened in an incredible look on his face, and then he heard even more shocking words. If there are more than 1 people around me, your highness who make our Dao souls tremble. In Daxia's Daowu competition, the first place is Longmen Pass. Only 3 out of 10,000 people can make it through the Dragon Gate, leaving only a few thousand people. Therefore, more than 10 million young people are eliminated, which is extremely cruel. At the same time, it also fits the current state of Daxia's national machine. Simple and direct, abandoning red tape, iron-blooded and efficient. The lessons of the previous Ying dynasty are still vivid in our minds. The country lasted for thousands of years, but it fell apart overnight. In order to motivate Daxia's young people to keep moving forward on the path of cultivation, the Daxia court will register and produce a dragon book with the name of the Ministry of Rights after they pass Longmen and Daoguan, and then post it in all towns of Daxia within 1 day through Xijin, and permanently seal it in Fenghuangtai. Once a dragon appears, everyone will know. The Dao Pass will be held today, and the location is still in the world of the Royal Hunting Ground. Therefore, the number of people around the Royal Hunting Ground today has not decreased, but has become more popular. The crowds inside and outside, young and old, surround the huge hunting ground layer by layer, and it is packed. The rule is that everyone enters together, and the first 800 people enter the next round from the last one to leave the pass, and the elimination rate is nearly 70%. Half an hour before this round of checkpoints opened, the fat man and the thin man came together. The fat man and the thin man are now famous. No one has ever been optimistic about them being able to pass the Dragon Gate Pass. After all, they are too young, and they have not even reached adulthood. Compared with other disciples who are nearly 25 years old, they have nearly 10 years less time for cultivation. They are one of the oldest people in all the Dao passes. Age represents the future. As long as they can grow up smoothly, the future will definitely be theirs. Thinking of this, the eyes staring at them become hot. In fact, the fat man is very uneasy now, and even his calves are trembling. In fact, he knows that his mentality has never been very good. At that time, he liked to eat the foth-head fish in the Bibo Lake. The meat was delicious and very tasty, so he gathered a group of friends to go fishing by the lake, but suddenly encountered a big tide in the Bibo Lake. The strange beasts in the lake rushed to the shore. He looked at the violent mouth of the strange beast below and was frightened to pee his pants. In a panic, he finally fell into the tide and almost died. That was a painful memory that he didn't want to recall in his life. But now, looking at the flashing light gate in front of him, for some reason, he remembered it again. The time has come. Enter the gate of Taoism. The familiar voice of the supervisor Li Jianjing sounded in his ears. The fat man took a deep breath, then rubbed his fat face, glanced at the thin man next to him, and stepped into the light gate with the thin man's encouraging eyes. Inside the light gate was a calm lake surface, as smooth as a mirror. The fat man with his feet on it could clearly see his fat figure reflected on the lake surface. A huge light gate stood on the other side of the lake, emitting a faint light. Step through the light gate opposite, and you will be a dragon. The fat man stayed there for a long time, letting his trembling body calm down. He raised his feet and took the first step, then the second step. With each step, the fat man's body would shrink a little. After a while, the fat man looked at his chubby hands, and when he looked down, he found that the reflection on the lake was actually his own child. Suddenly, a burst of children's playful sounds came from behind. The fat man turned his head and saw that they were all playmates who had grown up together, as well as his younger brother. Then the fat man felt his consciousness rising from his body, floating into the air, looking down at everything below. Below had become the shore of the Bibo island of Lingbo Lake. A group of children were holding fishing rods, fish baskets, and other tools. Led by a fat child, they began to fish in a mighty manner. The fat man's command was very orderly, with a clear division of labor. After a while, they had a good harvest. Suddenly a child's shouting came, and the lake water on the island suddenly retreated dozens of meters, causing the fishing rod and fish basket to be swept away. The fat man instinctively felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to shout, he found that the retreating lake water rolled back with a torrent of momentum, and a huge tide rose on the lake's surface. There were also countless lake beasts shuttling back and forth between the tides. The most terrifying tide in Bibo Lake. The fat man led all the children to flee back in a panic. Because they were quite familiar with the terrain on the island, the group climbed to the highest rock nearby, and the tide instantly filled the island, under the rock. The fat man standing by the rock looked down, and a big mouth that blocked the sun rushed out from the tide, with sharp fangs, covering the fat man completely. Even though his consciousness was looking down from the air in the third person, the fat man could still feel the fear that swept over him in his memory. His consciousness was blank at that time, and he peed his pants directly. Then he saw an unbelievable and shocking scene. A foot quietly stretched out and stepped heavily on the stone behind him. The stone shattered directly, and the fat man instantly fell into the tide and was submerged in the blink of an eye. That person was his younger brother, the younger brother who had been following him. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? The consciousness of the fat man in the air was roaring wildly and fell into madness. Tell me, you are as timid as a mouse, and you don't even have the courage to face the monster. What kind of Taoism are you practicing? An old voice sounded above the lake, reaching the depths of the fat man's consciousness. You were betrayed by your loved ones and almost died. Tell me, do you want revenge? Then the scene changed, and the fat man found himself standing in the moonlight again, on the top of the mountain cliff outside the Taoist palace. He looked down at the faint light coming from the foot of the mountain, and his left foot had already stepped halfway out. The sect was destroyed, your home was destroyed, and you are homeless from now on. Now you only need to jump lightly to be free. Tell me, do you want revenge? Do you want revenge? Countless questions questioned the fat man's mind, telling him, instigating him, that he only needed to jump lightly to get revenge. The fat man on the cliff stopped his feet and closed his eyes. Many figures suddenly emerged in his mind, including his mother, who had always treated him gently and considerately, his father, who was not good at talking but was proud of him, and the kind people in the sect. Faces floated before his eyes and finally stopped on a thin figure. It was the thin man. Then there appeared the figure of a young man in a cotton hat, and the bet with him on the top 10. The fat man smiled and continued to close his eyes. He just used up all his strength, opened his mouth, and roared loudly. Listen to me, revenge is not my way, protection is my way. His voice was loud and far-reaching. When he opened his eyes again, the fat man was already standing in front of the light gate. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and plunged into the light gate. Among all the disciples who participated in the Daoguan, the fat man ranked 10th. The first was Miss Jiansheng, who shattered all illusions with one sword. The second was the god of killing Lin Xiao, who almost walked out with the woman from Liuli City. Next was Li Changying, who ranked 4th. The two leaders of the Dao Palace, Zhang Shenshu, ranked 251st. The one before her was a black-robed young man from the Haikuo sect. Daxia Fengzhou, by the giant god sea, Shuizi town. As the most northeastern state of the 36 states of Daxia, Fengzhou is shaped like a crescent moon, surrounding the west bank of the giant god sea. Fengzhou is heavily guarded, second only to the endless mountain defense line in the northwest of Daxia. One of the three kings of Daxia, Qihai Wang Feilian, is responsible for guarding the giant god sea, assisted by the Haichuo sect and Linglong sect. The giant god sea can be called the inland sea of Daxia, connected to the ocean in the east and surrounded by land in the rest. As one of the 8 forbidden areas of Daxia, it needs to be guarded by one king and 2 sects. Its dangerousness can be seen. Although Fengzhou is always in danger, it has a very rich resource, that is, salt. Salt is a necessity for people's livelihood and belongs to strategic materials. Therefore, it has attracted a large number of Daxia people to build towns around the giant god sea, dotted with stars, like the moon surrounded by stars. This is the case with Shuizi town, not far from the shore of the giant god sea, and every household makes a living by drying salt. Early this morning, the court announcement office in the center of Shuizi town was already overcrowded. Almost everyone in the town has rushed here, and it is crowded. The list of candidates for this year's Daxia Dragon ceremony was delivered yesterday night and will be posted this morning. Shuiza Town also has several young talents going to Beijing for the competition, so every household has gathered here, waiting eagerly. While waiting, 3 people came from not far away. A middle-aged man, with a strong figure, stepped with a dignified look on his face. Next to him followed a middle-aged woman, who still had a faint charm and the elegance of a woman from a southern water town. Behind the two of them followed an old man who looked like a housekeeper. "Everyone, make way. Mr. Chu is here. Make way and let Mr. Chu stand in front." Shouts suddenly rang out in the crowd. After hearing this, everyone retreated to both sides and automatically made way. Although Mr. Chu had been in Shuiza Town for less than a month, he did not live in the town on weekdays. Instead, he built a gathering place between the town and the giant sea. His subordinates were all monks with high cultivation. In addition to protecting his own salt field, he also took the salt field of the residents in the town under his protection. Since he came, no salt drying worker in Shuiza Town has ever died at the hands of water ghosts. It is worthy for the residents of the town to respectfully call him Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu nodded to the townspeople on both sides, and then took his wife and housekeeper to the notice board, closed his eyes and waited quietly, without saying a word. Only the middle-aged woman holding her husband's hand was slightly sweaty and looked a little nervous. When the sun gradually rose and hung in the sky, finally, 2 cavalry supervisors came galloping from a distance. Behind the horse's back was a huge phoenix flying 9 flags, on which a huge golden phoenix fluttered in the wind with unparalleled power. The 2 supervisors stopped in front of the notice board, raised their hands to take out the list, and began to post it swiftly. There were 4 lists in total, with 800 names densely recorded on them. Then they refused the townspeople's invitation to stay for dinner, and left at full speed. This was the 20th town they had posted, and there were still 33 towns to be posted before noon. After the supervisors left, everyone gathered in front of the list again. Master Chu opened his eyes at this time, looked up at the list, and began to check. There was no dragon on the 4th list, so he looked at the 3rd list and checked it carefully from beginning to end. There was still no dragon. His heart began to sink gradually. Suddenly, there was a huge cheer from the crowd, and drums and gongs were beaten and firecrackers rang out. It turned out that a young man in the town had successfully given birth to a dragon and was ranked 2,550th, which was simply creating history in Shuiza Town. The entire Shuiza Town was in a state of chaos. The townspeople beat gongs and drums and rushed to the young man's home. For a moment, only Mr. Chu and his 2 companions were still searching on the list. In fact, before he found his name on the 2nd list, the middle-aged man had given up the search. He turned around and sighed slightly. Just as he was about to tell his wife to leave, he heard the housekeeper's desperate call. "Master, master, look at the 1st list. The young master is here. The young master's name is there. The young master has given birth to a dragon." After hearing this, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the 1st list. He saw the high 10th line written in iron pen and silver hook. The 10th place, Daogong Chu Hengji, 15 years old, from Chushui City, Chuzhou. Mr. Chu could no longer control his majesty. Tears filled his tiger eyes, and his wife beside him had already burst into tears and could not stand still. Mr. Chu put his arm around his wife's waist and helped her walk back. After a while, his face regained its dignity and calmness, and he said to the housekeeper behind him, "Today, our sect has sent out a dragon. After returning to the gathering place, we will have a big banquet to celebrate together." The 3 of them had just walked to the gate of the village when they saw 5 or 6 children running in panic from not far away and gathered in front of them. Grandpa Sectmaster, just now we saw a huge black ship rushing out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it flew up and disappeared. It was very scary. They all saw it." The leading child danced and recounted the scene they had just seen at the beach, and the other children beside him kept nodding in agreement. "Did you disobey the ban again and run to the beach to play secretly? There will be a banquet in the sect tonight. Hurry home, otherwise you will be punished by not having food." The housekeeper behind him pretended to scold. When the children heard that there would be a banquet and delicious food, they immediately forgot their previous panic and ran back to the village in a playful manner. Shenjing, Qinglongmen. Today, Shenjing was raining instead of the usual snowflakes, but the popularity of the Chongjiang Pavilion near Qinglongmen did not decrease due to the weather, and there was still an endless stream of people. An unusually burly, bald figure, holding a food box in his left hand and an umbrella in his right hand, was queuing up. His broad body occupied a large area, giving the people around him a strong sense of oppression. Our royal crown prince Zhao Yu wanted to eat the soup noodles in the Chongjiang Pavilion very willfully today, so the bald Liang Po braved the rain and rushed to Qinglongmen to get Zhao Yu a takeaway from another world. There were still a few people queuing up in front, so Liang Po was not in a hurry. He was always very calm and had no pursuit other than food. He was pure in heart. He actually wanted to see how the soup base of the Chongjiang Pavilion was made, but this was the secret of the store, so he knew it was difficult to get a glimpse. While he was thinking, the queue in front of him was empty. Liang Po entered the store, handed the food box to the servant, and then sat aside to wait. The store was a little noisy with all kinds of noises, but Liang Po didn't care what they were saying. He had developed a habit since he was a child, and he only had to do one thing, which was to stand in front of his highness. After a while, the servant returned the food box. Liang Po took it and walked into the rain with his umbrella again. This account was naturally on credit, and Yue would send someone to settle the money later. In a sense, our Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, despite his status, was secretly rich. While walking, Liang Po suddenly frowned and heard a sound of running from far away. A white figure flashed under Liang Po's umbrella and then gently buried her head in Liang Po's chest. Liang Po lowered his head and saw the girl's slightly wet black hair. There was a fragrance of the snowfield, which smelled very good. In the lingering rain of Shenjing, a fairy-like white figure jumped down from the second-floor window of the Qiangjiang Pavilion and disappeared at a very fast speed around the corner. 10 breaths later, a group of burly snowmen wearing only short jackets chased out from the entrance of the Qiangjiang Pavilion, without even holding an umbrella, and also disappeared in the rain. After searching anxiously in vain, they gathered at the entrance of the Qiangjiang Pavilion again. The young snowman in the lead had a face covered with beard and hair, which looked a little ugly and bitter. "Let's go. We can only go back first. Sister has a Taoist martial arts competition tomorrow. I just hope she will come back in the afternoon, otherwise we will inevitably be scolded." Liang Po, who was holding an umbrella, felt his whole body stiff. With his physique and blood of the super first-class Tabu Dao Soul Flesh Mountain Great Demon King, the youngest Taoist realm grandmaster in the entire Daxia, his hand holding the umbrella was actually shaking a little. To be honest, he didn't know what to do at this moment. The fragrance of the black hair wafting from the chest entered his nostrils. It was fragrant and a little sweet. This was a smell he had never smelled before, and it was also a smell that no other food could bring. This fragrance seemed to have a kind of magic, paralyzing his limbs and accelerating his heartbeat. Just when Liang Po was at a loss, the girl on his chest suddenly raised her head, her hair scattered back, her eyes met Liang Po's, and then she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and took a step back. The first impression of the girl was that she was white as snow. Her appearance was not as beautiful and round as the women in the central plains of Daxia, but her eyes were slightly deep, her red lips were attractive, and she was full of exotic charm. "Brother, I'm really sorry. The rain is a bit heavy, so I borrow your umbrella to hide." The girl's voice sounded faintly with an apology, and it was very pleasant. The rain was getting heavier. Liang Po shook his head, extended the umbrella in his hand a little towards the girl, but his back was mostly wet. "You are really big. Are you from Daxia? You are stronger than our warriors of the Snow People." The girl looked at Liang Po's tall body with admiration. Liang Po still shook his head and did not respond. He just turned around and motioned the girl to move forward. Fortunately, he had not forgotten his mission of delivering noodle soup. "Hey, why are you silent? Are you dumb?" Liang Po continued to shake his head in return. The girl finally gave in and stopped asking questions. Instead, she walked quietly beside Liang Po, without asking where he was going or what he was doing. This combination of one big and one, holding an umbrella together, walked through the streets and alleys of Shenjing, crossed the bridge with ripples under it, passed by flocks of wild ducks walking in the rain, and came to the western suburbs of Shenjing silently. Liang Po stopped and spoke for the first time. His voice was full of magnetism and shocking. "There are 2 people following us. They must be looking for you. So you can talk, your voice is so nice." The girl's surprised voice came, and then she turned around and saw 2 figures hiding behind a tree, not far away. A fat man and a thin man. Zhao Yu and Sima Anan sat under the eaves of the bitter tea courtyard, looking at the pomegranate tree swaying in the rain in front of them, listening to the rumbling sounds in their stomachs due to hunger, like a piece of music. Even the Rouge girl not far away, holding her face, frowning, looking at the gate of the courtyard, it seems that she is starving. Liang Po was out for too long this time. Finally, the gate of the courtyard was opened, and Liang Po's tall and burly figure appeared. Not 1 but 2, with a girl with skin as white as snow beside him. Zhao Yu and Sima Anan looked at each other, and both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. Then Sima Anan murmured in disbelief. Could it be that this iron tree that has lived for thousands of years has also blossomed? The rain continued to fall and gradually turned from rain to snow. In the yard, the hungry people were eating soup noodles. The noodles in the Zhongjiang restaurant were indeed well-deserved. Although the noodles were a little soft due to the long soaking time, the taste was still delicious. The girl named Shuiming who came in with Liang Po moved a bench and sat down next to Liang Po, looking up and down at the silent bald man. "Hey, what's your name?" the girl asked curiously. "His name is Liang Po." Liang Po did not reply, and Sima Anan's cheerful voice came, chewing and shouting. "Oh, your name is Liang Po. How old are you?" "Don't look at his burly figure. He is only 16 years old and strong." Sima Anan answered again. "Then why don't you say anything?" The girl's voice was full of mischief this time. Sima Anan fell silent immediately, and everyone laughed. There was a knock on the door, and the shy, thin, and fat man came in. They hesitated at the door for a long time before they mustered up the courage to knock on the door. After all, Zhao Yu had put too much pressure on them some time ago. However, they did not come to find Zhao Yu this time, but to find the snow girl sitting next to Liang Po. "Sister Shui, I have a favor to ask you for." The thin man came to the girl and said a little embarrassedly, "Young city lord has a request, and Yan Shui naturally dares not disobey." The girl's face gradually returned to its coldness, and she no longer had the cunning look just now. We want to invite you to join the competition tomorrow, but we don't know many people, so now it's just the two of us. It's okay. We are all from Luli City, so we should naturally support each other. The girl nodded in agreement. The thin man smiled, and the fat man behind him was relieved. Tomorrow will be the last level of this Dawu competition, the fighting level. Since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, foreign enemies have never stopped invading. With nearly 100 years of combat experience, they are very familiar with both large-scale wars and group operations, so the competition is also based on actual combat. 5 people form a group, and the team is free to form a team. There is no limit to the school of cultivation. While maintaining high mobility, it can obtain the greatest lethality. This model is also applied to the army. The upper, middle, and lower armies are all 5 people. In this level, all young people will be thrown into the world, and they will kill each other in groups. Eliminate the remaining disciples to get nameplates and rank them based on the number of nameplates and survival time. This kind of unfamiliar and largest simulated battlefield environment tests the comprehensive ability, combat power, strategy, cooperation, courage, and connections of all contestants. At the same time, a phenomenon will also appear. That is, the strong will join forces and the strong will become stronger. That's great. Let's go find 2 more, and we'll have the whole team. As soon as the thin man's surprised voice fell, a plain female voice sounded from the inner room. A girl carrying an ancient sword case and a girl wearing light pink clothes walked out. Both of them looked indifferent, as if it was a trivial matter. Then count us 2 in. We just happen to be too lazy to find a team, so this is just the right way to make a team. Wanjian Pavilion's swordsman, Linglong Sect Hibiscus. A fat body crawled on a thick tree trunk, completely blending its entire body into the dense tree canopy, perfectly hidden. The fat man Chu Hongji restrained all his breath, pursed his lips and looked at the dense jungle below with a calm expression. There were 5 busy figures. The 5 people all wore the same standard green robes, presumably from the same sect. The 4 young men surrounded a young and beautiful woman in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. The young woman in the middle rubbed her legs with an extremely impatient expression. She kept giving orders and yelling at the male disciples around her to make fire and cook, as if they were here for a picnic instead of a dangerous competition. At this time, it was about half a day away from the start of the last stage of the Daowu competition. The world where the fat man and his friends were located was an endless, lush, primitive jungle with tall trees stretching endlessly. Standing on the top of the tree, it looked like a deep green ocean. Due to the large area of the world, there were not many fights when they first entered. But as time went by, the barrier in the world would gradually move towards the center, and once they stepped out of the barrier, they would be eliminated and teleported immediately. Therefore, there would be more and more battles, and at the same time, many tactics would be extended. Whether to go straight to the center of the world from the beginning, or to follow the barrier to slowly advance inward, or to constantly rely on mobility to sneak attack and wander around, it would be extremely challenging for the comprehensive strength of each team. The fat man hiding on the tree trunk observed the scene below, and thought of the scene when he was distributing tactics just this morning, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't care. I'll just wander around and kill anyone I meet with my sword. This was said by Miss Jiansheng. It doesn't matter to me either. Just follow Jiansheng. I'll treat him. Miss Furong, who was wearing a light pink dress, said calmly, There's nothing to be afraid of. Relax. I hope those young talents can take a beating. After the snow girl from Luli City finished speaking, she slapped the big tree next to her, and the trunk, which was as thick as a person, broke with a sound. The thin man didn't speak, but just looked at the fat man with helpless eyes. The fat man Chu Hengji's face turned red, and he finally said, I'm Minshu. I'm responsible for spying on the enemy for you. The 5 people below, who had no formation and were playing around, were the first wave of opponents that the fat man encountered. But looking for a soft persimmon to squeeze was not something the fat man had always thought of. He sensed that there were at least 3 pairs of eyes nearby, staring at the field as closely as he was. If it were an old scout in the Great Xia army, he would definitely be able to see at a glance that it was a simple and crude trap. Which cultivator above the Void Realm would have sore legs after half a day? Although the male disciples below seemed to be casual, they were alert and spaced in an orderly manner. It was obvious that they came prepared. Although they vaguely felt that it was a trap, it was a common problem for all intelligent creatures to have a fluke mentality. So soon there was a flash of light in their eyes, and they couldn't help but take action. Suddenly, the vitality on the crown of a tree fluctuated violently, and a figure carrying the Dao Soul behind him whizzed down. The Dao Soul behind him was a cheetah, and he pounced directly on the beautiful woman in the middle. At the same time, 4 figures rushed from not far away, and the Dao Souls behind them appeared one after another, shining in colorful colors, like a rainbow flowing forward. The beautiful woman in the middle smiled strangely, crossed her 10 fingers on her chest, and countless transparent silk threads suddenly appeared in the venue. One end connected to the woman's nails, and the other end connected to the trees not far away. The Dao Soul emerged behind the woman, a vague mechanical figure. Then he pulled his hands inward, and dozens of mechanical puppets of various shapes shot out from the jungle, colliding violently with the leopard soul monk in the air. The leopard soul monk's two claws appeared with sharp blades, and he swung his right claw to chop off a human-shaped puppet. Then the leopard-shaped Dao soul opened his huge mouth and bit the head of another puppet beast that rushed over to him. There was a burst of bangs in the air, and in an instant, puppet fragments fell from the air. The leopard soul man landed 10 meters in front of the woman, and the two looked at each other from a distance. The mechanical sect, playing with the world, is really worthy of its reputation. The leopard soul man spoke slowly, and his voice was like a beast roaring. He came from the 100 Beast sect and was the eldest disciple of the sect. The woman's expression did not change, and the smile on her charming face was still weird. As she waved her hands, the ground under the feet of the 100 Beast sect man instantly sank into a huge hole. At the bottom of the hole, a puppet giant beast had opened its mouth and was waiting, with countless sharp blades rotating in its mouth. Then a flying puppet with 2 wings came down from above and knocked the leaping disciple of the 100 Beast sect into the cave. A red cloud rose from it and a violent explosion sounded. Magical power, self-destructing puppet. The cave was suddenly filled with fire. At the same time, the 4-color rainbow formed by the disciples of the 100 Beast sect in the distance had violently collided with the puppets controlled by the mechanical sect. The puppets were fearless and gradually trapped the disciples of the 100 Beast sect in one place. Then the ground also collapsed, and the puppets below exploded, and another red cloud rose. In just half a day, the mechanical sect puppets actually hollowed out the circular shape of the underground here and placed a large number of explosive puppets. Under the huge power, the 99th disciple of the 100 Beast sect and 4 fellow disciples who were listed in the Dragon Book were all wiped out. The charming face of Shi Hongqian from the mechanical sect was slightly pale, but she did not stop. The mechanical Dao soul behind her was still shining. As she stretched her hands, several more mechanical puppets rushed into the dense forest. Then there were bursts of explosions and flames in the forest, clearing a large open space, and the trees began to burn violently. Several figures emerged from the forest, took a deep look at Shi Hongqian, who was surrounded by 4 male disciples and a large number of puppets, and turned away in a flash. Seeing everyone leave, the fat man on the tree trunk slowly exhaled and slowly crawled back. Shi Hongqian's cultivation was already at the peak of the 5th level of the virtual realm, so his best choice at this moment was to leave with the information without looking back. The fat man who was crawling along the tree trunk suddenly felt his scalp tingling and rolled over with the strength of his limbs, barely avoiding the 2 cutting blades. But a line of blood still flew out when his belly trembled, and a cut was made. The fish-shaped Dao soul behind the fat man fluttered its fins wildly, and its speed suddenly increased. It jumped onto another tree trunk. Looking back, 2 spider-shaped puppets were chasing after it, and there was also a charming look from afar. The spider puppet that was chasing after it trembled all over, and began to emit fluctuations at the peak of the virtual realm. This was a sign before self-exposure. The fat man was scared to death, and cold sweat poured out like a spring. He used all his strength to escape to the distance. However, the spider puppet did not explode in the end, because a sword energy came from far away and came in an instant, cutting off the silk thread controlling the puppet and the earth energy transmitted from it, and the puppet stopped moving immediately. Then 4 slender figures came with the disdainful words of the snow girl. In the eyes of the fat man, they were like gods shining with golden light. "I'm fatty, why are you running away? Now that your big man is here, let's get back to work." If there are 3 exciting things in life, regaining what you lost, meeting again after a long separation, and having a false alarm, then Fatty is undoubtedly so excited that his heart is about to jump out of his chest. A huge feeling of joy rushed straight into his mind from bottom to top, and his face was red and he couldn't help himself. Miss Jiansheng's life motto is that if you can take action, you will never waste words and kill with one sword. So before the snow girl finished speaking, countless sword energy gathered from behind her, forming a pair of huge sword wings. Miss Jiansheng took off the ancient sword box behind her and handed it to the thin man beside her. Then the sword wings fluttered slightly, accompanied by a sharp sword whistle, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Supernatural power. Sword wings. The violent sword energy wrapped around Miss Jiansheng's figure, cutting the air beside the fat man, cutting off all the tree trunks along the way, ignoring all obstacles, and aiming directly at the opposite center of the mechanism sect Shi Hongqian. Shi Hongqian's charming face was full of solemnity. The sword-born girl who rushed straight at him was too powerful, and her pressure had exceeded the scope of the virtual realm. She was like a charging ancient sword beast, roaring. 5 disciples of the mechanical sect raised their hands at the same time, pulling the silk thread to control the puppets. The spider puppet that had stopped moving beside the fat man raised its head again, swung its sharp blade, and blocked the sword dragon. At the same time, densely packed puppets crawled out of the pit and gathered in front of Shi Hongqian. The power of the mechanical sect in Daxia is also extremely large. It is one of the top 10 forces in Daxia, and its inheritance is very long. The endless puppet sea tactics once dominated an era, so the foundation is very deep. However, the disciples of the mechanical sect have a fatal flaw. That is, if they do not enter the real world, They cannot use the earth's vitality to control the puppets in the air, and can only use special transparent silk threads instead. Ordinary people cannot sense the existence of silk threads, but this does not include the sword-born girl who has a spiritual heart. In the eyes of the fast-running Jinsheng girl, there was a silk thread connecting the back of each puppet, and the other end was on the finger of the Jijian sect disciple, so what she had to do was very simple, just cut it off like cutting trees along the way. Jiansheng girl pulled out her right hand from behind her back, and a hilt that had condensed into substance was pulled out from the void. Under the hilt was a hazy, crystal-clear fluorescent shadow. The shadow was very long, and as it continued to be pulled out, it was as long as 2 meters, like a swimming dragon. Girl's Dao soul is undoubtedly a sword, but it is not a straight sword or a long sword in the ordinary sense, but a 2-meter-long soft sword like silk. The spider puppet leaped high, but it didn't stop Miss Jinsheng for even a moment. The silk thread behind it was cut off, and then it was cut into countless pieces by the sword energy. However, the reason why the puppet's sea tactics of the mechanical sect have the word sea in it is that it is endless, like a wave. Another wave of puppets came, although they were only in the initial stage of combat power, but under the control of Shi Hongqian. They exploded along the way before Miss Jiansheng cut the silk thread. The roar was accompanied by the shockwave of the fire, which destroyed the originally dense jungle to only the bare ground. A large number of dead branches and leaves were flying in the smoke, and then ignited by the explosion, turning into a ball of sparks and slowly floating down. The fat man who had already joined the team looked solemnly at a distance with his round face. There was a reflection of fire in the pupils of his eyes. At the same time, he felt a coolness flowing through the injured part of his belly, and the wound began to heal gradually. That was the healing magic that Miss Furong had just released. There was still a fierce momentum rising in the smoke, which meant that Miss Jiansheng had not received much damage. The disciples of the mechanical sect, led by Shi Hongqian, summoned dense mechanical puppets from the pit again and rushed into the smoke. This was the last batch of puppets they had prepared, which meant that even if they could win, the mechanical sect was almost powerless to continue fighting in this competition. They had no way to retreat. Amid the flames and smoke, the girl wrapped in the sword wings raised her head. She was surrounded by layers of puppets, including beasts with fangs exposed, humanoids with shields raised and focused on defense, and crossbow puppets with long-range attacks. This was already an army with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and this was also the trump card that the younger generation of the mechanical sect could control. The sword wings behind Miss Jiansheng continued to spread, and the sword energy and wind continued to pour in all directions, blowing away all the smoke. The sight in the field suddenly became clear. The girl raised the sword in her hand, closed her eyes, took a step to the side with her right leg, and then swung her arms and body. The sword's soul emitting crystal starlight began to dance in the air, leaving a dazzling track. As the track increased, the fluorescence in the air became more and more, and it drifted everywhere as if a storm was faintly formed. The sword girl jumped with an elegant and calm posture. The sword soul in her hand was like 2 sleeves extending out, and it was like a hydrangea that was constantly thrown, leaving pieces of fluorescence, which was extremely beautiful. Finally, the storm took shape, and countless fluorescence rose up with the sword energy. The infinite suction generated in the center of the storm sucked in all the puppet armies around in an instant, splitting, shredding, annihilating, and turning them into dust. The first-class soul of Taoism, silk, divine power. Taya dance. After the dance, everything dies. Except for the lone disciple of the mechanical sect standing in the distance, there was no puppet left on the ground, which also meant that the mechanical sect disciples' journey in this competition had come to an end. We have learned a lesson from the Wanjian Pavilion, the most powerful sect among all the sects in Daxia. We will automatically leave our nameplates and withdraw. We hope that we will have the opportunity to learn from each other in the future. Shi Hongqian clasped his fists to Miss Jiansheng and took off the nameplates around his waist with the other disciples. A flash of light flashed, and they disappeared at the same time. The fat man exhaled, looking at the girl who was walking back unharmed, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It feels so good to hug someone's thigh. In the rest area of the Shenjing Royal Hunting Ground, the supervisor and the officials of the Ministry of Rites were also staring at the light screen and recording continuously. Then a cultivator sent the recorded content out of the observation platform. Zhao Yu looked at the battle that had just ended in the light curtain and also uttered a sigh of admiration. The power of Miss Jiansheng's Taya dance was indeed far beyond the limit of the Void Realm cultivators, and it was also a powerful magical power that controlled and killed a large area. If placed on the battlefield, its power was unimaginable. At the same time, Zhao Yu also put away his contempt for the local cultivators. Since the system was open to level 1, because the heroic Dao souls and equipment of the system had the power of reversal, he gradually raised his horizons. However, this time, whether it was the puppet sea of the mechanical sect or Miss Jiansheng's Taya dance, they made him understand that after countless years of inheritance and development, the cultivation civilization was absolutely profound and diverse. Even when facing the Void Realm cultivators, they should not be taken lightly. Therefore, he became extremely urgent to upgrade the system and obtain soul energy. The blood sea that Zhang Shenshu saw from him was not wrong. He really needed killing, blood, and souls. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice. As time went by, the barrier in the world continued to advance towards the center, and the chances of encounters between teams became greater and greater. Battles broke out everywhere, especially the battle for the center, which had entered a white-hot stage. The scene within the light curtain kept shaking, and one by one, the young strong men were teleported out of the world due to their defeat. Then, after recording it, the supervisor monk sent the information outside the hunting ground. An old voice resounded throughout the hunting ground, accompanied by the roaring shouts of the crowd. The first team to appear in the dragon list, the sword student team of Wanjian Pavilion, met the 19th team of Jiga sect Shihong Chen on the east side of the world. The sword student used his magical power Tai dance to wipe out the latter and won dozens of nameplates. The second team of Lin Xiao to appear in the dragon list was besieged by the 12th, 13th, 21st, and 29th teams in the center of the world. Lin Xiao eliminated 17 people by himself and led his team to annihilate them all, and won 20 nameplates. The 8th team of Shu Qing to appear in the dragon list met the 7th team of Snow People Tribe Otuski in the west of the world. It took half a day, but Shu's magical powers of piercing clouds and falling sun finally defeated the enemy. They won dozens of nameplates. As the voices continued to be heard, the atmosphere in the royal hunting ground was extremely hot, but the atmosphere in the rest area was very peaceful. Zhao Yu and Li Chunfeng, the chief supervisor of the Sijin, sat opposite each other. On the table in front of them was a fine purple clay teapot which was steaming. There was a burning charcoal under the teapot to prevent the tea from getting cold at low temperatures. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea. The two tea lovers really treated tea as wine, and boiled tea was better than wine. The voice echoing in the hunting ground did not come from Li Chunfeng, but from another grandmaster of the Sijin, the deputy chief supervisor, Dan Yuanzi. The Sijin ranked seniority by code name, and Dan Yuanzi was ranked the second commanders. His grandmaster domain is a unique spiritual domain that can directly point to the heart and sea of consciousness of others, and dig out the most fearful and deepest secrets. The Sijin is responsible for the interrogation of the head, and his methods are cruel. He is the most feared person by countless Daxia murderers. The second level of the Dawu competition, the Dao Pass, was completed within its territory, and it was also responsible for screening whether there were any rats that had sneaked in. Zhao Yu raised his hand to lift the teacup in front of him and took a sip. The mellow voice of Li Chunfeng, the chief supervisor of the Ministry of Supervision, sounded across from him. Your Highness, you know that Daxia men between the ages of 16 and 20 can choose to have a coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, there will be a hunting trial to prove to the world that they have the ability to stand on their own feet and start a family. Zhao Yu nodded. He knew that the coming-of-age ceremony was a crucial ceremony for Daxia young people. It represented true independence, adulthood, the ability to make independent judgments, the ability to start a family, and the ability to defend the country. Those who have not reached the age of coming of age cannot go into battle to kill the enemy. This is Daxia's protection of young people, and it is also the foundation of the Daxia dynasty, and is included in Daxia's laws. Li Chunfeng stroked his white beard, took a sip of tea and continued. The supervisor, under the order of the Regent Queen Wu and the Queen Mother, has been searching for a trial site for your Highness. We have found some clues so far. There are 3 places in total, but your Highness needs to choose one. That's okay. Zhao Yu raised his hand to signal the old man to continue. One is Huo Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Shenjing. There are many exotic beasts in the mountain, and there are also king beasts in the Bi Dao realm, which can meet your Highness's hunting needs. Zhao Yu frowned after hearing this, and 2 bright red vertical lines of the Slaughter Saint protruded, which was intimidating without anger. He had been to Huo Mountain some time ago. Although the soul energy was considerable, it was a bit boring for him at the moment. Li Chunfeng saw that the prince in front of him was dissatisfied with this proposal, and continued. The second choice is the Kunlun Mountains, about 500 miles away from Shenjing. There is a Kunlun snow lotus that will bloom in the next few days. The snow lotus is the Kunlun's spiritual treasure and must be guarded by a strange beast. Your Highness can kill it and take the snow lotus, and the trial will be completed. Zhao Yu still frowned, shook his head and said, the third one. Si Jianzheng's eyes flickered, hesitated for a long time and then slowly said, there's also this third place. It is a world where the Endless Mountain has just taken shape, and Sijian is sending people to explore. Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, raised his head, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. The entrance to this world is located within the control range of the Endless Mountain Daxia. According to our previous exploration, it is rich in resources and contains a large amount of mineral blood essence. If we take down the heart of the world, the output of Daxia's high-level weapons will increase by at least 15%. However, the upper limit of its cultivation level is Dao Shu realm, which means that we cannot dispatch high-level monks to protect His Highness. Moreover, none of the supervisors we sent out to explore returned, and all of them disappeared. So we speculate that there are other entrances to the world, and there is a high probability that they are located in hostile forces. At this point, Li Chunfeng's white-haired face showed a trace of solemnity, and he said 4 words word by word. The Empire of the Sun. Zhao Yu's aura instantly spread outward, sweeping across the entire royal hunting ground lookout. The room was suddenly filled with a strong phoenix power. The supervisors who were recording in front of the curtain looked back in horror, and then immediately knelt on their knees, lowered their heads, and dared not breathe. After a while, Zhao Yu's calm voice sounded. "I choose the third place." "Please think twice, Your Highness." Li Chunfeng, the chief supervisor, stood up and knelt in front of Zhao Yu, bowing. "It's okay. I'm not a flower in a greenhouse. I know what's going on. The situation in this world is unknown and full of dangers. Your Highness must not be half a step. Moreover, I have killed a saint. I will kill as many as come to the virtual realm." Zhao Yu's voice was still as calm as a thorn, but to all the monks in the observation tower, it was so bloody and violent. "Since Your Highness has made up his mind, I beg Your Highness to bring the top 500 people in the Daowu competition as helpers. After all, the heart of the world is strange and difficult to find, and it requires a lot of manpower to search together." Zhao Yu waved his hand, sat down at the table again, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and turned his attention back to the flickering curtain. Seeing this, everyone in the room saluted and stood up at the same time. "When will Your Highness set out for the coming-of-age hunt?" Li Chunfeng, who sat down again, asked softly. Zhao Yu held the teacup, pondered for a while, and slowly said, "Since the competition ends tomorrow, we will set out the day after tomorrow. I will return before the 9th day of September. All preparations for the ceremony do not need to be stopped, and we will enter the school as usual." The world chosen by Daxia Sijian for the last stage of the Daowu competition was naturally thoughtful, including all kinds of terrains to fit the characteristics of different Dao souls to the greatest extent, and to bring out the greatest strength of the participants. The center of the world is an island, which is the center of the lake. The outside is surrounded by a large lake. The barrier will gradually shrink to the island, and finally gather here for a decisive battle. The 251st Dao Palace Zhongshanshu team met the 20th Dugu Villa team on the World Lake. He trapped the whole team with his own strength and won the 5th nameplate. The 251st Dao Palace Zhongshanshu team met the 16th Thundersword Sect team on the World Lake. He trapped the whole team with his own strength and won the 5th nameplate. As the sound of the screen rang out above the royal hunting ground, Zhang Shenshu, the double leader of the Dao Palace, dressed in white, neatly dressed, and not messy at all, stepped onto the land of the center of the lake. Next to him was Li Changying, the leader of the Hanshan court, who was dressed in black robes and looked wanton. On the lake not far from the island, two groups of people were confronting each other. The entire lake's surface was undulating due to the confrontation of momentum, and a straight dent was cut in the middle of the two teams. Except for the leader, the other 4 young snowmen all put their hands on the water surface. All the lake water under their feet began to freeze and spread forward rapidly, like a snow dragon tumbling under the lake. Countless sharp icicles pierced from the water surface, shining with a cold blue light under the sun. Zhang Yu looked at the ice dragon rolling on the lake, his bloodthirsty face became stronger, and he roared. After speaking, 2 tall figures beside him stepped forward at the same time. The huge shield-shaped Dao soul behind them appeared instantly, almost turning into substance. The huge shield smashed on the water surface, like a solid barrier, isolating the ground. The ice dragon collided with the huge shield, and the shield-holding figure let out a delicate hum. It turned out that there was a woman under the silver armor. The huge shield pushed forward, and the ice dragon turned into dark blue debris, crackling and falling. Magical power. Barrier. Fei Lian, the king of Qihai, one of the 14 Yingxing clans, inherited the magical power of the upper 4 army divine guards. "Draw the halberd!" Zhang Yue's roar continued to sound on the lake. 2 more people grabbed the halberd spirit behind them, jumped up, stepped on the giant shield with both feet, cooperated with each other to borrow strength, shot straight into the sky, then raised the halberd above their heads with both hands, and fell down at high speed, with red essence all over their bodies, like 2 high-speed falling meteors. The faces of the young men of the snow tribe under the meteors all changed, and the spirit appeared behind them. The hair on their bodies grew wildly, and their hands crawled on the ground. The spirit merged into their bodies, and their pupils were occupied by wildness. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 4 white, violent snowfield giant bears. The giant bears roared up and sprayed 4 frost breaths at the falling meteors, like 4 galaxies, freezing the rising water vapor along the way, leaving only dark blue ice crystals. But the frost breath did not have a funeral song of ice and fire with the meteors, because before that, there were already 2 giant shield spirits blocking the frost breath. Just as the Zhang family's sons leaped up with their halberds, the Falian family's sons, wearing silver-heavy armor, had already charged forward, stepping on the ice with their feet, breaking it into pieces. With countless practice and coordination, they timed it well, like a solid fortress, guarding under the meteors in advance to block the enemy's counterattack. Seeing this, the leader of the snow people clenched his right fist and raised it, wanting to punch the giant shield and silver armor, but a red light was faster than him, coming from far to near, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. The leader of the snow people felt someone hugging his waist, and then a huge force came, and his whole burly body was hit hard and flew into the lake, stirring up waves. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Zhang Yue, the 4th son of King Beian, stood up from the lake and turned his head to look not far behind him, where two meteors were falling. Two giant shields spread out to both sides, one on the left and one on the right, blocking the escape of the four wild bears. The meteors, falling at high speed, carried violent vitality and fell into the snowfield. The red evil spirit instantly spread out like smoke on the ice surface, forming a huge shock wave, making a loud noise, accompanied by countless water waves, ice and strong winds, sweeping around. After a while, the evil spirit dissipated, and there was no snowfield wild bear left in the field. All turned into white light and were eliminated. Only the broken floating ice and the heaving figures of the four Daobing clan disciples were left. Magical power. Power. Jiang, the king of Beian, one of the 14 families of Yingxing, inherited the magical power of the Upper Four Army, holding the Sun Army. The four reserve members of the Upper Four Army used the fighting methods of the Holding the Sun and the Divine Guard Army to cooperate with each other and killed the monks of the same realm in one blow, cleanly and neatly, without any drag. Zhao Yu looked at the lake calmly, still with a defiant look and a hint of excitement, because his battle was not over yet, but just beginning. You don't have to intervene. I want him to understand deeply that barbarians are barbarians after all. As long as I, the king of Beian, Jiang, am still in Mengxia, the Snow Tribe can only keep my head down and be a grandson. Before he finished speaking, a giant claw slapped out from the water, followed by a huge bear head, with a cold look in the scarlet eyes. Gradually, the whole body climbed out of the lake, and the water under the bear's paw began to freeze and spread. The wild bear, transformed by the Tao soul of the leader of the Snow Tribe, was taller and more imposing. Its hair was not white close to the snow, but golden all over, with fangs exposed and full of hostility. Second-grade Tao soul, Gehua. Gehua is the king of all the ice bears in the far north snowfield. Every adult Gehua must have the cultivation of a grandmaster, can control water and ice, and has extremely strong melee combat ability. It is a well-deserved overlord of the snowfield and also one of the tribal totems. Gehua, manifested by the Tao soul, did not have the wildness of lack of reason in his eyes, but was calm and sharp. He slowly said, "Remember my name. My name is Alusifu from the first wild bear tribe in the snowfield. I don't need to know your name. I have seen the highest Kunlun mountain, and I am no longer interested in the names of your low mountains." The fat man felt that he was quite comfortable. As long as he hugged his teammates' thighs tightly with a very particular posture, the dangerous competition could become as comfortable as his own backyard. The sword-born girl and the snow people girl, who ranked first and second in the Dragon Book, were both militants at heart. When they met the other teams, they rushed forward without saying a word, and used a set of magical feasts. The enemies turned into white light and disappeared. The fat man only needed to do one thing, that is to find a flat and comfortable place, lie down, and then pat his round belly to cheer. The fat man's team continued to advance inward along the barrier from the edge of the world, pushing forward all the way, and did not encounter too much obstacles. At this time, they had reached the edge of the lake, but at this time, the lake was not calm. There were two storms raging on the lake, one red and gold, and the other was a collision of blue and cyan. The red and gold storm was naturally caused by the battle between Prince Zhao Yu and Alusifu from the wild bear tribe in the far north snowfield. The huge wild bear, Gehua, kept roaring, with long golden hair flying, waving his huge claws and slapping the red sunrise. The ice under his feet pierced out one icicle after another, trying to lock the position of the figure in the sunrise. Zhang Yu, who was in the sunrise, held a square painted halberd that was several centimeters longer than his body, and rushed straight towards the giant bear. He swung the halberd and cut off countless ice spikes along the way. The red evil spirit continued to emanate from his body and merged into the sun around his body, making its color darker and darker, gradually turning from orange to bright red, as if the blood sun was rising. Second-grade Tao soul, Po Jun. Zhang Yu's speed was not fast, but he was wanton and unstoppable, as if telling the enemy, "Come on, fight to your heart's content." As he stepped, all the surrounding ice was melted and evaporated into water vapor, like a big smoke ball emitting steam, and even the sky was a little blurry. Mystical power. Ice armor. The golden giant bear roared and punched his chest with both fists. Countless pieces of ice spread from its body, and in a blink of an eye it was completely surrounded from head to toe. A piece of armor made of ice was formed instantly. Countless spikes protruded from the armor, and it glowed blue-black in the sun. That was the color of ice that existed in the deepest part of the snowfield for thousands of years. At this time, the Gehua Mad Bear was already a fully armed, extremely powerful, and violent snowfield war beast. If the huge snowfield Mad Bear is synonymous with slow speed, then it is wrong. It is very fast. Few beasts on the snowfield can escape its instantaneous burst. Gehua is the king of snowfield Mad Bears, so its speed is naturally faster, and its explosive power is stronger. The armored war beast slapped the ground with its four claws and rushed forward with force. In an instant, it was in front of Zhang Yu. It slapped its left and right claws inward at the same time, just like slapping a mosquito, and slapped the rising sun in the palm of its hand. Looking at the giant claw that was larger than a human and whistling at him, Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He did not dodge, but waved his right hand and gently turned the square painted halberd in his hand to stand horizontally in front of him. The giant claw and the halberd were in close contact in an instant. The strong wind brought by the giant claw blew the evil spirit on Zhang Yu's body, and he shook violently. but the halberd Pojin had already pierced deeply into the claw, and the ice armor surrounding the giant claw had shattered layer by layer like a spider. Has anyone ever met you before? Your way of fighting is really stupid, so you are just brainless, reckless men in the Snow Plains tribe. Zhao Yu exerted force with his right hand, lifting the Pojin halberd upwards. Countless ice pieces on the giant claws shattered and fell. The mad bear Gehua retracted his claws, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. The Pojin had just pierced into his palm flesh, opening a wound on it, and a large amount of evil spirits drilled in, amplifying its pain thousands of times. Originally, you were waiting for the opportunity, and I really needed to spend some effort to break the turtle shell on your body, but you came to me yourself, so I will not refuse it. Zhang Yue continued to mock, but his hands were not slow. He jumped up with the Pojin halberd, and the evil spirit coming out of his body suddenly increased exponentially, like billowing red smoke from his body. The pain in the eyes of the mad bear Gehua became even worse. The severe pain from his palm made him lose consciousness for a moment, and Jiang Yue took advantage of this to get close to him. The position that Prince Jiang Yu approached was not the head, chest, or other weak points, but the edge of the giant hand where the ice armor had been broken. As the evil spirit rolled, the Pojin halberd in his hand turned from 1 to 8 and smashed on the giant claw like a storm. The halberd storm went all the way up, and the ice armor below was all broken. Magical power, chaos in all directions. The speed of the storm was too fast. Crazy Bear Gehua wanted to stop it, but was powerless. He roared continuously and could only watch it raging all over his body. All the ice armor along the way was smashed, and only 1 in 10 remained. After the magic power was finished, Zhang Yue stood in front of Aluosfu again, and the latter had lost his best defensive magic power. It's over! As the unruly voice sounded, the evil spirit on Zhang Yue's body had reached its peak, and the first day completely turned into a blazing sun. He raised the Pojin halberd above his head, and the scorching sun gradually shrank inward and was absorbed by the halberd, causing a strange red flame to burn on the Pojin. Extend your arms, exert your strength, and throw. A red sun was lifted up, and then turned into a red light, piercing the air, leaving only a track that lasted for a long time. The track shot into the chest of Guangsheng Gehua and shot out from behind. 2 breaths later, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Magical power, holding the sun. One of the 4 armies of Daxia, holding the Japanese army, was named Holding the Sun because when it was fighting, the evil spirit generated by the burning of blood and chi would turn into a scorching sun under the effect of the magic power, and when the evil spirit gathered to a certain degree, it could be transformed into a powerful killing magic power. However, Prince Zhang Yue was only holding the Japanese army in reserve, and he was really holding the Japanese army in battle. What he held was the evil sun formed by the burning of the essence of 50 masters above the realm. Its power was destructive. The mushroom cloud produced by the sun holding divine power released strong winds and shock waves that spread to the edge of the lake, rustling the robes of Miss Jiansheng. Miss Jiansheng looked into the distance. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she could not restrain her fighting spirit. Miss Farong was still as cold as ever, and her pretty face looked even more elegant against the pink dress. The snow girl had a cunning look in her eyes, turned her head and looked at the stunned fat and thin duo, and said, "From now on, you two can't lie down because we have to get serious." But for some reason, she suddenly remembered the feeling under the umbrella, the feeling of bursting with security. Shenjing, the royal hunting ground. After the voice of the deputy supervisor, Zheng Danyuanzi, sounded, the cheers like a tsunami rushed into the sky. The 9th soldier from the Dragon Book, Jiang Yue's team, destroyed the Aluosi team of the Snow People tribe in the Great Lake of the World and received 40 nameplates. There are only 27 people left in the world. On the other side of the lake, Shu Qing, the eldest sister of the Duke of Wei's mansion, stared at the 2 figures in front of her. Her pretty face was full of solemnity. Even the explosion in the distance did not affect her at all. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her breathing became more rapid. Xiao Yuan, the son of the university scholar beside her, looked more embarrassed. His clothes were torn in several places, and he was spitting blood foam from his mouth. Opposite Shu Qing were 2 young men. One of them had a square face and wore a blue robe with rolling waves embroidered on it. However, his eyes were sinister, and countless water droplets jumped and danced around them. It was the young master of the Haikuo sect, Yuan Chuan. The other person wore a black robe. His face was shrouded under the robe, and he could not see clearly, which made him look a little mysterious. The 2 teams had just fought a fierce battle. Both sides suffered losses and lost 3 members. Because Sister Shu was ambushed by the Haikuo sect after the battle with the Snow People tribe, Xiao Yuan suffered a little loss and was injured slightly. Yuan Chuan, your shameless face is still so disgusting, but the person next to you is a little unfamiliar. He can take my Yuanqi arrow without any injury. It's amazing. Shu Qing's calm voice sounded. This usually confused sister, once entering the battle, will be like a different person, calm and alert. As a descendant of a general, you, Sister Shu, must be the most clear about the principle of war. I didn't expect that you Zizhu Lane are so stubborn and drag my people to die together. I admire you very much. The young master of the Haikuo sect gave a sigh of praise, but the fierceness in his eyes was even more intense. He thought that the sneak attack was a sure thing, but 3 people were killed in the counterattack, which made him a little angry. Of course not everyone is as cowardly as you are. As for whether we can fight, we'll have to see for ourselves. Although you are gifted and have mastered 2 Shu family magics, it's still a question whether you can use them now that your vitality is running out. Yuan Chuan laughed wildly, but the young man next to him remained silent. Shu Qing did not reply. He raised his hand to take off the second-grade Dao Soul and Dragon Tongue Bow from his back, pulled out 3 vitality arrows, and shot them at Yuan Chuan in front of him. The 3 arrows moved rapidly along the lake surface, but suddenly dispersed in the middle, forming a triangle, and arrived in an instant. I would naturally stay away from you in other places, but this is the lake, Sister Shu. Water is the home of our Haikuo sect. My strength can be increased by 20% in the water, so put away your meaningless resistance. Magic power, fission! As Yuan Chuan roared arrogantly, the vague human-shaped Dao Soul behind him raised his hands to grab his chest, tore it to both sides, and instantly split the Dao Soul into 3. They stood around Yuan Chuan in a surrounding manner, and then raised their fists at the same time, smashing the Yuan Qi arrow that had been shot at the water surface, smashing the arrow into the water, exploding the water. Second-grade Dao Soul, East Sea Water General. Then the 3 East Sea Water Generals raised their heads with blurred faces, opened their mouths and let out a silent howl, and rushed towards Shu Qing at a rapid speed. Countless lakes surrounded them, like 3 tsunamis, overturning. Shu Qing pulled the bow again, gathering strength. The thick earth energy was absorbed from all directions by the Dragon Tongue Bow. Her expression remained unchanged because Xiao Yuan, the strongest backing of Ziju Lane, Xiao Yuan stood beside her. Xiao Yuan made a sound of poo and continued to spit out a mouthful of blood foam from his mouth, as if he was disdainful of Yuan Chuan. His Dao Soul was a bell. The Dao Soul of the big bell rapidly enlarged, and he and Shu Qing were turned upside down inside it. The runes on it were densely covered, and the golden light was shining. Under the impact of the 3 tsunamis, the golden light of the big bell still shone in the water, like an extremely solid sea-suppressing stone tower, standing still between the waves. Smash it for me. I don't believe you can keep this broken shell. Yuan Chuan raised his hand forward, and the 3 East China Sea water generals in the tsunami appeared, and they all crashed into the big bell, waving their water fists and smashing around. Huge waves suddenly rolled on the lake surface, and every blow of the East China Sea water general Dao Soul's heavy hammer almost blew up the air. After a while, the golden bell began to shake, and the runes on it flickered. Xiao Yuan's mouth was bleeding, but he held it tightly. He turned his head to look at Shu Qing, who was still closing her eyes and gathering strength, with a flash of determination in his eyes. "Ha ha, Sister Shu, your follower's bell is about to break. What can you use to fight me? Don't waste time anymore. Hand over the nameplate." Yuan Chuan's laughter was still rampant. He was like a hyena on the grassland. When he met a dragon, he would shrink and hide humbly. When he met a tiger in the plain, he would not hesitate to go up and bite 2 mouthfuls of flesh and blood. In the bell that was about to break, a vague arrow shadow had appeared on the Dragon Tongue Bow pulled out by Shu Qing. The arrow was transparent, between reality and illusion, and it was blurry. It was hard to see the real East China Sea water generals constantly hitting it. Shu Qing finally opened her eyes. Her face was still calm, and she loosened her right hand holding the arrow. The bell broke, and the arrow shot out. Magical power, piercing the clouds. The tsunami in front of him instantly broke a big hole in the middle, but the next second, the young master of the Haikuo sect let out a strange cry. His hair stood up, his eyebrows were slightly painful, and he almost lost his soul. In his mind there was a void arrow that tore his extended perception, leaving a dark area in it and shot straight at his eyebrows. Yuan Chuan knew that he could not dodge the arrow. His body reaction could not keep up with the speed of the void arrow, and his head would be pierced. He began to fear and waited for the arrival of teleportation. But he was not eliminated, because a hand appeared in front of him, tightly grasping the void arrow. The arrow kept spinning in front of his eyebrows, but it could not get rid of the hand at all. After a strange cry, Yuan Zhang took a step back and sat on the lake with a pain in his eyebrows and cold sweat. The eldest sister of Duke Wei's mansion frowned for the first time, with disbelief in her eyes. Someone could catch the cloud-piercing magical ability with bare hands. That nameless black-robed young man was really too strong. "I'm fine, I'm actually fine. Aha! Brother Pei, you're really too strong. It was a wise decision to team up with you at the, beginning. I didn't expect you to be so strong. When we get into the top 10 of the competition, I will definitely repay you for saving my life." Yuan Chuan got up from the ground and walked to the black-robed young man. With ecstasy and a look of relief he spoke. But he heard the low murmur of the young man under the black robe, and his face changed wildly. Before he could react, the black-robed young man's hand holding the arrow had loosened, and the cloud-piercing arrow that continued to move forward shot through Yuan Chuan's chest, and the latter turned into a white light and disappeared. "He's really too noisy. I'll help you deal with him." The black-robed young man raised his head and said to Sister Shu in the distance. His voice was very soft, but Shu Qing heard it clearly. Then he walked forward slowly and continued. "You are very good. There are very few people of your generation who have such magical powers that I can't help but try them out. If your arrow is a little stronger, even I can't hold it. Very good." He walked in front of Sister Shu. Shu Qing saw his face under the black robe. He was young, pale, and delicate, but his lips were particularly red as if he had applied the best and most gorgeous rouge from Yuefang. I am very satisfied with this ranking. I look forward to seeing you next time. After that, under Shu Qing's surprised eyes, he threw out his nameplate and turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. Shenjing Royal Hunting Ground, Lookout Rest Area. Zhao Yu held the teacup in his hand and looked at the black-robed young man who was behaving strangely inside the curtain. He frowned. The 2 cinnabar bloodstains on his brows were slightly hot at this moment. He felt a little unhappy in his heart, so he asked Li Chunfeng in front of him, "Who is this person?" Li Chunfeng clapped his hands. After a moment, a supervisor brought a file and then withdrew respectfully. Li Chunfeng took it, opened it, browsed through it, and slowly said, "There is very little information about him. It seems that he suddenly appeared. We only know that his name is Pei Yang, the 250th person in the Dragon Book, and he is from Shuize Town, Fengzhou." The supervisor went to Shuize Town to find out the truth before, and found this person there. After he appeared as a dragon, he caused a sensation in Shuize Town, but his appearance cannot be verified. Li Chunfeng pondered for a while, stroked his white beard, and then said, "This person can catch Shu's magical power of piercing clouds with his bare hands. His strength is the best among the younger generation. It seems that he is also hiding his skills in the Dao Pass. There are many doubts. The possibility of impersonation cannot be ruled out. This person is not an impersonator. In the Dao Pass, I saw his heart. He is from the Shenji sect." Another old voice sounded, and an old man walked in from outside. The old man had a haggard face and bony bones. He exuded a strong, dark aura from his whole body. After entering, the temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Sijin, Dan Yuanzi. Hearing the 3 words Shenji sect, everyone in the room frowned slightly. The Shenji sect is not in the central plains of Daxia, but in the depths of the Endless Mountain. Although it is listed as one of the 10 sects of Daxia, like Liuli City, it is less restricted by the court and is somewhat detached. As a place for the monks to supervise, the Sijian naturally dislikes this kind of sect that cannot be fully controlled. The Shenji Pavilion has always been mysterious. In the Central Plains, only various lists are widely circulated, and there are few descendants walking outside. Now that a disciple has suddenly entered the world, no one knows what the deep meaning is. Promote this boy's level and investigate his background. I want to know everything he has experienced in Shuize Town. At the same time, another team will be assigned to pay attention to the Shenji sect. I always feel that this matter is not simple. Li Chunfeng's ruddy face showed a serious look, and his voice was decisive. Zhao Yu put the teacup back on the table, and a trace of worry flashed through his heart. Sima Annan, who was also a disciple of the Shenji sect, did not show up today after the sect summoned him yesterday. Dawu Competition World, Lake Island. The area of the Lake Island is actually quite considerable, but there is no tree growing on it. There is only bare black and brown land, and earth peaks that can be seen everywhere. The earthen peaks on the island are lined up one after another, and the distance between them is not large, so the sightline inside the island is not wide, which is very conducive to hiding sneak attacks. This is also the reason why the supervisor clearly wants to add variables to the final battle. Under a earthen peak in the center of the Fuyao Island, there are 2 figures standing, one in front and one behind, and there are black spots on high ground not far away. Lin Xiao, the second son of Zhen Yuhao, looked at his eldest brother standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. He vaguely looked like his father's back, leaning against the ground. To him, his father is like a distant and vast sky. He can only look up from afar and cannot reach out to touch it. He hasn't seen his father for 3 years. "Brother, is father okay in Yulong Pass?" The second son, Lin Xiao, put away his emotions, but still couldn't help asking. "Not bad, but I often get hurt. You know, the Lionheart Duke on the opposite side is a complete lunatic, and my father is even more crazy. They don't care about their lives when fighting. Fortunately, my father has a high level of cultivation and recovers quickly." Lin Xiao, the killing god dressed in red, turned around and looked at his younger brother, with pity and guilt in his eyes. He knew that his younger brother usually led a group of boys in Luye Lane to make trouble, but he was not a bad person. He was like a child who lacked love on weekdays, doing some naughty things to attract the attention of the big people. Lin Lang, the Grand Marshal of the western frontier of Daxia, did not remarry after his wife died early, and the Lin family had only 3 people. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao's hesitant voice sounded, "Then can I go to Yulong Pass to have a look?" Lin Xiao smiled softly after hearing this. His face was ordinary and not outstanding, but his eyes sparkled. His whole body was full of energy and there was no aura emanating from it. He said, "Of course, when you come of age and when your father returns to Beijing next time, I will take you to Yulong Pass to pick up your father. I will also take you to chop off the heads of the foreign bastards on the opposite side with my own hands. There are no cowards in our Lin family." The second son nodded heavily after hearing this. Lin Xiao raised his hand and patted his brother's shoulder, turned around again, squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, his face gradually becoming solemn. "After the competition is over, you have to be more restrained in Shenjing. This Daxia is going to change. If your father is not in Shenjing, I can't protect you." After the voice fell, the second son trembled in his heart. On the shore of the island in the middle of the lake, 3 beautiful figures in 2 groups, one fat and one thin, stood on the lake and stopped to watch, but did not take any action. According to the snow girl Shuiyan, they already have a lot of nameplates and don't have much ambition. It's enough to get here. As a lady, it's best not to fight, so they don't want to go to the island to join in the fun. The fat and thin duo, who are only in the first level of Daoxu realm, went to the island to give nameplates to others. It's better to wait in the outer lake. Even if they are eventually eliminated by the barrier, they can still maintain their own nameplates. During this period, the fat man worked hard and was busy all the time. He was responsible for the logistic support work with all his heart, which made several big men happy, especially Miss Jiansheng, who rewarded him with a lot of nameplates. Therefore, the fat man's current number of nameplates is very impressive. If it is not robbed by others, his ranking will definitely not be low. In fact, those who have the idea of waiting in the big lake are not only Miss Jiansheng's team. It's so boring. On the lake, Zhang Yue, the fourth son of King Baian, who was wearing red armor, muttered, then put his hands behind his head, fell back, lay on the lake, closed his eyes and fell asleep with the sound of even breathing as the waves rose and fell. 4 disciples of the Bing clan were sitting cross-legged beside him, also with their eyes closed. On the other side, Xu Qing, the eldest sister of Duke Wei, helped Xiao Yuan sit down slowly, looking at the island in the middle of the lake in the distance, silent. The latter was pale and looked painful. In the previous battle, they had all exhausted all their vitality and could no longer display their magical powers. They were in a state of exhaustion and unable to fight again. There were no more than 10 people on the island in the middle of the lake, and the decisive battle was about to begin. Between the earth peaks of the lake island, there is a neatly dressed woman in white who keeps moving forward. She has an ordinary face, but a calm expression. She is also meticulous in her walking, and the distance of each step is the same. The young man in black who follows her walks casually and freely, forming a strong contrast between the two. The Dao soul emerges behind Zhong Shenshu, who is dressed in white. It is a huge chessboard with 19 horizontal and vertical lines, each of which is breathtaking. In his hand, he keeps condensing a white chess piece with his vital energy, throwing it into the dark brown ground on the island, blending into it and disappearing. Every time he throws a white piece of vital energy, a corresponding chess piece will appear at the intersection of the Dao soul of the chessboard behind him. After a while, there are more and more chess pieces on the chessboard, and the formation is becoming more and more complicated. Li Changying, the leader of the Hanshan Academy, dressed in black, looked around and felt silence and bored, so he said, "Since we have nothing to do, let's guess who are on the island. I'll go first. The god of killing Lin Xiao must be here." Lin Xiao is always confident that he can protect his brother, who is only in the middle stage of the Void Realm, and other generals by himself, so these 5 people will naturally not be left out. That is 5. Li Changjing saw that the woman in white beside him did not react, and then said, "There was a violent explosion wave coming from the direction of the lake just now. The magical power with such power should be the sun holding magic power without a doubt. Then, Prince Zhang Yue will not go to the island again. There are 2 teams following behind us, the eldest sister of the Duke of Wei's mansion, and the team of the Haikuo sect. The 2 are bound to fight, and their strength is almost the same, so I don't think these 2 can get on the island. Then there is only another team left, the swordsmen of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Count all their teams and add 5 more people, then including you and me, there will be a total of 12 people, and if we eliminate 2 more people, we can enter the top 10 of this competition. You have missed 1 team." Another white Yuanqi chess piece was thrown, and Zhang Shenshu's faint voice came. "Which one?" "Sun Moon Sect." Li Changjing looked up, suddenly, opened his eyes wide, and looked at the back of Zhang Shenshu in front of him. Among the Sun and Moon twins, Lu Jiyuan is a reckless man, but Qing Niantong is not. Along the way, we have not heard any news about the Sun Moon Sect. I believe they have already rushed to the center of this island to ambush, and they want to take action now. Before Zhang Shenshu finished speaking, the entire lake island suddenly shook violently, and countless flames rose from the center of the island, making half of the island's sky illuminated red. On the big lake beside the island, the Jiansheng girl, Furong and the Snow Girl, who were sitting and resting, looked at the center of the island where the flames rushed, and a strange color flashed in their eyes. At this time, the center of the lake island was in a mess. Countless black flames were burning and spreading wildly on the dark brown land, like countless climbing and twisting black snakes, releasing strong high temperatures. If Zhao Yu was there, he would definitely recognize that the dark brown land with no grass growing on it was the so-called flowing golden oil in the previous life. A figure was looming in the black flames. The face of the god of killing Lin Xiao was full of shock, anger and coldness, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He had actually reacted just now and stood up to protect his brother beside him, but the power of the explosion was too strong, and the second young master and everyone in Luye Lane were still eliminated directly. This made him angry from the bottom of his heart. He stared at the light ball shining with green light in the black flame and said word by word, "Sun and Moon Twin Pride, you are very good, very good. The god of killing is really worthy of its reputation. We have been preparing for so long, and the cluster is very special, which greatly promotes the fire. Once the black flame burns, it cannot be extinguished at all. The god of killing is not affected at all in the fire. His cultivation is really amazing." Lu Qiyuan's voice came from the green light ball. Compared with the time he met Zhao Yu in Hexu Mountain before, His face was darker, his beard was longer, his figure was more burly, and his momentum was stronger. Miss Qingniantong did not change much. Behind her was a big tree soul, emitting a hazy green light, isolating the black flame and protecting the two of them. Lin Xiao in the black flame shook his head and roared. It's not that I am good at cultivation, but you shouldn't use fire, because I am fire, and fire is me. Lin Xiao opened his arms, and countless burning black flames seemed to be summoned, flowing, blending, and compressing towards his back. Gradually formed a black flame giant that was as tall as a ginseng. The giant stood on the ground with a burning sword in his hand, his head lowered, looking down. The first-class humanoid Dao Soul, the fire god. At this time, except for the unparalleled fire god behind the god of killing, there was no trace of black flame left on the island. Lin Xiao took a step forward, and the fire god behind him also took a step, raised his right hand upwards, and a flaming sword slowly appeared out of thin air. The fire god behind him raised his head and also raised the burning sword above his head, and then swung it down to the front. Magical power. Charge! A ball of fire appeared in the air, a black fire, and then the fire expanded into a crescent moon, a black moon, which kept rising, and finally crossed the ground and chopped down at the green ball. Under the rush, everything burned up. The earth peak behind the green light ball was directly cut off, and was still being eroded by the black flames. The green light ball was also chopped off and flew far away, smashing a huge pit on the ground. A coughing sound came, and two figures climbed out of the pit. The sun and moon twins were a little embarrassed, and there was a lot of mud on their clothes. Lu Jiuan looked at Lin Xiao in the distance, who looked like a fire god descending to the earth, with a face full of fighting spirit. As a complete martial arts fanatic, he had been practicing hard at Xuanmu Peak during this period, and he could no longer hold back from having a hearty battle with others. Second-grade Dao Soul, Hexu Tyrannosaurus. He tore his shirt to pieces, revealing his muscular upper body, and rushed towards Lin Xiao. As he ran, an ancient Tyrannosaurus appeared behind him. The two gradually began to merge, and then the tyrannical aura spread throughout the venue. As he roared, the Tyrannosaurus was him. He was the Tyrannosaurus! The Hexu Tyrannosaurus dodged the burning sword and collided violently with the Fire Lord. He opened his fangs and mouth and bit the latter's head, but was held tightly by a flaming hand on his neck. Sparks flew in the air and vibrated. The burning sword turned in the air and pierced the ribs of the Hexu Tyrannosaurus, but the Tyrannosaurus remained unmoved and continued to use its huge mouth to bite the Fire Lord's head into pieces. Mystical power, Senluo. Qingniantong, who was not far away, supported herself on the ground with both hands. The tree-shaped Dao Soul behind her emitted bursts of green light and stretched out countless branches to pierce the ground. One by one, vines rose from the ground, and in a blink of an eye, they directly bound the fire god and the burning great sword, surrounding them layer by layer. The burning great sword was only a few feet away from the ribs of the Hexu Tyrannosaurus, but it could not go any further. The black flames on the fire god continued to burn the vines, but then new vines rose from the ground and re-entered. The Hexu Tyrannosaurus bit its head and bit it hard, biting off a large ball of flames. The fire god's momentum dropped sharply. If this is all you have, then it's my turn. Lin Xiao's voice sounded from the fire god's body, full of coldness. The blazing black flames on the fire god's body then suddenly shrank inward, then released outward, and shrank again. After repeating this for more than a dozen times, countless black flames finally burst out in an instant, forming a super sea of fire that rushed outward and swept in all directions. Qingniantong groaned, and the Dao Soul behind him flashed, pulling back the branches from the ground. The Hexu Tyrannosaurus, which was closest to the center of the explosion, was directly flipped outward, smashing the earth peaks behind it, making a deafening roar. Magical power. Flame explosion. Amid the surging sea of fire, the fire god stood proudly with his sword, his head regrowing and standing upright, exuding a desperate aura. Let's go. Since we want His Highness to pay attention to us, we have to have a fight with those people in the center of the island. After throwing out the last white yuanqi piece in his hand, Zhang Shenshu, who was neatly dressed in white, turned and walked towards the center of the island. Li Changying, who was walking behind him, restrained his cynical expression on his face and became serious. In the center of the island, two huge monsters were fighting frantically, with a sea of fire raging and vigor overflowing. From time to time, thick vines rose from the ground, emitting a green aura and entwining. The god of killing fought the two Hexu dragons alone, not losing the upper hand, but getting stronger with each battle. After the fusion of Dao Soul, like the god of fire, kept waving the burning sword, cutting off the vines at clever angles, while dodging the bite and tail of Hexu Baolong. He squatted slightly, lowered his shoulders, leaned against the chest of Tyrannosaurus, and directly shook the back move away, leaning against the collapse of the mountain. The fighting skills of the great Xia army. Then he stepped forward, and the burning sword followed closely behind, from bottom to top, trying to directly disembowel Hexu Baolong. Hexu Baolong retreated, and the burning sword advanced, following like a shadow. Seeing that his back was about to hit the largest earthen peak in the center of the island, and there was no way to retreat, the Hexu Tyrannosaurus's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and his body stopped, and he stretched out his claws directly, holding the burning sword tightly. The black flames burned on his claws and spread, making the Tyrannosaurus Dao Soul blurry. Whether it was the Hexu Twin Pride or the god of killing, Their cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th level of the Dao Void Realm, and they had not taken that crucial step, and they were only one step away from the Dao Realm. Therefore, although their Dao souls appeared to be in a substantial form and extremely powerful, they were actually between virtual and real and were not stable. The hard training of Xuanmu Ding played a role at this time. The Hexu Tyrannosaurus merged by Lu Xiuan turned into a substantial form again after blurring for a moment, but his claws had already firmly grasped the burning sword of the fire god, and the giant tail behind him exerted force, whipping the earthen peak behind him again and again. Gao Dakan's earth peak trembled continuously, and a crack was struck, which was gradually expanding and extending. At the same time, dense green vines shot from a distance and drilled into the crack like ferocious giant snakes, twisting and rolling in the crack. The crack at the bottom of the earth peak became larger and larger, and the entire peak began to tilt downward. Not far away, Qing Niantong, who was controlling the vines, smiled. The vines rolling in the crack split into 2 strands and circled to the top of the peak, and then pulled down tightly. The peak fell, collapsed. The entire lake island shook violently again, causing the surrounding lake to begin to radiate waves of huge waves, forming waves of tides. Countless rocks and rocks buried Hexu-Tyrannosaurus and Vulcan Lord under the peak. Since then, there has been no earth peak standing in the center of the island. The battle was fierce. Before she knew it, the entire island in the middle of the lake began to emit mist. It was very light at first, but as time went on, the mist became thicker and thicker, covering the entire island in it, making it misty, mysterious, and deep. Qing Niantong, who was sweating profusely and panting, supported herself on the ground with both hands and sat down. The battle just now had almost exhausted the earth energy in her body. She paid the price of the Hexu Tyrannosaurus Rex and died together with the god of killing Lin Xiao. However, thinking of winning this victory, even she, who had always been calm, couldn't help but show a look of joy on her face. It was really too difficult. After going through hardships, the weak defeated the strong. Who wouldn't be relieved? Suddenly, Qing Niantong heard a sound in her ears. It was the sound of sand sliding and hitting each other. She looked to the side in horror. The gravel of the collapsed earth peak not far away was pushed outward by a hand, revealing the bright color of the robe on her arm. God of killing, Lin Xiao. He was not eliminated. He can still fight. To be honest, I am very pleased and fortunate. I am pleased that our great Xia has such a smart and courageous person. And I am fortunate that you were not born in the Sun Empire in the West. Otherwise, I would have a headache when we fight to the death in the future. As he spoke, Lin Xiao had already crawled out of the sand. Although his robe was torn to pieces, it was still a charming red, like a blazing flame, and he was the embodiment of fire. The rising black flames burned on him again. He stepped forward, held his right hand in the air, stretched out a flaming sword, walked to Qing Niantong, who had already sat down exhausted, and pointed the sword at the latter's head without moving. The light emitted by the flames illuminated Qing Niantong's somewhat pale face. The girl raised her head with a firm look in her eyes. You don't have to do it. I'll give you the nameplate myself. But Lin Xiao shook his head, turned his head and looked at the increasingly thick fog around him. He spoke in a low voice and said lightly, As a respect for you, you should keep the nameplate in your hand. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. You just sit here and watch. Suddenly, there were bright lights in the fog. Looking carefully, they were white energy chess pieces floating in the air, forming a formation that blocked the sun. Magic power, lock! A plain and cold female voice came, and the white chess formation rushed up, covering the entire island. Looking above the large lake, outside the island, there was an extremely large chessboard with clear horizontal and vertical lines. The white chess pieces on the chessboard were shining, encircling the entire island in the middle of the lake. Killer god Lin Xiao looked up, his face gradually becoming solemn, and he spoke softly. The whole Dao Palace knows that the leader of the 2 academies, Zhongshenxu, never kills. The formation only surrounds but does not kill. Even if I am powerless now, I will step on the center of the island. When the barrier shrinks, you will still be eliminated before me. Then what about me? A wanton and arrogant male voice sounded in the lock formation. The white piece closest to Lin Xiao in the formation instantly turned into a black piece, as black as ink, and the black air was dense. A dagger instantly appeared behind Lin Xiao and stabbed the latter's vest. The figure holding the dagger was like a ghost. His hand was very steady and fast. The dagger pierced in instantly, but the ghost frowned slightly. Under the dagger was not a physical entity, but a ball of crazy compressed flames. The black pieces in the formation continued to turn into white pieces, and the ghost disappeared instantly. The flames suddenly burst, and the endless sea of fire burned on the land again. The god of killing Lin Xiao used his flaming clone to lure Li Changying into attacking, while he himself stayed under the collapsed earth peak, hiding and recovering his strength. At this time, the large lake outside the island in the middle of the lake, which had just experienced a high tide, had returned to calm. The fat man looked at the foggy island in front of him, with some hesitation on his round face, as if he was making an important decision. Suddenly, the fat man turned to the snow girl and asked, Can the supervisor guarantee that there will be no deaths in the competition? The snow girl raised her beautiful eyebrows and answered, absent-mindedly, The rules of this world are controlled by the mountain and sea map. Are you still afraid that the mountain and sea map, the #1 artifact in the vast land of China, can't even protect the life of a void realm cultivator like you? The fat man secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, nodded heavily, and said resolutely, "Well, who of you can send me up? I want to be in the top 10. Fatty, what? The snow girl immediately perked up. Even the Jiansheng girl and the usually silent Furong looked at the fat man Xu Hengji with surprise. The thin man was even more direct. He stepped forward and slapped the fat man's fat hard. I want to be in the top 10. Not this, the one before. Send me up. The fat man answered seriously. A burst of sweet laughter suddenly rang out above the lake. On the island in the middle of the lake, under the chessboard in the mist, the battle continued. In the lock array, Li Changjing can use the color change of the white chess pieces of Yuan Qi to produce an effect similar to teleportation, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. If he misses a blow, he will immediately retreat far away, fully exerting the assassination characteristics of his Dao soul. At this time, the god of killing Lin Xiao held a flaming sword, igniting all the surroundings, constantly blocking and dodging the assassination from the mist. In the raging fire, his sensing ability will be greatly increased, but at present, because of the continuous battles, he can no longer integrate his first-grade Dao soul, the god of fire, so his combat power is only 1/10 of it, and it is very difficult to dodge, and his speed gradually decreases. Magic power, petrification. A white piece turned black, and Li Changying, dressed in a black robe, broke through the void in an instant and appeared at Lin Xiao's feet. He ignored the flames and stabbed out with a dark blue dagger again. Under the effect of the petrification magic power, if it hits, the whole body will be petrified. If it hits again, it will be shattered, and then it will be eliminated directly. When Li Changying appeared, Lin Xiao had already raised his sword and stabbed, but the distance was too close, and it was too late to block. He was about to be stabbed. In a flash, a green vine suddenly stretched out from the ground, shining with green light, tied Lin Xiao's waist, pulled him out, barely avoided the petrification dagger, and then dragged Lin Xiao and disappeared into the depths of the fog in the blink of an eye. In the center of the huge chessboard, corresponding to the island in the middle of the lake, Zhong Shenshu sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, and his face was calm. Li Changying walked out of the void and asked as he walked, "Can you sense their position on the island? The speed of recovery of the vitality of the first-grade Dao soul is extremely amazing. The later we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us." Zhong Shenshu did not open his eyes, but just slightly opened his lips and spoke in a faint voice. "It will take half an hour." After hearing this, Li Changying nodded, sat down cross-legged, and guarded with his mind. Under the ground somewhere in the center of the lake, a huge stone chamber was dug out. Above the stone chamber was a raised earth peak, making its location even more hidden and difficult to find. There was no light in the stone chamber. Lin Xiao lit a ball of fire on his finger, which emitted a little light. Qing Niantong leaned against the stone chamber with her hands on her knees. Her pale face was expressionless, and it was unknown what she was thinking. "Why did you save me?" Lin Xiao's voice sounded a little hoarse. "If you don't eliminate me, I will save you once, and we will be even." Qing Niantong turned her head and spoke faintly. Killer god Lin Xiao gently placed the flame in his hand on the ground, then found a comfortable sitting position and sat down. His hoarse voice continued to sound. "This is just a big competition, not a life-and-death fight. You don't have to do this, and with the power of Zhong Shenshu's first-grade Dao Soul territory, he will find us in less than half an hour, and I can't recover much vitality, and the result will be the same. Then do you want to win the championship?" After a few breaths, Qing Niantong's gentle voice came. "Yes! Why?" "Because I want my father to see that I have the ability to share the pressure for him. I want to support the part of Yulong Pass so that he doesn't have to work so hard." Qing Niantong looked at Lin Xiao, who sat up straight under the faint firelight, with a solemn face, as if he had met him for the first time. A heartstring deep in his heart was gently plucked. "Then wait here. Our Sun and Moon sect's old leader often said that no matter how the world changes, the sun above our heads will always appear, and light will also appear. Then we will wait for miracles to appear from above our heads." The fat man felt that he was on the spot. That's right, his round body was like a rocket shooting straight to the horizon. In order to make the fat man fly higher and farther, the girls on the lake also took great pains. After a long discussion, they decided to let Miss Jiansheng tie the fat man's waist with the first-grade Dao Soul silk sword and throw him into the air. Then, Shuyan merged with the Dao Soul Frost Ice Dragon and slapped the fat man's butt with its tail, borrowing the force again and flying rapidly. The sharp wind blew on the fat man's face, causing his round fat flesh to tremble. Finally, the fat man reached the top. The island in the middle of the lake became a dot in his eyes. The fat man could also see the circular blue barrier that was advancing inward in an orderly manner not far away. He turned around, closed his eyes, clenched his hands tightly, turned his head downward, and began to fall rapidly. Under the effect of gravity, the speed at which the fat man fell could not be described in words. In the blink of an eye, he released his Dao soul, which was a huge fish-like beast phantom. The most special thing was that its head was particularly huge, accounting for 2/3 of the entire body. When the two fins were waving, the speed of falling was even faster. The second-grade Dao soul, the humpback Kun, the fat man gradually merged with the Dao soul. When the speed reached a certain level, the head of the humpback kun began to gradually turn red, as if there was a powerful bomb hidden in it that was about to explode. As it fell, the head of the Dao soul became redder and redder, and it had turned orange. Countless earth energy in the world was sucked out in an instant. Looking from the lake below, it was like an alien planet falling. Zhang Shenshu, who was sitting cross-legged on the island, suddenly raised his head. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on his calm face. A few seconds later, Li Changying also sensed the abnormality above his head and stood up directly from the ground. The humpback kun, carrying endless potential energy, crashed into the ground head-on. The red light tore the 19th Dao apart, and Zhang Shenshu spit out a mouthful of blood. The fat man continued to fall, and no one could stop him. The fog on the island rolled violently and then disappeared. Disperse the fog with light. The planet finally landed on the island, and a dazzling light lit up from the center. Along with huge light and heat, a huge mushroom cloud rose again in the world. The entire huge island in the center of the lake, rising from the middle, was smashed into hundreds of pieces of varying sizes by the humpback kun, floating on the lake in pieces. The thin man pinched his face, and when he felt a burst of pain, he realized that he was not dreaming. Wow, old man, I am not seeing things. Sister Shuiyan made an exaggerated sound. On a piece of land debris floating on the lake, the ground was broken. Qing Yantong climbed out of the stone chamber with Lin Xiao's right hand on her shoulder. She looked at the killer who was horrified but unable to stand still. A smug smile appeared on her face as if saying, "See, I will make a miracle." The night is not yet over, and the day is coming. Located in the center of Shenjing, the most noble Zizhu and Liuye alleys in Daxia are now brightly lit. A row of carriages are parked neatly at the gate of the wide and grand mansion. Then, accompanied by the rising fish-belly white and the crowing of chickens in the distance, they drove out of the alley like a long dragon, in an orderly manner. At the gate of Baidi Palace, 2 rows of carriages gathered from a distance and then drove into Baidi Palace together. Such scenes are played out almost every day in Daxia. For the past 15 years, Empress Wu, as the regent, has been absolutely exhausted and spared no effort. The entire Daxia dynasty has also been able to quickly recover its vitality, and at this time, it still has the potential to suppress the Sun Empire. This can be directly reflected from the entire battlefield of Endless Mountain West Frontier. With the continuous supply of equipment and food, Daxia soldiers have more and more tactical choices and more confidence. Although the alien race is still slightly better in individual strength, once a large-scale war breaks out, Daxia has the ability to drag down the entire empire. Daxia's morning meeting hall is called Huangji Hall, named by His Majesty Taizu. The hall is not luxurious, and there are no so-called red pillars and green tiles, and the top of the treasure is gilded. It is just an ordinary, wide hall. The hall is generally black, solemn. There is a huge copper pillar on each side to support the entire hall. On the top of the hall, 2 huge phantoms of alien beasts, one black and one gold, are constantly spreading their wings and soaring. The golden color represents the phoenix, the totem of Daxia, and hundreds of millions of people worship it. When it appears, the people will live in peace. The black color represents the black bird, the ancestral bird of the Zhao family, the lord of Daxia. According to folk legend, the black bird descended and gave birth to Zhao. The time has come, and the door of Huangji Hall is open. The densely packed officials are divided into 2 rows, civil and military, and they file in from both sides of Huangji Hall according to their positions. Above, the regent Empress Wu is already sitting on the high-platform phoenix chair, with phoenix eyebrows, arrogant eyes, and unparalleled power. She has always been like this, the first to arrive and the last to leave. Behind Empress Wu, there is only an old eunuch standing alone, so after everyone,